Synopsis. The protagonist wakes up in the body of a legendary hero after a night of watching parody clips. Armed with a special system that rewards bold and often aggressive behavior, the protagonist quickly discards his previous timid nature for a life of absolute confidence. This transformation is first felt by the neighbors and classmates who once looked down on him, as the protagonist uses his newfound strength to protect his family and humiliate bullies like Flash Thompson. Throughout the journey, the protagonist navigates complex interactions with figures such as Harry Osborn and alternate versions of himself like Garfield and Holland. From facing off against the likes of Sabretooth to navigating high-stakes space battles, the protagonist remains an unstoppable force who prioritizes his own freedom and the safety of his loved ones over traditional heroism. Chapter 1. Introduction. The USA. Queens. Inside an ordinary apartment. Damn, I stayed up way too late last night watching Bully Maguire clips, ended up oversleeping. Because his name was the same, Maguire had watched a ton of parody videos about Bully Maguire the night before. Blinding sunlight dragged Maguire out of his dreams. He instinctively reached for his watch. Where's my watch? And why is my skin so pale? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Looking around, Maguire froze. Where is this? Wait, did someone kidnap me? That makes no sense. I'm just a lonely old bachelor. No need for that. He scanned the room. A simple apartment. A table piled high with random junk, an ordinary wardrobe. And walls plastered with posters oozing West Coast style. This place, why does it feel so familiar? Just then, a voice speaking perfect American English came from outside the door. Peter, time to get up. Are you feeling unwell? Peter, is she talking to me? Why does that name sound so familiar? And wait, how can I understand English? Before Maguire could figure it out, the mirror in the room gave him the answer. Staring back at him was a medium-built but clearly muscular young man. Holy crap, I've turned into Bully Maguire, no, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. He quickly looked down at his hand, spotting a clear bite mark. That told him everything he needed to know. Yes, this was the day after Peter Parker attended the Science Expo and got bitten by the genetically enhanced spider. Unfortunately, due to the interference of some mysterious force. The original Peter Parker had already kicked the bucket, and Maguire had taken over his body. Now, Maguire had no choice but to accept the fact that he had transmigrated. Looking at his near-perfect physique and the terrifying power coursing through it, he was actually quite pleased. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. /host detected, transmigration successful. Bully Maguire system binding in progress. Scanning host's physical condition. System bound successfully. Status interface generated. Bully Maguire system. The host can perform bully actions to gain bully points. Bully points can be used for lottery draws or exchanged for items in the bully shop. A class lottery now available, randomly obtain items from class AD, maximum A class. Draw cost, 100 bully points. Current bully points, 0 ordinary citizen. Beginner's gift pack distribution in progress. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained beginner's gift pack ×1. Would you like to open it? Hearing this, Maguire's heart raced. As a seasoned fan of web novels, he knew this system was speaking his language. The ancients were right, transmigration always came with a golden cheat. Hands trembling with excitement, he opened the beginner's gift pack. /beginner's gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained SS class item, Gura Gura no Mi ×1. A powerful devil fruit from the pirate world. When mastered, it can shatter space itself, destroy the heavens and the earth with ease. Special bound item, Black Suit ×1. As a bully feared across countless parallel universes, how could you not have your own signature outfit? The suit is indestructible, size adjustable, and self-cleaning. It will not increase your defense, but is an essential item for becoming the #1 bully in the multiverse. Special item, Cuban cigars unlimited. For a bully of your caliber, smoking for style is a must. Effect only increases your swagger. Beginner's gift pack distribution complete. The pleasant chime made Maguire grin from ear to ear. This bully system is legit. Straight up gave me a top-tier devil fruit right away. Nice, and those other 2 items, this bully approves. No need to throw dust in my own eyes. Maguire then opened his status screen to see exactly how strong he was now. /host, Bully Maguire. Strength, B. Speed, C. Endurance, C. Reflexes. Defense, B. Special ability, SS class Gura Gura no Mi, 20% mastery. Current rank, A. Can be self-drained or upgraded using bully points. Spider Sense, A class. Web slinging, C class. Special items, black suit, Cuban cigars. Overall combat powers. Looking at his stats, Maguire was satisfied. After all, with the system, he could grow stronger without limits. Just then, the voice outside called again. Peter, are you feeling better? Any changes? It was none other than Aunt May, Peter Parker's beloved aunt. I'm fine, Aunt May, Maguire replied quickly. I'll be out in a minute. He then put on the system's black suit. He had to admit, the quality was impeccable. Perfectly tailored to his physique, it made his already strong build exude even more domineering charisma. Slicking his hair back into a more mature style, Bully Maguire was officially online. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the red-haired girl next door putting on makeup. So that's Peter Parker's dream girl, Mary Jane, huh? Honestly, Parker's eyesight must be bad. She's pretty average. Not bothering with Peter's unbloomed romance, Maguire stepped out the door. Uncle Ben smiled warmly when he saw him looking so full of energy. Peter, I thought you were sick. Aunt May looked equally concerned. That's right, Peter, we were both worried about you. Maguire smiled back. I'm fine, feeling great actually, I'm off to school. After he left, the old couple exchanged glances. Peter's looking pretty sharp today. Well, young men have their hormones and urges. Our Peter's about the right age to start dating. Chapter 2. Stepping out the door, Maguire looked at the street before him, its foreign charm unmistakable. Whatever doubts he'd had moments ago were swept away. Since fate's given me a new life, I'm not going to waste the opportunity. Still, when he thought about his cheat, the bully system, he couldn't help but wonder. What exactly counted as bully behavior? Just then, from the nearby apartment, his neighbor Mary Jane burst out in a hurry. Tears streaked her cheeks, she hadn't even had time to wipe them away. A disheveled, booze-reeking middle-aged man followed right behind, his expression full of rage. Don't you dare bring up your damn mother, he barked. You're nothing but a worthless piece of trash, just like your useless mom. Mary Jane, voice trembling, replied, I'm going to school. At that moment, the sight of Maguire in his sleek black suit caught both of their attention. Seeing his unusually sharp attire, Mary Jane was surprised. Peter's wearing a black suit today, that's so different from his usual style. He's probably trying to get my attention. And, I never noticed before, Peter's actually pretty handsome, and his body's not bad either. She knew Peter Parker better than anyone. Though they'd been neighbors for years, the timid Peter had never spoken much to his dream girl, Mary Jane. Still, she'd long since noticed the shy boy next door who worshipped helmets and looked at her from afar. But with plenty of suitors around, a poor, meek boy like Peter had never been her type. To her, Peter was nothing more than a nice guy who nursed a harmless crush. Mary Jane's father, Carl, also glanced at Maguire from a distance. What's with this broke kid next door, wearing that kind of outfit? Carl was already buzzed and in a foul mood, so seeing Maguire didn't improve his temper. Peter's reputation for being mild-mannered was well known on the block. As a local street punk, Carl pointed at him and snapped, Brat, why aren't you off to school? What are you staring at? Get lost. The insult lit a spark in Maguire's chest. What the hell did I ever do to you? Think I'm easy to push around? I'm not your friendly neighbor Peter Parker, I'm Bully Maguire. And I don't put up with your crap. With a flick of his hand, a Cuban cigar from his system's storage appeared in his palm. He tossed it lightly into the air, catching it smoothly between his teeth. With practiced ease, he lit it with his custom lighter. Then, exuding menace, he strode toward Carl. Of course, to Carl, this menace was just an act. Mary Jane, seeing Peter actually heading toward her drunken father with that look, thought to herself, "Is he trying to act tough to scare my dad, to win me over? If so, he's making a mistake. My father's not the kind to be intimidated by Peter." But Maguire closed the distance, his gaze hard as steel. Carl's lips curled into a mocking smirk. "What kid, you gonna meddle in our family business?" he sneered. "A little brat still wet behind the ears, pretending to be a man with that cigar? Get the hell." Carl didn't get to finish. A big hand grabbed his shirt, and in the next instant, both of his feet left the ground. Maguire had lifted him one-handed. Mary Jane's eyes went wide. When did Peter get so strong? And this bold? He used to avoid my drunken father at all costs. What's going on? Has he finally decided to pursue me? Carl, suspended in the air, barked hoarsely, "Kid, are you crazy? Put me down." He squirmed, but how could an ordinary man hope to break free from Bully Maguire's grip? No matter how hard he struggled, Maguire's hand was like an iron vice, completely unyielding. Realizing he was powerless, Carl froze. Maguire took a deep drag from his cigar, then slowly moved it away. A thick cloud of smoke blasted directly into Carl's face. Coughing violently, Carl gasped for air. Mary Jane stood frozen, unable to process what she was seeing. Maguire looked at Carl in his grasp and said slowly, "What was it you just said? Go ahead, say it again." Chapter 3. Hearing Maguire's words, the already intimidated Carl quickly blurted out, "Sorry, Peter, I had too much to drink. Everything I said was nonsense, it was my fault, I apologize, don't take it to heart." Maguire drew in a sharp breath, his expression full of impatience. "Did I stutter, or do you have pig hair stuffed in your ears? I told you to say it again, didn't you understand?" Carl froze, baffled. Wait, he really meant for me to say it again. Damn, is this how normal people think? Reluctantly, Carl tried to repeat himself. "What are you looking at, brat?" He didn't get to finish. With a sudden surge of strength, Maguire hurled Carl onto the grass. "You've got guts, I told you to say it again, and you actually did. You think I'm made of clay." Carl, clutching his side, looked up at Maguire in shock and fear. When did this kid turn into an actual bully? Bully Maguire glared down at him. "Don't let me hear crap like that out of your mouth again." Carl, completely cowed, could only nod blankly. Then, the system's voice rang out in Maguire's mind. /congratulations host, bully action completed. Bully points plus 20. Tip, the stronger your target, the more points you earn. Bully actions against story characters yield extra points. Bully actions against story villains yield double points. Maguire smirked to himself. So that's how you rack up points. If I'd known, I would have pulled a bully move on Mary Jane. Curious about this new world, he decided to check out his high school. He started down the street. Mary Jane, standing nearby, watched him approach, her heart rippling. Peter's changed. I didn't expect him to be so bold. Even if he's not boyfriend material, having a tough backup guy isn't a bad idea. With that thought, she decided to strike up a conversation with her good neighbor. With her charm, Peter would surely fall at her feet. Maguire soon reached her. Mary Jane kept her pitiful expression, extending her delicate hand to greet him. But Maguire didn't even notice her. His attention was on the school bus that had just pulled up. Before she could speak, he walked right past her and got on. Mary Jane was left staring in disbelief. What just happened? Did he just walk away? She turned her head, only to see Maguire already boarding the bus. Her cheeks flushed with irritation. So he's ignoring me, huh? HMPH. Must have learned this, play hard to get nonsense from someone. What does he think I am, a little teenage girl? Just then a convertible roared up, tires screeching. It came to a stop right beside her. At the wheel was her current boyfriend, Flash Thompson. "Babe, hop in, I'll give you a ride to school." Looking at Flash, tall, broad-shouldered, and loaded, Mary Jane quickly shoved the poor kid Peter out of her mind. She climbed into the convertible, and they sped off toward school. Before long, the school bus carrying Maguire arrived at Midtown High. As he stepped off, looking at the crowd of boys and girls bustling about, he couldn't help but think, youth really is a beautiful thing. Then, a luxury Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the school gates. A handsome young man stepped out. It was none other than Peter Parker's best friend, heir to Oscorp Industries, Harry Osborn. His arrival made many of the nearby girls swoon. He's so handsome. And his family owns one of the two biggest military manufacturers in the country. You've heard of Oscorp Industries, right? It's on par with Stark Industries. Harry spotted his best friend in the distance and ran over excitedly. When he saw Peter's sleek outfit, he grinned. Peter, you look great today. Maguire smiled. As if there's ever a day I don't look great. The two headed toward the school together. Not long after, that same convertible pulled up at the gates. Seeing Harry walking alongside Maguire, Mary Jane's eyes flashed with interest. Chapter 4. On the way to class, Maguire and Harry chatted casually. He decided Harry was a decent guy, definitely not someone he'd use his bully tactics on. After all, if you're a bully to everyone, that just makes you a lunatic. A dull morning of classes passed in a blur. Maguire didn't listen to a single word. Come on, what kind of bully studies science? And especially a bully with a cheat system. Soon it was lunchtime. Maguire headed into the cafeteria, scanning the bustling crowd of young men and women. That's when his eyes caught a familiar figure. Mary Jane, walking with a tray in hand, almost like she was strutting down a runway. Just ahead of her, a patch of spilled butter glistened on the floor. Whether she genuinely hadn't noticed it, or was looking for an excuse to get close to him, Maguire couldn't tell. But she stepped right on it. Her balance gave way instantly. Maguire watched the scene unfold and rolled his eyes. Really, the old slip and fall routine. Fall if you want, what's it got to do with me? Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. /congratulations, host, bully action against a story character completed. Bully points +20. Keep it up, and you will become the ultimate bully feared across countless universes. Maguire blinked. Wait, not helping counts as a bully action too. Nice. Mary Jane was about to hit the floor, her tray's contents already flying through the air, when a blur of motion appeared beside her. An arm wrapped around her waist, steadying her, while the other hand caught the tray midair. The rescuer even managed to snatch the airborne food before it fell. The scene hit Maguire with déjà vu. Who the hell moves that fast? He looked up and froze. Garfield, no way, another Spider-Man. Don't tell me Holland's in this school too. Yes, that unmistakable face confirmed it. This was Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man. Garfield gave Mary Jane a warm smile. You okay? Mary Jane's heart fluttered at the handsome face so close to hers. I'm fine, thanks. Your reflexes are amazing. Garfield offered a modest smile, then released her. Across the room, Flash Thompson saw the whole thing. His girlfriend, rescued by someone else. And not just anyone, by that broke kid, Garfield Parker. His blood boiled. He set down his burger and stormed toward Garfield. Maguire smirked from the sidelines. Looks like this meathead's about to mess with Garfield. Time for a show. Flash stopped right in front of Garfield, towering over him. Garfield's face showed mild confusion. Mary Jane quickly interjected. Flash, he just saved me. What are you doing? Flash hesitated, couldn't go too far in front of her, so he just growled. Stay away from Mary Jane, she's my girlfriend. He shot Garfield a death glare before turning away. Garfield stood there, bewildered. I saved her, and this is the thanks I get. Still, he kept quiet. After all, he'd been keeping his head down for a while now. Maguire groaned internally. Come on, Garfield. That's way too soft. You're making the spider that bit you embarrassed. From Garfield's reflexes earlier, it was obvious to Maguire that he'd already been bitten and had powers. Mary Jane, watching Garfield's passivity, rolled her eyes. Looks strong, but turns out he's just a pushover. What an idiot. Flash grabbed Mary Jane's hand to leave. But then he spotted Maguire nearby. He suddenly remembered what Mary Jane had told him that morning while riding in his car. My neighbor, Peter Parker, I think he's always sneaking glances at me. It's so annoying. I think he might like me. Flash had already been planning to teach Maguire a lesson. And now, fate had dropped him right here. He strode over to Maguire. Hey punk, get up. Maguire looked up at him, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Chapter 5. Hearing Flash's words, Garfield, seated nearby, also noticed Maguire. Maguire, however, was watching Flash with a look of amused disbelief. That expression only stoked Flash's temper. Peter, what are you laughing at? You think I'm funny? You put on a black suit and think you're some kind of mob boss. Maguire stood up slowly, smiling. Cutie, you're right, I do think you're funny. Got a problem with that. The sharp provocation made Mary Jane inwardly smirk. HMPH, that's what you get for ignoring me earlier. Let's see you get flattened by Flash. Sure, Maguire had lifted her drunken father like a rag doll that morning, but she still believed her basketball team captain boyfriend was stronger. Garfield, on the other hand, felt an odd, almost dangerous sensation creeping over him, unaware that it was actually his spider sense. Flash, fuming, threw a punch straight at Maguire's face. But in Maguire's eyes, the attack moved in slow motion. Before the fist could even graze him, a large hand shot out and clamped down on Flash's arm, Maguire's hand. Garfield's eyes widened. That speed, I thought I'd gotten faster, but he's on a whole other level. He's changed too. I need to talk to him later, figure out what's going on. Maguire smirked at his captive. Honestly, I feel bad for you, a total tool. Why do you keep picking fights with people you can't handle? His words were mocking, but his grip was merciless. The raw, inhuman strength twisted Flash's arm until his face contorted in pain. Flash's scream rang out, ignored completely by Maguire. With a smooth turn, Maguire slammed him down onto the cafeteria table, face first into his lunch tray. Mary Jane hurried over, her eyes full of feigned pity. Peter, please let him go, I'm begging you. She even clung to his arm, playing the damsel perfectly. If this were the old Peter Parker, the act might have worked. Too bad this was Bully Maguire. With a small push, he shoved Mary Jane aside. Then, brows knitting, he flicked his wrist and produced a cigar. The routine was almost ceremonial now. Light, inhale, exhale. He fixed Mary Jane with a cold glare. You beg me and I let him go. Who do you think you are? You tell me to let him go, and I do it. That make me lose face. Where were you when he came to start trouble with me? You be /////, get lost. Mary Jane's eyes filled with shock. Peter, talking to me like this, so scary. Didn't he like me? Didn't he always sneak glances at me? Was that all fake? Stunned, she stood frozen. Garfield, however, found the scene oddly satisfying. Exactly, Mary Jane's no saint. She didn't stop Flash before, but now she wants to stop Peter. If I'd known, I would have decked Flash myself. Maguire turned back to the pinned Flash. I asked you if I think you're funny. Do you have a problem with that? Flash's rage flared, but his bravado faltered under the pressure. You little Maguire tightened his grip just enough to cut him off, then released slightly. I'm asking you one last time, do you have a problem with me saying you're funny? Flash's defiance crumbled. No problem at all, I'm hilarious. Bully Maguire gave a satisfied smirk. The ash on his cigar trembled, then fell, landing perfectly in Flash's eye. Chapter 6. The moment the ash from Maguire's cigar dropped into Flash's eye, the lingering heat made him scream in pain. Yeah. Maguire frowned. What's this? Still got a problem? Flash instantly clamped his mouth shut. Maguire glanced down at his overturned lunch tray and sighed. Well, now this is a problem. My food's all over the floor and I'm still hungry. Flash, what do you think we should do about that? Flash quickly blurted, I'll get you another meal on my card, just, please let me go. Maguire loosened his grip. Freed from the iron hold, Flash rubbed his aching arm, only for Maguire to step right up to him and give the injured limb a heavy pat. Thanks, man, sorry to make you go to the trouble. The sharp pain twisted Flash's face again, but he forced a smile. No problem, it's the least I can do. Maguire nodded in satisfaction, then extended his cigar toward him. "Here, want a drag?" Flash flinched. No way was he taking that. "I'll go get your food, be right back." He bolted for the cafeteria counter, like a man fleeing a crime scene. Inside his head, a herd of wild horses galloped by. People used to say I was the school bully, but Peter's the biggest bully in Midtown High. The display left the nearby students staring at Maguire in open fear. No one dared get too close, lest he light that signature cigar in their direction. The system's voice suddenly rang in Maguire's head. /congratulations host, bully action completed. Base bully points, +20. Story character bonus, +5. Current bully points, 65. Maguire smirked. So Flash counts as a story character, huh? Still, that bonus is small. Side characters just aren't worth much. I need main villains for the big payouts. Mary Jane, seeing how Flash now feared Maguire, stormed away in a huff. Garfield approached instead, smiling. "Hey, I'm Garfield Parker. Nice to meet you." Never one to snub a friendly approach, Maguire smiled back. "I'm Peter Parker, but I prefer people call me Maguire." Garfield didn't get why, but kept smiling. "Maguire, then. There's a Dr. Connor's research presentation tomorrow. Want to come with me?" The real reason for the invite was clear. Garfield wanted to confirm if Maguire, like him, had been bitten by a spider and gained powers. Maguire's eyes lit up. Dr. Connors, the lizard, nice. A main villain means another wave of bully points. "Sure," Maguire replied, "but I've got one piece of advice for you." Garfield tilted his head. "What is it?" Maguire grinned. "Only the ruthless survive." The words burned like a slap. Garfield knew exactly what he meant. It was a jab at his earlier passivity when Flash threatened him. "So he noticed my change too." Garfield nodded firmly. "Got it, Maguire." Then he walked away. What he didn't realize was that befriending Maguire wouldn't lead to 3 friendly neighborhood spidermen, but 3 bullies. A few minutes later, Flash returned carrying a tray stacked with food. He set it down carefully in front of Maguire. "Peter, can I go now?" Maguire's brow creased. Flash's heart skipped a beat. "What did I say wrong now?" Taking a long drag on his cigar, Maguire said, "From now on, call me Maguire, got it?" Flash didn't care if it was Maguire, or Macaroni. He nodded fast. "Got it, Maguire." With a wave of his hand, Maguire dismissed him. Flash was gone in an instant, running like the devil was at his heels. Chapter 7. Maguire sat at his table, digging into the food in front of him with relish. Meanwhile, Flash stormed out of the academic building, still fuming from his earlier humiliation. He was so focused on his anger that he didn't notice a scrawny boy walking right into his path. A second later, bam! The smaller boy collided with Flash and went down instantly. With Flash's size and build, there was no contest. Already seething and looking for an outlet, Flash found his target. ///// Don't you watch where you're going, kid. The boy, Carlisle, was one of the school's quiet pushovers. Seeing the notorious school bully glaring down at him, Carlisle didn't dare make a sound. "I'm sorry, Flash, I didn't mean to," he said timidly. But Flash, in this mood, wasn't letting him off. He stepped forward, grabbed Carlisle with both hands, and hoisted him off the ground. That's when Garfield happened to walk out of the building. His eyes narrowed at the scene. He remembered Maguire's words earlier and decided it was time to stand up to Flash. Then, "Flash, what are you doing?" The voice was female, firm, sharp. Garfield turned toward it and froze. A blonde girl stood there, glaring at Flash. High nose bridge, clear blue eyes, sharp and symmetrical features, fair skin, and an athletic figure that radiated energy. Garfield's mind went blank for a second. She's gorgeous. Flash, however, looked instantly conflicted. This wasn't just any girl. This was Gwen Stacy, the daughter of NYPD Captain George Stacy. Frozen in place, Flash didn't know whether to keep acting tough or back down. Garfield, meanwhile, felt his resolve harden. This was the perfect chance to impress the girl he'd just fallen for. He clenched his fists, ready to step in. But then, Bully Maguire entered the scene. Wearing his black suit and walking with that signature swagger, he emerged from the school building. He immediately spotted Flash holding Carlisle, and Garfield standing tense nearby. Seeing Garfield's posture, Maguire thought, good, the kid's learning. Violence should be answered with greater violence. He gave Garfield a small approving nod. Unfortunately for Flash, he caught that nod too. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he's here, the nightmare himself. Is he mad at me now? God, please let me go just once, I can't take another beating. Flash immediately dropped Carlisle and forced a smile at Maguire. Garfield and Gwen both noticed the newcomer. Garfield waved cheerfully. Gwen, however, frowned in confusion. Peter, since when does he dress like that? And he feels different somehow. Maguire closed the distance quickly, drawing all eyes. Carlisle just looked around in total confusion. What the hell is going on? Then Gwen caught Maguire's attention. Huh, nice, and she looks familiar. Dipping into Peter's memories, Maguire placed her instantly. Ah, Gwen Stacy, Garfield's girl. I'll give it to him, his taste is way better than Peter's. When Maguire reached them, Flash looked like a cat cornered by a dog. I'm sorry, Maguire, he blurted instantly. That surprised Gwen. Isn't his name Peter? Why's Flash calling him Maguire? And, wait, doesn't Flash usually bully Peter? Why is he afraid of him now? Maguire raised a brow. You're sorry for what? Flash answered quickly, for picking on Carlisle, it was wrong. Gwen was now genuinely shocked. Peter can be this intimidating. Maguire just looked at him blankly. You bullying Carlisle has nothing to do with me. Why apologize to me? You got water in your brain. Flash spun toward the bewildered Carlisle and stammered, sorry, it's all my fault. Chapter 8. Gwen was frozen, staring at the scene in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Since when is Flash scared of Peter? Maguire, for his part, couldn't care less about the little drama in front of him. Without a word, he turned and walked toward the school building. Flash let out a quiet sigh of relief as soon as Maguire's back disappeared from sight. Gwen, however, kept her eyes on that departing figure, a spark of curiosity flickering in her mind. Garfield, noticing her gaze lingering on Maguire, felt an unexpected pang of jealousy. Maguire didn't spare a thought for Gwen or the others. He went straight back to the classroom. Inside, Mary Jane glanced up as he entered. She gave a cold snort and thought to herself, the nerve, talking to me like that, you're just a broke loser. Even if I like someone, it wouldn't be you. High school in the US was nothing if not easygoing. Before long, the afternoon classes were over. Maguire stepped out of the school, looking bored, unaware that a few students were whispering behind his back. Did you see? Peter beat the crap out of Flash today. I never realized he could fight like that, so brutal. And now he wants people to call him Maguire. Is he losing his mind? Whatever, let's just stay away from him, he's a straight-up bully now. Soon, Maguire was back in the 13th district where he lived. In Queens, this area was infamous, called the sewer for a reason. Like the gutters, it was crawling with vermin, literal and human. Extortion, muggings, assaults, even rape. These things happened here often enough to be considered routine. Just as Maguire reached his front door, the door next to his opened. Mary Jane's father, Carl, stepped out, still clutching an empty bottle. The moment his eyes landed on Maguire, it was like he'd sobered up instantly. He dropped the bottle, bolted back inside, and locked the door tight. Maguire just shook his head. Am I really that scary? He unlocked his own door and stepped inside. At the table, Uncle Ben sat with his warm, familiar smile. Welcome home, Peter. How was school? Everything all right? Maguire smiled back. All good, Uncle Ben. From the kitchen, Aunt May's voice drifted over. Dinner's almost ready, Peter. We'll eat soon. Maguire nodded and headed upstairs to his room. Lying back on the small bed, he mulled things over. Uncle Ben and Aunt May, they're genuinely good people. Since I'm here now, taking Peter's place, I can ignore a lot of things, but not my responsibility to them. I might be a bully, but I'm not an animal. The real question is, am I in Spider-Man's world or the whole Marvel universe? 10 p.m. Unable to sleep, Maguire jumped out the window. The 13th district was eerily quiet at night. The streets were empty, but from the dark alleys came the occasional sound, unseen events unfolding in the shadows. By morning, the river might have a few more unclaimed bodies. Maguire strolled into one of the side alleys. A typical protagonist might be out to fight crime, but bully Maguire. He was looking for small fry who could boost his bully points. In one particularly dark alley, a blonde woman dressed provocatively and heavily made up staggered along, her worn-out figure swaying. Shadows moved behind her, several figures silently closing in. Suddenly, a large hand clamped over her mouth. Her instincts kicked in, she bit down hard. WTF, this be / H bit me, the huge man roared, tossing her aside in anger. His buddies laughed loudly. Wheeze can't even handle a woman. At the mention of his name, the woman's eyes went wide with fear. Wheeze, it's you. I'm sorry, please don't hurt me. The man named Wheeze sneered. That depends on how well you can serve me. That's when a mocking voice cut in from the shadows. Hey, there are other people here. Watch yourself. The men froze for a second, then instinctively reached for their waists. From the darkness, a lone figure stepped forward. Seeing it was just one guy, their wary expressions melted into smirks. What's this, you looking to join in? Chapter 9. Maguire looked at the thugs in front of him, already written into his personal death ledger. He didn't bother speaking. Trash didn't deserve dialogue. Without another word, he walked toward them. Seeing his face, the men laughed mockingly. Look at you, still a rookie, huh? Ha ha ha. Kneel down, give us a few loud kowtows, and maybe we'll let you have a little fun. The blonde woman glanced at Maguire. In that black suit, there was something magnetic about him, dangerous but strangely alluring. Against her better judgment, a spark of curiosity and even expectation lit in her chest. Maguire smirked, flipping his hand to produce that familiar cigar. Same move, same flavor. One thug stepped forward, furious at Maguire's blatant disregard. You deaf punk, I'm talking to you. And you've got the nerve to light up in front of me. He reached out to snatch the cigar from Maguire's lips. Oh no, he'd gone for bully Maguire's cigar. A blur flashed. The man's body went flying, slamming into a brick wall and landing next to the blonde. His head was nothing more than pulp. With strength that could stop a train dead, a normal human's skull had no chance. The blonde stared, eyes wide, the coppery stench and vivid red turning her scream into something raw and animal. In the 13th district, though, her voice was just another part of the night's music. The remaining thugs stared at their fallen comrade, faces tightening. Hands went to their waists in unison. Black pistol barrels swung up to meet Maguire, though the hands holding them trembled. They'd seen his speed, his strength. No human should be capable of it. One thug managed to speak. Who the hell are you? I'll have you know we work for the Kingpin. If you touch us, you're a dead man. Maguire took a slow drag on his cigar, smirking. Seeing his calm, the thugs followed the strike-first instinct and pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Muzzle flashes lit the alley. Bullets spun toward Maguire, only for him to flick his hand, a pale white sphere appearing in his palm. The air itself rippled, like water disturbed by a stone. The bullets shuddered midair, then clattered harmlessly to the ground. The thug's eyes went wide. They turned to run. Maguire's lips curved upward. He clenched a fist. Cracked. The sound of something breaking filled the air. The fleeing men froze mid-stride, then spat blood and something solid before collapsing like sacks of meat. The blonde's body trembled. This man standing before her wasn't human. He was a demon from the pit. Maguire took another drag, strolling toward her. Please, she stammered, don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want. I don't need money, I'll. Cracked. Her words died with her head. The headless body slumped to the floor, blood painting the wall behind her with jagged crimson cracks. Kingpin, Maguire muttered, he's nothing. The system chimed in his head. /congratulations, host, bully action completed. Bully points plus 10. Current total, 75. Bully Maguire frowned. Pathetic payout, trash lives aren't worth much. Then his brow furrowed. Chapter 10. A figure appeared in the shadows ahead. Thanks to his spider-enhanced genes, Maguire's night vision kicked in immediately. A man stood quietly not far away, dressed in a tight red suit, a baton hanging at his waist. That iconic outfit left no doubt. Daredevil Matt Murdock. An accident with radioactive material had taken his sight, but heightened all his other senses to superhuman levels. After his father was killed by the mob, he'd thrown himself into the life of a vigilante. By day, a lawyer in a small firm. By night, prowling the 13th District, Hell's Kitchen, delivering his own brand of justice. To bully Maguire, though, this sort of superhero wasn't worth any special attention. He turned to leave. But Matt's voice came from behind him. They were scum, but they didn't deserve to die. Maguire paused mid-step, turning back toward Daredevil. "What's this, you telling me how to do my job?" Matt walked toward him, slow and steady. Maguire watched him approach, lips curling in amusement. If this guy thought he could lecture him, Maguire wouldn't mind farming some bully points off him. Stopping a few meters away, Matt said, "You fight for the weak too, but your methods are excessive. Ever consider working with a partner?" In Maguire's head, a whole herd of curses galloped past. "Seriously, he's here to recruit me." Not a chance, Maguire turned away. "Not interested." Matt exhaled quietly, shook his head, and faded back into the darkness. Back in his room, Maguire stretched out on his bed. "Killing these small fries doesn't pay. If I want big bully point payouts, I need to target main villains and key story figures." Still, Daredevil's sudden appearance put him on alert. If he's here, this isn't just Spider-Man's world. Daredevil, Kingpin, they're nothing to me, but if the Hulk, Abomination, Thor, even Thanos exist, I'd rather not wake up in the middle of the night and turn to dust. Power, that's the only thing that matters. The next morning, Maguire, immaculate in his black suit, stepped outside. The sun was bright, and the light made him look even sharper. From the neighboring house, Mary Jane emerged. No drunken ranting from her father today. Apparently, Maguire had unintentionally done her a favor. She glanced at him, then quickly looked away. Maguire didn't even acknowledge her, walking off toward school. Watching his back disappear down the street, she felt a small pang. Not love, just the empty space left when a long-term admirer suddenly stopped looking her way. After yesterday's events, Flash's reputation at Midtown High was in tatters. That night, a furious Mary Jane had dumped him. Now her attention was on a new target. Rich, handsome Harry Osborn, Peter's best friend and heir to Oscorp Industries. By midday, Maguire was slouched in his seat, yawning. Yesterday's little performance had earned him the title of official school bully. Most of the good kids treated him like a plague, crossing the hall to avoid him. Then a blonde figure entered his field of vision, Gwen Stacy. And she was walking right toward him. Stopping at his desk, she looked at him with puzzlement. Maguire met her gaze and said dryly, "What is it, beautiful? Do I have something written on my face?" Her brows furrowed. "Why did you hand in a blank exam yesterday?" Only then did Maguire remember the afternoon test. It wasn't that he didn't know the answers. Peter's memories were all still there. It was simply that Bully Maguire hadn't felt like doing it. He shrugged. "Didn't know how to do it, so I didn't write anything." To his surprise, Gwen said, "Then come to my place after school. I'll tutor you." She turned and walked away without waiting for a reply. Chapter 11. Watching Gwen leave, Maguire's face showed a hint of puzzlement. "What's going on here? She wants me to go to her place after school." Maguire wasn't some narcissist who would naively think Gwen had suddenly fallen for him. He thought to himself, "If you don't enter the tiger's den, how will you get the cub? Let's see what Gwen is really up to." Just as Gwen had walked away, Garfield stepped in through the door. When he saw her, Garfield smiled faintly. But Gwen seemed preoccupied, lost in thought, and didn't even notice him. She walked past quickly. Garfield felt a wave of awkwardness. At that moment, Maguire spotted Garfield at the doorway. "Garfield, come here." Hearing him, Garfield quickly walked over to Maguire. "Maguire, didn't we agree to go to Dr. Connor's research seminar today? Do you have time?" Maguire smiled. Of course, come on, let's go now. The two of them left the classroom, heading toward Dr. Connor's Research Institute. As they walked down the street, Garfield glanced at Maguire's arrogant, swaggering stride, feeling conflicted inside. Should I tell him about my situation? He's probably already noticed something different about me. There's no point in hiding it, better to talk it over with him. He turned toward Maguire. Maguire, there's something I want to tell you. Maguire, seeing Garfield fidget like that, thought. He's probably going to talk about Gwen. You like Gwen? What's that got to do with me? When it comes to women, no one's allowed to take them from me. Brothers are like hands and feet, women are like clothes. If you try to take my clothes, I'll cut off your hands and feet. Maguire said bluntly. Out with it, don't sit there hemming and hawing like a woman. Hearing Maguire's unique way with words, Garfield froze for a moment, then told him everything, how he'd been bitten by a spider and had gained superpowers. Maguire listened, muttering inwardly. So that's how it is, I thought it was, never mind. He replied, What's the big deal? I was bitten by a spider too, and got powers just like you. And I don't think it's just us, there's probably a third one. Garfield frowned in confusion. Why do you say that? Maguire rolled his eyes. I guessed. Garfield stared at him, dumbfounded. Then he said, Maguire, there are criminals all over this area. I think, since we have these powers, we should do something about it. Maguire smirked. With great power comes great responsibility, right? Hearing this, Garfield's eyes lit up. With great power comes great responsibility. Maguire, that's perfect. You're absolutely right. But Maguire waved him off. Not interested. You can go find that Matt Murdock over at the law office. He might need a young idealist like you right now. Garfield blinked. Why do you say that? Isn't Murdock blind? Maguire let out a short laugh. You don't know, he's also Daredevil, that at least you've heard of. Garfield stared in shock. You mean the vigilante who shows up at night? That's Murdock. Maguire nodded helplessly. Garfield's eyes flickered with thought, his mind already racing. Before long, they arrived at the gates of Dr. Connor's Research Institute. Thanks to their student IDs, they were quickly let inside. This institute was funded by Oscorp Industries. Even Dr. Connor's work in human regeneration and biotechnology was under Oscorp's sponsorship. A few minutes later, they entered a vast laboratory. Bright lights shone down on rows of glass containers. Inside each container was a small animal, waiting to be used in experiments. Seeing the two students, a one-armed man in a white lab coat walked over. It was none other than Dr. Kurt Connors, the future lizard. As Connors approached, Maguire thought to himself, if I take him out right now, would I rack up a ton of villain points? But at that very moment, the voice of the system echoed in his head. Friendly reminder. Antagonist characters cannot be classified as villains before committing destructive acts. At this stage, they count only as ordinary plot characters. Furthermore, killing a target outright counts as a low-level villain act. Chapter 12. Hearing the system's prompt, Maguire was startled. Good thing the system warned me in time. Otherwise, I might have sent Dr. Connors straight to the afterlife. After all, a man who will one day cause massive casualties. I wouldn't feel the slightest guilt taking him out right now. So, the system does give villain points for killing antagonists outright. But it doesn't match the system's main goal. If I skip the villainous acts and just kill, the points are much lower. Looks like I can't be too hasty. ATMs like him aren't easy to come by. At that moment, Dr. Connors walked toward Maguire and Garfield with a faint smile. Garfield was Connor's student, so the doctor was clearly pleased to see him, especially today. Connors was preparing to run an experiment, and Garfield and Maguire had arrived just in time to be the audience. Dr. Connors stopped in front of them. Garfield, is this your friend? Aren't you going to introduce us? He asked with a smile. Garfield quickly replied, Dr. Connors, this is my classmate Maguire. He's also very interested in biotechnology and really admires your work, so I brought him here to have a look around. Then Garfield shot Maguire a glance, silently signaling him not to ruin the act. Maguire, this is Dr. Connors, an absolute authority in the field of biotechnology. Maguire grumbled inwardly. Didn't think Garfield had this kind of routine in him. He could only smile politely. Nice to meet you, Dr. Connors. Hearing Garfield's well-placed flattery, Connors was visibly pleased. Well, Maguire, you pick the perfect day to visit. I'm about to conduct a live experiment. You can observe it firsthand. Maguire thought to himself. So, he's already developed the gene serum. Looks like the lizard's debut isn't far off now. I can practically see the villain points waving at me. Garfield said eagerly. That's wonderful, Dr. Connors. Connors, confident in his latest work, couldn't help imagining the results. If it succeeded, his arm would grow back, and he'd gain both fame and fortune. His research into biotechnology had always been driven by a single goal: to restore his lost arm. Once, he'd been an exceptional war correspondent. But during a battle, a shell blast had taken his right arm forever. It became a wound that never truly healed. Soon, Connors led Maguire and Garfield to a laboratory table. On it sat a small iron cage. Inside, a lab mouse darted around energetically, though it had only 3 paws, one having been surgically removed. Wearing his white lab coat, Connors went to a nearby refrigeration unit and retrieved a vial filled with a green liquid. This, he said, turning to them, is my latest achievement. In nature, lizards possess an extraordinary ability: rapid regeneration. When threatened, some will voluntarily shed their tails to distract predators and escape. Remarkably, the tail grows back. After years of study, I've fully understood this regenerative trait. I've distilled the healing factor from lizards and infused it into this serum. If this experiment succeeds, people who have lost limbs in war or by accident will have a chance at new life. Garfield, unaware of the risks, gazed at Connors with open admiration. That's amazing, Dr. Connors. If this works, you'll be the greatest scientist of the century. Connors smiled faintly. Now, let's witness this historic moment together. He drew the serum into a syringe, opened the cage, and carefully restrained the mouse. Then, he injected the green liquid into its body. Connors and Garfield fixed their attention on the little animal, waiting for any change. Maguire, on the other hand, couldn't care less about a half-baked serum. Chapter 13. Before long, the mouse inside the cage began to tremble violently. A moment later, tiny buds of flesh began to sprout where its forelimb had once been severed. Seeing this, Dr. Connors and Garfield's faces lit up with excitement. Maguire, however, already knew the truth: this green serum carried severe side effects. Even if the mouse regenerated its limb, the uncontrolled mutations would be fatal. In just seconds, the mouse's missing forelimb grew back completely. Dr. Connors burst out, unable to contain himself. This is incredible. I've finally done it. This will be the greatest scientific achievement of the century. Garfield quickly added, Congratulations, Dr. Connors, you've finally succeeded. But before the celebration could continue, the mouse let out a pitiful squeal. Both Connors and Garfield turned toward the cage. The mouse was now scrambling frantically, as if in a panic. Then, without warning, it collapsed. It lay still, lifeless. The excitement on Connors' face drained away, replaced by a deep, stormy gloom. He had spent nearly 10 years on this line of biotech research, enduring countless failures. The long-term stress had left his temperament fractured, quick to anger, easily provoked. This time, he thought he had finally overcome one of his biggest hurdles. He had pinned all his hopes on this single trial. But fate had other plans. The experiment had failed. Garfield stood awkwardly, trying to find the right words. It's okay, Dr. Connors. Failure is the mother of success. I'm sure you're just one step away from making it work. Connors' face darkened. Bloodshot eyes glared at nothing, his left hand clenched into a trembling fist. Inside, a storm was already raging. Finally, he exhaled. Garfield, you and your friend can go. Garfield glanced at Maguire, signaling that it was time to leave. But Maguire's gaze lingered on the dead mouse. I think you used too high a dosage, he said slowly. The mouse couldn't handle it. Also, mice are warm-blooded mammals, while lizards are cold-blooded reptiles. Even if you solved the cross-species barrier, it still wouldn't work. Garfield stared at him, shocked. It actually made a lot of sense. Of course, this knowledge didn't come from Maguire himself, but from Peter's memories in his head. To Connors, though, Maguire's words were like a spark in dry grass. "You, who the hell do you think you are, spouting nonsense here?" Connors roared. "Wouldn't work. Do you have any idea how long I've worked on this? You're just a high schooler. What could you possibly understand? Get out." Maguire's brow furrowed. "Oh my God, did you really just use that tone with me? You must have a death wish." The schoolyard bully in Maguire wasn't about to let Connors' temper slide. WTF, you're hiding behind this facade of helping humanity when you're really just chasing your own selfish goals. Drop the act. You think being a doctor makes you special? You're nothing but crap. Honestly, if it weren't for the villain points, Connor's level of disability might have just gone up a notch. Garfield froze in disbelief. Connors, livid, turned on Garfield. "This is the kind of trash you keep company with? Stick around him, and he'll ruin you sooner or later." Maguire smirked. "Oh, you little nobody, you really think I wouldn't lay a hand on you?" He took a step forward, but Garfield quickly grabbed him. "Maguire, calm down. Dr. Connors didn't mean it like that. Let's just go." Pulling Maguire toward the door, Garfield hurried them out. Bully Maguire shot one last cold glare over his shoulder. "You've just made a mistake, a big mistake." Connors stood there, still fuming as they left. Chapter 14. Soon, Maguire and Garfield stepped out of the Research Institute. Garfield looked at him and quickly said, "Don't be mad, Maguire. He's a professor, a doctor, and he's disabled. You should have some sympathy for him." Maguire snorted. "So what if he's a professor? If a man's morals don't match his position, it's all worthless. And so what if he's disabled? A person can be missing a limb but still have a strong will. I don't need to pity him. He's got piles of research funding. How about showing some sympathy for us two broke students instead? Garfield, you're a bleeding heart saint. That's not going to work for you. You need to change." Garfield blinked, stunned by Maguire's bizarre blend of old wisdom and modern slang. "I mean, it does sound kind of logical." Maguire didn't bother arguing further with Garfield's misplaced compassion. He just headed back toward the school. By the time he reached the gates, classes had ended for the day. Seeing this, Maguire decided to head home. Honestly, he felt coming to school was a complete waste of his life. But as far as everyone else was concerned, he was still Peter Parker, and with Uncle Ben and Aunt May around, keeping up appearances was necessary. Otherwise, a self-proclaimed bully like him coming to school, what a joke. Just then, a voice called out behind him. "Peter, where are you going? Did you forget what I told you?" Maguire turned to see a blonde girl standing there. Gwen, the one who had approached him earlier that afternoon. She didn't look happy. Maguire suddenly remembered after-school tutoring. Right, tutoring, I get it. "I just went to the Research Institute with Garfield," he explained. "We only just got back." Gwen's irritation eased a little. "All right then, it's not too late, come with me now." She turned and walked away, leaving Maguire with no choice but to follow. Meanwhile, back inside the Research Institute, Dr. Connors stared wildly at the lab equipment around him. "Impossible, impossible." Maguire's words from earlier kept echoing in his head. Suddenly, Connors grabbed the cage from the lab table and hurled it to the floor. His eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling violently, breath coming fast. A darker persona was beginning to take root. At that moment, footsteps approached. A well-dressed middle-aged man entered, walking with the confident stride of someone used to power and success. Norman Osborn, CEO of Oscorp. "Connors," he said, "how did the experiment go this time?" Seeing Connors' unhinged expression gave Norman pause. "What's wrong? I came here to tell you something important." Connors took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm. His voice was hoarse. "What is it, Norman?" Norman could already guess the result, another failure. "The Oscorp board has voted to end funding for your biotech research," he said. "You can stop now." The words hit Connors like a bolt from the blue. He stood there in silence. Norman didn't wait for a reply. He simply turned and left. The moment Norman was gone, a raw, desperate scream tore through the lab. "No." The shout seemed to drain every last ounce of strength from Connors, and he collapsed to the floor. Then, a faint squeaking reached his ears. His head snapped toward the sound. A twisted smile spread across his face. Inside the overturned cage, the mouse that had been dead minutes ago was moving, alive and full of energy. Connors scrambled forward, nearly tripping, and scooped up the cage. His eyes gleamed with manic triumph. "Ha, ha, who said it was impossible? I did it, I did it." His voice rose higher and higher, echoing through the empty lab. But there was no one left in the building to hear or share in his joy. Chapter 15. Now completely lost in his madness, Dr. Connors rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the remaining vials of green serum inside the refrigeration unit. McGuire's mocking dismissal and Norman Osborn's cold words echoed over and over in his mind. In that fevered state, he made a decision. He would skip any human trials and inject himself with the same serum he had just used on the mouse. Stumbling to the cabinet, Connors carefully retrieved a vial. He sat down slowly, then pressed the needle into his skin. The green fluid slid into his veins. Within a minute, tiny buds of flesh began sprouting from the stump of his long-lost arm. A smile of pure joy spread across his face. Moments later, a fully formed arm was stretching before his eyes. He stared at it in awe, flexing the fingers, until a sharp, piercing sound made him freeze. He turned toward the noise. The mouse, the one that had been lively only moments before, was now convulsing violently inside its cage. Its eyes shifted from red to an eerie, glowing green. Then its small body began to swell, muscles bulging grotesquely. The cramped cage could no longer contain it. Fur fell away, replaced by green, leathery skin. Scales burst through the flesh, limbs stretching into reptilian form. Within moments, the mouse had become a massive green lizard over 2 meters long. Connors stood frozen, stunned by the transformation. The creature let out a feral roar and lunged at him. But before it reached him, Connor's own body began to spasm violently. A green light flickered in his eyes. His hands tore open as scales pushed through his skin. Fingernails split, replaced by sharp claws. His muscles swelled, ballooning with inhuman strength. A thick, powerful tail unfurled from his back. In seconds, Dr. Connors had become a towering humanoid lizard, standing nearly 3 meters tall. With one massive sweep of his arm, he snatched the giant green reptile from the floor. A single pitiful scream rang out before green blood splattered onto the tiles. The lizard's eyes narrowed with hatred. "Norman Osborn, McGuire, I will not forgive you." Meanwhile, McGuire and Gwen had arrived at an upscale apartment building. Gwen turned to him. "This is my home. My father's the police chief. He's strict, but he's a good man. You don't need to be afraid." McGuire rolled his eyes internally. "Afraid? I'm not a criminal." Still, he nodded. Gwen rang the doorbell. A moment later, the door opened to reveal a man in a suit, Gwen's father, NYPD Captain George Stacey. As a police chief, George had always been strict in raising Gwen, and now that she was at an age for dating, he was even more vigilant. So when he saw his daughter bring home a strange young man, his first thought was obvious. His face darkened. "This is McGuire," Gwen quickly explained, "my classmate." Turning to McGuire, she added, "And this is my father, George Stacey." George's voice was cool. "And what business do you have in my home, Mr. McGuire?" McGuire arched a brow at the icy tone, already half ready to turn around and leave. He wasn't the type to swallow insults. Before he could, Gwen jumped in. "I brought him over to help him with his schoolwork." George gave McGuire a careful once-over. The boy's expression was one of clear impatience, as though he resented being here at all. That alone made George pause. Where does this kid get the nerve to look down on my daughter? Between Gwen's attitude and McGuire's, George came to a strange conclusion. His daughter must be chasing him. He decided to let the boy inside. Let's see what it is about this kid that has her so wrapped around his finger. Chapter 16. Just as McGuire was about to turn and leave, George spoke from the doorway. "In that case, come in." At his words, Gwen glanced at McGuire, signaling for him to follow. The two of them stepped inside. As the police chief of NYPD, George Stacey wasn't exactly struggling financially. His home was a spacious loft, modern, well-furnished, tasteful without being ostentatious. Maguire's eyes swept over the high-end interior. I may be a super-powered guy, but I'm still human. I should upgrade my own living standards someday. Uncle Ben and Aunt May might not have the means, but what Peter Parker couldn't achieve, Maguire can. At that moment, a graceful, well-kept middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, Gwen's mother, Helen Stacey. Seeing Gwen appear with a boy she'd never met brought genuine surprise to Helen's face. In her eyes, Gwen had always been the picture of a good daughter, kind-hearted, helpful, never the subject of dating rumors. And now, here she was with an unfamiliar young man in tow. Puzzlement flickered in Helen's expression, but good manners prevailed, and she offered Maguire a polite smile. Gwen, and this is my classmate, Maguire, Gwen answered casually. I'm helping him catch up on schoolwork. She didn't realize her parents had already begun to suspect Maguire was her boyfriend. Helen greeted him warmly, exchanged a few pleasantries, and let them pass. Maguire followed Gwen into her room. Once inside, she turned to him, speaking gently. Maguire, I think we need to have a serious talk. Maguire blinked. What? We barely know each other. What's there to talk about? Ignoring his expression, Gwen continued in a heartfelt tone. Have you been going through something lately? If you've run into problems, you can tell me. I'll do what I can to help. But you can't just give up on your studies. I didn't want to talk about this at school, so I brought you here. Honestly, I think you have a lot of potential. And suddenly, Maguire understood why she'd invited him over. Peter Parker had always been a top student. As student council president, Gwen had a sense of responsibility. Hearing that Maguire had turned in a blank exam, she assumed something was wrong and wanted to intervene. His impression of her shifted. I've got to admit, this girl's gorgeous, has a killer figure, and most importantly, she's genuinely kind. Maguire wasn't without a sense of gratitude. Thanks for your concern, he said, but I'm fine, really. You're sure? Gwen asked, eyes locking on his. Of course, Maguire replied with a faint smile, although, there's something I should say. Her curiosity piqued. Go on. Honestly, he said, I think you're great, I like you. Color bloomed instantly on Gwen's cheeks. Is he confessing to me, or just giving a compliment? For Maguire, it was nothing more than a straightforward compliment. The air between them turned both awkward and charged, until a knock broke the moment. Gwen, George's voice came from outside. Can you open the door? Flustered, Gwen quickly did so, her blush still visible. George's gaze fell on her face, and his mind jumped to the most suspicious conclusion, that she and Maguire had been doing exactly what young couples like to do behind closed doors. His expression hardened as he looked at Maguire. Maguire, step outside with me. Man to man, we need to talk. Maguire nodded and followed him out. As the door closed, Gwen exhaled sharply. Could Maguire actually like me? No, we've barely interacted. Forget it, better not to do anything that could be misunderstood again. Meanwhile, Maguire and George stepped out onto the Stacey family balcony. Chapter 17. Gazing out at the neon-lit skyline, with the sparkling Brooklyn Bridge in the distance, Maguire felt the sudden urge for a cigar. With a smooth twist of his wrist, one appeared in his hand. George, standing nearby, was about to speak, but then he caught that fluid, almost theatrical motion. When his eyes fell on the cigar, his brow creased. This kid smokes, and he's brazen enough to light up right in front of me. Doesn't he care about the impression he's making? Already slipping into the mindset of a future father-in-law, George coughed pointedly, signaling Maguire to tone it down. Maguire glanced at him, noticing the disapproval in his expression. Without hesitation, he extended the cigar toward George. Sorry, forgot you were here. George froze. Is this kid insane? What is he thinking? He was about to reprimand him, but Maguire spoke again. Go on, take it, don't be shy. What the hell, George thought, but almost against his own will, he accepted it. With another flick of his wrist, Maguire produced a second cigar for himself, lit it without ceremony, and tossed the lighter to George. Catching it clumsily, George stared at him in disbelief. Maguire took a slow drag, exhaling a ribbon of smoke. "What a beautiful city," he said, his gaze carrying a weighty, almost world-weary air. George's eyes narrowed. "This kid isn't even the slightest bit intimidated. It's like I'm not the NYPD captain standing here, it's like I'm the subordinate." Before George could speak, Maguire gestured toward the cigar in his hand. "Try it, it's good. Don't tell me I've got to light it for you too." Intrigued despite himself, George sparked the cigar and drew in a deep puff. Surprise lit his face. He'd smoked many expensive cigars in his life, but compared to this, everything else he'd ever tried was garbage. Rich aroma, smooth draw, with a faint floral aftertaste that left the mind clear, and the senses sharp. Where does a high school kid even get something like this? The price must be astronomical. "How is it?" Maguire asked with a smirk. "Pretty good, right? Now, what did you want to talk to me about?" George suddenly felt a strange shift, like he was the one being evaluated. This is no ordinary boy. He's a man with a story, a real man. I should speak to him as an equal. "Tell me, Maguire," George said, "what do you think of Gwen?" Maguire's face stayed unreadable. "She's great, beautiful, smart, I respect her." Mature, level-headed, not bad, George thought. Then Maguire continued. "I get where you're coming from. As a father, you're worried she'll get hurt, any father would be, but you don't have to be so anxious. She has her own path to walk. Your job is to be her strongest support." George stared at him, stunned. This didn't feel like a talk between a teenager and a protective dad. It felt like two old friends meeting after years apart. He took a deep pull on the cigar. "You're right, I'm just afraid of her getting hurt, so I'm always trying to guide her. And I was a little harsh with you earlier, don't take it personally. As for you and Gwen, consider you've got my blessing." Maguire blinked. "Whoa, hold on, me and Gwen, you think I'm her boyfriend? No way, we're just friends." Now it was George's turn to be caught off guard. "So, I was just imagining things." Before either could say more, a sudden flare lit up the distant Brooklyn Bridge. Chapter 18. On the distant Brooklyn Bridge, several vehicles suddenly collided. One sedan's hood burst into flames, and the chain reaction quickly brought traffic on the entire bridge to a standstill. Through his enhanced vision, Maguire immediately saw the hulking figure weaving through the gridlocked cars, Dr. Connors, now fully transformed into the lizard. Beside him, George Stacey stared in shock. "What the hell is that thing moving so fast?" "Maguire, stay here for dinner. I need to get back to the precinct," George said sharply before rushing out the door. Helen and Gwen emerged from the hallway a moment later. "What happened? Where's my father going?" Gwen asked. Maguire told them about the unknown creature sighted on the Brooklyn Bridge. "Sorry, I've got something to take care of. I'll be going," he said, turning on his heel. Soon, Maguire was striding down the street. Connors is a full-blown lizard now, that definitely counts as a villain, he thought. Heh, here I come, villain points. He was about to head straight for the bridge when a black stretch limo came speeding down the street. From the opposite direction, a man on a motorcycle suddenly hurled two throwing knives. Both struck targets inside the limo. The out-of-control vehicle swerved and slammed into a parked car. Gasps erupted from pedestrians. "Those knives, that was insane, who is that guy? To hit moving targets in a speeding car, is he superhuman? That's terrifying." The rider dismounted in one fluid motion. He wore a black hooded sweatshirt and a smug expression as he eyed the wrecked vehicle. Then a man in a red bodysuit sprinted in from the side. Maguire recognized him instantly. Daredevil, Matt Murdock. Maguire's gaze returned to the hooded man. On his forehead was a target-shaped mark, not a tattoo, but an etched skin brand. Bullseye. A notorious contract killer, Bullseye was here under orders from Wilson Fisk, the kingpin, to assassinate Senator Eisen. Publicly, Eisen was a politician. Secretly, he was Kingpin's business partner in New York's underworld. But when Eisen decided to cut ties, citing Kingpin's increasingly dangerous behavior, Fisk sent Bullseye to silence him. Bullseye's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at Daredevil. A superhero in a tight suit, boring. With a flick of his wrist, a throwing knife sailed toward the blind vigilante. But Daredevil's other senses were honed far beyond normal human limits. Guided by sound alone, he sidestepped effortlessly, the blade whistling past. It was the first time Bullseye had missed a living target. And it was a blind man. The humiliation burned. Spectators lining the street murmured in awe. Daredevil's incredible, this guy's attacks can't touch him. That's right, with Daredevil here, that assassin's got nothing. But Maguire, watching from the crowd, was less impressed. So you're the reason I'm being delayed from collecting villain points? Fine, you can pay me back instead. As Bullseye prepared to launch another strike at Daredevil, a voice rang out from the crowd. Hey, you little nobody, you're wasting my time, you know that? I'm pissed, and that's a serious problem for you. Heads turned toward a young man in a black suit, Maguire. Who is that? Is he insane? Does he have a death wish? Big talk, didn't he see how dangerous that guy's throwing knives are? Daredevil's head tilted slightly toward the voice. Oh no, it's that brutal kid. God help this assassin, crossing him is bad luck of the highest order. Bullseye's eyes narrowed as Maguire stepped forward from the crowd. What an idiot, Bullseye muttered, some punk looking to die. A throwing knife flashed toward Maguire. But to someone with spider sense, it might as well have been tossed by a child. Maguire's reflexes were 15 times faster than a normal human's. 2 fingers shot up and caught the blade midair. He glanced at Bullseye with pure disdain. Gasps rippled through the onlookers. He caught it in midair. Oh my God, is he Superman? Bullseye froze. As a master of projectiles, he knew exactly how impossible that feat was. And just like that, his will to fight evaporated. Now there was only one thought in his mind: get as far away from this guy as possible. Chapter 19. Maguire fixed Bulls with a look of pure disdain. How boring, is that all you've got? Strutting around like you're something special, please. With a casual flick of his arm, he hurled the throwing knife back. Powered by the 10-ton force in his muscles, it flew faster than the human eye could track. Bullseye barely had time to register what was happening before the blade punched clean through his palm. The pain was instant and blinding. "Ow, my hand," he screamed. For a man whose livelihood depended on precision and dexterity, an injury to the hand was catastrophic. His career as an assassin could very well be over. Maguire's steps were slow, arrogant, deliberate as he advanced. Bullseye's terror spiked. The job, the money, the kingpin, he forgot it all. What good was a payday if you didn't live to spend it? He spun on his heel to run. Maguire only smirked. A cigar appeared between his fingers with a twist of his wrist, baffling both the crowd and Daredevil. What? He's letting him go. Why's he lighting a cigar now? Shouldn't he be chasing him? The assassin glanced back in confusion, seeing Maguire calmly exhale a perfect smoke ring. Run, you think I'd waste the energy, Maguire murmured. His right hand lifted. A strand of web shot out like a lightning bolt, catching Bullseye square in the back. The assassin heard the hiss of air and tried to dodge, but the next thing he knew, a crushing force yanked him backward. In an instant, he was skidding across the pavement and landed flat on his back near Maguire's feet. The bystanders gasped. He just reeled him in from that far away. That white line, what even is that? Daredevil's jaw tightened. Just how many abilities does this guy have? Is he even human? Bullseye lay there dazed. Wasn't I running? How am I back here? Then the voice came, right behind him. What's the rush? Did I say you could run? From the corner of his eye, Bullseye noticed a silver-dressed woman step out of another car. Daredevil's expression shifted at the sight of her. She darted toward the black limo, standing protectively as a well-dressed middle-aged man emerged, his expression grim. But Bullseye's focus was on the predator looming over him. Maguire's shadow fell across him. The killer, who'd faced death more times than he could count, felt a chill crawl down his spine. Why'd you stop? Maguire asked, his tone almost amused. I'm not running, Bullseye stammered. Did I say you could stop? Maguire's brow furrowed. Bullseye's mind spun. Wait, does he want me to run? Then, I'll run. Maguire nodded slowly. Go on. Bullseye's eyes lit up. Really? Before I change my mind, move. He scrambled to his feet, ignoring the agony in his injured hand, and bolted. But before he'd taken 2 full steps, cracked. Maguire's boot slammed into his knee, the joint folding with a sickening snap. Bullseye collapsed, clutching his leg, shrieking. My leg, ah. Maguire looked down, still smiling. You gonna run or not? I told you to run. Chapter 20. The onlookers and even Daredevil collectively sucked in a breath. He's brutal, way too brutal. He just snapped that guy's leg with 1 kick, the power behind that. In his suit, Senator Eisen studied Maguire thoughtfully from a distance. The young woman in the silver evening dress beside him wore a look of outright fear. Maguire's ruthlessness had clearly left its mark on her. Daredevil silently offered a prayer for the assassin. Hope he at least gives you a quick death. Maguire stared down at Bullseye with mock confusion. Why aren't you running? I told you to run. Bullseye almost wished he could end his own life right there. The pain was nothing compared to the humiliation. His temper flared. Damn it, if you're gonna kill me, then do it now. Enough with this. Slap. The sharp crack echoed across the street. Bullseye's head snapped sideways, the world spinning. A beat later, the sting and burning ache on his cheek hit him, and blood welled in 5 jagged lines where Maguire's fingers had landed. Maguire's eyes hardened. You just curse at me. Go ahead, try it again. Bullseye panted through the pain, glaring at him in defiance. Maguire smirked. Oh, I get it, you're not convinced. Why are you staring at me like that? He flicked his finger forward, striking Bullseye's right eye. The scream was instant and blood-curdling. My eye, Bullseye clutched at it, blood seeping between his fingers. Even with only a finger's worth of Maguire's power, the damage was catastrophic. The eye shattered. The crowd, Eisen, and the woman beside him all looked on in shock. He's a monster, this is cruelty. God, never let me end up in his hands. There's no dying clean with him. Bullseye, writhing on the ground, forced himself to speak through the pain. Please, I'm begging you, kill me. Maguire chuckled. You're joking, right? Why would I kill you? Then I'd be a murderer. You think I'm stupid? I'm not the FBI, why would I kill you? People nearby exchanged looks. Buddy, you're worse than the FBI. If I had to choose, I'd surrender to the feds before I'd let this guy touch me. Half his cigar burned away. Maguire glanced down at Bullseye's distinctive branded target. Gotta admit, nice piece of work, suits me. He pressed the glowing tip of the cigar directly to the center of the mark. Bullseye screamed again. Maguire raised an eyebrow. What's with the noise? Got a problem with me? The killer snapped his mouth shut instantly, terrified that another wrong move might cost him his tongue. Maguire pulled out his phone and called the NYPD. Yeah, NYPD. 13th District got an attempted hit here. Suspects in custody. Come pick him up. For the first time in his life, Bullseye desperately wanted the police to arrive. Maguire stood and walked toward Daredevil, happening to plant his heel on Bullseye's injured hand on the way, drawing another shriek. He stopped in front of the red-suited vigilante. Why are you still here, planning to steal my Citizen of the Year award? Daredevil exhaled sharply. Fine, I'm leaving. He vanished into a side alley. The young woman in the silver dress approached. Thank you for saving my father, I'm Erica. It's a pleasure to meet you. Eisen stepped forward with a smile. I can't thank you enough. May I have your name? And, would you consider becoming my personal bodyguard? Name your price. Maguire's reply was a cold snort. You, not a chance, get lost. He knew exactly who Eisen was, and exactly how much blood was on his hands from working with the Kingpin. Chapter 21. Hearing Maguire's words, Eisen was left completely dumbfounded, unable to respond. Erica, standing beside him, was equally puzzled. But mindful of Maguire's friendly demeanor moments earlier, neither of them spoke up. At that moment, a sudden mechanical chime rang out in Maguire's mind. /congratulations, host, for gaining 30 bully points. /additional villain plot character bonus, plus 30 points. /current bully points, 135. Upon hearing this, Maguire felt a rush of excitement. Finally, I've gathered enough for another spin. Without sparing a thought as to whether the police would arrive, he turned on his heel and walked away. As soon as he left, the pedestrians on either side of the street began murmuring among themselves. Who was that guy? Is he some kind of superpowered person? I don't know if he's got powers, but he definitely looks like a bully to me. Meanwhile, while Maguire was delivering his friendly lesson to Bullseye, something else was happening atop the Brooklyn Bridge. A massive figure was racing forward at incredible speed. None other than Dr. Kurt Connors, now transformed into the lizard. Pedestrians on the bridge quickly noticed the huge, reptilian creature hurtling toward them, and the air filled with screams and gasps. My God, am I seeing things? What the hell is that monster? A werewolf? Run, that thing is terrifying. People poured out of their cars, fleeing in panic. Up ahead, inside a luxury sedan caught in the standstill traffic, a middle-aged man in an immaculate suit looked on in confusion. This was Norman Osborn, having just left his research facility. What's going on up there? Why has everything stopped? He asked his driver. Mr. Osborn, I think there's been an accident up ahead, the driver replied. Suddenly, something enormous appeared in the driver's line of sight. My God, what is that? Startled by his reaction, Norman looked forward, only to see a massive, green-scaled lizard man barreling straight toward their car. Under the influence of the green serum, the darkness in Connor's heart had fully taken over, leaving him savage and unrestrained. And right now, his target was Norman Osborn. Spotting the unmistakable Rolls-Royce amidst the traffic, the lizard crouched and leapt. With terrifying limb strength, he sailed dozens of meters through the air before crashing down onto the roof of the car. Bang! The deafening impact made Norman's blood run cold. Oh God, it's on my car. Where is this thing going? Before he could make sense of it, the roof's metal shell was ripped apart by massive claws. Norman ducked just in time. The lizard's first swipe missed him due to the obstructed view. A heartbeat later, two huge talons tore the roof clean off. Norman stared up at the monster's gaping, fang-filled maw, his face twisted in terror. What the hell are you? Why are you attacking me? Thick, viscous drool dripped down from between those jagged teeth. Norman Osborn, I finally found you, the lizard growled. Hearing the creature speak in a human voice sent a chill through Norman. This thing can talk, and that voice, why does it sound familiar? The driver, seizing the chance, threw open his door and bolted. The lizard's claws darted down toward Norman, but then, wham! The impact sent the reptilian attacker flying off the roof and out of sight. On the bridge, a man in a red-and blue skin-tight suit crouched atop a car in a signature pose, the black spider emblem on his back clearly visible. It was Spider-Man, the one who had just kicked the lizard away. Connors emerged again moments later, glaring at Spider-Man with unbridled rage. Police sirens wailed in the distance as Captain George Stacy arrived with a large squad. Suddenly, Connors noticed his claws beginning to morph back into human hands. The serum's wearing off. I have to retreat. Norman Osborn, Maguire, I won't let either of you escape me, he hissed before hurling himself over the side of the bridge and plunging into the river below. Captain Stacy caught sight of both the enormous lizard and Spider-Man, but before he could approach, Spider-Man had already leapt away into the shadows of the night. Chapter 22. At this moment, the man Dr. Connors had been obsessively thinking about, Maguire, did not head straight home. Instead, he slipped into a dark, narrow alley. He could no longer resist the itch to spin the prize wheel. Opening up his bully system interface, he tapped into the lottery screen. A flash of golden light appeared in his mind, forming a spinning wheel, the kind of gaudy, over-the-top game show roulette you'd expect from a cartoon bear mascot. \welcome host to the prize wheel. This pool contains 6 reward options. \cost 100 bully points per spin. You will randomly receive one of the 6 rewards. As this is your first spin, you will receive 2 rewards, and one will be an S-rank item. Current pool. B-rank ability, X-ray vision. B-rank item, speed enhancement serum. C-rank item, puppet talisman. S-rank item, ox talisman of the 12 talismans. Common item, Robin's panties original unwashed. Maguire stared at the golden wheel and thought. Really? Even my system is using this old routine. Still, the deal was tempting, 100 points for 2 prizes. The Ox Talisman, now that's something, an S-rank power-up. If I land that, my strength will skyrocket. The rest of the rewards weren't bad, except Robin's panties from One Piece. This is so weird. What the hell am I supposed to do with those? Now, if it were Robin herself, I might consider it. Suppressing a smirk, he pressed the start button. Ding! The wheel began to spin, the golden sections blurring together. Maguire hunched over like a villain in a drama, eyes locked on the pointer. Ox Talisman, he chanted in his mind. The wheel slowed. Slower, slower. The pointer inched toward the puppet talisman segment. Come on, just a little more, Ox Talisman. / congratulations, host. You have obtained a C-rank item, Puppet Talisman. The Puppet Talisman, a casual creation from the cultivation master Han Layamo in his youth. It can turn any target below Foundation establishment level into the host's puppet, unconditionally obeying the host's orders. / now, granting the bonus reward. / congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 times Ox Talisman. Drawn from the ancient power of the Eastern Shendu. Collect all 12 talismans to awaken the SS rank special physique, Demon Lord Body. Single Ox Talisman rank, S. Maguire rolled his eyes. So the S rank prize was guaranteed, and here I was praying like an idiot. Still, the puppet talisman gave him pause. I get the Foundation establishment reference, but this is the modern world, not a cultivation realm. How's that supposed to work here? Even so, its effect was nothing to scoff at, a perfect way to gain a completely loyal assistant. A new plan was already forming in his mind. After Maguire left the street, the NYPD soon arrived, taking Bullseye, Carson, and the others into custody. New York City. Queens. Fisk Tower. The headquarters of Fisk Industries, standing over 200 meters tall. At its highest floor sat the office of the city's rumored underworld emperor, Wilson Grant Fisk, the Kingpin. There, a mountain of a man sat behind a desk, his massive frame making the boss's chair look like a child's stool. A pristine white suit strained against his bulk, even in its largest custom size. Across from him stood a man in a black suit, speaking respectfully. Boss, Bullseye failed. The NYPD has him in custody. Kingpin took a slow drag from his cigar, voice calm. What exactly happened? The man in black quickly recounted the street incident. Black suit, smoking a cigar, brutal methods, young guy, Kingpin mused. He dares to cross me, find out who this reckless fool is. Just then, the bulletproof glass beside them shattered. Through the opening stepped a young man in a black suit, wearing an amused smile as he looked straight at Kingpin. No need to look for me, he said coolly. I'm already here. Chapter 23. The man who had just smashed through the window was none other than our resident bully, Maguire. Cruel in his methods, violent in temperament, yet both daring and calculating, Maguire had already thought several steps ahead. Bullseye had been sent by Kingpin to assassinate Eisen. Now that Bullseye was crippled, the underground emperor of New York would inevitably come looking for answers. Maguire wasn't afraid of Kingpin's revenge. But villains, real villains, would go to any length to strike back. And while they might not be able to touch him, there were 2 people they could hurt, Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Good, kind people who had no place in that world. Bully Maguire had no intention of letting harm come to them. That's why, the moment he got his hands on the puppet talisman, Kingpin instantly became his first target. Turning Kingpin into a loyal servant would mean access to the vast fortune of Fisk Industries. His position as the city's crime lord could smooth over countless problems in New York. Most importantly, it would remove any threat to Ben and May entirely. Once the plan was set, Maguire headed straight for Fisk Tower. Finding Kingpin was child's play. Everyone in New York knew the man worked on the top floor of his own skyscraper. Despite his criminal empire, Kingpin wasn't a shadowy recluse like other mob bosses. With his sharp intellect and deep-rooted connections, everyone from the city's elite to Captain George, Stacey himself knew exactly who he was and still couldn't touch him. No evidence, no means to bring him down. So the underground emperor walked in the daylight. Now, Kingpin sat in his office, staring at Maguire with a hardened expression. This glass can take 8 tons of force. Even I can't break it, he thought. But this man just shattered it. That strength, he could crush me. And then there was the fact they were on the top floor, over 200 meters high, with no access except by helicopter or the elevator directly to his office. No sign of a helicopter, he couldn't have climbed. Sorry, but yes, Maguire had climbed. For someone with Spider-Man's powers, scaling a building was nothing, like Zhang Fei picking bean sprouts, a trivial snack. Seeing the intruder, the black-suited bodyguard at Kingpin's side instinctively drew his pistol, leveling the dark barrel at Maguire. Maguire smirked. "If I were you, I'd aim that at myself," he said lightly. "Because pointing it at an enemy you can't stop is a bad life choice." He tilted his head. "Here's a tip, the last guy who pulled a gun on me. Well, let's just say the grass over his grave. No, actually, he's probably fertilizer for some stray dog by now." The man's forehead beaded with sweat, Maguire's calm expression, doing nothing to ease his nerves. Kingpin gave a small glance, the signal to shoot. The bodyguard swallowed and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet tore through the air toward Maguire. Only for Maguire to sigh. "You just don't listen, do you?" He flicked his palm. The air shimmered with an unseen force, and the bullet curved mid-flight, whipping back toward its sender. Before Kingpin's disbelieving eyes, the bodyguard was struck dead by his own shot. Kingpin's physique might have been 90% pure muscle, but it was still within the limits of human strength. Tracking a bullet's path up close, not a chance. Even so, Kingpin's expression barely changed. As the underground emperor, he'd weathered storms before. Admitting weakness wasn't in his nature. Leaning back into his chair, he lit his cigar and exhaled slowly. "All right," he said evenly. "Tell me, why are you here?" It was the kind of unflappable front that said, "Even if the mountain crumbles before me, I won't move an inch." But Maguire wasn't impressed. "Huh, this big shot thinks he can put on airs in front of me. You really don't take Bully Maguire seriously, do you?" A flicker of irritation crossed his mind as he began walking toward the desk where Kingpin sat. Chapter 24. Maguire walked forward at an unhurried pace, his shadow stretching over Kingpin. Kingpin's expression didn't flicker. "This kid looks like he's barely in his teens. If he's here, he has a goal, and if he has a goal, he has a weakness." Strength or no strength, Wilson Fisk had ruled New York's underworld for years. He dealt with all kinds of people. Surely, one cocky punk wasn't beyond him. Maguire stopped right in front of him, wearing a genial smile. "You want to talk? Fine by me," he said. Then, without warning, Maguire's hand shot out, seizing Kingpin by the collar. Before Fisk could react, a terrifying surge of power lifted him clean off his feet and hurled him over the desk. Bang! With Kingpin's massive bulk meeting Maguire's inhuman force, the floor beneath him cracked open. Even the crime lord's head spun from the impact. Maguire strolled over and dropped himself into the boss's chair, leaning back, legs crossed atop the desk. A cigar appeared in his hand with a casual flick. The same motion. The same aroma. He lit it, took a slow drag, and exhaled a thick ring of smoke while gazing down at Fisk, sprawled on the floor. "All right," he said, voice calm but edged with danger. "Now we can talk." Daring to posture in front of Bully Maguire was not a wise move. Fisk shook the dizziness from his head, glancing up at the intruder now sitting in his seat. "That strength, I'm nowhere near his level. Fighting him is pointless." He tried to stand, and then Maguire's right hand flared with a white sphere of energy. One sweep of the palm, and an invisible quake force slammed into Kingpin, blasting him off his feet and into the reinforced wall. The thick, custom-built panels split with jagged cracks. Pain lanced through Fisk's ribs, his organs feeling like they'd been rattled apart. He blinked at Maguire in disbelief. "Weren't we going to talk? How did this turn into a beating?" From the chair, Maguire blew out another lazy stream of smoke. "I said we'd talk," he replied. "I never said you could stand up." Fisk stayed down this time. There was no mistaking it. This man was brutal, unpredictable, and far too strong. "What do you want?" Fisk asked at last. "Money, women, I can give you both." Maguire scoffed. "Your life is in my hands right now. What can you give me? Don't make me laugh." Fisk's lips curled into a thin smile. "You won't kill me. If I die, this city will be thrown into chaos. You'll have the entire underworld hunting you, and the authorities won't let it slide either." That earned a genuine laugh from Maguire. "Chaos, destruction, if killing you wipes New York off the map, what's that to me?" Fisk's heart skipped. Is this guy insane? Truth was, Maguire was still holding back. With his mastery of the quake fruit at an A-level, taking out a man like Fisk was the same as swatting a fly. "So what do you want?" Fisk pressed. Maguire stood, walking toward him slowly. Fisk's pulse quickened. Is he going to finish me off? Then I'll have to. But Maguire reached into his system space and pulled out the puppet talisman. A sheet of imperial gold paper appeared in his hand, inscribed with strange, flowing characters. Fisk's brow furrowed. What's that supposed to be? Selecting his target, Wilson Fisk, Maguire activated it. The talisman dissolved into a streak of golden light that darted into Fisk's body faster than the eye could follow. In an instant, Fisk's gaze shifted. Gone was the guarded calculation. In its place, burning, unshakable loyalty. He dropped to one knee, head bowed. Fisk greets his master. Maguire's mouth curved in satisfaction. Not bad, this puppet talisman works nicely. Stand, Maguire ordered. From now on, call me boss. Yes, boss, Fisk replied without hesitation. P.S. The black suit can repair itself rapidly after damage, but it does not protect against bullets, blades, or heat-based attacks. Chapter 25. Maguire was more than satisfied with how obedient his new little brother was. The puppet talisman had worked flawlessly. Just then, the familiar chime of the system rang in his mind. \congratulations, host, for gaining 20 bully points. \villain character bonus, plus 20 points. Total gained, 40 points. \current bully points, 75. \note, the bullying method used was rather mild. Reward reduced accordingly. Seeing his total creep back toward 100, Maguire felt quite pleased. Kingpin was too useful to break. Maiming him by accident would be an inconvenience. Little King, Maguire said casually, how much cash flow do you have at the moment? Fisk replied instantly, voice full of deference. Reporting to boss, I currently control $10 billion in liquid assets. Had anyone from New York's underworld seen the scene, their jaws would have hit the floor. The feared emperor of the streets, the man whose name could quiet a crying child, bowing like a dutiful son to a teenager who looked like he'd just left high school. Maguire, however, only sighed inwardly. 10 billion? I thought the city's crime boss would have at least 50 or 80 billion in cash lying around. Guess it'll have to do. Truth was, Fisk's cash on hand wasn't as outrageous as Maguire had imagined. Keeping lieutenants paid and greasing the palms of the city's upper crust didn't come cheap. Still, the thought crossed Maguire's mind. With this kind of backing, it was time to improve Uncle Ben and Aunt May's situation. But knowing them, suddenly coming into a massive fortune would only make them suspicious, worried he'd done something illegal. He'd need a cover story. His eyes flicked to Fisk. Actually, I can make this work. 13th Street District, Parker Residence. A police cruiser pulled up outside the modest home. Stepping out was none other than George Stacey, captain of the NYPD. After Maguire had left the earlier scene, officers arrived quickly, taking Bullseye, Eisen, and the others into custody. But on the way to the precinct, Bullseye had upheld the assassin's code, biting down on poison and killing himself before he could be interrogated. Back at the station, with no leads left, both Eisen and Erica had mentioned a young man in a black suit. Hearing that, George Stacey immediately pictured Maguire. He pulled street camera footage and confirmed it. The young man was indeed Maguire. When Eisen and Erica described his abilities, George was taken aback. Maguire's skills, and that strange ability to pull someone back from dozens of meters away, he's not as simple as he looks. I'll need to think carefully about him and Gwen. For now, procedure demanded he speak with Maguire. But when he went to pull his file, there was nothing matching that name or age. Calling his daughter, he learned Maguire's real name, Peter Parker. No time to ask why Peter was now Maguire. George drove straight to the Parker home. It was already 8 p.m. normally. Peter would be home well before 7. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were getting restless. Why isn't Peter back yet? Do you think something happened to him? If he doesn't show soon, we should call the police. They were mid-discussion when the doorbell rang. Both hurried to answer it and found George Stacey himself standing there. Recognizing him from news and television, Ben frowned. "Good evening, Captain. What brings you here?" Aunt May's voice trembled. "Has something happened to Peter?" George shook his head. "Is Peter home? I need to speak with him." "He hasn't come back yet," May said, alarm rising. And just then, the low purr of an engine reached them. A long black limousine rolled slowly toward the house. Chapter 26. The slow-rolling black stretch limousine drew all eyes. George Stacey's brow furrowed. He'd already run the plates. The car belonged to none other than Wilson Fisk, the infamous kingpin of New York's underworld. The 13th Street district wasn't exactly poor, but it certainly wasn't the kind of place you'd expect Fisk to visit. That alone set George on edge. Meanwhile, Aunt May, still tense with worry, pressed George anxiously. "Mr. Stacey, please just tell us what's happened to Peter." Before he could answer, the limo eased to a stop directly in front of the Parker home. A man stepped from the sidewalk, moving with the crisp precision of a professional chauffeur. He opened the rear door with a deep bow. And out stepped Maguire, clad in a black suit, moving at an unhurried, confident pace. The chauffeur straightened, bowed again, then left without a word. Seeing Peter return, Uncle Ben and Aunt May hurried toward him. Maguire, spotting the police car and George Stacey at his door, altered his path to greet them. Their relief was palpable. The weight in their chests finally lifted. "Where have you been, Peter? You're late," Aunt May scolded gently, her voice full of concern. "I had some things to take care of, Aunt May," Maguire replied smoothly. "I'll explain later." Uncle Ben interjected. "Peter, Captain Stacey's here to see you, says he's got something to discuss." George, taking in the couple's silvered hair and open concern, decided to hold his questions until they were at the station. "Come with me to the precinct," he told Maguire. "We just need a statement." At that, Ben and May both frowned. "What's happened? Is Peter in trouble?" Ben asked sharply. George shook his head, smiling to ease them. "No, not at all. Today Peter helped us apprehend a dangerous criminal. We just need his account for the report." May exhaled in relief. "Oh well, in that case, Peter, go on with Captain Stacey." Ben clapped him on the shoulder with a proud grin. "Good work, kid." The two men rode in the police car toward the station. "Thanks for covering for me," Maguire said lightly. George chuckled. "No problem, you did do the right thing, but I am curious, how are you so strong? And that white thread, what exactly is it?" "Maybe superpowers," Maguire replied with a shrug. "I'm not sure why I'm this strong. The thread's just something I've been working on, nothing special." George smirked. "If you didn't have an alibi, I'd have sworn you were that guy in the spider suit at the Brooklyn Bridge today." So Garfield was the one who stopped Connors, Maguire thought. "I'm not that bored," he said aloud, "to run around as some masked hero." At the station, the statement was routine. But afterward, George fixed him with a steady look. "How come you were in Fisk's car? Do you know him?" "He's a friend," Maguire said without a hint of concern. George's frown deepened. "Do you understand who Fisk is? Associating with him." "What, the big bad crime boss? So what?" Maguire cut in, his tone almost amused. George's voice turned hard. "Maguire, I know you can handle yourself, but if you break the law, I will come after you." Maguire's eyes chilled. "George, for Gwen's sake, I'll give you this warning. The world has changed." With that, he turned and walked out. George watched him go, unsettled. What did he mean by that? Back home, Ben and May were waiting in the living room. "Well," Ben prompted, "tell us, hero, what was today's good deed?" Maguire spun a generic tale of chasing down a fleeing crook, careful not to hint at his powers. "Good job, kid," Ben said warmly. "Helping others, that's the Parker way." May tilted her head. Peter, who did that car belong to? Was it Harry's? Harry was well known to both of them, Peter's close friend. Maguire grinned. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, I've struck it rich. Chapter 27. Hearing Maguire's words, Uncle Ben and Aunt May exchanged puzzled looks. You said what, Peter? You've struck it rich. Maguire pulled a neatly folded contract from his bag, forged, of course, by Fisk's people. On paper, it showed Fisk Industries purchasing one of Maguire's biotech inventions for a cool $10 million. Given Peter's reputation in their eyes as a gifted student, it wasn't unbelievable that he could invent something valuable enough to sell. In truth, Maguire had brought home one of Kingpin's special black cards, with $300 million in the account, withdrawable in cash with no ID. Uncle Ben took the document from him. A minute later, his eyes widened in disbelief. $10 million, Peter, this is incredible, he said, astonished. Honestly, I can hardly believe it. What's this about 10 million? Aunt May asked quickly, her face full of confusion. Ben's voice brimmed with excitement. May, Peter invented a biotech product. Fisk Industries bought it from him and paid him 10 million. Aunt May gasped, almost squealing in surprise. My goodness, Peter, is this true? Maguire smiled. The contract's right here, and the money's already in my account. I didn't tell you before because I wanted it to be a surprise. Hearing the confirmation, both Ben and May's eyes glistened. Peter, we're so proud of you. Your parents, they'd be proud too. Peter nodded softly. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, now that we have money, we can finally live a little better. Let's buy a villa and move. This house is too old. The two elders exchanged a glance before shaking their heads. We're already old, Peter. Where we live doesn't matter. You're still young, even with money, you need to live modestly. Life is a long road. Maguire thought to himself how genuinely good these two were. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, before I didn't have the means to do more for you. Now I do. If you won't let me, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. Is that what you want? Tears welled again in their eyes. All right, Ben said at last, but just an ordinary house, no need for something too grand. Maguire nodded. The next morning, he still headed to school as usual. In truth, he had no plans to keep going, but when he told Ben and May, they both strongly opposed it. Money can't replace knowledge, they said. Knowledge feeds your soul. If your soul rots under money's weight, you're nothing but a walking corpse. Reluctantly, Maguire boarded the school bus. Oddly enough, Mary Jane was nowhere to be seen today. Arriving at the school gates, a Rolls-Royce pulled up beside him. It was Harry's car. The door opened, and a red-haired young woman stepped out, Mary Jane. Harry followed right after. Harry had always treated Peter like a true brother. Seeing him, Harry immediately came over, grinning. Mary Jane, however, stood by the car, her lips curling in a self-satisfied smile. Poor boys will always be poor. You'll never touch a Rolls-Royce in your life. But me, as long as I'm with Harry, wealth and luxury are mine for the taking. She lingered by the door, making sure plenty of eyes saw her step out of the luxury car. Harry reached Maguire first. Peter, what have you been up to these past couple of days? You haven't come by. I've been busy, Maguire replied easily. Just wrapped things up yesterday. He glanced toward Mary Jane. So, Harry, is that your girlfriend? Chapter 28. Harry blinked at Maguire's question, momentarily caught off guard. Following Maguire's gaze, he spotted Mary Jane, and, for the first time in memory, the confident air actually looked faintly embarrassed. No, Peter, Harry said quickly. We just ran into each other today, so I offered her a ride to school. We're not together. She told me you're neighbors. A teasing glint appeared in his eyes. You don't like her, do you? If you do, I'll keep my distance. Harry might have been a little interested in Mary Jane, but compared to his best friend, she didn't hold much weight. Maguire chuckled. Like her, don't be ridiculous. I prefer driving my own car, buses are too crowded. With that cryptic remark, he walked toward the teaching building, leaving Harry frowning in confusion. What's wrong with buses? Doesn't Peter ride one every day? Behind them, Mary Jane noticed Maguire walking away and quickly jogged toward Harry. Inside the building, Maguire ran into Garfield. The other Spider-Man clearly had something to say, and Maguire wanted to confirm whether it was Garfield he'd seen at the Brooklyn Bridge. They moved to a quiet corner. "So Garfield," Maguire began with a sly smile, "how about it? The lizard's got some serious strength, huh?" Garfield blinked, caught off guard. "What, Maguire, you think I was the Spider-Man at the Brooklyn Bridge? I was about to ask if it was you." Maguire's mind raced. So it wasn't Garfield. Then could it be Holland? No way, all three Spider-Men in the same city? Don't tell me Holland's in this school too. Before he could think further, a loud crash shook the halls, followed by shrill screams. "Help, monster, there's a monster." The two of them exchanged a glance, both their spider senses prickling with danger, and sprinted toward the noise. Soon, a familiar figure came into view, Dr. Kurt Connors, in full lizard form. Garfield, not recognizing him, muttered, "What the hell is that thing? Never mind, we need to suit up and stop him before the students get hurt." Maguire stared at him. "Suit up? You think I've got a costume stashed away like you guys? Change clothes? Really?" Garfield started to run off, but before either could move, the lizard was suddenly kicked back several meters. A figure in a red and blue spider suit landed between them and the monster. Garfield's eyes widened. Another one? How many of us did that spider bite? And just like that, Maguire knew. "It's him, Holland, he's in this school." "Get out of here, it's dangerous," Holland called over his shoulder. The lizard roared, charging again, bigger than before, muscles bulging like carved stone. Clearly, he dosed himself with even more of the green serum. His eyes locked on Maguire, lips curling into a hideous grin. "Maguire, there you are, I've finally found you. Today I'll kill you." Garfield froze. That voice, it sounds familiar. Before they could speak, Holland lunged to intercept the lizard, the two clashing in a flurry of speed and power. Garfield grabbed Maguire's arm and dragged him into the restroom. "Don't tell me you didn't bring a suit," he said flatly. Maguire simply raised his hands in mock surrender. Garfield sighed, rummaging in his backpack before pulling out his own hand-stitched costume. A moment later, Spider-Man Garfield Edition was in the fight. In the hallway, Holland and the lizard tore through the space, blows shaking the walls. The lizard's reflexes matched Holland's speed, and his raw strength far exceeded it. Holland was forced into a constant defensive dance, dodging again and again. Chapter 29. The three spider-bitten heroes weren't the product of the same spider, not even the same species. Of the trio, Maguire had the greatest raw strength, but was a little behind in agility. Garfield's strength was the weakest, but his speed and nimbleness were unmatched. Holland was the most balanced of the three. Still in pure power, none of them on their own could match the lizard. None except Maguire with the Ox Talisman. Holland was darting around Dr. Kurt Connors, using his agility to stay just ahead of the monster's claws. Then the lizard's tail lashed out like a whip, catching Holland completely off guard and sending him flying. He was about to smash into a wall when a strong arm caught him midair. Garfield, now suited up. Beneath his mask, Holland's jaw nearly dropped. "Let's finish this guy first," Garfield said quickly. The sight of two Spider-Men made the lizard blink in shock. "What? Impossible, there can't be two Spider-Men." But with the serum flooding his system, most of his reason was gone, replaced by brute rage. He charged again. Holland, still baffled by his double, didn't hesitate to rush him. Garfield followed a heartbeat later. And while the Spider Bros were about to throw down with the giant reptile, what was Bully Maguire doing? In the restroom, Maguire had just finished releasing saline solution, and after that little soul-shaking relief, stepped to the mirror. The reflection looking back was a black-suited, dangerous-looking figure with a grin that could sell trouble wholesale. "Damn, am I getting more handsome?" he murmured. "This is a problem, annoying." The thought brought a spark of mischief, and he suddenly remembered the Bully Maguire signature dance. So in front of the mirror, he started grooving, awkward moves, devilish stares, and an aura of sheer cocky dominance. Yes, this was the feeling. A thin wall away, Garfield and Holland had just launched the lizard into the air with a double hit, sending him hurtling toward the restroom. Still lost in the rhythm, Maguire's spider sense flared. The wall exploded inward, as the green-scaled body of Connors burst through, hurtling straight for him. Fun time interrupted. Anger flashed in Maguire's eyes. A white sphere of quake energy bloomed in his palm. One punch. The air cracked audibly, shattering under the force. The lizard didn't even register what had happened before he was flying back the way he came, faster than he'd entered. Garfield and Holland stopped mid-step, stunned. Did he just move faster? One of them muttered, watching Connor's sudden return trip. The lizard smashed into the floor, plowing a deep trench into the tile. The friction shredded his scales and left raw flesh exposed. The shockwave from the hit had rattled his insides nearly to paste. If not for his monstrous regeneration, that single punch would have sent him straight to meet his maker. Feeling the damage, and remembering the terrifying force in that split second, Connor's mind clicked. There's someone here more dangerous than both these spiders. I can't win. Without another word, the lizard bolted. Holland and Garfield glanced at each other, then took off in pursuit. Maguire, having wrapped up his graceful performance, watched them go and shook his head. Pathetic, 2-on-1 and you still can't catch a lizard. Chapter 30. Looking at the wreckage left behind at the school, Maguire thought to himself, well, guess I don't have to go to class anymore. The place is a disaster. Since that's the case, might as well go buy a house. Originally, he had planned to wait until after school to take Uncle Ben and Aunt May to look at properties. But thanks to Dr. Connors the lizard, he'd just been given a surprise vacation. Not caring in the slightest about whatever cleanup the school would have to do, Maguire strolled to a nearby cafe and pulled out the phone he'd borrowed from Kingpin. He dialed Fisk directly. "Boss, what can I do for you?" came Fisk's voice. Having little brothers really is convenient, Maguire mused. No need to run around myself. "Little King," he said, "I'm at August Cafe near Midtown High. Send me a car, not a sports car." "Yes, boss, right away," came the immediate, respectful reply. Kingpin's efficiency was nothing to sneeze at. 10 minutes later, 2 Bentleys rolled up to the curb. A man in a black suit stepped out of one, approached Maguire with a deep bow, and said, "Boss, Mr. Fisk asked me to deliver this car to you." Ever since Maguire had made Fisk his subordinate, the Kingpin had given strict orders. Treat Maguire as you would treat him. Anyone foolish enough to disobey, well, the city's garbage heaps could always use more bodies. Onlookers on the sidewalk stopped to gawk, murmuring among themselves. "Whose son is that? Must be loaded." "That guy in the black suit, what a presence." Without a word, Maguire slid into the driver's seat and pulled away toward home. The 6TW12 engine purred with power, bringing him back in minutes. Inside, Uncle Ben and Aunt May were packing clothes when Maguire walked in. "Peter, why are you home now? Did something happen?" Ben asked. "There was a monster at school," Maguire said simply. "A lot of the place got wrecked. The principal's giving us a month off for repairs." "What kind of monster? Are you hurt?" May asked, worry in her voice. "Of course not," Maguire said with a grin. "Luckily, Spider-Man showed up and drove it off." After the battle at the Brooklyn Bridge, Holland's suited-up appearance had been dubbed Spider-Man by some, and the Daily Bugle had even printed a story, one full of criticism. Still, Ben and May had heard of him. "Good thing he was there," Ben said, relieved. "This world's getting dangerous. Shame about that bugle rag smearing him, bunch of idiots." Maguire just smiled faintly. "Uncle Ben, Aunt May, since we've got this break, why don't we go buy a place?" They exchanged a glance. "All right." Ben went for his car keys, but Maguire stopped him. "I already borrowed a car from Harry. Let's take that." Ben's expression hardened. "We've got our own car. Why borrow someone else's?" Maguire realized he'd miscalculated. Ben's sense of pride was unshakable. May, however, intervened. "Oh, don't be so stubborn. If it's a kind gesture, we should accept it." Ben sighed and agreed. Soon, the three of them were at a real estate office. Per Ben and May's wishes, Maguire didn't buy a sprawling hilltop estate, but settled on a villa in a well-guarded city district. The kind of neighborhood with excellent security, enough to give him peace of mind about their safety. After that, and with Maguire's persistent urging, Ben finally agreed to let him buy a new car. Though Maguire had wanted to get him a Bentley, Ben refused, and they settled on a modest BMW instead. "I get what you're trying to do, son," Ben said, "but you've got a long life ahead. Be frugal. This BMW is already more than I ever imagined driving." Chapter 31. 10 p.m. deep into the night. In a section of the underground sewers of New York, streaks of eerie green light flared to life. A massive figure, illuminated by the glow, began to shrink, slowly morphing back into the size of an ordinary man. It was none other than the fugitive, Dr. Kurt Connors. Under the joint pursuit of Holland and Garfield's Spider-Men, Connors was clearly no match. He had seized an opportunity to escape. Now, under the influence of the green serum, Connors's mind was consumed only by brutality and madness. This underground chamber was a secret base he had set up just a few days earlier. He had moved all the experimental equipment from the research institute here. Muttering to himself, Connors growled, "Maguire, damn it, you got away today. It's all because of those two Spider-Men. Sooner or later, I'll kill the both of you too." Suddenly, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. "If I can't find Maguire for now, Norman Osborn, I'll start with you." Connors quickly changed his clothes, stuffed several vials of green serum into a backpack, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, at Oscorp Industries. Inside one of the laboratories, Norman Osborn faced a scientist in a white lab coat. "How's the progress?" he asked. The scientist replied, "Technically, the serum is already complete. We only need to run a few more human trials." Hearing this, Norman's expression tightened. Ever since escaping from the lizard's grasp, he had been dwelling on why that creature's voice had sounded so familiar. At last, he remembered whose voice it was, Dr. Kurt Connors. As a shrewd and successful man, Norman quickly pieced things together. He had cut Connors's funding, and now the man bore a deep grudge against him. Puzzled as to how Connors had transformed into such a creature, Norman had sent people to search his old lab. But when they arrived, the place was a wreck. Every piece of equipment and all research data were gone, relocated by the lizard. Norman knew Connors would not let him go, so he hadn't returned home for the past 2 days, staying instead at Oscorp Tower, where the security was top-notch. Lately, in addition to developing new military weapons, Norman had been working on a device to awaken hidden human abilities, an endeavor not unlike the Super Soldier program from World War II. And today, the project had reached a breakthrough. After hearing the scientist's report, Norman had no patience left to wait. He had no idea when that green monster might find him and tear him apart. Turning to the scientist, Norman ordered, "Use me for the test, now." "Sir, that's not possible," the man protested. "If something happens to you, Oscorp will collapse." But Norman was in no mood for reason. Grabbing the man by the collar, his face twisted with rage, he snarled, "Do it immediately, or you're fired." The scientist, seeing Norman's resolve, could only nod helplessly. Soon, Norman lay strapped onto the human potential activation device. With the press of a button, the lab's lights flickered violently. A roar of pain erupted from Norman as the machine worked on him. The scientist, alarmed, quickly shut the device down and rushed to Norman's side, only to find him unconscious. Calling his name frantically, the man was startled when, a second later, Norman's eyes flew open. But his pupils were now an unnatural green. Before the scientist could react, Norman tore free of the restraints, grabbed him in one massive hand, and hurled him like a rag doll across the room. The man slammed hard into the wall. Norman stood there, his face contorted with madness, eyes blazing with violent intent. Chapter 32. The scientist Norman Osborn had hurled across the room quickly lost all signs of life. Just then, a series of loud bangs echoed from outside the lab door. Norman's eyes darkened as he looked toward the source of the noise. A moment later, a massive green figure burst through the door. It was the lizard, Dr. Kurt Connors. Seeing Connors appear before him, Norman's lips curved into a strange smile. At the same time, Connors wore an equally amused grin. But when the lizard noticed the smile on Norman's face, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Why don't I see even a hint of fear in him? Has this guy lost his mind? The hulking reptilian form moved steadily closer to Norman. Norman Osborn, can you guess who I am? Connors taunted. Norman smirked dismissively. Connors, spare me the theatrics. Hearing the reply, Connors's scaled, green face showed brief surprise. Then he burst into a roar of laughter. His laugh was more like a feral bellow, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Ha ha ha, Norman Osborn, you didn't expect this, did you? I succeeded. Not only do I have a new right hand, I've created a perfect species. Strength, speed, defense, perfect in every aspect, ha ha ha. Under the serum's influence, Connors's entire worldview had changed. To him, the lizard was now the most perfect life form on Earth, while humans were weak, inferior creatures. And now, he had a new, insane vision. To transform all of humanity into beings as perfect as himself. Norman scoffed. Turning into a giant green lizard, that's your idea of a perfect species. You must be joking, that's hilarious. The lizard's eyes burned with anger. Ants like you can't possibly comprehend my power. I'll give you a chance, become perfect like me. But Norman laughed outright. You lunatic, I'm not interested in becoming a reptile. Connors's last shred of patience snapped. His massive tail lashed toward Norman with such force that the air cracked with a deafening boom. But to his surprise, Norman leapt into the air, twisting in a flawless 360-degree spin, and evaded the strike. The lizard stared in confusion at Norman's sudden agility. But in his mutated state, Connors's intelligence had greatly diminished, his mind now ruled entirely by bloodlust. He lunged, claws swiping toward Norman, but the smaller man dodged again. Connors unleashed a flurry of savage blows, forcing Norman to rely solely on his smaller frame to evade. Then, finding an opening, the lizard swept his massive tail again. This time, Norman couldn't dodge. He crossed his arms to block. Boom! The impact sent him flying dozens of meters, smashing through glass before vanishing from Connors's sight. Come out, Osborn, Connors bellowed. Come on, keep fighting, let me tear you to pieces. No response. Thinking he had knocked Osborn unconscious, the lizard moved forward, only to find no trace of him. Furious, Connors rampaged down the hallway, roaring. Norman, meanwhile, had already left the area. Both his arms were streaked with blood, he was clearly injured. He thought grimly, Connors's strength is overwhelming, I'm no match for him as I am. But his intelligence has dropped significantly. Once I'm fully equipped, we'll see who wins. At that moment, Maguire was lounging in the passenger seat of his underling's Bentley, cruising down the street, basking in the envious stares of pedestrians. He had only one thought. Being a bully is /////ing amazing. Chapter 33. Looking at the neon-lit streets around him, Maguire felt a surge of pride and confidence. Since fate has given me another chance, he thought, and even blessed me with such a powerful cheat, if I don't make this life as exciting as possible, it would truly be a waste of heaven's gift. With that, Maguire decided to head to the most bustling nightclub in New York to fully indulge in the allure of nightlife. At the entrance of Black Night, the city's most extravagant bar, a sleek black Bentley suddenly pulled up. A sharply dressed valet quickly approached and opened the car door with practiced ease. The next second, a handsome man in a black suit stepped out. With a casual flick of his wrist, the car keys spun into the air, and the valet hurried to catch them. Maguire then pulled a thick wad of cash from his jacket and handed it over without a second thought. The valet's eyes widened. This was half a year's wages in one go. His face lit up with joy as he bowed deeply. Thank you, sir. The man in the black suit only smiled faintly and walked toward the bar's entrance. Seeing his confident, wealthy stride, several blonde beauties nearby suddenly had a fiery gleam in their eyes, already imagining the entertainment plans for tonight. That charming man, dripping with swagger, was none other than our bully Maguire. The moment he walked in, those blondes quickly followed. The club's interior was packed with gorgeous young women in revealing outfits, their bodies swaying seductively to the pulsing beat. Under the flashing lights, the air was thick with heat and temptation. In Maguire's mind, there was only one phrase. This is a man's paradise. The blonde women from the entrance soon sidled up to him. Handsome here alone, Want to have some fun?" Maguire smiled. "All together, baby." Surrounded by the blondes, he headed into the dance floor. Up above, a few burly men in black suits had already noticed him, their expressions tense. Maguire, however, was busy preparing to show off his moves. He opened the Bully Systems store. It had everything from machetes to pencils, all the way up to legendary treasures. Prices varied wildly, some astronomical. It didn't take long before he found what he wanted. Dance Skill Pack God Tier. Price 5 bully points. A trivial expense for him. He immediately paid, and in the next second, countless dance techniques and experience flooded his mind. With his enhanced physique, he mastered them instantly. From this moment, the dance floor King Maguire was officially online. And now it was showtime. Sliding on his knees into the center of the floor, he sprang up, striking Michael Jackson's signature pose. Handsome, cool, unstoppable. All eyes were on him. His body moved with the rhythm, flawlessly blending moves from every dance style, throwing out high-difficulty tricks one after another. The bar erupted in screams and cheers from the women, the energy reaching a fever pitch. With just a glance or a gesture, Maguire could send hearts racing. He was a thief of affection, setting the entire club ablaze. But dazzling as he was, attracting countless heated gazes from women, he also drew envy, jealousy, and hatred from men. In a private booth, a blonde man in lavish attire, glittering with jewelry, glared at Maguire with cold malice. Elsewhere, in a shadowy corner, a red-haired woman with an impossibly alluring figure watched Maguire with great interest. No one dared approach her. Any man who tried quickly backed off. As Maguire basked in the moment, the blonde man in the booth leaned toward a massive, bear-like, bearded thug and whispered something. The bearded man nodded and began walking toward Maguire. Chapter 34. Maguire was still lost in the rhythm of his graceful dance moves when a towering figure, easily over 2 meters tall, started walking toward him. The blondes around him were shoved aside by the massive man. Seeing who it was, the women's faces turned pale with fear. Clearly, this man's presence was enough to intimidate them. The next moment, Maguire felt a wall appear in front of him. Looking up, he saw a fierce-looking bearded brute glaring down at him. Maguire's face twisted with annoyance. The man's deep, rumbling voice came. "Kid, my boss wants to see you. Come with me." But Maguire was too absorbed in the joy of dancing to bother with a small fry like this. In his good mood, he decided to spare the man's life. Unfortunately, the bearded brute clearly didn't appreciate the value of being alive. Seeing Maguire ignore him entirely, his face darkened in anger. His massive hands shot forward, reaching for Maguire. Maguire sighed inwardly. The world is so beautiful. Why do people insist on making poor choices? Why pick a fight with me? Is being alive not good enough? He was just about to give this small fry a thorough lesson in the value of life when a striking figure suddenly stepped between them. It was the red-haired woman who had been standing in the corner earlier. Without a word, she grabbed the brute's fingers. Cracked. The sharp sound cut through the music. A look of agony twisted the man's face, and he let out a loud scream as his fingers snapped. Maguire stared at the woman, a hint of recognition flashing in his eyes. Why does she look so familiar? There was no denying it. Her figure and beauty were second to none. The brute now eyed her warily. Despite his size, he wasn't stupid. Anyone who could snap his fingers so effortlessly was not someone to mess with. He quickly backed away and returned to the blonde man's booth. Maguire, meanwhile, looked at the stunning woman before him with a mysterious smile. He already knew who she was, he just wondered why she was here. The red-haired woman gave him an appreciative look. "Not bad, you dance well." Maguire smiled. "Care to share a dance?" Her lips curled into an enchanting smile as she slowly extended her hand. The music rose again. Their steps matched perfectly, their movements a flawless blend of elegance and flair, like flowing water and harmonious strings. At the blonde man's booth, the bearded thug whispered a few words to his boss. The man's face twisted even further, his eyes now filled with murderous intent as he looked toward Maguire and the woman. Maguire, still immersed in the dance, thought to himself. Didn't expect her to dance this well. She really lives up to her title as the Avengers' top socialite. When the music ended, they stepped apart. "You're the best male dancer I've ever seen," she said. "Likewise," Maguire replied politely. She then reached to an indescribable location and pulled out a small slip of paper, a phone number. Maguire took it without hesitation. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. She seemed to have spotted a target. Without another word, she turned and walked away. Maguire also decided it was time to leave, heading for the exit. Seeing him leave, the blonde women panicked, quickly throwing caution aside and hinting at their desire for some after-hours tutoring. Unfortunately for them, Maguire's grades were terrible, and a failing student clearly wasn't qualified to tutor anyone. Ignoring their longing stares, he strutted toward the door. The blonde man from earlier, along with his crew, stood and followed. From the second floor, a few men in black suits exchanged glances and also moved to follow. Before long, Maguire reached the entrance. The valet spotted him and rushed to fetch the Bentley. But then, "Hey, kid in front, you think you're hot stuff, huh?" The voice came from behind him. Maguire's face showed nothing but disdain. Why is it always small fries, without even a spider sense blip, that come looking for trouble? Chapter 35. The blonde man from earlier appeared behind Maguire, flanked by a few small-time thugs. He stared at Maguire's back with open disdain. Maguire, in a good mood, had initially planned to let them walk away alive. But unfortunately for them, they seemed to be in a hurry to meet their god. He decided he might as well send these small fries on their way to the afterlife. Just then, another voice rang out. "You'd better get on your knees right now and apologize to our boss," it said coldly. "Otherwise, I can guarantee tonight's trash bin will be your grave." Hearing this sudden voice behind him, the blonde man turned with an arrogant expression, only to find several burly men in black suits standing before him. His face shifted from arrogance to fear, with a hint of confusion. He quickly plastered on a sycophantic smile. "So it's Boss Jason, what brings you out here?" Inside, he was panicking. Who the hell is this kid? Why would the boss of this bar, Johnson, call him boss? Isn't Johnson under that terrifying guy Kingpin? Could this kid be connected to Kingpin himself? "I've kicked the iron plate this time." One of the burly men, a bald giant, stepped forward. "No need for small talk," Jason said coldly. "You've offended our boss. Kneel down and apologize." Maguire realized these were probably Little Jin's men. Man, having subordinates feels great, he thought. Looking into Jason's uncompromising gaze, the blonde man hesitated, then asked nervously, "I don't know, who exactly is this gentleman?" He didn't get to finish. Jason's brows furrowed. And the blonde man immediately dropped to his knees before Maguire. "It's all my fault, I apologize." Just then, Maguire spotted a familiar figure dart past in the distance. He waved his hand, signaling the men to let the blonde man go, and walked off toward a nearby alley. After Maguire left, Jason misunderstood the gesture. He gave a subtle nod to his men. "Take him away, finish it." Terror filled the blonde man's eyes as the thugs closed in and dragged him away. Soon, Maguire stepped into a shadowy alley. There, the stunning red-haired woman stood facing a man in a brown leather jacket. His arrival caught both their attention. Swaggering toward them, Maguire noticed the man's wary stance. He had already assumed a fighting position. The redhead quickly intervened. "Relax, he's just a passerby." Maguire smirked. "Need a hand, gorgeous." She turned to him and said softly, "You should leave, this isn't a place for you." From the man's appearance and outfit, Maguire instantly recognized who he was. And was puzzled. What's he doing here? This isn't even his universe. The man in the leather jacket spoke coldly. "I'm not interested in what you're offering. Whatever tricks you have, use them. I won't be sticking around." With that, he turned and left. The redhead's expression softened into a trace of helplessness. She turned back to Maguire, walking toward him with a teasing smile. "Little brother, you just messed up my plans. You'll have to buy me a late-night snack to make up for it." Maguire grinned. "No problem at all." She gave him a sultry look, then slipped her arm through his. Together, they walked out of the alley. Near the entrance, the valet stood by the Bentley, scanning the street for Maguire. Maguire approached with the redhead on his arm. The valet quickly handed him the keys and bowed deeply. Maguire glanced at her with a smile. "Get in, what do you want to eat?" Eyeing the Bentley, she smirked. "Didn't expect you to be a rich boy." Maguire just smiled and opened the door for her. In the valet's envious gaze, Maguire sped off into the night with the red-haired beauty beside him. Chapter 36. New York. Outside a 24-hour diner, a Bentley rolled to a stop. Maguire and the red-haired woman stepped out of the car. Looking at him, she thought to herself, "What a charming little guy. Too bad he's so young, otherwise he'd make a good friend." Maguire grinned at her. "Come on, it's just the two of us now." She shot him a playful glare before walking into the diner. Soon they were seated. After ordering, the redhead looked across at him. "Little brother, how old are you? You look about 18. Also, I still don't know your name." Maguire smirked. "You can call me brother, but don't call me little brother. I'm not little. My name's Maguire, remember it." She gave him a sultry glance. "Is that so, Maguire? I'm Natasha. You can call me Natasha, sis." Maguire almost choked. "Sis, don't kid me. You're over 70, aren't you? Calling you sister would be ridiculous." That's right, this red-haired woman was none other than the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff of the Avengers. As a product of the Super Soldier program, Natasha was technically in her 70s, though she still looked no older than her early 30s. Years of training and enhancements had reshaped her body into something extraordinary. Maguire, however, only wanted to pass the time. He didn't expose her identity. "So, Miss Natasha," he asked casually, "are you here on business?" She smiled faintly. "Business, something like that." Their late-night meal passed in an atmosphere of playful tension. Natasha thought to herself, "What a witty, amusing kid. Let's see how much self-control he really has." Suddenly, she pretended to be tipsy. Her eyes grew hazy, her charm radiating without restraint. As a world-class spy, her performance was flawless. Half seduction, half restraint, perfectly executed. To most men, it would have been irresistible. But Maguire wasn't most men. He chuckled. "Miss Natasha, you don't look so well. Where are you staying? Want me to take you back?" Her eyes narrowed slightly. "All right, I suppose I did drink a little too much." She swayed as she stood, then deliberately stumbled forward, falling into his arms. Maguire caught her instantly. His cheeks flushed bright red, not from shyness, but because he decided to play along. Natasha, seeing his expression, laughed inwardly. "Boys will be boys, he's already flustered." "I'm really sorry. I must have had too much," she said, trying to stand before falling against him again, her eyes clouded. "Please, just help me outside." Maguire sighed helplessly but complied, even making his heartbeat quicken for effect. Soon they reached the Bentley. Inside the car, Natasha leaned back, giving him a sly, suggestive look. Maguire, feigning embarrassment, stammered. "Miss Natasha, where do you live? I'll drive you." Hearing his stammering tone, she smirked inwardly. Teenagers, no matter how they pretend to be experienced, the truth always shows at the crucial moment. She gave him the address of her hotel. Maguire drove quickly, while Natasha pretended to fall asleep in the passenger seat, unconsciously making small, suggestive movements. Maguire kept up the act, blushing and pretending to be overwhelmed. Natasha, still asleep, was secretly delighted. "He's adorable." Before long, they arrived at a luxurious hotel. Natasha kept up her act, still feigning sleep as the Bentley stopped at the entrance. Chapter 37. Maguire looked at the impossibly alluring Natasha before him and stammered. "Miss Natasha, your place, we've arrived." She slowly opened her eyes, that drowsy, half-dreaming look pushing temptation to its absolute limit. "My head hurts," she murmured. "Can you help me upstairs?" Maguire forced an embarrassed expression. "Well, wouldn't that be a bit improper? Do you have any friends staying with you? I could call them for you." Inside, Natasha was laughing. "What a fool. I couldn't make it any clearer and he still asks this." She sighed softly, playing along. No, I'm here alone on business. No one else is with me. It's fine, just help me up, my head really hurts. She pressed her hand to her forehead, a perfect picture of delicate frailty. Maguire only sighed helplessly, got out of the car and opened her door. Stumbling as she stepped out, Natasha let out a small cry. Ah, I twisted my ankle. Maguire rolled his eyes inwardly. Really? You're a world-class spy and you sprained your ankle. If that were true, you'd have shattered your feet 100 times in combat. But he didn't call her out. Instead, he asked, Do you want me to call an ambulance? Natasha barely managed to suppress her laughter. This boy, has he ever even dated a girl? Thankfully, Maguire's physical control kept his heartbeat steady. Otherwise, this fox of a woman would have seen through his act. She shook her head. No need, just a sprain, just carry me upstairs. Maguire blushed politely, stammering. Then, okay. Moving stiffly like a block of wood, he fumbled until Natasha finally looped her arms around his neck. Carrying her with ease, he walked toward the hotel entrance. Natasha thought to herself, Not bad, little guy, looks like he trains regularly. Soon they reached her room. Maguire carefully set her down. She swiped the card, opened the door and looked back at him. He lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. Miss Natasha, since you're here now, I'll head off. We'll be in touch. He turned to leave. Natasha's lips curled into a bemused smile. Didn't expect to meet such a pure boy. Faced with someone like me, and he's still ready to walk away. I can't walk on my own, she said quickly. If you don't take me in, how am I supposed to get inside? Maguire nodded, scooped her up again, and carried her in. As he stepped inside, Natasha casually kicked the door shut with her heel. He consciously quickened his heartbeat, and Natasha, feeling it, smiled inwardly. How surprising, there are still boys like this. Guided by her, they reached the bed. He carefully laid her down and turned to leave. But Natasha, already oddly fond of this boy, pulled him back. Maguire thought, It's come this far. If I don't follow through, the entire transmigrator community will laugh at me. Especially that one author, they'll roast me alive as a coward. With that, he dove back into the act. The night stretched on. At dawn, sunlight touched Maguire's face. He opened his eyes to find the room empty. He smiled faintly. Natasha had slipped away before sunrise, pausing only to glance one last time at the sleeping Maguire before leaving. Of course, he had noticed. He'd only been pretending to sleep. On the table lay a note. Brother, I saved your number. Let's stay in touch. You're impressive. This time, she hadn't called him little brother. Looking at the note, Maguire chuckled. Chapter 38. After finishing an intense battle, Maguire still felt no trace of fatigue. Remembering that he had already contacted a moving company for today, he quickly dressed and headed out the door. The hotel bill had long since been settled by Natasha. At that moment, in the 13th Street district, Mary Jane was standing at the doorway of her home. Ever since Maguire had taught her father a lesson, he hadn't raised his voice at her once. With the school shut down for a month due to the lizard's rampage, Mary Jane had nothing to do at home. She had originally thought about getting a part-time job, but she changed her mind. After all, her relationship with Harry had been going well recently. If she could secure that pillar of support, then what was a part-time paycheck compared to one meal's worth of money? Just then, a black Bentley approached from a distance. Mary Jane frowned. What's a car like that doing here? Could it be Harry coming to see Peter? After all, she knew Harry and Maguire were close friends. The Bentley stopped right in front of Maguire's house. Now she was certain Harry must have come to pick up Peter. Smiling, she walked over. But as she reached the car, a figure stepped out. It was Maguire himself, dressed in a black suit. Mary Jane froze in disbelief. A second later, she forced a look of realization. So Peter borrowed Harry's car. What a hypocrite. Doesn't own one, so he borrows from a friend. In her mind, there was no way this Bentley belonged to Maguire. Maguire glanced at her briefly, then ignored her completely and walked into his house. Watching his back, Mary Jane seethed. Doesn't even acknowledge me, driving someone else's car and thinking he's rich. Pathetic. Inside, Aunt May was cooking in the kitchen, while Uncle Ben sat at the table reading the paper. When Maguire entered, Ben gave him a knowing smile. After all, he was a man too, and he'd once been young. If Maguire stayed out all night, there was only one reason. And since Maguire had told him the night before not to worry, Ben wasn't concerned about his safety. Ben chuckled. "Peter, you look well rested." Maguire grinned and nodded, then sat down. 10 minutes later, the moving truck arrived at their door. Mary Jane stared in confusion. What's going on? Are they moving? But with their finances, how could they afford a new place? Ben came outside and spotted her. Smiling, he greeted her. She stepped closer, asking politely, "Uncle Ben, are you moving?" "Yes," Ben replied warmly. "We just bought a new house. We'll be leaving soon. It's not far though, you can come visit. You and Peter are classmates after all." Mary Jane nodded blankly. They really bought a house. Where would they get the money? Then Ben opened the garage. Inside sat a BMW. Her eyes widened. A BMW? Sure, it's no Bentley, but still, it costs at least 80 grand. Since when could Peter's family afford this? Could Harry have bought it for them? She asked cautiously, "Uncle Ben, is this your new car?" Ben smiled proudly. "Peter bought it for me. I refused many times, but he insisted. He's a good, filial boy." He even glanced at her meaningfully. The perfect uncle worried his nephew might stay single. Mary Jane stood frozen. "Peter bought it? Impossible, he's just a broke student." "No, it must be money from Harry, has to be. Having a rich friend really is everything, houses, cars, given just like that. If only I could be Harry's girlfriend or even his wife. My God, the life I'd have." While she spiraled into fantasy, Maguire was upstairs helping Aunt May pack. With his strength, the boxes were weightless, but he deliberately held back, not wanting them to worry. Soon, the movers had loaded everything, and the family departed. Only Mary Jane remained behind, lost in her daydreams of a luxurious future. Chapter 39. Soon, Maguire and Uncle Ben's family moved into a villa district not far from 13th Street. The greenery couldn't compare to a manor estate, but the security was excellent. The villa itself had 4 levels, 3 above ground and 1 basement. It came with front and back gardens, covering a total of 300 square meters of land, with 1,000 square meters of usable space. Maguire had spent $2 million on the property. To him, it was pocket change. Uncle Ben and Aunt May gazed at the lavish villa, eyes brimming with tears of joy, their faces full of pride as they looked at Maguire. He smiled back. "Uncle Ben, Aunt May, let's go inside and take a look." They nodded excitedly and walked in. At the door, a middle-aged woman in a maid's uniform opened it to welcome them. The caretaker Maguire had arranged for them, personally vetted by Kingpin to be completely reliable. Inside, the high-end yet cozy interior left Uncle Ben and Aunt May thoroughly satisfied. Uncle Ben turned to Maguire. "Maguire, did you tell Harry and your friends about moving?" Maguire paused, he hadn't mentioned it yet. "I'll invite them over soon, don't worry." Ben smiled warmly. "You're doing the right thing, Peter. Don't forget your friends." Maguire called Harry, explained the move, and asked him to visit. Harry was surprised. He knew Peter's financial situation well. But Maguire said they'd talk more in person, and Harry promised he'd come by at noon. By midday, Maguire and Aunt May were preparing lunch. He had wanted the maid to cook, but Aunt May insisted on doing it herself. Harry was Peter's best friend, and she wanted to show the highest respect. Before long, the doorbell rang. Maguire opened the door to find Harry, and beside him, Mary Jane. Maguire frowned inwardly. "Don't tell me Harry actually got together with that two-faced girl." Seeing Peter's strange look, Harry thought he was jealous. He quickly explained, "I ran into Mary Jane on the way. She said she wanted to see your place, so I brought her along. Don't overthink it, Peter." Mary Jane, overhearing this, felt confused. Why does it sound like Harry's saying Peter likes me? Is that why he's clarifying? Could Peter actually like me? Was that why he stood up to Flash? Why he scolded me for being with Flash? On the way, she had already learned from Harry that neither the house nor the car came from him. She had no choice but to accept the truth. Peter Parker, the loser, had turned his life around. Uncle Ben and Aunt May soon came out, welcoming the guests warmly. Not wanting to be rude, Maguire invited them in. At the table, Maguire explained that he'd sold some scientific research results. He didn't mention the amount, but Harry was genuinely happy. As Peter's closest friend, he had long wanted to help him financially, but Peter's pride never allowed it. From then on, Harry never brought it up again, respecting his friend's wishes. Meanwhile, Maguire ignored Mary Jane completely. She mistook it for jealousy. But staring at the massive villa, her thoughts had already shifted. Peter is rich now, not just rich but very rich. Lunch ended in a pleasant atmosphere. But one thing Harry mentioned caught Maguire's attention. A staff member at Oscorp had died under mysterious circumstances, and Norman Osborn had been in poor mental health, working late constantly. Maguire frowned inwardly. So Norman's already begun human enhancement experiments, or has he already become the Green Goblin? And still no sign of Connors these past few days. He decided he would meet with Garfield's Spider-Man soon. After chatting a bit more, Harry got ready to leave. "Peter, why don't you walk Mary Jane home?" he offered. A true wingman through and through. Mary Jane looked at Maguire expectantly. But the feeling was one-sided. "You take her, Harry. I have other things to do," Maguire said calmly. Harry nodded, but Mary Jane fumed inwardly. "Peter, don't think a bit of money makes you someone. You'll never compare to Oscorp. I was going to give you a chance, but you're too arrogant. Once I become Harry's girlfriend, his wife even, you'll regret it." Mary Jane's resolve to pursue Harry hardened completely. Chapter 40. After Harry and Mary Jane left, Maguire immediately called Kingpin, asking him to find Garfield's address. An hour later, the information came through. Kingpin's influence in New York was truly extraordinary. Garfield's home address was sent directly to Maguire's phone. After saying a quick word to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Maguire got in his car and drove off. Garfield's home was also in the 13th Street district, though a bit farther from where Maguire used to live. Soon, he arrived at Garfield's doorstep. Looking at the house, Maguire thought, "This looks exactly like my place. Could it be that this Garfield also has an Uncle Ben and Aunt May?" With curiosity, he rang the bell. After a moment, the door opened. An elderly woman about Aunt May's age stood there with a puzzled look. "Hello, who are you here to see?" Maguire thought, "Unbelievable, there's an Aunt May here too." He smiled. "Hello, I'm here for Garfield. I'm his classmate." Her eyes brightened. "Oh, come in. You must be the one they were waiting for. Holland's already here." Maguire's mind clicked. So Holland has already linked up with Garfield. Looks like today, all three Spider-Men are finally meeting. He nodded politely. "Thank you," he said, stepping inside. In the living room, an older man was reading the newspaper. Seeing Maguire, he greeted warmly. "You're Garfield's classmate too, right? Go on upstairs, they're already up there." Maguire smiled back and headed upstairs. The layout was uncanny. It was just like his old house, Garfield's room in the exact same spot as his own had been. He pushed the door open. Inside stood Garfield and Holland. Garfield lit up with joy. "Maguire, you actually came. This is great." He quickly introduced him. "This is the guy I told you about, Maguire. Just like us, bitten by a spider and gained powers." Then he gestured to Holland. "And this is Holland, the one who appeared on the Brooklyn Bridge that day." Holland stepped forward with a smile. "Hi, I'm Holland. Nice to meet you." Maguire smiled back. Garfield, still excited, asked, "Maguire, how did you find us? I've been looking for you for days but couldn't track down your address. We were just about to check the school archives when you showed up." "So what do you need me for?" Maguire asked bluntly. Garfield leaned forward. "We've been thinking, since the three of us got our powers the same way, why don't we form an alliance? Fight crime together, stand for justice." Maguire rolled his eyes. The way they spoke reminded him of a peach garden oath. "I told you before, I'm not interested," he said flatly. "Don't be like that," Garfield pressed. "We even came up with a name, the Spider Alliance. I thought of it myself, took me a long time." Maguire sighed. "Garfield, if that took you a long time, I worry about your IQ. Holland suddenly spoke. Maguire, there's something my uncle once told me. Maybe if you hear it, you'll change your mind, he said. Before he could finish, Maguire cut in. With great power comes great responsibility, right? Holland froze, stunned. How did you know? That's exactly what I was going to say. Maguire held back a groan. Because all three of us have heard it, that's why. Forget that for now, Maguire said. That lizard you two fought at the school, did you catch him? Garfield shrugged. Then it's settled, you're in. We didn't catch him. He dove into the water and neither of us can swim. Looking at Garfield's shameless insistence, Maguire muttered helplessly. Forget calling him the lizard, that's Dr. Connors. Chapter 41. Garfield and Holland looked at Maguire in shock. What? The lizard is actually Dr. Connors. How is that possible? But after his initial shock, Garfield's expression shifted to one of realization. I see now. Yesterday, when I went to Dr. Connors' research institute, I found the whole place sealed off. And when I tried calling his number, no one answered. Maguire then explained to the two of them why Dr. Connors had turned into the lizard. After hearing Maguire's explanation, the two grew solemn. Garfield spoke up. Then right now Dr. Connors is our greatest enemy. We need to find a way to locate him and turn him back into a normal human. Maguire, speechless at Garfield's bleeding heart attitude, replied coldly. You two can handle it however you want. I have no patience for this little kid's playhouse game. If I run into Dr. Connors, I'll just send him to meet God. Hearing this, Garfield quickly responded. Maguire, we're already in alliance now. Holland has already picked names for the three of us. He's Blue Spider, I'm Red Spider, and you're Black Spider. Looking at the childlike Garfield and Holland, Maguire felt a wave of exasperation. He shot them a glance and said, All right, I get it. You two are just pigs. Here's my phone number. Call me if you need something. He then turned and left directly. Watching Maguire leave, Holland frowned and said to Garfield, Doesn't it feel like Maguire isn't interested in our plan? Garfield laughed. Don't worry about it, that's just how Maguire is, but he really is a good person. At school he even stands up for the weak. Apparently, Garfield had mistaken Maguire's beating down of Flash at school as the actions of a tough guy with a soft heart. After leaving, Maguire shook his head in silence. Spider Alliance, what a joke. He then stepped into his Bentley and sped away into the distance. Meanwhile, at Oscorp Industries. At the top of Oscorp Tower, inside the penthouse laboratory, a man in a white lab coat faced a sharply dressed man. The two were none other than Dr. Connors and Norman Osborn. Connors had finally managed to sneak into Oscorp Tower. Looking at Norman Osborn, Connors said, What, you want us to work together? Norman Osborn's face curved into a strange smile. Of course, don't you want to build a new world? That's my dream too. What's the point of the two of us killing each other? Why not join forces and get rid of those two spider brats? After that, the entire world will be ruled by just us. Connor's eyes flashed with excitement. Though he appeared human again, the heavy use of the green serum had allowed his evil persona to fully dominate his mind. Now his only thought was to transform all humanity into the same perfect species, as himself. Of course, while the serum had greatly enhanced his physical power, it had drastically lowered his intelligence. Norman Osborn, however, was different. His own human potential enhancement had also caused a split personality. At this point, Norman was almost completely controlled by his evil persona. Only when he returned home, saw his son, and was surrounded by familiar comforts did his original self resurface. Norman Osborn's evil persona was far more deranged than Connor's. His mind was filled only with slaughter and destruction. He wanted to destroy the entire world. Yet this didn't diminish his intelligence. If anything, it made him even sharper. To Norman, Connors was nothing more than a blade he could wield. He knew well that his own enhancement process couldn't be applied on a wide scale. Connor's serum, however, could. It could be mass-produced. With enough time, they could create an army of lizard soldiers. The only problem left to solve was how to control them. With his dulled mind, Connors had no chance against Norman's manipulation. After a few lines of persuasion, Connors even forgot that he had originally come to Oscorp seeking revenge. He looked at Norman Osborn and said, "All right, we can work together, but don't you dare trick me. If you do, I'll tear you into pieces." Norman Osborn only smiled faintly. "Relax, why would I ever deceive you?" Chapter 42. Just as the two great villains were plotting how to destroy the world. What was our bully Maguire doing? Right then, outside Gwen's house, a Bentley was parked at the door. That's right, our bully Maguire was out picking up girls. Before long, Maguire reached Gwen's doorstep and rang the bell. A moment later, the door opened. It was Gwen's mother, Helen, who answered. Seeing Maguire standing there left Helen momentarily stunned. But her good manners quickly covered her surprise, and she greeted him with a polite smile. "Oh, it's Maguire. What is it? You came to see Gwen." Maguire nodded with a smile. "Hello, Auntie. Is Gwen home?" Just then, a gentle voice floated out from inside. "Mom, is someone here to see me?" It was Gwen's voice. Helen turned back and called out, "It's Maguire. He's here to see you." Inside, Gwen's eyes widened in shock at her mother's words. What? Maguire actually came to see me? It had been 3 days since Dr. Connors, the lizard, had attacked the school. In all that time, Gwen hadn't seen Maguire again. But she found herself thinking of him more and more often over the past few days. Especially the words he had spoken to her that day, they still left her puzzled. Had Maguire really been confessing to her? Now, hearing that he had come for her, Gwen's heart began racing uncontrollably. She took a deep breath, steadying herself, ready to meet him. By then, Maguire had already stepped into the house at Helen's invitation. His eyes instantly found Gwen nearby. She looked as radiant as ever. Maguire smiled. "So, what have you been busy with these days?" Gwen quickly answered, "I've been home studying. What about you?" Helen, seeing the two of them talking, tactfully excused herself and went to her own room. Clearly, George Stacey wasn't home. As police chief in a city as rough as this one, he was always busy. Once Helen had left, Maguire looked at Gwen and spoke. "My beautiful Miss Gwen, would I have the honor of taking you out for dinner?" Hearing that, Gwen's heartbeat sped up again. Of course, Maguire could hear her heart pounding and knew she was hesitating. This was the time to press forward. Sometimes boldness worked better than being a gentleman. Maguire simply declared, "Since you didn't answer, I'll take it as a yes. Let's go, I'll wait for you outside." And with that, he turned and walked out. Gwen watched his back as he left, conflicted. His sudden move had thrown her off balance, and her mind was a storm. Maguire's inviting me to dinner. Was he really confessing to me that day? But I'm not ready for a relationship yet. Am I overthinking it? Maybe he's just grateful I cared about him that day, and this is his way of thanking me, but he's already waiting outside. If I don't go, won't it be really awkward for him? Forget it, it's just dinner. It's not like I agreed to be his girlfriend. With that thought, Gwen hurried to change clothes and stepped outside. The moment she walked out the door, she saw Maguire waiting by a car. A Bentley. Gwen's heart filled with doubt. That's Maguire's car? No way. Everyone at school knows he comes from a poor family. Did he borrow it just for this date? The thought irritated her, but still she walked over. When Maguire saw Gwen coming out of the house, he smiled faintly. To him, Gwen was different from Natasha. Natasha was just a friend. But Gwen, he genuinely felt this kind-hearted girl was something special. Gwen stopped in front of him, her face expressionless. "Maguire, why are you inviting me to dinner?" Maguire smirked. Think of it as celebrating the school being shut down. That made Gwen laugh despite herself. "Maguire, is that really something worth celebrating? Can't you be serious for once?" Maguire straightened his face. "To be honest, I just think the life you're living might not be the one you truly want. I believe you should experience the world's colors, feel them, understand them, and choose the life you want for yourself." Chapter 43. Hearing Maguire's words, Gwen stared at him in shock. What he had just said struck her deeply. It was true, her current life wasn't the one she wanted. Because of her father's special status, many kids had been afraid of her since childhood. She grew up without friends. On top of that, her father's expectations weighed on her, pushing her into lessons in etiquette, instruments, academics, all under her parents' arrangements. But Gwen loathed it all. As she grew older, George Stacy became an overprotective father, warning off every boy who tried to get close to her. That constant feeling of her life being controlled filled Gwen with resentment. And now Maguire felt like someone who truly understood her. With that thought, any irritation she'd felt toward him completely vanished. Gwen looked at him with soft eyes. "You really think that way, Maguire?" Maguire smiled. "Dinner's just an excuse. I just want to do the things you want to do." Hearing this, a sweet smile spread across Gwen's face. She replied, "Then let's go already. I want to ride a roller coaster. I want to go to a bar." The two of them immediately drove off. At the window, Helen watched her daughter's glowing smile and couldn't help but smile warmly herself. While Maguire was out having fun with Gwen, what were our two Spider-Men, Holland and Garfield, up to? In a city as chaotic as this one, the police force alone couldn't handle it all. So our two Spider-Men spent their days either catching criminals or on their way to catch them. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. By now, the entire city knew of the two spiders. The people hailed Garfield and Holland as the city's heroes. Newspapers about Spider-Man spread everywhere. Of course, the publisher was none other than the Daily Bugle. But most of the articles it ran criticized the actions of the Spider-Men. Inside the Bugle office, a white-haired man puffed on a cigar, glaring at photos of the two masked heroes. His brow was furrowed. WTF, why are these masked freaks adored by so many? A bunch of cowards hiding in masks, thinking they're above the law. Just wait, one day I'll rip off those ridiculous clown masks. This man was the head of the Daily Bugle, J. Jonah Jameson. The reason the Bugle constantly published negative articles about the spiders was simple. Jameson hated them. His hatred stemmed from tragedy. His wife had died in a terrorist attack, killed by a masked man. To him, masked vigilantes like the spiders were nothing, but outlaws above the law. Just then, a tall man stepped into the office. Jameson turned his head, his voice cold. "You've been briefed on the job, right?" The man nodded. "Find out the true identities of the two spiders." This man was Mac Gargan, a former private investigator. Because of Jameson's hatred for the spiders, he had hired Gargan to uncover who they really were. Jameson nodded at Gargan's answer. "Good, since you know the job, get moving. I want their identities within a month." Gargan nodded again and left. Meanwhile, Bully Maguire was at his villa. It had been half a month since his day out with Gwen. Since then, George had grounded her. Thanks to Kingpin, George already had a negative view of Maguire. Maguire, however, had been busy with his own affairs. With Dr. Connors nowhere to be found, he had gone into the sewers, finding only traces that someone had lived there, now abandoned. This puzzled him. Could Connors have already left the city? That shouldn't be possible. Losing Connors' trail, Maguire turned his eyes toward Harry's father, Norman Osborn. After all, the Green Goblin was supposed to be a key villain in the story. But from Harry's words, his father was healthier than ever, everything back to normal. That left Maguire baffled. Maybe the timeline hadn't reached the point where Norman became the Goblin yet. So, Maguire contented himself with beating up small fry on the streets at night. Every little bit of bully points added up. And finally, today, Maguire's bully points had once again reached 100. Chapter 44. At that moment, Maguire decided it was time for his next lottery draw. He opened up the bully system's interface. The familiar golden wheel appeared again, though the rewards had changed. \normal item, Nami's panties. Normal item, Bulma's panties. A rank item, one of the 12 talismans, the horse talisman 1. C rank ability, X-ray vision. B rank ability, ice able to freeze anything touched. A rank ability, teleportation, short-range teleport with cooldown. Looking at the 6 options on the wheel, Maguire couldn't help rolling his eyes. This bully system was definitely a pervert. How else to explain the first 2 being such ridiculous items? Among the choices, the horse talisman from the 12 talismans clearly looked the strongest. Even though X-ray vision was only a C-rank ability, it was still a pretty good one. Something about it even made Maguire smirk with anticipation. As for ice, it looked similar to the devil fruit, ice power, but the difference was massive. The ice fruit allowed elemental transformation and had sky-high potential, eventually able to freeze anything tangible. But this C-rank ability could only freeze what he physically touched, and being C-rank, its freezing power wouldn't be very strong. Still, Maguire knew he wasn't some god of luck. Worth a gamble, maybe my bike will turn into a motorbike, he thought, and began the spin. Golden light shimmered as the wheel spun once more. Seconds later, the pointer landed right on the edge between the horse talisman and X-ray vision. Maguire grinned. Now that's some luck, either of these would be great. Truthfully, he found himself oddly hoping for the X-ray vision. Then the system's voice rang out. /congratulations, host has obtained an A-rank item. One of the 12 talismans, the horse talisman. Effect can heal any non-lethal injury. Removes hidden ailments within the body. Eliminates various side effects afflicting the host. Ineffective against beings too powerful. Maguire felt excitement, mixed with a touch of disappointment. X-ray vision would have been fun, but this was still a solid prize. Reading over the horse talisman's effects, Maguire understood why the ox talisman was considered S-rank, while this one was only A-rank. It could only heal non-lethal injuries. That meant if someone got their head blown off, the horse talisman couldn't bring them back. That wasn't healing, that would be resurrection. Its ability to remove ailments and side effects also had limits. If Odin were gravely wounded, or if it came to the Infinity Stone's effects, this A-rank talisman would be useless. After obtaining the horse talisman, Maguire walked over to Aunt May, who was tending the flowers. "Aunt May, you must be tired. Let me give you a shoulder rub." She smiled kindly and nodded, taking a seat on the sofa. Maguire gently massaged her shoulders, quietly channeling the power of the horse talisman. A warmth spread through Aunt May's body. She closed her eyes and before long, drifted off to sleep on the couch. An hour later, she stirred awake. Her once clouded, aged eyes now shone brightly. Her whole spirit seemed renewed. She was shocked at the change in her body, then turned to Maguire. "Peter, it's so strange. I feel younger, as if many of my aches and pains have vanished. It's a miracle, thank God." Maguire rolled his eyes inwardly. This has nothing to do with God. But aloud, he smiled and said, "Yes, Aunt May, it must be your kindness, God has blessed you. This really is a good thing." The next day, Maguire found another excuse and used the horse talisman's power on Uncle Ben as well. It cleansed all his hidden ailments. Uncle Ben, too, was amazed, but didn't suspect a thing. He simply thought it was because of a good night's sleep. Elsewhere, West Los Angeles. A supermansion built on a cliff, futuristic in design. The home of Stark Industries' head, billionaire playboy Tony Stark. The morning sunlight streamed over the massive bed, where a blonde woman slowly opened her eyes. Remembering last night's events, her lips curved into a thrilled smile. Tony Stark, billionaire, had fallen to her charms. She already saw herself as part of the city's elite. Tony Stark's wife. Chapter 45. Just as the blonde woman was lost in her fantasy of becoming a socialite, a mature female voice spoke from behind her. "Your clothes have been ironed, and the car to take you back is already waiting outside." The blonde turned slowly. A beautiful, sharp, businesslike woman in a professional suit stood before her, holding the same clothes she had worn the night before. The blonde immediately recognized her, Tony Stark's assistant, Virginia Pepper Potts. At Stark's press conferences and important public events, she was always by his side. Because of her crisp, efficient style, Tony Stark had given his assistant a nickname, Pepper. The blonde woman looked at Pepper and, instantly comparing herself, felt smug. In figure and appearance, she believed Pepper was no match for her. Pride swelled inside her. With disdain, she sneered. "So, you're Tony Stark's assistant, Miss Potts." Pepper's expression didn't change. Calmly, she replied, "Yes, I am." The blonde's scorn deepened. "You've been working for Mr. Stark for so long, and yet you're still stuck doing chores like this. Honestly, I pity you." Pepper looked at her like she was just another foolish peacock. Another one who doesn't know her place, she thought silently. Outwardly, her voice remained cool. Anything Mr. Stark asks of me, I'll do, including dealing with used things, like trash. Mr. Stark has already asked you to leave. Don't make me call security. The blonde's arrogance collapsed instantly. She snatched her clothes from Pepper's hands and stormed off, fuming. Inside, she muttered, "When I become Mrs. Stark, we'll see if you can keep this job." But she didn't understand. Some things are strictly one time only. Pepper watched her go with a weary smile. She had seen this scene too many times before. Just then, a figure emerged from the basement. Billionaire, playboy, genius, Tony Stark himself. Pepper walked over at once. "Mr. Stark, there's a major contract that needs your signature. Your private jet is ready." Tony nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in Washington, the Triskelion, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Inside, a red-haired woman in a black suit strode confidently through the halls. The outfit accentuated her perfect lines. It was Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, who had recently crossed paths with Maguire. She entered an office. Inside, a man in black leather, one eye covered by a patch, sat behind the desk. It was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Natasha spoke at once. "That man has rejected our invitation. He openly told us he doesn't fear any methods we might use." Fury answered evenly. "In that case, we'll leave him be for now. Recently, in Queens, New York, 2 superpowered youngsters have appeared. Here's their file, take a look." A massive blue hollow screen lit up. 2 teenagers' images appeared. It was Garfield and Holland. The screen also showed them in costume, their red and blue spider suits. The only difference, Garfield's chest emblem was a red spider, Holland's was blue, clearly designed to match their names, Red Spider and Blue Spider. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intel was terrifying. Despite their efforts to hide their identities, the agency's satellites had revealed everything. Studying the file, Natasha noticed something interesting. Their homes were very close to where she had once encountered that interesting little guy. Thinking of him made her smile faintly. She asked, "Director Fury, you want to recruit these 2 kids? They're just high schoolers." Fury nodded. "Yes, even though they're teenagers, their actions show strong justice instincts, but they also wield immense power. Unchecked, that could have serious consequences. Watch this video." The screen shifted to footage of Holland battling the lizard, and then both him and Garfield fighting the monster at Midtown High. Natasha frowned. "What is that green creature?" Fury shook his head. "We don't know yet, but the videos tell us 2 things. First, the creature possesses incredible strength, even those 2 couldn't handle him. Second, he's a severe threat to public safety. He's a non-human criminal. But lately, he hasn't been seen." Dr. Connor's research had been funded by Oscorp. Research of that kind would never get S.H.I.E.L.D.'s approval, and with Oscorp's resources, it wasn't hard to block their surveillance. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't yet discovered that the lizard was Dr. Kurt Connors. Natasha nodded. Fury continued. "You'll go to New York, invite those 2 kids to join us. Give them a high degree of freedom if necessary." Natasha nodded once more and left. Alone in his chair, Fury's single eye gleamed with a sharp light, deep in thought. Chapter 46. Queens, New York. At Garfield's home, Holland and Garfield were sitting together. "Garfield, why do you think Maguire won't join our team? Doesn't he want to fight crime and do something for the city?" Garfield quickly replied, "Maguire's not that kind of guy. If he isn't with us now, it's because he has his own business to handle. Don't overthink it. And honestly, this Daily Bugle thing is just too much. We're clearly doing good things, so why do they keep smearing us?" Holland scowled. "Exactly, why? I can't stand that newspaper." Garfield sighed. "Forget them, we'll just keep doing what we do. Lies won't matter, we haven't done anything wrong." The 2 little spiders, for all their justice and crime fighting, had one common principle: never kill. They only webbed up criminals and left them for the police to collect. The 2 often worked together on improving their web shooters. With their upgrades, the devices worked better and better. Holland shook his head. I was even planning to give Maguire a pair of web shooters once he joined us. Garfield stood up suddenly, pulled a box from under his bed, and opened it. Inside was a red and blue spider suit, marked with a bold black spider emblem on the chest. Garfield smiled helplessly. See, I even made him a suit. Our spider alliance, red spider, blue spider, and black spider. Sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Meanwhile, while they were complaining about him, what was Maguire up to? Cut to Maguire. It was midnight, most people were already asleep. But at the black bar, the lights still blazed, and women danced under the strobes. In the middle of the dance floor, a man in a black suit twisted and moved with sharp, flashy steps, pulling off moves so bold the whole crowd screamed. It was Bully Maguire. Yes, while Garfield and Holland talked about him, Maguire was busy tearing up the dance floor. Recently, he'd found that hunting down small-time thugs gave him too few bully points, and frankly, those dirty jobs felt beneath him. Bored, he had started coming to bars instead, killing time. If he spotted the right prey, he didn't mind spending a few $100s to rent a room. But tonight's prospects were trash, nothing worthwhile. With no reason to stay, Maguire decided to head back to his villa. Despite the desperate pleas of the blonde girls around him, the heartless arsonist of love turned his back and walked out. At the door, he spotted a familiar figure, the man in the brown jacket he'd run into in an alley not long ago. Maguire's lips curved into a sly grin. Sorry, brother, but I'm in desperate need of bully points. Looks like you'll have to provide some. He had only 25 bully points left. His tremor fruit development had only reached 22%. That's right, after all this time, it had only gone up by 2%. The real way forward was to spend bully points to increase his fruit's development. But Maguire was broke. Each 1% increase cost 10 bully points. From the system, he knew reaching S rank meant 60% mastery. That added up to 480 bully points. For now, Maguire was poor as dirt. The man in the brown jacket turned into a side alley. Maguire followed immediately. Moments later, Maguire entered the alley. There, the man in the brown jacket stood opposite another man dressed head to toe in black leather. Seeing the second man, Maguire's grin widened. Well, damn, today's my lucky night. 2 of them, my bully points are saved. The 2 men noticed him at once. The brown-jacketed man turned his head slowly, glared at Maguire, and said coldly, "Leave now." Chapter 47. Hearing the man's words, Maguire's face lit up with excitement. Oh, that's the sweetest sound in the world. It's been a long time since anyone dared talk to me like that. He looked at the 2 figures ahead with a playful smile. The man in the brown jacket frowned, exasperated. You idiot, leave now. But Maguire didn't budge, still smirking as if watching clowns perform. The bearded man in black leather, however, grinned savagely. If this punk wants to die, then before we finish our business, I'll send him straight to God. Maguire burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good, you're really good. This is the first time someone's told me to my face they'll send me to God. I just worry the old man might not want to see me. The bearded man sneered, red eyes filled with contempt, as if staring at a fool. The next second, he leapt, his body like some half-evolved beast. In one bound, he flew 10 meters, claws outstretched, aiming straight for Maguire. In his mind, he already saw Maguire's terrified expression, saw him running in panic, saw his skull split open and blood pouring. But sorry, Bully Maguire wasn't here to give him that satisfaction. Maguire only looked on, smiling faintly, as if watching a circus act. Just then, the man in the brown jacket moved too, stepping in front of Maguire in a blur. Leave now if you want to live, he growled coldly. The bearded man hissed low, opening his mouth to reveal rows of sharp, white fangs. Maguire only chuckled. Sorry, I think you misunderstood. Did I ever say I'd let him live? The brown-jacketed man stiffened. Is this kid insane? He thought. The bearded man snarled at him. Logan, get out of my way. I'll kill this arrogant brat. Yes, the 2 were none other than Wolverine, Logan, and Sabretooth, Victor Creed. Maguire looked straight at Logan and said calmly, if he's so eager to die, step aside. I'll send him to God myself. Sabretooth roared with rage and lunged at Maguire, claws swiping for his head. Logan held back, curious to see what this cocky kid was relying on. In Sabretooth's mind, he already saw Maguire's head shattered under his claws. But Maguire stood there, unmoved, his face calm. And just before those claws could connect, Maguire's hand shot up and clamped down on Sabretooth's wrist. The speed was unreal. Logan's eyes widened. What the hell? This kid's speed, could he be a mutant too? Even Sabretooth froze in shock. Fast, but you're underestimating me. He swung his other hand down in a vicious strike. But pain exploded in his wrist. A searing agony shot up his arm, forcing him to abort the attack. He looked down. And his eyes widened in horror. The hand Maguire had grabbed was crushed into pulp, nothing left but mangled flesh. Only the adamantium bones inside remained intact. Before Sabretooth could react, an overwhelming power erupted from Maguire. With one motion, Maguire lifted him like a rag doll and slammed him into the ground. Boom! The impact shattered the pavement, dust and rubble flying. Sabretooth groaned, dazed from the crushing force. With the Ox Talisman, Maguire's strength had reached S rank, far beyond what Sabretooth could handle. And before he could recover. Bam, bam, bam. Maguire hoisted him up like a toy bear, smashing him into the ground again and again. The alley shook with every impact, concrete cracking, walls splintering under the relentless assault. Chapter 48. Wolverine stood to the side, unable to believe what he was seeing. This guy's strength, it's insane. Sabretooth's stronger than me, but compared to him, it's like a child against a grown man. What level of mutant is he? Not far away, Maguire casually tossed Sabretooth aside like garbage. If his mother were a coroner, even she wouldn't recognize him now. His body had been smashed into pulp, only the adamantium skeleton left intact. The force had shaken his organs into mush. Maguire looked at him with disdain. That's it, and you thought you could act tough. Wolverine's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint flashing. He's too careless. Sabretooth's just like me, he can't be killed. This kid's about to learn how terrifying he really is. Maguire flipped his hand, producing a cigar. The familiar motion, the familiar smell. He lit it slowly, smoke curling around him. He knew both Wolverine and Sabretooth had terrifying healing factors. But so what? To him, they were nothing more than unbreakable punching bags. And then Sabretooth, who looked like a corpse moments ago, suddenly twitched. His skin and muscle began knitting back together at visible speed. The next second, the beast who had been dead on the floor was standing again. Wolverine looked toward Maguire, ready to savor the shock on his face. But disappointment again. Maguire wasn't surprised at all. If anything, he looked even more excited. Yes, faced with an immortal training dummy, Bully Maguire couldn't be happier. Sabretooth, half-healed, glared at him with savage fury. Kid, you're strong, I admit it, but you can't kill me. Maguire's grin turned wicked. Maybe I can't kill you, but I can make you wish for death you'll never get. Sabretooth roared and lunged again. Maguire was already there, faster. His fist shot out, carrying monstrous power. Boom! The blow tore straight through Sabretooth's torso, blasting a gaping hole through his abdomen. Blood sprayed, his healing factor couldn't stop the agony. He howled, face contorted in rage. Even with regeneration, the pain was very real. He glared at Maguire, hatred burning in his eyes. If looks could kill, Maguire would be long gone. Wolverine, watching, was shaken to the core. This strength, who the hell is he? Sabretooth lay snarling on the ground, his stomach wound slowly repairing. But this wasn't a scratch, he'd need minutes to heal. Maguire strode forward, and both Sabretooth and Logan thought he was about to finish him. Sabretooth glared, still furious, but too broken to move. Then Maguire placed his hand on Sabretooth's body. A flash of green light surged through his palm. Sabretooth's wound closed instantly. Logan's eyes widened. What the hell, that green light, he healed him in a second. Sabretooth too stared in shock. But then Maguire's grin twisted again. If I didn't have this power, I'd be dead already, right? And with that, his fist exploded forward, smashing Sabretooth's head and tearing the muscle from his skull. The beast roared in pain, but Maguire only looked down with cold indifference. Anyone who tried to kill him, never forgivable, never worth pity. Chapter 49. Wolverine stared, horrified, as a chilling thought crossed his mind. The next second, Maguire's right hand reached out again toward the howling Sabretooth. Green light flickered once more. In an instant, Sabretooth's terrible wounds vanished. A fist slammed into him, another howl, another flash of green. Over and over. The light pulsed, the screams echoed endlessly. Even Wolverine, who had killed countless times, felt a cold dread pierce his bones. Too brutal, this guy's terrifying, of all people to mess with, not him. He wanted to stop it, but reason held him back. If he wasn't even on par with adamantium-laced Sabretooth, then against Maguire, who treated Sabretooth like an insect, he wouldn't stand a chance. Minutes later, Sabretooth just stared blankly at Maguire. The defiance in his eyes was gone, replaced by boundless fear. In his mind, Maguire wasn't human at all. He was a demon from the abyss, a pure bully. Then, Maguire's system chimed in. /congratulations, host has gained 50 bully points. Plot character bonus, 25 points. Current total, 100 bully points. Finally, Maguire understood. Bully points came not from killing, but from cruelty, forcing others into absolute terror. He looked down coldly at Sabretooth. Wells want more. Sabretooth shook violently, swearing it was the most terrifying sound he'd ever heard. But Maguire had lost interest. He stood, flipped his hand, and a cigar appeared. Lighting it, he turned and walked away. As soon as he left, Sabretooth collapsed, trembling, consumed by fear. Wolverine only sighed, then left in silence. 10 minutes later, Maguire was back home. The next morning, his phone rang, waking him from sleep. He picked it up, frowning. Garfield, what does he want? He answered. Garfield's voice came through. Maguire, where are you? Holland invited us both to his house. He specifically told me to bring you. There are things we need to discuss. Maguire sighed. Fine, hope you two won't bore me too much. Stay home, I'll pick you up. After hanging up, he washed up, then drove his Bentley to Garfield's place. Soon he arrived. Garfield was waiting at the door with a suitcase in hand. When he saw the luxury car pull up, his face twisted in confusion. Who the hell drives a car like that into our neighborhood? The Bentley stopped before him. Garfield's eyes nearly popped when the window slid down to reveal Maguire. Maguire, this car, it's yours. Not in the mood to explain, Maguire said flatly. Get in, what's with the suitcase? Garfield smiled mysteriously. You'll see soon enough. Then they drove off toward Holland's house. It wasn't far. Within minutes, they were at the door. The house looked much like Maguire's own. They rang the bell. A mature woman's voice came from inside. Just a moment. The door opened. A stunning woman in a fitted blue sweater appeared before them. She looked to be in her 30s, graceful, radiant. Her skin was flawless, her figure striking, her eyes bright and full of a mature charm no schoolgirl could compare to. She radiated warmth, like sunlight in winter, comforting, not blinding. Maguire froze, inwardly cursing. Why is my Aunt May a sweet old granny but Holland's Aunt May is a goddess? This isn't fair, I protest. Then again, maybe it's a good thing. Luckily, she's not my aunt. Chapter 50. At that moment, Aunt May's face lit up with a warm, radiant smile as she looked at Maguire and Garfield. You're here, that's wonderful. Holland already told me today that his two best friends would be coming over. Come in, quickly. At her invitation, Maguire and Garfield stepped inside. Holland was in the kitchen, busy cooking. But to be honest, Holland's cooking looked more like a battlefield. The entire kitchen was a disaster. Maguire sighed inwardly. Back in the day, I was a master chef. And now, this is the garbage I've had to eat since coming to this place. No way, I'll show them what real food is. When Holland saw them enter, he hurriedly put down his knife. You guys made it. Sit down, sit down. Garfield immediately plopped onto the sofa. Aunt May, however, went straight to the kitchen to help Holland. Maguire watched the two of them running around like headless chickens and shook his head. Seriously, how do these two even feed themselves? Must be living off takeout. Their cooking was hopeless. So Maguire stood up, walked over to the kitchen, and said with a smile, "Holland, Aunt May, let me do it. I can actually cook." The two, frazzled and overwhelmed, looked at him like he was a savior. In America, there was no custom forbidding guests from cooking. Aunt May quickly agreed. "That would be wonderful. Please go ahead." Holland looked stunned. "You can cook?" Maguire smirked. "There are a lot of things you don't know about me. For example, well, you get the idea." He took the knife and glanced at the ingredients. "Not bad, Holland. You got a lot here. Today you'll eat well." Knowing American tastes leaned sweet and sour, he prepared several signature dishes. Sweet and sour pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour ribs, tomato beef stew, and spicy beef. As he cooked, Garfield, Holland, and Aunt May stood by, wide-eyed. His knife work, his serious expression, his effortless combinations, everything left them in awe. Aunt May even found herself curious. This boy, who looks about the same age as Holland, cooks so beautifully. There was no denying it. Nothing was more attractive than a man cooking with focus. The ingredients were different here than in his homeland, but Maguire improvised with substitutes. An hour and a half later, a full table of vibrant, aromatic dishes stood ready. Holland and Garfield were drooling. And then gulp. Maguire turned and realized the sound had come from Aunt May. Her face flushed red when she saw him looking, and she stammered. "Maguire, I never knew you could cook like this. You're amazing. I wish I had your skills." Maguire smiled faintly. "No problem. If you'd like, I can teach you sometime." The four of them sat down. Holland and Garfield couldn't contain themselves, shoveling food into their mouths. Their eyes sparkled like stars. Even Aunt May finally picked up a piece of sweet and sour rib. The moment she tasted it, her eyes went wide. "This is incredible, and I've never seen dishes like these before. Maguire, are you a Michelin chef? This is unbelievable." Maguire only chuckled. "It's cuisine from the mysterious East. I just happened to learn it." Despite the large spread, Garfield and Holland's appetites made short work of it. Soon, the table was empty. Even Aunt May, lips shining with oil, gazed at Maguire with admiration. Afterward, the three of them followed Holland into his room. That's when Garfield opened the suitcase he had carried, looking secretive. "Maguire, close your eyes." Maguire rolled his eyes. "What do you think this is, a date? I'm not into you." Garfield ignored him and popped the case open. Inside was a red and blue spider suit, the black spider emblem bold on the chest. At the same time, Holland pulled something small from behind his back. Chapter 51. Seeing the blue and red suit appear in front of him, Maguire looked completely speechless. Meanwhile, Garfield stared at him with expectant eyes. "Ta-da, this is the suit I specially made for you. What do you think?" Out of basic courtesy, Maguire didn't immediately refuse. Instead, he said, "It's okay, a little childish though." At that moment, Holland suddenly handed over a small gadget to Maguire. "Look, Maguire, this is my gift to you, web shooters." Hearing that, Maguire's face went blank. "Web shooters, what's the point of these?" Pleased with himself, Holland extended his hand. A strand of white web shot out from his wrist and stuck firmly to a bottle in the distance. Garfield quickly added, "This was something Holland and I developed together. You can use it for all sorts of things. We even made one for you." Maguire, expressionless, raised his own arm. A strand of web instantly flew out of his hand. Both Holland and Garfield froze, stunned by what they saw. "You have web shooters too, Maguire." Maguire smiled helplessly and revealed his arm. The two leaned closer. There was nothing on his wrist, only a small patch of web residue on his skin. "My God, you can produce your own webs, Maguire." "That's insane, so cool. Why is it that we're all Spider-Man, but you've got this kind of ability?" Maguire shook his head. "You two are Spider-Man, I'm not. If you must give me a name, just call me the bully." Garfield and Holland both froze. Maguire's a good guy. Why would he call himself a bully? They dropped the subject and instead began talking about their recent days as Spider-Man. They told simple stories of catching a few robbers, a few thieves. To Maguire, listening to them was like hearing children play pretend. He couldn't help but speak. "You two are saints, those vicious thugs, you should have finished them." Garfield and Holland looked at him in shock, unsettled by his words. Garfield protested. "But those guys, they only hurt people, they didn't kill anyone. Killing them, that's too much. Even if someone did kill, we're just doing the right thing, not the FBI. Murder, I've never even considered it." Maguire stood up coldly, glaring at the two of them. "Those men with guns, hurting innocents, they're already beyond saving. You think you're upholding justice by letting the FBI lock them up? They'll never repent. Once they're out, they'll commit crimes again. And when they do, when they kill someone, who among you will pay back the lives of those they murdered? With your own lives. What if one of them killed your Uncle Ben? What if one of them raped and murdered your Aunt May? Would you still say they didn't deserve to die? Forgiveness is God's job. Yours is to send them to meet him." His words left both Garfield and Holland frozen in place, chills running through them. The weight of Maguire's last line especially made them shiver. But the two idealists couldn't easily accept his philosophy. They still tried to reason with him. "It doesn't have to go that far, Maguire." Maguire sighed inwardly. "Looks like I'll have to give these two a lesson." He said aloud, "Tonight, put on your suits. I want to see how you deliver justice." Without another word, he turned and walked away. Downstairs, Aunt May reminded him again to teach her how to cook when he had time. Night fell quickly. By 11 o'clock, the main street still glowed with light, but the alleys were like doorways to hell. In one of those alleys, Holland and Garfield stood puzzled before Maguire. The reason, Maguire wasn't wearing a suit. "Maguire, why didn't you wear yours?" they asked. "Enough questions, follow me," Maguire said coldly. The two had no choice but to follow him deeper into the dark alley. In the darkness of Hell's Kitchen, it was a paradise for criminals. Gunshots echoed here and there, faint but constant, swallowed by the night. Chapter 52. On the main street, a man in a black suit staggered down the road, clearly drunk, clutching a briefcase. He mumbled to himself as he walked. "Mr. David, I really can't drink anymore." "Thank you, Mr. David. The contract's finally signed. Now I've got money for my daughter's tuition." On top of a 4-story building nearby, Maguire, Garfield, and Holland watched the man. "This guy definitely isn't from Hell's Kitchen," Maguire said. "No one local would be walking alone this late. Either he's completely drunk or he came here from another district for business." Garfield and Holland both nodded. "And people like him. In Hell's Kitchen, he's 100% going to get mugged." As soon as Maguire said that, 2 large men suddenly rushed out of an alley and grabbed the drunk. Before he could react, one of them clamped a hand over his mouth while the two dragged him into the dark alley. Seeing this, Holland and Garfield immediately prepared to leap down, but Maguire stopped them. "You don't need to catch them. Just give them a beating, then try talking sense into them. See if they'll turn themselves in." The two nodded and charged ahead. Against Garfield and Holland, 2 ordinary thugs didn't stand a chance. Within moments, they were beaten bloody, trembling with fear. Following Maguire's instructions, Garfield and Holland gave the men a lecture. The 2 thugs swore up and down that they'd go to the police and confess. Satisfied, Garfield and Holland let them go. The drunk man thanked them profusely and hailed a cab. When they returned, Maguire said flatly, "Follow them, let's see where they really go." In the alleys, the bruised thugs muttered curses. "Unbelievable, ran into those 2 spidermen. Idiots, they even gave us a lecture. What are their brains filled with crap?" Hearing this, Garfield and Holland seethed with anger and prepared to jump in again, but Maguire stopped them. "Wait." Reluctantly, they followed the thugs deeper into the alleys. The 2 thugs wandered aimlessly, but one thing was clear: they weren't heading anywhere near a police station. At that moment, a girl in pajamas burst from her house, sprinting into a side alley. From the looks of it, she'd fought with her family and decided to run away. Moments later, her parents rushed out of the house, chasing after her. Unfortunately, the thugs were in the same alley. The girl stopped short, seeing the 2 hulking men ahead. Whatever anger she had vanished, replaced with fear as she turned to run back toward her parents. Watching from above, Garfield and Holland looked on tensely, as if testing whether their lesson had worked. The thugs' eyes lit up when they saw the pretty girl, their faces twisted with lust as they ran after her. Just then, the girl's parents arrived. She fled to her mother's side, but the thugs closed in. They knocked the father to the ground and leered at the terrified mother and daughter. Two of them, perfect, one thug laughed. "We'll take turns, ha-ha-ha." From above, Maguire turned to Garfield and Holland. "You two decide what to do. I'm going back to sleep." He vaulted away without looking back. Garfield and Holland exchanged a look, their eyes burning with rage, then hurled themselves down into the alley. Maguire was already gone. What Garfield and Holland would choose to do, he didn't care. The fate of that girl didn't concern him either. People pay for their recklessness. Even if someone saves them once, sooner or later they'll face the consequences. After all, Maguire wasn't some superhero. He was just the bully, nothing more. This kind of thing, sorry, none of his damn business. Chapter 53. Early the next morning, Maguire sat with the newspaper, his thoughts turning heavy. Head of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, missing in Black State. Suspected kidnapped by terrorists. Stark Industries leaderless. Reading the headline, Maguire muttered to himself. So Iron Man's birth isn't far now. Once Tony returns, he'll stop weapons development. I'd better start planning ahead myself. Meanwhile, at the Daily Bugle. A man wearing sunglasses entered J. Jonah Jameson's office. It was Mac Gargan, hired to investigate Spider-Man's identity. "How's the investigation? Any progress?" Jameson asked, cigar clenched between his teeth. Gargan sighed, looking helpless. "Nothing. Spider-Man moves way too fast. I just can't keep up with him." Jameson exploded in anger. "It's been a month and you've found nothing, you useless hack." Gargan lowered his head, muttering under his breath. "It's Spider-Man, I'm not Superman." But Jameson heard him. "What did you just say?" he snapped. Frustrated, Gargan snapped back. "That's Spider-Man, I'm just a regular guy. I'm a private investigator, not some superhero hunter." Jameson's fury boiled over. "Enough, you're fired, worthless, can't do a damn thing right." Gargan's face fell, he panicked. "Please give me more time. I'll find out Spider-Man's identity, I swear. Don't fire me, I'm broke, I need this job." Jameson paused, an idea forming. He leaned back, eyes narrowing. "You say you need money? I have another job, the pay's very generous. Interested?" At once, Gargan's face lit up. "Yes, whatever it is, I'll do it." A smile crept across Jameson's face. "Good, it's simple. All you have to do is test a suit." 1 hour later. Empire State University Research Lab. A black car pulled up outside. Jameson and Gargan stepped out and entered the facility. Inside a large lab, a man in a white coat approached eagerly. "You're here, this must be Gargan." "That's him," Jameson said. "Dr. Connors, is it ready?" "Yes," Connors nodded. "The scorpion armor is complete. All that's left is for Mr. Gargan to try it on." Hearing this, Gargan felt a chill of unease. But with his pockets empty, he bit down the fear and stayed silent. Soon, they stood before a massive glass chamber. Inside gleamed a dark green battlesuit, angular and menacing, a long, heavy scorpion tail arched over its back. The scorpion suit. This was the project Jameson had secretly funded at ESU, his obsession fueled by grief convinced Spider-Man was tied to his wife's death. Now, he had the weapon to take revenge. He just needed someone desperate enough to wear it. Gargan was perfect. Looking at the armor, Gargan felt a spark of hope. With the help of several technicians, he donned the scorpion suit. At once, power coursed through him. His body felt stronger, harder, faster, like a single punch could shatter the world. Of course, it was only the illusion of newfound strength. Jameson's eyes gleamed at the sight. A wild idea flared in his mind. Go capture Spider-Man, rip off his mask, expose him to the world for the fraud he is. He stepped closer to Gargan. "Now you have power, real power. Bring me Spider-Man, and I'll give you wealth beyond anything you could spend in a lifetime." Gargan nodded heavily. Honest, desperate Gargan had no idea what he was getting himself into. All he knew was, he needed the money. Chapter 54. The next day. Two figures swung between the skyscrapers, Garfield and Holland. After a single day to recover, they had finally shaken off the unease of their first kill. Neither spoke of it, but both knew they had changed. They had grown. Suddenly down below, chaos erupted, a bank robbery. And of course, New York's friendly neighborhood spidermen would never look the other way. Without hesitation, the two dove for the bank. Inside the bank, 4 men in black hoods brandished submachine guns, barking orders at terrified clerks. The body of a security guard still lay on the floor, warm with blood. "Fill the bags now," one shouted. "Move faster or you're dead." Shaking, the clerks obeyed. Hostages knelt on the floor, wide-eyed, clutching each other in fear. One girl, trembling, looked toward the window, then gasped, her face lighting up. 2 shadows streaked past. A crash of glass. The window shattered, and in swung the 2 spidermen, Garfield and Holland in their suits. The robbers froze. Everyone in New York knew the name Spider-Man. But desperate men with guns didn't drop them so easily. The 4 raised their weapons, only for webs to yank them from their hands in an instant. Before they could even cry out, the 2 spidermen leapt forward. A flurry of fists and kicks put all 4 on the ground, moaning in pain. The crowd erupted in cheers. Clerks and hostages cried out in joy, waving at their rescuers. Garfield and Holland returned the greetings with warm waves, the rush of victory on their faces. But then both of their spider senses went off, hard. A grating voice cut through the noise. "Excellent, excellent, as expected of Spider-Man. 2 clowns hiding behind masks, allow me to tear them away." The 2 turned. A dark green shape entered the room. Broad armored shoulders, jagged plating gleaming, and behind him a long scorpion tail swaying, dripping menace. It was Mac Gargan, now fused with the scorpion suit. Garfield and Holland's eyes widened. They had no idea who or what this was. But Gargan didn't care to explain. The only thought filling his head was the urge to seize them, or kill them. The suit didn't just enhance strength. Its tail could whip like a steel lash or spray burning acid. But its greatest flaw, prolonged use eroded the mind, merging man and machine into a creature of pure slaughter. In a blur, the scorpion lunged. His power dwarfed even Maguire's spider strength. Against Garfield and Holland, he was overwhelming. A fist swung heavy enough to shake the air. Their spider sense screamed, both twisted aside, barely dodging. Web lines shot out, trying to bind him. But they forgot the tail. The flexible, whip-like appendage cracked through the air. With a sickening whip crack, it caught Holland and hurled him across the room. He smashed into a wall, bringing it down in a thunderous collapse. Garfield, the most agile of the 3 spidermen, rolled clear, but his stomach turned at the sight. Panic surged through the crowd. Hostages stampeded for the exit, screaming. Garfield struck back, webbing fired in rapid bursts, covering Scorpion's face. That was Spider-Man's edge, not just power but wit. Blind him and he's a target. Snarling, Gargan clawed at the sticky strands, struggling to rip them away. Garfield struck, driving a punch into his chest, sending him skidding back across the floor. And just as he tore the webs free, Holland came bursting from the rubble, firing his own streams of webbing. Again Gargan's sight was smothered, his movements tangled. The 2 spidermen closed in, striking together, fists and webs pounding against the armored figure. Chapter 55. Before long, under the combined assault of Garfield and Holland, the scorpion was forced on the defensive. Strong as the suit was, it couldn't keep up with 2 spidermen working in tandem. Desperate, Gargan's armored tail suddenly whipped forward, the tip glowing. A stream of sizzling green acid shot toward them. Their spider sense shrieked. Both twisted aside just in time as the corrosive spray hissed into the floor, eating through solid concrete. Taking advantage of the opening, Gargan bolted, crashing out of the bank and vanishing into the night. Elsewhere, Maguire sat idly at home, boredom gnawing at him. He opened his system interface. Current bully points, 100. He tapped his chin, thinking, a random draw? Too risky. He already had an SS-class devil fruit, the Gura Gura no Mi, the tremor fruit. Better to invest those points into developing it further. He pulled up his stats. Host, Maguire. Strength, S. Speed, C. Stamina, C. Reflexes, A. Defense, B. Special abilities. Tremor Fruit SS class, development 22%, rank A. Can self-drain or use bully points to upgrade. Spider Sense, rank A. Webbing, rank C. Special items, black suit, Cuban cigars. Overall combat power, S. Let's raise it, he muttered, pouring in his points. 100 bully points spent. Tremor Fruit development, 32%. Current rank, A+. Overall combat power, S. Maguire leaned back, frowning in thought. The Tremor Fruit? Its potential's insane. With it I can shake space itself, create invisible shields. As long as an attack's force isn't greater than my quake power, I can block it. Bullets, cannon shells, water jets, all useless. But flames, light, anything at the molecular level, that's still beyond me, for now. He smiled darkly. If he mastered vibrations at the atomic, even nuclear scale. By colliding quake forces in perfect opposition, he might trigger controlled nuclear blasts. An idealized dream, but one that burned in his mind. Looking at his now empty bully point reserve, he sighed. Damn, where are all my lovely villains hiding? Come out, let's negotiate. I'm reasonable, I promise. The next morning, Maguire unfolded the newspaper, his eyes gleaming when he spotted the headline. /green-armored Scorpion battles Spider Duo. Spidermen flee in disgrace. Of course that was the bugle, but the truth didn't matter. All Maguire cared about was one thing, finding this Scorpion, his next ATM. Just then his phone buzzed. Caller ID, Garfield. He answered. Maguire, did you see the paper? That guy we fought yesterday, he was really strong. I'm at Holland's place now. Can you come? Maguire rolled his eyes, but smirked. If Scorpion was after Garfield and Holland, sticking close to them was the fastest way to run into him. And besides, he'd promised Aunt May he'd show her some Chinese cooking. He hung up, slid into his car, and drove toward Holland's house. Meanwhile, at Oscorp Tower. In a hidden lab, Dr. Kurt Connors stood beside Norman Osborn, both watching a holoscreen replay of the Scorpion in action. Norman's lips curled into a wide, delighted smile. Excellent, very impressive. He turned to Connors. Find him, invite him here. If he refuses, eliminate him. Yes, Mr. Osborn, Connors said quickly, bowing his head. The look in his eyes toward Norman was pure subservience, like a dog before its master. Chapter 56. In New York, at a secure shield facility, a Quinjet slowly descended. From it stepped a woman with blazing red hair that seemed to ignite the air around her. She wore a sleek black dress that hugged her figure, paired with black cutout heels that clicked against the tarmac. Every movement radiated authority and allure. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Nearby, soldiers in fatigues paused, their eyes following her with undisguised awe. A sports car rolled up. Behind the wheel, a man in a black suit smiled warmly as he got out. Natasha, didn't expect Fury to send you here. She smiled faintly at the familiar face. With you already on the job, Coulson, there's hardly a need for me, is there? Coulson chuckled. The boy's address is already in your phone. Go. Natasha slid into the waiting car. The engine roared, and in moments she was gone, leaving Coulson watching her disappear into the distance. Meanwhile, in Queens. Outside Holland's home in the 13th District, a black Bentley pulled to a stop. Maguire stepped out in his black suit, frowning slightly. This car doesn't fit my style. Once my plans move forward, I'll get something better. He strode up to the house and rang the bell. The door opened, and there stood Aunt May. Light blue skinny jeans, a simple white t-shirt, modest clothes, yet on her flawless figure they were devastating. Her auburn hair was tied up, her gentle face radiating warmth. She was only 28, still young, still beautiful, her life shaped by raising Holland after his parents' death. Suitors had come, but she had refused them all. She had never once fallen in love. Seeing Maguire at the door, her face lit up with a smile. Maguire, you came. Wonderful, you promised to teach me cooking, don't think you're getting out of it. Maguire smiled smoothly. Of course, my word is my bond. He stepped inside. May watched his back as he entered, frowning slightly. Why does he feel so different from Garfield and Holland? There's something strange about him. Inside, Garfield and Holland were buzzing with excitement. "Maguire, that guy yesterday was insane," Holland exclaimed. "He was stronger than me." "Not just strong," Garfield added. "He was fast, we couldn't keep up with him." Maguire's thoughts darkened. These two, what kind of fighters are they? Couldn't even hold onto one scorpion. "Fine, I'll exchange words with him myself." Aloud he asked, "Do you know who he is?" Both shook their heads. "No idea," masked, "but from what he said, he was after us." Then Garfield brightened. "Maguire, when are you going to team up with us? They call us Spider Duo, but it should be Spider Trio." "No, better, the Spider Alliance." Maguire nearly rolled his eyes. Their obsession with dragging him into their childish alliance was exhausting. Before he could answer, May's voice called from downstairs. "Garfield, Holland, come down. Someone's here to see you." The two rushed out, leaving Maguire finally in peace. Finally, the chatterboxes are gone. Downstairs, May stood beside another woman. A red-haired beauty in a sleek black dress, her presence commanding, her charm undeniable. Side by side with Aunt May, they were a vision, two striking figures, radiant in their own ways. Natasha Romanoff had arrived. Chapter 57. Aunt May stood by the door, looking curiously at the striking red-haired woman beside her. "This beauty looks about my age," she thought, puzzled. How could Garfield and Holland know someone like her? Garfield and Holland themselves were no less confused. Hi, do we know you?" Holland asked carefully. Natasha smiled. "No, we haven't met, but I have something important to tell you." Turning to May, she added politely, "Would you mind if I spoke to them alone?" Though May felt a flicker of suspicion, she nodded. "Of course." The two boys glanced at each other nervously. Why would a woman like this want to see us? Could our identities have been discovered? They led Natasha upstairs into Holland's room. Meanwhile, Maguire was just about to leave when the door opened. And there she was, Natasha Romanoff. For a split second, surprise flashed across her face. What is he doing here? Could he be Spider-Man too? No, impossible. If he were, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have detected it long ago. He must just be their friend. Maguire, however, immediately understood. Natasha was here to recruit Garfield and Holland for the Avengers. Relief washed over him. Perfect. Take these two chatterboxes away, let them play hero with the big kids, and stop pestering me about their Spider Alliance. Natasha straightened, masking her thoughts. Would you step out for a moment? Maguire gave a faint smile and left without a word. Inside the room, the two boys stared at Natasha, still bewildered. Before they could speak, she tapped a wrist device. A holographic screen appeared, displaying images of both of them in their Spider-Man suits. Their eyes widened. Our identities, she knows. Natasha spoke calmly. I'm Natasha Romanoff, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's a secret organization dedicated to protecting this planet. Ordinary people don't know about us. You don't need to be afraid, I mean you no harm. You've already seen the lizard, and yesterday, the scorpion. There are many more like them. Monsters and threats far beyond normal human control. That's why I'm here, to invite you to join a division of S.H.I.E.L.D. tasked with confronting them. The two boys were dumbstruck. After several long seconds, they finally asked, If we join, does that mean we can't go to school anymore? Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. You'll still live your lives as you choose. We'll only call on you when you're needed. The idea appealed to both of them. They loved helping people, loved being heroes. To do so officially, with the backing of something greater, it was tempting. But they held back. Garfield spoke carefully. All right, we'll think about it. Can we give you an answer in a few days? Of course, Natasha said with a small smile. She handed them her number. Call me anytime, I'll be waiting. With that, she headed downstairs. In the kitchen, Aunt May was laughing as Maguire guided her hand on the knife, showing her how to chop properly. She was delighted by his methods, absorbed in the moment. The room radiated warmth and ease. Natasha paused at the bottom of the stairs, her chest tightening with an unfamiliar discomfort. May didn't even notice her presence at first, too focused on Maguire. Sorry for interrupting, Natasha said softly. I'll be going now. Only then did May glance up. Oh, goodbye. And she turned back to her lesson, smiling brightly. Maguire, catching Natasha's departure, gave her a sidelong glance, casual but knowing. Her face, though outwardly calm, no longer carried its usual bright confidence. Chapter 58. Maguire glanced at Aunt May with a smile. "Sorry, May, I've got something else to take care of." Understanding as always, she nodded. "It's fine, if you're busy, go ahead." He turned and stepped out, the door closing behind him. Only then did May realize he hadn't called her Aunt May, he'd called her simply May. A faint blush touched her cheeks. What an interesting young man. Outside, Maguire spotted Natasha leaning against her Audi, waiting. His lips curved into a sly grin as he walked over. She noticed him at once, her expression cool, almost cold. "You're good, very good. You must be an actor, right?" Maguire smirked. "Sweetheart, don't flatter me. If I'm an actor, then you must be a spy." Her eyes flickered, though her face remained composed. Does he actually know? Impossible, he just guessed. Still, something about the boy unsettled her. "Why aren't you inside with your sweet, caring older lady?" she asked flatly. "Why come out here?" Maguire tilted his head, playful glint in his eyes. "What's this? Are you jealous?" Natasha laughed lightly, shaking her head. "Bored little boy, I'm leaving." She turned to go, only for a strong hand to grab her arm and pull her back. The world spun. Suddenly Maguire was close, too close, his face inches from hers. For a heartbeat her pulse quickened. But instead of what she expected, he released her. With a flick of his wrist, a cigar appeared in his hand. Flame flared, smoke curled. He exhaled with casual ease, half his face hidden in the haze, smirking with reckless charm. "Don't miss me too much." And just like that, he walked away, leaving her staring after his back. Natasha scoffed under her breath. Ridiculous, only boys try so hard to look cool. Yet the faint smile, tugging at her lips, betrayed her thoughts. Damn him, that charm of his. Upstairs, Garfield and Holland pressed against the window, gawking. Garfield, was Maguire just flirting? I think so, and he was kind of awesome. Yeah, we really don't know him at all, do we? Then realization struck. Wait, he left before we told him about S.H.I.E.L.D. This is huge. The whole Spider Alliance should have been part of that conversation. Quick, call him. But the call went unanswered. If Maguire had heard them, he would have cursed it aloud. Spider Alliance, my ass. Did I ever say I was joining? 10 p.m. At Gwen's house, a blonde girl leaned against her window, gazing at the full moon. Maguire, I miss you. Why haven't you come to see me? For the first time, Gwen admitted it. She had fallen for him. From the moment they met, it was love at first sight. There was something about him, dangerous, magnetic, like a devil smiling from the abyss, impossible to resist. She sighed, slipping back into bed, moonlight sketching her graceful figure across the sheets. Above, a red-tailed meteor streaked through the night sky. Outside the Daily Bugle, a young man in a brown shirt stormed out, his face twisted in anger. Damn you, Jameson. First thing I'll do when I make money is bury you. Spider-Man, heroes, two freaks is what they are. This world's insane, to hell with it. He kicked at the pavement, muttering curses. Then he froze. A meteor blazed overhead, crashing hard in the suburbs. Eyes lighting up, he snatched his camera, jumped into his battered $2000 Ford, and sped off toward the crash site. On a rooftop villa across the city, Maguire had seen it too. A meteor, falling into New York's outskirts. Well, nothing better to do tonight. With a single leap, his silhouette vanished into the night. Chapter 59. Not far from New York, deep in a forest, the meteor slammed into the earth with a deafening crash. The blast tore up trees, flung dirt skyward, and left behind a crater dozens of meters wide. At the center of the smoking pit, a rock the size of a fist pulsed faintly with heat. Minutes later, a shadow dropped into the clearing. Maguire. His eyes narrowed. Could it be, the Venom symbiote has arrived on Earth? He walked forward slowly, gaze locked on the meteor. Inside the cracked shell, a black, fluid-like mass writhed and twitched. At last, a planet with life, it whispered in its own alien tongue. Soon, this world will belong to Venom. I will be its king. The symbiote's mind swam with visions of conquest, until the sound of footsteps broke its fantasy. A host already? Perfect. Let's see how strong this species is. Maguire stepped into the crater, eyes scanning the dark sludge. His gut told him the truth. It really is venom. The alien watched him closely. This one looks pitiful. No claws, no fangs, colored skin, hideous. Still, better than nothing. I'll use him until I find a stronger host. This world will be mine. It shot forward like liquid lightning. Maguire didn't move. Instead, his lips curved into a grin. Let's see how much power you can give me. The symbiote slammed into him. Black liquid engulfed his body, crawling over his skin, tightening around his frame. In seconds, Maguire's form swelled, taller, broader, monstrous. His frame expanded past 3 meters, muscles bulging like stone, the black suit traced with jagged white lines. A maw split open, drooling red tongue lashing out. Venom. Maguire flexed his claws, feeling the strength ripple through him. Not bad, strength, agility, webbing, all enhanced. He reached for his system, when a guttural voice echoed in his skull. Foolish human, feel the terror of this power. That is the gift of Lord Venom. Obey, and together we will rule this world. The symbiote had already learned his language through their bond. But Maguire only snorted. You pathetic little parasite, trying to act tough in front of me? Shut the hell up. The voice faltered, stunned. How did he know? Back home I was mocked, bullied, always called weak. What does pathetic mean here? Is he mocking me too? It tried again. Dare you mock Lord Venom? Weak you may be, but this body is incredible, so strong it frightens even me. With this, I'm unstoppable. If this is what a common human is like, then if I find a greater host, ha ha ha. Its wild thoughts unraveled once more. Until Maguire's voice cut through, sharp as a blade. Didn't I tell you to shut up? Are you deaf? The symbiote froze, stunned into silence. Chapter 60. Venom seethed in rage. This host doesn't even understand how terrifying I am. No, he needs to be taught a lesson. The symbiote hissed in Maguire's ear. Insolent creature, do you know how lucky you are to be chosen by Lord Venom? Maguire's lip curled. Shut up, say one more word, and I'll deal with you myself. Venom roared back, furious. You dare, I'll show you who I am. His face warped, half Maguire's, half Venom's slavering jaws snapping inches from his cheek, a grotesque attempt at intimidation. Inside, the symbiote smirked. Scared now, boy? My face alone terrifies worlds. But Maguire just stared blankly. If you're going to bite me, then do it. I'll even feed you my head. Venom froze. What the hell, he's not afraid? First time I've met a creature like this. Is everyone on this planet insane? He switched tactics. Don't you feel it, the power in your body? That's me, my gift, don't you want to keep it? Yeah, I feel it, Maguire said flatly. So what? Venom gave a smug, eerie laugh. Heh heh, that's my doing. With me you'll be unstoppable, you could. I don't need you, get lost. The blunt dismissal left Venom stunned. Who is this lunatic? He doesn't want more power. Is everyone on this planet impossible to reason with? Venom snarled. Then I won't leave. What can you do about it, fool? Maguire's grin sharpened. You really think I can't get rid of you? Suddenly, a pulse of violent tremor energy burst from his body. The shockwave tore the symbiote off, flinging it across the ground. Venom lay there, dazed. What was that? That vibration, it ripped me off like I was nothing. It tried lunging back, only to be blasted down again, slammed into the dirt. Venom's confidence wavered. Impossible, this world's creatures. Are they all this strong? My future here is doomed. Fear clawed at it. Forget this host, I need another, someone else. The black liquid slithered, trying to escape. But Maguire's eyes gleamed, his face twisting. Run, after all the bully points I can get from you. No chance. He stalked forward, each step deliberate. Venom recoiled at the sight, panic rising. No, he's going to eat me alive. This isn't a host, he's a monster. Mother, I want to go home. It bolted, streaking desperately through the grass. Maguire followed at a leisurely pace, hunting, savoring the chase. Ahead, an old Ford rumbled to a stop. The young man from the bugle climbed out, camera in hand, muttering as he trudged toward the glow of fire in the trees. Unaware. Venom's frantic eyes caught him. Another host? Yes. Stronger than the nightmare chasing me. I refuse to believe they all reject me. He'll want my power. He has to. It surged toward the unsuspecting youth. The man froze, a black shadow suddenly blotting out his vision. Maguire saw him too. A slow grin crept across his face. Perfect, another person. Another ATM waiting to be cashed. Chapter 61. At this moment, Venom was feeling smug. Brat, you dare chase me, let's see how I deal with you. But then, the young man suddenly underwent a massive transformation. His frame kept stretching taller, his body swelling larger. Very soon, a Venom giant similar to the one before appeared in Maguire's sight. And our bully Maguire, calm as ever, simply looked at the Venom in front of him. There was even a glint of expectation in his eyes. The young man, staring at the changes in his own body, was completely dumbfounded. But the overwhelming surge of power instantly consumed him. Haha, such incredible strength. I, Eddie Brock, have finally become a superpowered being. Spider-Man Jameson, I won't let you go. Yes, this young man was none other than Eddie Brock, an employee at the Daily Bugle. His daily job was snapping photos of Spider-Man. But the pay was low, and coupled with Thompson's constant humiliating scolding, it brewed in him a deep hatred towards Spider-Man. Deep inside, he too wanted to have superpowers like Spider-Man. Not for justice, but to become a national idol, to bask in that lofty glory. Just then, Venom's voice rang in Brock's ears. This mighty power intoxicates you, doesn't it? Do you want to possess this power forever? Then kill the man in front of you, and you will keep this strength forever. Together, we will rule the world. Rule the world. Those 4 words echoed endlessly in Brock's mind. He slowly turned his gaze toward Maguire in the distance. A vicious, terrifying smile spread across his face. That scarlet tongue looked all the more sinister. Perfect, ruling the world, that's just wonderful. Brock then moved his burly body toward Maguire. Haha, let's see what kind of fear this guy's face will show me. Because Brock had always been bullied, Venom amplified his negative emotions. Now, he relished the sight of others trembling in fear before him. Brock looked at Maguire and said, Kid, I'll give you a chance. Run, I'll let you run. Clearly, Brock wanted to play a cat-and-mouse game. But Maguire, hearing this, just looked at him with a puzzled expression. He thought to himself, why does that line sound so familiar? Seeing Maguire just standing there in a daze. Brock grinned wide, baring his monstrous jaws. What's wrong? Already too scared to move. Ha ha ha. Maguire, however, calmly pulled out a cigar. He clamped it in his mouth. A spark, a puff of smoke. Then, with a look of utter disdain, he glanced at Brock. Venom, covering Brock's body, fumed at the sight. He roared. This bastard dares to ignore us. Go and finish him. I want to devour this wretch. Hearing that, Brock's fury exploded. He's not afraid of me. The next instant, Brock lunged at Maguire. With terrifying speed, he was instantly in front of him. His massive hand reached to grab Maguire. Maguire didn't move. Brock easily lifted him into the air. His grotesque head slowly drew near Maguire's face. You're not afraid of death, are you insane? Brock looked at him, baffled. Maguire calmly took a drag of his cigar and said, I fear death, but I'm afraid the one dying won't be me. The next second, a powerful shockwave burst from Maguire's body. At the same time, his right hand swung out in a slap. The sheer force compressed the air, exploding with a thunderclap beside Brock. The slap landed squarely on Brock's head. Bang! The deafening blast mixed with Venom's shrill scream. Brock's body was hurled dozens of meters away, crashing through trees before slamming into the ground. Venom, writhing from the sonic pain, was left bewildered. What's going on? Why is my host so weak? Why can't he even withstand one slap from this guy? Venom's power with Brock barely reached Class A. Against Maguire's S-Class strength, it was nothing. Brock glared furiously at Maguire in the distance. He charged again, wildly. One fist swung toward Maguire. But Maguire suddenly raised both hands. The next instant, he clapped them together with full force. The motion of a simple clap. But under S-class strength, the air between his palms detonated. A shockwave, many times louder than before, thundered. Brock, rushing in, was blasted back at even greater speed. Chapter 62. In the recoil, the deafening sound waves ripped venom straight off Brock's body. And Brock, just an ordinary man without the symbiote, could never withstand such a shockwave. His body burst apart under the impact, scattering into blood and gore. The trees within dozens of meters were shattered. The ground looked as though a bulldozer had flattened it. The very earth was torn up and overturned. Venom itself was left badly wounded, lying on the ground like a dead puddle of sludge. Maguire, cigar in mouth, swaggered forward with arrogant, domineering steps. Venom looked at him, despair in its heart. Am I going to be the first parasite in history killed by its host? What kind of monster is this, mommy? Woo-woo-woo. Maguire stopped before the symbiote, gazing down with amusement. Venom immediately begged. Spare me, boss, it was my fault, forgive me, I can still be useful. But Maguire slowly pulled out the igniter the system had given him. Whoosh! A pillar of flame flared in the night. Venom nearly wet itself with terror, if it had that function. Maguire slowly lowered the fire toward Venom. Venom screamed, Don't kill me, I'll serve you as my master, I'll be your slave. Maguire paused, then straightened. Seeing this, Venom blurted, Thank you, master. Maguire's voice turned cold. Then crawl back onto me. Venom rushed up his body, wrapping around him once more. Maguire thought to himself, Venom isn't bad, boosts my strength, hides my identity. Convenient to carry, fine, I'll keep it. He opened the system panel to check his stats. Host, Maguire. Strength SS+. Speed, C or B. Stamina, CB. Reflexes, A+. Defense, BB+. Special ability, SS class Tremor Fruit, 33% mastery, current level A+. Can be developed manually or with bully points. Spider Sense A. Webbing CB. Ox Talisman, Horse Talisman. Special items, Black Suit, Cuban Cigars. Overall combat power, S. With Venom Suit, his power rose from S to S. Not bad at all. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host has gained 50 bully points. Villain bonus, 50 points. Total, 100 bully points. Detected, symbiote lifeform attached to host. It is considered part of the host's body. Horse Talisman power activated. Healing the symbiote's injuries. Eliminating weaknesses, fear of sound, fear of fire. Maguire was ecstatic. He had never been injured before, so he hadn't realized the Horse Talisman had automatic healing. As long as he avoided fatal wounds, he could regenerate automatically. Even better, Venom's two greatest weaknesses, sound and fire, were erased. This was perfect. And it only applied while Venom was bonded to him. Off his body, Venom was still vulnerable. Venom itself was stunned, its wounds healed instantly, its genes altered, its primal fear of sound and fire gone. It finally understood. Its host was a monster beyond comprehension. Venom was lucky to have been chosen. Maguire had accepted it. Meanwhile, in the deserts of Black State, the blazing sun roasted the endless sands. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, crashing into the desert. Zoom in, a bulky suit of iron armor, wrecked and broken. Inside, a man lay gasping with relief. It was the long-missing Tony Stark. Soon, his satellites picked up his location. Minutes later, a rescue team arrived. Tony looked at them and smiled faintly. A genius like me could never die in a place like this. Chapter 63. 10 days quickly passed. Finally, under the so-called world's greatest construction power of the U.S., the shattered classrooms were repaired after a month and a half. State High School reopened once again. At the school gate, a Rolls-Royce stopped. The door opened, and a young man in a blue shirt stepped out. It was Harry Osborn. Right then, a Bentley also pulled up. Out stepped Maguire in a black suit. Harry immediately ran toward him. In moments, he was standing before Maguire. Looking bashful, Harry said, Peter, I want to ask you something. Maguire raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Norman Osborn is in trouble? Looks like the Green Goblin's about to make his entrance. Time for my bully points to rack up again. He smiled and replied. What is it? Just say it. Harry cautiously asked. Peter, what do you think of Mary Jane? Maguire was speechless. I thought it was about the goblin. Turns out it's about the bus girl. He waved it off. Not much, never tried so can't judge. You could ask Flash. Harry was stunned. Never tried, what does that mean? Why ask Flash? He hurried on. Truth is, Peter, lately Mary Jane's been chasing me. I wanted your opinion. If you like her, I'll reject her. We're best friends after all. Maguire thought. At least Harry's a decent friend. I should warn him a bit. He looked at Harry and said, I don't think much of her. She's just a gold digger. Don't fall for her. If you want to play, fine, I don't mind. With that, he turned and left. Since Harry hadn't yet turned against Peter over Norman Osborn, Maguire's words still carried weight with him. Maguire walked into the classroom and found a blonde girl sitting in his seat. It was Gwen, whom he hadn't seen in nearly half a month. She wore a floral dress today, golden hair draped down her back, hiding her S-shaped figure, paired with white sneakers. A youthful beauty like spring peach blossoms, full of life with a faint fragrance. When she saw Maguire, Gwen's deep eyes lit with joy. She ran toward him, then stopped shyly in front of him, since many students were watching. Her face glowed as she said, Maguire, come outside with me. I need to talk to you. He nodded. Soon, they were in a quiet corner of the campus. Maguire looked at her curiously. What's wrong, Gwen? Something happened. She gazed at him tenderly. Nothing happened, I just... Her cheeks flushed red before she could finish. Maguire had already guessed. I know, you don't need to say it. I missed you too. At that, Gwen's composure broke. Her eyes welled up, and she whispered like a mosquito. I missed you too, I like. Before she finished, Maguire pulled her into his arms. Gwen buried her face against him, overwhelmed. The next second, blushing furiously, she broke free and ran away. Meanwhile, inside Stark Tower. On the top floor lab, a gray metal suit of armor stood. Its arc reactor in the chest glowed brightly. The roof above slid open. Jets of light blasted from the limbs, launching Tony Stark into the sky. He had completed his second suit of armor. And now he was testing its flight altitude. He soared higher at extreme speed. Inside, the AI Jarvis reported. Mr. Stark, altitude 10,000 meters. Temperature is critically low. Recommend immediate descent. But Tony ignored him, pushing higher still. Frost began to form across the armor's exterior. Chapter 64. The next second, the lights on Iron Man's helmet flickered, then went dark. He plummeted from the sky. But Tony had expected this. He manually switched on the de-icing system. The suit powered back up, stabilizing as he dived toward the ground. Meanwhile, after school, Maguire returned home. Thinking of Gwen's shy expression earlier, he couldn't help but smile. Aunt May noticed and said, My dear Peter, why so happy? Do you have a girlfriend now? Uncle Ben also gave him a teasing look. Maguire just smiled without answering. The two adults exchanged a knowing glance. Back in his room, Venom's voice rang in his ear. Master, you're so powerful, why not rule this world, be its king? Maguire snorted. You know nothing. This world isn't that simple. I'm not invincible yet. Then he noticed a box in his room. The one Garfield had given him, containing the spider suit. Venom, when bonded directly to flesh, became a towering, monstrous form. But when covering the spider suit, it became the Venom Spider-Man look. Maguire thought, with Venom's boost, I can roam freely without worry of being recognized. The full Venom form is too big and obvious. He opened the box. Inside lay the red and blue spider suit. Soon he was suited up. Then Venom spread over the fabric. In an instant, the red and blue turned pure black. Even the web patterns darkened to pitch black. The sleek lines clung to his muscles. Powerful yet elegant. A work of art made for killing. Like a deadly spider in the night. He leapt out the window. With enhanced strength, he soared dozens of meters, landing on a villa rooftop. He stretched out his hand. A black web shot forth. If Garfield and Holland were here, they'd be fuming. Why is his webbing so much faster? Maguire swung freely between skyscrapers. Meanwhile, in Washington, inside the Triskelion, Nick Fury frowned at the intel in his hands. Oscorp, suspected of human biological experiments. The truth was out. Norman Osborn's research had been uncovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. Two figures entered. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, clad in her black tactical suit, and Clint Barton, Hawkeye, with his bow strapped to his back. They faced Fury with solemn expressions. "What's the mission?" Fury said. "Reliable sources say Oscorp is conducting secret experiments. The lizard and scorpion monsters that appeared before likely came from there. You too will investigate. If you find danger, report immediately. S.H.I.E.L.D. will mobilize." They nodded. Soon, their jet was en route to New York. On board, Natasha thought of Maguire's arrogant swagger. What an interesting bad boy. At Oscorp Tower. In the underground lab. Norman Osborn's hidden research base. Hundreds of massive glass tanks filled the chamber. Each one held a humanoid lizard creature, like Dr. Connors. Their throats glowed faintly red beneath the skin. Norman No, the Green Goblin, had forged a lizard army. Then came a thunderous growl behind him. He turned. In the corner squatted a colossal lizard monster. It stood nearly 10 meters tall. Its tail, just as long, swept violently across the floor. It was Dr. Kurt Connors, the lizard. But now, his intellect had been eroded by the green serum. After joining forces with the goblin, he had been reduced to a slave, a test subject. Enhanced by Oscorp biotech, he had become this monstrous titan. Chapter 65. In the corner stood Dr. Connors, or rather, the giant lizard. Under massive doses of the experimental serum, he had lost all sense of reason. A faint red light pulsed beneath the flesh of his neck. It was a bioelectrical controller, developed by Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin. With it, Norman could command his army of hundreds of lizard soldiers. Then another hulking figure emerged. It was the long-missing scorpion, Mac Gargan. He looked nothing like before, now towering 7 to 8 meters tall. His scorpion armor had been upgraded, shining with a metallic gleam. No doubt, his defense had been greatly enhanced. The Green Goblin gazed at his army, his face twisted with madness. "Kehe, with this legion, the whole world will be mine. Stark Industries, Fisk Enterprises, meaningless trash. I will be the unquestioned king of Earth." Lost in his dream of conquest, he didn't notice two intruders already inside Oscorp Tower. From S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Clint Barton had infiltrated. It was midnight. Most staff had gone home, and the guards were subdued with tranquilizers. The tower was silent. They swept the building, finding nothing unusual. Natasha frowned. "What's going on? No signs of anything." Hawkeye shook his head. "Impossible. S.H.I.E.L.D. intel is never wrong. If nothing's above ground, then it means there's a basement." He pulled a black device from his pack. Natasha looked at it curiously. "What's that?" He smirked. "New tech, detects vibrations underground, maps hidden chambers." She nodded. He set it on the floor. A map of the subterranean space flickered on its screen. They exchanged a look and went to find the hidden entrance. Meanwhile, below ground, Norman Osborn walked into a chamber. Minutes later, he emerged wearing the full goblin suit. Elsewhere in Stark Tower, Tony was in his private lab, studying the holographic screen. After the freezing incident mid-flight, he had switched the suit's material to a gold titanium alloy. Now he was painting the armor. The sound of high heels echoed. Pepper Potts, in her business suit, approached with a projector in hand. She handed it to Tony. "Tony, while you were gone, 2 rising figures appeared in New York. You might want to see this." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Really? Show me." He flicked it on. A video played, Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man and Tom Holland's Spider-Man. Tony smiled, intrigued. "Spider duo, your friendly neighborhood types. Interesting. Their speed and strength are far beyond human limits. This world just keeps getting more fun. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury watched the same footage face grim. Humanoid armor, likely Stark Industries' latest project. Even Fury found Tony Stark a headache. After this business, I'll need a word with him. On a New York rooftop, Maguire looked at the glowing city. Where are you, villains? My bully points depend on you. Hurry up, I'll be very friendly when we meet. Chapter 66. Inside Oscorp Tower. At the entrance to the underground lab, Black Widow and Hawkeye had arrived. Natasha arched a brow, pulling a compact laser cutter from her gear. She sliced through the lock. In the lab, Norman Osborn adjusted his goblin suit. Nearby, Dr. Connors, the massive lizard, suddenly raised his head, staring toward the entrance. Seeing this, Norman grinned wickedly. Visitors, ha, Connors, go, your meal is here. At his command, the monster lumbered toward the door. Natasha had the door open. They stepped inside and froze in shock. Hundreds of massive glass tanks lined the chamber, each containing a lizard soldier. The sight left both agents stunned. My God, what is Osborn doing? So many like the one from before. Is he trying to destroy the world? Natasha quickly turned to Clint. Call Fury, tell him everything. We need S.H.I.E.L.D., the FBI, even the military mobilized. Clint, equally shaken, reached for his comms. But thunderous footsteps approached. Too heavy to be human. And then, a towering, 10-meter-tall lizard appeared. Connors had spotted them. Drool dripped from his jaws. Food, perfect. He roared. Natasha and Clint exchanged a look. Run. Clint loosed an arrow. It exploded against Connors's chest, tearing a bowl-sized wound. But it healed in seconds. The monster bellowed, furious. You dare hurt me, I'll eat you. Connors charged, shaking the walls. Their weapons were useless. The agents scrambled, using the terrain to dodge. Meanwhile, Clint managed to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ. At headquarters, Fury barked. What's the situation? Clint's voice crackled back. Disaster, Director. There are hundreds of lizards under Oscorp, and one massive one chasing us. Osborn's planning world domination. Fury's face hardened. Understood, get out of there. He slammed the line off and gave the order. Every available combat unit mobilized to New York. The giant machine of S.H.I.E.L.D. roared to life. Fury then called the military. Within minutes, tanks, helicopters, and thousands of soldiers were moving out from the nearest base. At NYPD headquarters, Captain George Stacey's office. The phone rang. He picked up. Evacuate all civilians around Oscorp Tower, immediately. A direct order from the top. George didn't hesitate. He deployed the entire city's police force. Inside Oscorp Tower, Connors rampaged. Walls shattered like paper under his claws. Natasha and Clint, enhanced agents, just barely evaded him. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury's brow was furrowed tight. One lizard had been bad enough. But hundreds, enough to annihilate New York. And with so many civilians, large-scale weapons were off the table. He clenched his jaw and dialed another line. Manhattan Stark Tower. Tony was tinkering in his lab. Then JARVIS interrupted. Director Nick Fury is calling. Tony frowned. Beside him, a blonde woman gave him a sour look. Tony smirked. Put him through. Chapter 67. Nick Fury's voice came through. Tony, I know about your humanoid armor project. Listen carefully, Osborn has bred hundreds of lizards under Oscorp Tower. Tony Stark, still lying in bed, shot upright. His interest in the blonde beside him vanished instantly. He had seen the lizard in the spider duo's footage. He knew its power, and now there were hundreds. It was a nightmare force that could bring disaster to Earth. Fury pressed on. Tony, I don't need to explain how serious this is. For New York, for America, I'm asking you to step in. The blonde woman blinked, baffled. But Tony was already standing. I'm on it. Meanwhile, NYPD swarmed the streets around Oscorp Tower, working to evacuate civilians in a several-kilometer radius. But the population density made it a near-impossible task. Underground, Norman Osborn sensed something was wrong. Why hasn't Connors returned? Could it be those two Spidermen? Mounting his glider, he shot out of the basement, only to see an entire floor in ruins and police cars choking the streets outside. Tank engines rumbled nearby. He grinned maniacally. So, they found me, but what of it? I have 400 lizards. My power will sweep the globe. I'll be king of the world. Since you can't wait to be enslaved, come meet your new master. A blue glow pulsed at his neck, turning red. Beneath the tower, vats drained. The cloned lizards opened their eyes, filled with bloodlust. Glass shattered. Hundreds of 3-meter-tall beasts stormed upward. Mac Gargan, now the towering scorpion, lumbered after them. On the rooftop, after a desperate chase, Natasha and Clint were cornered. The roof split apart. Connors's monstrous form erupted from below. He glared at them with savage hunger. They exchanged a look. Time's up, let's fall back. They dove off the building. In midair, Clint fired an arrow into the wall, the line catching as he pulled Natasha close. They landed safely. Above, Connors roared, then hurled himself from the 100-meter tower, claws ripping down walls as he fell. His arms shredded to bone, but healed within seconds. On a nearby rooftop, Garfield and Holland's spidermen stood watching. They saw the swarm of police cars and military units converging. Something's gone terribly wrong, let's move. They swung toward Oscorp. And Bully Maguire. He was sprawled on his bed, staring at the golden lottery wheel. He had spent his last 100 bully points. The pointer clicked. Congratulations, host has acquired Armament Hacky Advanced. Maguire grinned wide. Perfect, exactly what I needed. Venom could shape into blades, whips, and tentacles, but its hardness was lacking. Deadly to common foes, yes, but against greater enemies, weak. Now, with Armament Hacky hardening Venom's weapons, combined with his monstrous strength, he was unstoppable. At Oscorp Tower, Norman Osborn soared out on his glider. Beside him loomed the giant lizard and the massive scorpion. Behind them, hundreds of lizards poured into the night, howling. The streets were locked down by military, FBI, and SHIELD agents. Natasha, Hawkeye, Captain George Stacy, and Phil Coulson stood ready, eyes wide at the army. My God, is this the end of America? Has hell itself come to Earth? Then a fiery trail streaked overhead. A steel figure slammed down before them. Iron Man. Tony scanned the horde, his expression grim. One wrong move, and America could fall. This plague had to be eradicated here and now. He raised his voice. I'm Tony Stark. Forget about my armor, focus on wiping these things out. The others nodded. Osborn laughed madly. You think your weapons can defeat me and my army? Dream on. Behold your world's new king. Two more figures swung down. The spider duo, Garfield and Holland. They froze, stunned by the sight. They knew the terror of a single lizard. And here stood hundreds, plus giants. The thought chilled them both. New York is finished. Yet the crowd cheered at their arrival. Iron Man even gave them a wave. But Garfield quickly called Maguire. The bully was half asleep when the phone rang. Get to Oscorp now. Hundreds of lizards, 2 monsters. If you won't fight, then leave New York forever. Don't forget, we were friends once. Maguire's eyes lit up. What, hundreds of lizards, giant monsters? Am I dreaming? Wait for me, I'm coming. He pinched himself. No dream, jackpot, Oscorp, I love you. He trembled with excitement. Venom, horrified, muttered inside. Hundreds of monsters, and he's happy. He's terrifying, I must never cross him. Maguire seized his Venom suit. And with a single leap, vanished into the night. Chapter 68. Not far from Oscorp Tower. Garfield hung up the call. Beside him, Holland looked grim. Well, is he coming? If not, it's over. Nobody survives tonight anyway. Garfield shook his head, almost in disbelief. He said, how could this be good news? What kind of thinking is that? How can this be called good? At that moment, the military gave the order. Soldiers and FBI agents opened fire on the lizard army. Norman Osborn sneered. Feudal resistance. He withdrew on his glider, commanding the lizard army to attack. Gunfire rained down. But the lizards healed instantly. The pain only made them more feral. They surged forward. Globs of corrosive acid shot through the air, melting tanks to slag in seconds. Dozens of soldiers died screaming. The towering lizard stayed still. Iron Man, the Spider-Men, Natasha, and Hawkeye looked at each other with hard resolve. Today, it's victory or death. Iron Man launched first, blasting toward Scorpion. Garfield and Holland roared and swung into the fray. Then another figure joined them. A man in tight black armor. Daredevil. He dove straight into the battlefield. At that same time, the battle broadcast aired on every screen across New York. This is it, we are fighting for survival. Our forces at Oscorp are outmatched. If you want to protect this city, your families, your very lives, take up arms. Stand with us. Shock turned to fear, then despair. But finally, determination. From homes across the city, people armed themselves. Shadows with rifles, pistols, bats, and knives streamed toward Oscorp. A spark had become a wildfire. At McGuire's home, Uncle Ben stared at the TV, tears in his eyes. He looked at Aunt May. Both were trembling, overwhelmed. Ben slammed a hand on the table, grabbed his hunting rifle, and headed upstairs. Only to find Peter's room empty. Tears spilled down his face. So, Peter's already gone. May picked up a pistol, left behind for her last resort. But she decided it belonged in an enemy's chest, not her own. She stepped outside, resolute. Scenes like this unfolded across the city. Some fled, many rushed toward the tower. Back at Oscorp, Iron Man hammered Scorpion with lasers, but the armor was too strong. He could only dodge tail strikes with sheer agility. Garfield and Holland, facing hundreds of lizards, were forced into hit-and-run tactics, sniping from the air with webs. Rocket fire from helicopters rained down. Flames engulfed the battlefield. For a moment, humanity held the upper hand. But then, Connors loomed with Norman, who grinned savagely. The goblin fired missiles into the night sky. Helicopters exploded one by one. The suppression fire vanished. The lizards healed and charged again. Iron Man was slammed into the ground by Scorpion's tail. On TV screens across the city, the elderly, sick, and children watched in despair. Against such monsters, what hope remained? Tony looked around, face twisted with helplessness. Is this it? No, I can't accept this. Garfield and Holland exchanged a glance. They both carried the same hopeless determination. Natasha and Clint nodded heavily. The city may fall, bodies may die, but the spirit will never die. And then, a figure dropped from the sky, landing atop Oscorp Tower. Clad in black. Everyone froze. A third Spider-Man. It was Bully Maguire. Chapter 69. The massacre begins. Garfield and Holland stared at the black-clad figure, hearts pounding. Even though Maguire now wore a black suit, they knew it was him. He finally came. At the last moment, our Spider Alliance is complete. But the crowd watching felt no hope. The Lizard Army's horror was carved deep in their memories. Even two Spider-Men had been powerless against them. What difference could one more make? Iron Man looked at the newcomer and sighed. Another fool, but I like it. If we're dying tonight, then let's die together. Bully Maguire stood tall above them, gazing down at the endless swarm. Everyone else saw monsters. He saw bully points, crying, screaming donations waiting to be claimed. Venom, shivering inside him, thought, this planet is insane. Why are there so many monsters? And does my host actually mean to take them all on? He really doesn't fear death. Maguire's face twisted in excitement. His hands morphed into massive black claws, hardening under armament haki. The blades gleamed cold in the night. His grin stretched wide. The hunt begins. Garfield, Holland, and Iron Man rushed back into the fight. The Lizard Army reached the front lines. Then, Maguire dropped down, landing before Natasha, Iron Man, and the others. Alone, he stood against the swarm. The crowd gasped. A third Spider-Man. He was bitten too, but those claws. Maguire turned, bellowing. If any of you dare touch them, you won't live to see tomorrow. Venom panicked. Boss Master, sir, you can't be serious. You don't fear death, but I do. Let me go. Spectators whispered. Is this guy insane? Straight out of an asylum. Did the fear break his brain? In the sky, Green Goblin laughed. He thinks he's somebody. Ha ha ha, kill that fool. He sent the lizards charging. Iron Man lunged for Scorpion, but Maguire's body launched a black spike, hardened with haki. It smashed into Iron Man, blasting him hundreds of meters back. Everyone froze. Such power, but wait, is he an enemy? Why attack Iron Man? He's crazy. Maguire snarled at the stunned heroes. Didn't you hear me? These small fry are mine. No one doubted him now. Garfield and Holland traded nervous looks. This isn't the Maguire we know. Hundreds of lizards stormed at him. Maguire roared. Come, my little darlings. His right claw shifted into a massive fist. A glowing white orb lit up the night. The sight left everyone stunned. He slammed the fist into the ground. The Ox Talisman's raw might and the Tremor Fruit's quake force combined. Boom! The earth for a kilometer shattered like glass. The lizard horde was thrown skyward. The shockwave rolled on. Oscorp Tower trembled, splitting with deep cracks, and then collapsed in a thunderous crash. Green Goblin dodged away on his glider, but Connors and Scorpion were crushed beneath the rubble. The impact shook the battlefield, hurling even the heroes back. Venom was speechless, babbling incoherently. So strong, too strong. Garfield and Holland gaped at the black figure. That cannot be Maguire. Natasha, Hawkeye, and Daredevil were frozen. Is he a god? Soldiers whispered in awe. I saw it, a god, a demigod of strength. Iron Man, regaining his footing, was rattled. That one strike drained 30% of my suit's energy. What the hell is he? Above, Green Goblin's fury ignited. Rip him to pieces. The lizard army stood back up, driven by his control. They charged again. Venom hissed inside, bloodthirsty. Come on, little pests, let me eat you all. No one else heard him. Maguire's claws gleamed once more. His eyes burned with bloodlust. It's time to cloak the world in fear. The slaughter began. Hell on earth, the devil descends. Hundreds of lizards roared and charged. Maguire's figure blurred forward, moving on a level the beasts couldn't touch. Before one even reacted, his haki-hardened claws tore through it. The supposedly impenetrable scales parted like tofu. A flash, then limbs and torsos scattered. Green blood soaked the ground. More came. Maguire's claws danced, arcs of steel and shadow carving the night. Bodies shredded, blood sprayed, limbs rained down. He was a meat grinder, cutting the swarm into heaps of gore. Around him, corpses piled like hills. On TV screens across the city, people sat speechless. Words failed them. Terror, strength, cruelty, none of it was enough. Garfield and Holland locked eyes, stunned. This isn't Maguire. No, it isn't Spider-Man. No spider could fight like this. He's a demon from hell. Natasha and Hawkeye shared the same dread. One thought gnawed at them. If this man joined the Avengers, every superhuman on Earth would fear to even spit in the street. Daredevil trembled. The slicing, ripping sounds painted vivid horror in his blind mind. Is he butchering pigs? Dozens of lizards were gone already. Maguire stood atop a mound of bodies, drenched in blood, aura spreading like a storm. Green Goblin shrieked overhead. No, impossible. No stamina is infinite. You'll burn out, you bastard. Maguire smirked up at him. Old fool. If I wasn't worried your death would scatter my toys, I'd have torn you down to use as a chamber pot already. Enjoy a few more minutes. He had noticed every lizard wore a red glowing device at its neck. Osborn's control. Kill Osborn and the horde would scatter. But that would end the harvest of bully points. Even a fly, Maguire thought, was still meat. So he leapt straight into the center of the swarm. The lizards swarmed, driven by Goblin's command. Perfect. His grin widened. Come then, little snacks, let me send you to bliss. His claws tore through dozens more, blood spraying like rain. But then his movements shifted, slower, less sharp. Lizard claws raked his body. But his hacky-coated frame shrugged them off. From above, Osborn cackled. "Ha, you're weakening, aren't you? Kill him, drown him." The lizards packed tight, hundreds pressing together, burying Maguire under a writhing sea of claws and teeth. To the onlookers, he vanished. Osborn threw back his head and laughed. "Defy me, even demons die beneath my army. I am the king of the world." Faces tightened below. Even that monster lost. Who can save New York now? Only Iron Man frowned, suspicious. "No, it doesn't add up. That punch on Oscorp Tower, it had tens of thousands of tons of force. How could these lizards bury him? Unless..." His eyes widened. What if he's about to wipe them all out in one strike? Chapter 70. Seeing Maguire already buried beneath the swarm of lizard men, not far away Garfield and Holland exchanged a look. Natasha, Hawkeye, and Daredevil had also rejoined the battle. They all knew this was a fight they could not win, but with their home at stake, no one thought of retreat. Tens of thousands pressed in. Natasha, Hawkeye, Garfield, Holland, and the rest hurled themselves back into the lizardmen ranks. Only Iron Man, sensing something terrible about to happen, suddenly shouted, "Don't go, it's dangerous." His roar froze everyone in place. Confused, they turned toward him. The next second, from the mass of lizard men surrounding Maguire, countless black threads shot out in all directions. The fine lines pierced through hundreds of lizard men bodies at once, the deadly web just a step away from Garfield and the others. If not for Iron Man's warning, they would have been shredded too. The black threads then spun violently, like the blades of a helicopter. In a frenzy of rotation, they carved through everything. Hundreds of lizard men were minced into chunks, blood exploding everywhere, filling the air with the stench of slaughter. Flesh and limbs spun skyward, blood dyed the heavens crimson. Even the moon above seemed soaked in gore. In the next instant, the threads snapped back toward the center. The remains of the lizard men rained down, piling into mountains, rivers of blood spreading across the ground. Hardened soldiers, who had survived countless battles, retched at the sight. And in the middle of it all, one blood-soaked figure stood alone. The carnage was so severe that even the King of Hell himself would have frowned. It was Maguire. When the lizard men had swarmed him, venom had transformed into a shield, wrapping his body. Armament hacky-coated the shield. Once surrounded, he turned the shield into hundreds of razor-thin threads, each covered with hacky, then unleashed them outward. With the Ox Talisman's strength surging through him, Maguire spun, turning those threads into blades of death, sweeping everything away. In the sky, Green Goblin froze in disbelief. Garfield and Holland also stood shocked, realizing they had nearly been killed if not for Iron Man. Maguire looked at them coldly. "Consider yourselves lucky. Otherwise, you'd be pieces of meat like the rest." The group shuddered. "What is he? He's no man. He's a god." Iron Man exhaled in relief. "Looks like New York just might survive this." But Green Goblin howled with rage. "My lizard army, slaughtered, I'll kill you." His eyes burned an even darker green, sanity gone. He pointed at the massive lizard Connors and the giant scorpion. "You too, tear him apart." The hulking monsters charged Maguire. He only smiled with excitement, watching them rush him. The giant lizard swung his massive tail like a battering ram, the air shrieking under its force. The tail slammed into Maguire's waist with a thunderous crack. But Maguire didn't move an inch. The ground beneath his feet crumbled into dust, yet his body stood firm. Venom roared in his ear. "Show them, my master, show these insects true power." Maguire grabbed the lizard's tail and heaved. At the same time, the scorpion raised its own tail, spitting a glob of green acid toward him. Maguire's grin twisted. With a violent heave, he swung the lizard into the acid's path. The acid sizzled across its flesh, regeneration battling corrosion. Before the scorpion could react, Maguire swung the lizard again like a hammer, smashing it into the scorpion. The crash shook the earth. Then, like a child spinning a toy, Maguire whirled the lizard in his grip, smashing it again and again into the ground, into the scorpion, into everything in reach. Garfield, Holland, and Iron Man watched, stunned silent. In his hands, their toys, What kind of strength is this? With a final shriek, the lizard's tail snapped off, but the monster still crashed to the ground. Both it and the scorpion lay battered unconscious. From above, Green Goblin cackled, voice shrill. "Fool, did you think that was all? Now I'll show you my true terror." But before he could rant further, a strand of web lashed out, sealing his mouth shut. Maguire sneered. "Shut the hell up, I've had enough of your damn cackling." "Shut the fuck up already." Chapter 71. In the sky, Green Goblin licked the spiderweb at the corner of his mouth, glaring down at Maguire with madness. "Ah, kid, I'll tear you to pieces." At the same time, Green Goblin pressed a button on his arm. The next second, the unconscious lizard Kurt Connors and scorpion Mac Gargan suddenly moved. The red lights at their necks flashed rapidly. Both beasts roared fiercely, bloodshot eyes swelling as if drugged into frenzy. Maguire looked at the charging monsters with disdain. "This is it, a desperate struggle. Let's play then." The claws on Maguire's hands morphed, venom reshaping them into massive black hammers a meter wide. Black armament Hacky coated the hammers with a fierce aura. Venom, seeing this, laughed wildly. "Really? Coming at us like that? Honestly, I almost feel sorry for you guys." The next moment, the lizard Connors lunged first, his massive claws slicing toward Maguire. Maguire's hammer lit up with a white orb, then smashed forward with overwhelming force. The impact stunned everyone. As the lizard's claws met the hammer, a shockwave rippled through his body like water. His scales peeled, his skin warped. Then boom! A crimson explosion burst apart like fireworks, showering blood everywhere. Under the terrifying force, the lizard was obliterated, raining gore across the battlefield. From afar, Garfield, Natasha, and the others froze, shaken by the beautiful yet horrific scene. Unstoppable, a demon from hell. That thought echoed in everyone's mind. Up above, Green Goblin's face twisted in horror. What is this monster? How can he be this strong? Impossible. Am I really going to die here? No, I can't die. I haven't become king of the world yet. With that desperate thought, Green Goblin shot upward to flee. But Iron Man had already locked onto him. And Maguire, too, was watching him like a predator. As Green Goblin tried to escape, Maguire snapped his arm forward. A black web line, infused with Venom's power and armament Hacky, shot upward like lightning. Though slower than a laser blast, it was terrifyingly fast. Green Goblin barely dodged Iron Man's repulsor cannon, but the next second, Maguire's web wrapped tightly around him. A brutal yank pulled him down from the sky. Crash! Green Goblin slammed into the ground, the impact shattering earth around him. Dazed, his head spun, only to look up and see Maguire standing over him like a shadow of death. At the same time, the scorpion beast lunged. But Maguire swung his hammer once more. Another explosion of gore filled the air like a twisted fireworks show, blood raining down onto the broken goblin. Maguire sneered at him. "What's wrong? Weren't you laughing a moment ago? Come on, give me a smile." Before Goblin could beg, slap. Maguire's palm smashed his face, sending him flying meters away. His mask cracked apart, revealing Norman Osborn's ruined, bloodied face, unrecognizable teeth scattering across the ground. Even Harry would not recognize this grotesque figure as his father. Maguire spat in contempt. "Didn't you hear me? I said smile." Everyone watching shuddered. One thought ran through their minds. Never provoke him, he's pure evil. Even Venom trembled inside. Oh my God, aren't I supposed to be the villain? Why does he seem even crueler than me? Mommy, I want to go home. Green Goblin glared back, bloodshot eyes blazing with murderous intent. "You force me, fine, then die with me." He roared, activating his armor. Green liquid surged into his body, muscles swelling, armor splitting apart. "Stop him," Iron Man shouted. But it was too late. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, Norman's body ballooned, twisting into monstrous form. His muscles bulged, claws extended, features warped. If Connors and the lizard army still retained human traits, then Norman Osborn was now fully gone. Before them stood a towering, colossal green reptilian beast. Chapter 72. At this moment, Green Goblin had completely lost his reason. The reptilian serum had already burned away his mind. Maguire looked at the giant lizard before him with a mocking grin. Really, that's it? I thought you'd turn into something impressive. Turns out, just this. The monstrous claw of Lizard Osborn slashed down at him. Maguire's spider sense screamed a warning, and for the first time his heart sank. So this big lizard really does have enough strength to threaten me, huh? Fine then, let's dance. He swung his hammer upward to meet the claw. Boom! The impact thundered through the sky, a shockwave rolling out, blasting dust and debris in every direction. Cars trembled violently even in the distance. Garfield, Natasha, and the others stood grim-faced as they watched. Unbelievable, that monster is actually this strong. As the smoke cleared, two figures emerged. Maguire, unfazed, sneered at Osborn. The lizard's massive claw was a bloody mess, mangled by the overwhelming force. But in the next instant, his arm regenerated in the blink of an eye. Within seconds, it was whole again. The beast lunged once more, striking with savage speed. Maguire leapt away, soaring into the air. Venom morphed on his arm again, forming an enormous 2-meter warhammer, its base trailing thick black webbing like a giant flail. He swung it down toward Osborn's head. The roar of the impact rattled eardrums, a sandstorm of dust engulfing the battlefield. When it cleared, a crater dozens of meters wide yawned in the earth, filled with blood and gore. Lizard Osborn's body was utterly annihilated. Maguire looked down into the pit with disdain. That's it, I gave you a chance and you couldn't even last. Pathetic. He turned, swaggering toward Iron Man and the others, cigar between his fingers, his arrogant gait radiating untouchable dominance. Everyone who looked at him was stunned. So strong, stronger than anything we've ever seen. Maguire stepped right up to Iron Man. What's he trying to do? They whispered. Iron Man, baffled, greeted him politely. Hello. Slap. A massive backhand sent Tony Stark flying dozens of meters. He wasn't hurt, but the sight left Garfield, Holland, and Natasha completely dumbfounded. What the hell was that? Why did he smack Tony Stark? Does he have a grudge against him? Maguire took a drag from his cigar, smoke curling from his lips. Didn't you hear me? These small fries are mine. Who said he could interfere? Only then did the others realize. It was because Iron Man had fired a repulsor blast earlier. They felt a chill crawl down their spines. We must never cross him, he's pure evil. In the distance, Iron Man staggered to his feet, muttering in confusion. What the hell, do I have some beef with him? Why did he slap me out of nowhere? Then in Maguire's mind, the system's voice chimed. Congratulations, host, you've gained 500 bully points. Villain bonus, 600 points. Current bully value, 1,200. Host has exceeded bully points for the first time. Advanced lottery unlocked. Prize pool, B rank to S rank items. Each draw costs 200 bully points. Maguire's heart surged with excitement. Finally, no longer the poor man. This new lottery mode, very satisfying. He glanced back at Garfield and the others, smirking. Go home and sleep, sweet dreams. With a leap, he shot a web and vanished into the night. The coppery scent of blood still choked the air, leaving the survivors dazed, as if they had just awakened from a nightmare. An entire army of lizardmen, wiped out in mere minutes by this one man. The next day, headlines across America exploded with the same story. The savior of New York. The invincible powerhouse. The brutal protector. The blood demon from hell. A so-called evil hero. Every name carried the same truth. He was no Spider-Man or Dark Knight. No one could call him a man of justice. He was too savage, too terrifying. And so, the people gave him one title. Hellblood Demon. Not an angel, not a god. But pure terror, born from hell. Chapter 73. The next day. Washington, D.C. SHIELD headquarters. Inside the Triskelion, Nick Fury stood with a stern expression, eyes locked on the holographic display before him. Beside him stood Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Barton, both equally grave. Fury shifted his gaze from the screen and addressed them. He's an extremely dangerous individual. We've seen his strength firsthand. Unless we use strategic-level weapons, nothing we have can threaten him. What about his identity? Any leads? Natasha quickly replied. It's as if he appeared out of nowhere. There's no record of him existing before this. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission was to protect the entire planet. So even though Maguire had destroyed the Lizard Army and saved New York, in their eyes, he was still a massive threat. His power was terrifying, his freedom absolute. People always feared what they couldn't control, and no one knew what kind of monster he really was. After yesterday's slaughterhouse battle, no one believed this man could be a good guy. Natasha spoke again. Look at his outfit, it's very similar to those two kids. Is there some kind of connection? That black spider suit, apart from the color, isn't much different from Spider-Man's. Fury immediately ordered. Call those two kids, ask if they know him. Natasha suddenly recalled the day she had gone to Holland's home, where she had coincidentally run into Maguire, wearing a black suit. A bold thought flashed in her mind. Could the Hellblood demon actually be Maguire? Shocked but convinced, she decided to call Garfield. Meanwhile, in Queens at Holland's home, Holland paced anxiously. Damn it, why isn't Maguire answering his phone? Garfield, equally worried, said. Exactly, I've called him over 10 times. No clue where he is, it's driving me crazy. Then Holland's phone rang. The two of them lit up with excitement, until Holland saw the caller ID. Wait, who's this? Garfield urged. Don't think about it, just pick up. Is this Holland? It's Natasha. It's me, what's wrong? Holland asked cautiously. Natasha's voice came through. Yesterday, that black-suited man, do you know him? Holland froze, glancing nervously at Garfield. Garfield quickly shook his head, signaling him to deny it. So Holland answered. No, I don't know him. How could I possibly know a guy like that? All right then, Natasha said coolly. And what about you two joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Have you decided yet? Garfield again shook his head firmly. Holland replied, Not yet, we'll think about it and let you know. He hung up immediately. Back at headquarters, Natasha turned to Fury and Barton. Holland definitely knows that man. He was lying. And if he knows, then Garfield probably knows too, which means the three of them are connected. Fury wasn't fooled either. Dig into Holland's connections with full force. If Holland knows him, and Garfield does too, then odds are, that man is their ally. Meanwhile, at Stark Tower in Manhattan, Tony sat on his couch, watching the recordings of yesterday's battle on a virtual screen. Over and over, his mind replayed the moment Maguire slapped him across the face. What the hell, why did he hit me? Do I know this guy? He still couldn't fathom that Maguire had done it simply because Tony fired one shot at the goblin. Just then, Pepper Potts walked in, her professional suit sharp as ever. She stopped in front of Tony as he stared at the footage, frowning. He muttered to himself, analyzing Maguire's abilities. That material, so flexible yet insanely hard, and that power, there was no visible energy source, which means only one thing, his physical strength is beyond imagination. Maguire's image dominated Tony's thoughts. But don't get it twisted, it was pure scientific curiosity. And as all these people obsessed over him, what was Maguire himself doing? In his villa, the bully was sound asleep, snoring peacefully. Chapter 74. Even if the world outside was collapsing, our bully Maguire still needed his rest. That was principle. After all, Bully Maguire was a man with morning temper. Before long, he slowly opened his eyes, glancing at his phone and the dozens of missed calls. He thought to himself, looks like Garfield and Holland want to ask if that was me yesterday. He considered the problem. Should I keep my identity secret? Honestly, that's impossible now. With my suit and the way I fought yesterday, others might be fooled, but not S.H.I.E.L.D. fine, let them know. What's the worst? They'll just deliver me bully points on a silver platter. He dialed Garfield. Meanwhile, Garfield and Holland were panicking. Holland asked, should we join S.H.I.E.L.D. or not? We can't drag this out forever. Garfield grew serious. Something like this has to be decided by the whole Spider Alliance. If even one of us disagrees, we don't join. For now, we wait on Maguire. To Garfield, their little spider alliance wasn't child's play. Maguire and Holland were his comrades, his brothers. Holland sighed and nodded, letting it go. Then Garfield's phone rang. He quickly answered. "Hello, what's going on?" The familiar voice came through. "Maguire here." Garfield blurted out. "Maguire, was that black-suited Spider-Man yesterday really you?" Maguire's calm voice replied. "Yeah, it was me, so what?" Even though they had suspected it, hearing Maguire admit it left Garfield and Holland speechless, frozen in shock. Seeing their silence drag, Maguire's impatient tone cut in again. "Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up." Snapping back, Garfield stammered a quick excuse and ended the call. Holland turned on him, baffled. "Why did you hang up so fast? He didn't even say if he's joining us." Garfield trembled pale. "That was the guy from yesterday, man. Even knowing it's Maguire, I'm terrified of him. Talking to him more, I swear, it feels like he'd kill me on the spot. I know he wouldn't, but I can't help it. I'm scared to death." Holland nodded grimly. "Yeah, Maguire's just too strong, too terrifying." Back at the villa, Maguire looked at his phone with a cold smile. "Huh, Garfield actually dared to hang up on me." He set it aside. "Whatever," before heading out, time for my favorite pastime. He opened the bully system interface. His bully points total, 1,200. His eyes gleamed. "Let's upgrade the Tremor fruit to SS level." The system prompted. Each 1% of development requires 10 bully points. Current development, 33%. Spend 270 points to reach 60%. Maguire tapped yes without hesitation. "Congratulations, Tremor fruit now at 60% development. Current grade, S next upgrades cost 100 bully points per 1%. National curse words, Maguire exploded. "You cheating old system. First you said 10 points, now suddenly 100. Rotten old bastard." Though furious, there was nothing he could do. He opened the lottery. The golden interface was now diamond bright, the prize pool transformed. Logia fruit, smoke fruit, S rank. S rank, 12 talismans, rooster talisman 1. A rank, baby Vajra beast. S rank, 12 talismans, rabbit talisman 1. B rank, X-ray vision. Joke item, tornadoes panties 1. First time diamond draw, 2 pulls granted. Maguire's heart pounded. High class now, huh, but seriously panties again. Despite grumbling, he spent 200 bully points. The wheel spun, landed on the rooster talisman. "Congratulations, you obtained the 12 talismans rooster. Second draw automatically granted. Congratulations, you obtained the 12 talismans rabbit." Maguire's grin spread wide. Rooster plus rabbit, flight. His bully points dropped to 730, enough for 3 more pulls. "All right, give me X-ray vision, that's not too much to ask." He spun again. "Congratulations, you obtained a common item, Tornadoes Panties Special Edition with scent." National curse words, he roared again. Chapter 75. After the painful lesson of his last gamble, Maguire decided to hold onto his remaining 530 bully points. He opened his status screen. Host, Bully Maguire Venom State. Strength, S Rooster Talisman Bonus. Speed, S Rabbit Talisman Bonus. Stamina, B. Reflexes, A. Defense, B+. Special ability, Tremor Fruit, 80% developed, S rank. Spider Sense, A. Webbing, A with Armament Hacky Coating. Armament Hacky, A. Rooster Talisman, Levitation, S rank. Special items, Black Suit Cuban Cigars. Overall combat power, S+. Looking at his luxury level stats, Maguire's heart surged. His power now rivaled, even surpassed, the Hulk and full-powered Thor. Satisfied, he headed toward Holland's home. Half an hour later, he knocked at the door. As expected, Aunt May answered. Holland's Aunt May, Maguire's Aunt May, Garfield's Aunt May. Today, May was dressed strikingly, her figure curvaceous, hair a wild wine red falling loosely over her shoulders. Even Maguire paused, caught off guard. When May saw him, her smile lit up. "You're here, perfect. I still haven't mastered the knife skills you taught me. Am I really that hopeless? She looked at him pitifully, almost like a girlfriend pouting to her boyfriend. Yet somehow, instead of awkward, it only made her more alluring. Maguire smiled faintly. No, you're not hopeless. Don't doubt yourself, I'll teach you, you'll get it. May's eyes softened, her smile genuine. I'll head upstairs, need to talk to Garfield and Holland. Wait for me, Maguire added. Her eyes sparkled as she nodded quickly. Upstairs, Holland and Garfield were deep in debate about whether to join S.H.I.E.L.D. When Maguire entered, both froze, legs going weak. The memory of him last night, like a demon descended, still shook them to their cores. Maguire frowned. What's wrong? You called me here and now you're silent. To them, even his calm face looked like the mask of a hellfiend looming over them. Both collapsed nervously into their seats. Maguire asked again. Where were you last night? Didn't even call me. Young men need moderation. Look at you, soft as boiled shrimp. They exchanged helpless glances. Finally, Garfield spoke up. Hellblood D? No, Maguire. Natasha asked if we joined S.H.I.E.L.D. We wanted your opinion. Maguire sneered. Why ask me? Whether you join or not is your business. But Garfield stood firm. Maguire, we've already formed the Spider Alliance. No matter what you think, you're one of us, our strongest comrade. So in big decisions, we follow you. Either we all join or we all refuse. We're a team. His voice rose until he was shouting at Maguire. Maguire blinked, thinking. Since when was Garfield this stubborn, forcing me into this Spider Alliance nonsense? He furrowed his brow. Holland paled, tugging at Garfield. Are you crazy? Don't talk like that. What if Maguire kills you? But Garfield didn't flinch. He stepped forward, right up to Maguire. If you want to kill me, do it now. I won't even blink. If I must die, I'd rather it be by a comrade's hand. What is this, some soap opera? Maguire thought dryly. Garfield, you've been watching too many movies. Still, Holland held his breath as Maguire walked toward Garfield. Fine, if you want to die, I'll oblige. Don't worry, I hit hard, you won't feel a thing. He raised his arm. Garfield stared back without fear. Wind whipped as Maguire's slap came down, then stopped a centimeter from Garfield's face. Instead, Maguire tapped his head lightly. You idiot, keep your life. Garfield's eyes lit up, relief flooding him. All right then, Maguire continued. You two call me Big Brother. Garfield, you're second. Holland, you're third. I'll join your Spider Alliance, but if I don't feel like joining your crap missions, I won't. Simple as that. No problem, Garfield agreed quickly. Holland muttered, you always tell it straight. Garfield chuckled, then asked. So, should we join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Maguire snorted. S.H.I.E.L.D. thinks they can recruit us by sending Natasha. Who the hell does she think she is? God. Even God doesn't get face from me. Tell them this. If Nick Fury wants us, he can drag his ass here himself. He spat smoke, shaking his head. What a joke. Chapter 76. Hearing Maguire, Garfield and Holland were still shocked, but they had already accepted him as the backbone of the Spider Alliance. Garfield looked at him. Then, should I call her? What do I say? Also, should we keep your identity secret? What a joke, Spider Alliance, more like Pig Alliance, Maguire snorted. As for my identity, no need to hide it. They've probably dug up most of it already. Just tell them straight. Power let him be blunt. Garfield braced himself and dialed Natasha. At S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ, Nick Fury told Natasha. The Avengers initiative needs to move, fast. Earth's getting messy. Those two kids, we must recruit them into S.H.I.E.L.D. And that big green guy, I want a way to reach him. Just then Natasha's phone rang. It was Garfield. She answered at once. On the line, Garfield deliberately put on a cocky tone. Hey, that guy from yesterday. He's with our Spider Alliance. If you want us in S.H.I.E.L.D., have your director, Nick Fury, come in person. Before Natasha could reply, Garfield hung up. Fury and Barton traded startled looks. That terrifying guy from yesterday. He's with the Spider Alliance? What even is the Spider Alliance? Natasha's heart was a storm. She had suspected Maguire was the black-suited monster, but hearing it confirmed still rattled her. No wonder he'd been so overwhelming that day. Answering Fury's question, Natasha said, Looks like the Spider Alliance is those two kids plus that terrifying powerhouse. Fury's brow tightened. Garfield's tone had been arrogant. And though the mystery strong man was terrifying, Nick Fury wasn't one to bow easily. Barton probed, so, what now? A glint flashed in Fury's one good eye. He said, come in person. Fine, we go in person, you two are coming with me. Natasha and Hawkeye both nodded. For some reason, the news left Natasha oddly tense. Back at Holland's home, Maguire said to Garfield and Holland, all right, from here on, you two don't need to handle the rest. He headed downstairs. After he left, Garfield gave Holland a strange look. Holland, didn't you notice how well Maguire and your Aunt May get along? Holland didn't catch his drift and laughed it off. Seeing that, Garfield could only smile. Well, maybe that's a good thing. By noon, under Maguire's patient coaching, Aunt May had made a few dishes that looked quite good. At the table, she smiled at him. I have to say, Holland's friend is very charming. In her mind, she simply admired Maguire. If she got shy at times, it was only because she hadn't interacted much with men, especially younger ones. Garfield and Holland came downstairs. Holland, ever casual, eyed the spread. Garfield, more observant, watched Maguire and Aunt May and thought. Something feels unusual between them. Is there a chance? Dear Lord, if Aunt May and Maguire end up together, wouldn't that make him Holland's uncle-in-law? The meal ended quickly, and afternoon came. Garfield's phone rang again. It was Natasha. He glanced at Maguire. Maguire said, have them set the place. At a SHIELD field office in New York, Fury, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Coulson were assembled. Coulson asked gravely, Director Fury, you're saying that terrifying man from yesterday is coming here? Fury nodded, serious, and not without a trace of dread. That hellish figure Maguire had cut the night before was burned into everyone's mind. A Bentley pulled up outside. Maguire arrived with Garfield and Holland. Seeing only a few black-suited agents at the door, Maguire frowned. Big airs, huh? They won't even come out to greet us. He looked at Garfield. Call them. Garfield and Holland stared at him, speechless. Maguire, isn't that a bit much? SHIELD is a behemoth. Maguire's expression turned to exasperation. Bit much what? SHIELD what? Tell them, if they won't come out to greet us, they can get lost. Garfield dialed Natasha. Inside the field office, Natasha's phone rang. Seeing Garfield's name, she glanced at Fury. Fury raised a hand, he'd take it. Garfield began, have Nick Fury come out and... This is Nick Fury, a deep voice cut in. Startled by the unfamiliar voice, Garfield hung up on the spot. Maguire gave Garfield a look of pure disdain. Chapter 77. Inside the SHIELD field office, Natasha, Hawkeye Barton, and Coulson watched the already sour face of Nick Fury grow even darker, though with him, who could really tell? Fury was notorious for a bad temper and a spine that wouldn't bend, not even for the higher-ups. He had never once gone to the door to greet anyone. Just as everyone worried he'd explode, Fury barked. You heard him, what are you standing around for? Move, we're going out to welcome them. Shock rippled through the room, followed by a quiet thrill. Made sense, that man was godlike in power, and not the benevolent kind, more like a demon out of hell. In the car outside, Garfield and Holland were uneasy. Maguire's attitude is, one muttered. They still didn't grasp what tier Maguire had reached, someone who could threaten a nation with a whim. Fury, Natasha, Barton, and others soon appeared at the entrance. Seeing them, Maguire nodded to Garfield and Holland. They're out, let's go meet them. The trio stepped from the Bentley. Fury clocked the car and thought. He's not short on cash, and he doesn't seem to be using his powers to get it. Or maybe he is, and that's exactly why he has it. Truth was, Fury was rattled. There were precious few incentives that could move a being like Maguire to join SHIELD, and if he ever took an Osborn-like turn and decided to rule the world, stopping him would be uncertain. Unless that woman came back, but after all these years, even her contact line might be no good. By the time she returned, America might already be gone. Pushing down that unease, Fury led the team toward Maguire. Natasha's thoughts churned seeing him up close again. They stopped face to face. Garfield and Holland still looked timid. Fury kept his voice even. Nick Fury. Maguire drawled, so you're Egghead. Gotta say it fits. Call me Maguire. Natasha and the others fought down a laugh. Egghead was unfortunately perfect. Fury's expression somehow got darker, but remembering the monster standing before him, he swallowed it. All right, Maguire. Maguire nodded, and with Garfield and Holland, strode toward the office. Barton and Coulson kept sneaking looks at him out of raw curiosity. How did a kid who looked like a high schooler wield that kind of power? As for Natasha, her glances had other reasons. Agents in the corridors stared. Fury showing up at a field office was shocking enough. Seeing him walk in with 3 kids-looking types, minds were blown. The sharper ones put 2 and 2 together and went pale. Fury led them into a conference room. The moment they entered, he moved naturally toward the head chair. Maguire gave a single, pointed cough. Fury, quick on the uptake, paused. Anger flickered, then he turned and said evenly, "You sit there." Maguire smiled. "Isn't that too much to ask? But since you're so warm and welcoming, I'll accept." He strolled straight to the head seat and lounged in it. Natasha, Garfield, and the rest stared, speechless. Maguire set both hands on the table. His palm flipped, a cigar appeared between his fingers. He pulled the system's lighter, the motion smooth and practiced. The smoke curled up, same swagger, same intoxicating scent. Natasha, Barton, and Coulson all looked at Fury. Shield forbade smoking in the workplace. Fury was already dying inside, but in front of Bully Maguire, he could only bow his head. He forced himself to speak. "Let's." Maguire cut in, voice lazy. "What's this? Shield that poor. You don't even have an ashtray." Chapter 78. Hearing Maguire's words, Nick Fury, who had just sat down, sprang to his feet. He fixed a stern stare on Maguire, who was leisurely smoking a cigar. Maguire glanced at him and smirked. "What's wrong? Why'd you jump up all of a sudden? Your hemorrhoids acting up." Natasha, Hawkeye, and Coulson fought to keep straight faces. Garfield and Holland didn't, they burst out laughing. Fury's face turned the color of an eggplant. Even so, looking at the man in front of him, he didn't dare go too far. He said coldly, "I do not have hemorrhoids." "Oh, got it," Maguire said, all faux enlightened. "No need to be so formal. Sit down and talk. I'm a reasonable guy." Everyone around them went speechless. Fury didn't know whether to stand or sit, and wound up frozen in place. Maguire tilted his head. "Don't tell me I was right. Shield really doesn't have an ashtray." "That won't do," he added, suddenly solemn. "I'm a very civilized, well-mannered person. I'm not ashing on your floor." In everyone's hearts galloped 10,000 horses. "Civilized? Yesterday you were painting the town red." Fury cut a look at Coulson. "Coulson, ashtray." Coulson sighed inwardly, boss's orders, and went to fetch one. A moment later he set it in front of Maguire. Maguire tapped the ash. "All right, now we can talk." Fury began. "I'd like to know if you, Garfield and Holland, are willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Before Maguire could answer, Garfield and Holland blurted, "Maguire can decide for us." Fury turned to him, clearly seeking his call. Maguire took a slow drag and smiled thinly. "Director Fury, I think you've got the wrong idea." Fury sighed inside. "So it's come to this. For someone like him, money and status are nothing. There's nothing we can dangle. Guess I'll have to sell the mission." He said aloud, "S.H.I.E.L.D. can't offer special perks. Our duty is to protect Earth. The 3 of you are powerful, yes, but you're outnumbered and under-equipped. Only by joining S.H.I.E.L.D. can you maximize your abilities." Garfield and Holland nodded despite themselves. It sounded reasonable. Natasha, meanwhile, almost laughed. That pitch wasn't going to work on this one. Maguire chuckled. "Sorry, what does any of that have to do with me?" Fury was stunned. "You really don't play by the script, do you?" "We're not here to enlist," Maguire said evenly. "We're here to discuss cooperation between our Spider Alliance and S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury let out the breath he'd been holding. At least they were talking business. One wrong word and this guy might just start a fight. "All right," Fury said. Maguire thought to himself, "S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intel network leaves us in the dust. If I want more evil points, I need friendly contact with plot figures and villains alike. Teaming up with S.H.I.E.L.D. is a necessary move." He laid it out. When you run into problems and need us, we can assist. But we retain full freedom and don't take your orders. Also, whenever S.H.I.E.L.D. encounters superpowered individuals, you inform the Spider Alliance. Fury mused. The terms weren't excessive, just annoying to deal with. If not for necessity, he'd rather not be under the same roof with this guy. Bring that temperament into HQ, and the whole place would be in chaos. Fine, Fury said at last. Then we're allies. Maguire stood. Good, if that's all, we'll be going. If you need something, contact Garfield. I'm busy, don't expect me to pick up. Inside, Fury actually felt relieved. Good, I don't want to deal with you either, a complete villain. Maguire turned to Natasha. Got time for a couple drinks tonight. Fury was speechless. This isn't a lounge, and she's not an escort, she's our top agent. Then, to his shock, Natasha said calmly, As it happens, I'm free, let's go have those drinks. Fury could only think one thing. You people are unbelievable. Chapter 79. Maguire, Garfield, and Holland stepped out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. field office. This time, Nick Fury and the others were smart enough to walk them out as well. Maguire glanced at Fury. Get these two kids home. You can handle that much, right? Aren't they your teammates? Fury asked. Some friend you are, he thought, speechless, but he still said aloud, of course, no problem. Garfield and Holland looked stricken. So, we're being ditched. Maguire turned to Natasha. Let's go, gorgeous, drinks. Natasha smiled and slid into his luxury car. Maguire stomped the accelerator. The car shot forward, leaving Garfield and Holland frozen on the curb. Dude, that's cold, Garfield muttered. Then, thinking of May, he frowned to himself. Maguire and Natasha again, what about Aunt May? Is he choosing? He clearly hadn't heard the saying, children choose, adults take it all. In the car, Natasha studied him. Maguire chuckled, relax, by tonight I'll be even stronger. Natasha rolled her eyes, unfathomably stunning in that moment. A sudden break sent her pitching forward. She stared at him, puzzled. Maguire's grin turned wicked. Want to feel what it's like to go to heaven? Her smile went curious. Here. Of course, out there, he said. Get out. Natasha peered at the empty stretch of countryside. Outdoors, that's new. Where else? You can't go to heaven inside the car. He opened the door and stepped out. Natasha blinked. We're really doing this, out here. She followed him out. He reached for her, and to her shock they began to rise. They lifted slowly into the air. He can fly too, Natasha's heart pounded. Terrifying. Good thing Fury didn't pick a fight or S.H.I.E.L.D. would be finished. So going to heaven really meant going to the sky, and here I thought. Maguire carried her higher, not even close to his top speed. Otherwise she wouldn't just go to heaven, she'd go west. From the night sky, they looked down on the river of headlights and the grid of glowing streets. With a peerless beauty in his arms, Maguire felt a surge of pride and let out a shout in flawless Mandarin. A great man. Natasha answered without missing a beat, also in Mandarin. Awake holds the world's power. From the marrow of his bones, he answered the couplet. Drunk reclines upon a beauty's lap. He stared at her, stunned. You speak Longuo Chinese. Natasha only shifted closer. Something unreadable flickered in her eyes. Before long, Maguire brought her back down to the car and headed for the city. The next morning, Maguire rose slowly. Natasha was still sleeping like a log. At noon, Stark Industries held a press conference. Tony Stark publicly announced the termination of all weapons development programs. The bombshell sent shockwaves through the industry. With Norman Osborn dead, Oscorp was leaderless, and the arms market already roiling. Now the sector's biggest American player was stepping back, every competitor started scheming. Inside Stark Tower, a heavyset bald man stormed toward Tony's office. Obadiah Stane, Stark Industries vice president. He burst in. Tony, why shut down weapons development? Tony looked at him coolly. It's my decision. Obadiah swallowed it. Tony was the helmsman here. He forced a smile. Fine, I trust you, Tony. He turned away, but the instant his face was out of sight, it twisted with a dark, ugly malice. Back in his own office, he slammed a palm onto the desk. Oscorp's head is gone, this once-in-a-century chance, and he quits weapons. That kid can't be allowed to stay. Ha 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 ha, then I'll be the richest man in the world. While Obadiah daydreamed, over at Fisk Tower, Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, sat with reverent deference before the young man in the boss chair. Our bully Maguire drew on his cigar, smoke curling. On the screen beside him played the footage of Tony's announcement to halt weapons R&D. Chapter 80. The next second, Maguire looked down at Kingpin and said slowly, Norman Osborn of Oscorp is dead. Find a way to swallow Oscorp. That won't be a problem, will it? Master, Kingpin answered, Oscorp is a behemoth. Taking it in one bite isn't simple. We'll have to move step by step. Especially now that Stark Industries has announced it's stopping weapons development, Oscorp has become a real prize. Plenty of people will be eyeing it. If someone's eyeing it, that's not a problem, Maguire said coldly. If a hand dares to reach out, don't just break it. Make sure its owner doesn't see tomorrow's sun. This is your specialty, isn't it? If anything can't be handled, call me. Kingpin bowed, reverence in his eyes. Maguire glanced at his phone. It was Harry calling. Right, his sworn bro. If they wanted Oscorp, wasn't this the best route? He picked up. Peter, where are you? Harry's voice was heavy. Can you come to my place? On my way, Maguire said. As for Oscorp, put it on hold until my word, he added to Kingpin. Kingpin nodded at once. Before long, Maguire's car pulled up at Harry's place. He rang. The door opened on a haggard Harry. In barely over 10 days, he'd grown thin, eyes bruised with sleeplessness. You're here, Peter, come in. They sat in the living room. Looking at Harry's drawn face, Maguire spoke gently. He understood. What hurt Harry most wasn't just his father's death, but the realization of what his father had done. The whole city knew, even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't smother the news. Harry fought it, but tears finally spilled. After a long silence, he forced himself to speak. Harry, Maguire asked, do you want revenge? Harry shook his head. Revenge? I never thought about it, not because that guy's power makes me despair. It's because the consequences of what my father did may be even worse. In truth, I should thank him even if he's my father's killer. According to the original plot, once Harry learned what had really happened, and that Peter hadn't intentionally killed Norman, he forgave Peter. But right now, Harry's pain was guilt. Guilt for the innocents his father's ambition had killed. Maguire decided there was no need to hide. If Harry truly chose to turn on him, then so be it. He wouldn't mind adding one more body. Solemnly, he said, if I told you I was the one who killed your father, what would you do? Harry shot to his feet, stunned. Peter, what are you talking about? Maguire stood as well. The Venom suit surged over him and sealed into place. The black-suited spider stood before Harry. Harry stared, dazed, his eyes a storm of feelings he couldn't name. Rage, relief, helplessness, grief, shock. Then he sagged into the couch as if all strength had been drained from him. Inside, Venom muttered, delighted, savage. Kill the guy's dad and then tell him, this man is evil, I like him. Normally, Maguire didn't bring Venom out, but he had expected things might go this far today, so he'd brought him along. If you want revenge, Maguire said, I won't make you chase me. You can start now. Harry shook his head. I already said, I won't. Even if that man is my best friend, I know that if he hadn't killed my father, tens of thousands might have died at my father's hands. That would hurt me more. What are you going to do next? Maguire asked. I don't know, my head's a mess. Please go, Peter. Maguire nodded. If you run into anything you can't handle, call me. He had just reached the door when Harry's voice came from behind. Peter, are you still my best friend? Maguire paused. If you want me to be, I always will be. He opened the door and left. Outside, Maguire felt a touch helpless. Villain he might be, but not a butcher without a bottom line, not a machine without feelings. Elsewhere, several suits of armor, each over 3 meters tall, stood in a row. Before them a man in a black suit, Obadiah Stane. He grinned broadly at the hulking frames. Chapter 81. Just then, a man in a lab coat came over from a distance and stopped in front of Obadiah. Have you solved the power issue for the armor? Obadiah asked. Hearing that, the man's face showed helplessness. Obadiah could already tell the answer wasn't what he wanted. Get out, useless. If you can't do one simple thing, why am I feeding a bunch of pigs like you? He snapped. The man slunk away. Obadiah stared at the shell of the suit, an empty husk with no heart, and his anger spiked. Tony Stark's abduction by the 10 Rings had been arranged by Obadiah himself. After Tony built the first suit and escaped, the remaining parts were delivered to Obadiah. Getting those components thrilled him. If he could mass-produce that kind of armor, who in the world could oppose him? But the massacre Maguire carried out at Oscorp the other day completely changed his mind. Obadiah suddenly felt that ruling the world might not be a great fit. Becoming the world's richest man, that was the goal worth chasing. For now, the unsolved power problem was giving him a headache. Then a brilliant idea flashed through his bald head. If he couldn't build it, he could steal it. He didn't have one, but Tony Stark did, and he could take care of Tony at the same time. Feeling very clever, Obadiah left and drove straight to Stark Industries. At that moment, inside Stark Industries, Tony sat heavily on the sofa, face grim. Earlier that day, he had flown to the Middle East in the armor, back to the place where he'd once been held captive. There, the 10 Rings lorded it over the region, burning, killing, looting. When they started slaughtering a small village, Tony dropped from the sky in the Iron Man armor. The small-time thugs weren't his match. In under a minute, they were all dead. The weapons the 10 Rings were using turned out to be developed by Stark Industries, yet Tony had never authorized any sales there. Only then did he realize someone inside the company was secretly selling arms behind his back. Seeing so many people die under weapons bearing his name, Tony decided, once and for all, to end Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing. He returned and called an emergency meeting. During his captivity, Obadiah had been running the company, which made him the prime suspect. Tony sent Pepper Potts to Obadiah's office to investigate. Inside Obadiah's office, Pepper stared, shocked, at his monitor. Video of Tony's abduction by the 10 Rings and files on Obadiah's secret armor project. Tony's kidnapping had been Obadiah's doing, and he was now developing a terrifying weapon. Pepper started copying the data to her external drive. Just as the transfer was about to finish, the door opened, bald, imposing Obadiah walked in. Pepper's face flashed with panic for a heartbeat, then smoothed into a polite smile. Obadiah didn't suspect anything yet and smiled back. Of course, no problem. Pepper casually draped a newspaper over the drive. A second later, the transfer completed. She stood, pretending to pick up the paper as she palmed the drive. "All right, I'm done. I'll get back to work," she said, and headed out. Watching her quickened pace, Obadiah felt a prickle of doubt. He went to his computer and quickly found the armor plans on the screen. He understood instantly why Pepper had come and that she was about to report to Tony. He couldn't wait any longer. He hurried after her. Pepper had just stepped out of Obadiah's office when she ran into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York agent, Phil Coulson. Relief washed over her. She quickly left with Coulson. Behind them, Obadiah took in the scene with a cold look, then headed straight for Tony's office. A few minutes later, Tony was staring intently at his screen when the phone rang. He reached for it, then a lance of pain shot through his back. Obadiah was standing behind him, lowering a sonic paralysis device. Seeing who it was, Tony understood everything. "Tony, you really are a disappointment. Why stop weapons development?" Obadiah said coldly. "You're a spoiled playboy, not fit to run Stark Industries. I'm taking your place. I'll acquire Oscorp and become the richest man in the world. As for you, you'll just be a tragic case of complications from old injuries." Obadiah slowly pulled the arc reactor from Tony's chest. Without it, the shrapnel in Tony's body began edging toward his heart. Breathing grew hard. "You can die now, Tony," Obadiah said, turning to leave. On the table, Tony's phone kept ringing, Pepper's call. Outside the Stark building, Pepper saw Tony wasn't answering. She told Coulson everything about Obadiah's plan. Coulson frowned. "With just a handful of us, taking on armor comparable to Iron Man's is a fool's dream." He reported to S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ, then hurried with Pepper to Sector 16, Obadiah's armor research site. They didn't know Obadiah had already gotten there ahead of them. Chapter 82. In the night, two figures moved through the city, Garfield and Holland in their spider suits. The two big-hearted kids never tired of lending a hand. On a rooftop, Holland glanced at Garfield. "Garfield, why won't Maguire come out on patrol with us?" "If this were before, I kinda hoped he would," Garfield said. "But now, better not." "Why?" Holland asked, puzzled. Garfield gave a dry little laugh. "These days, if Maguire shows up, never mind protecting civilians, half of them might die of fright first." Maguire had single-handedly mowed down the Lizardman Legion in front of Oscorp Tower and saved New York. Even so, opinion about him in the city had split hard. Some treated him like a savior, especially the ones who adored his ruthless methods, but those were the hot-blooded crowd, not exactly mainstream. So Garfield's "scare people to death" line wasn't baseless. Meanwhile, at Sector 16, Obadiah's secret base, two black sedans rolled to a stop. A group climbed out, Phil Coulson, Pepper Potts, and several SHIELD agents. The intel matched this location, and they pushed toward the lab. Inside, the place was lit by a few dim lamps, the gloom making it all the more eerie. Pepper, Coulson, and the agents spread out to search. By the flicker of the lights, Pepper thought she saw something beyond a curtain of hanging chains. She drifted toward it. 2 points of light winked on behind the chains. A moment later, a hulking giant stepped into view, the ironmonger suit Obadiah had built. Pepper gasped and screamed, stumbling back in a panic. From within the steel shell, Obadiah grinned with a sickly delight. "Scream, go on, scream your lungs out and no one's coming. Heh heh heh? You've stayed at Tony's side long enough. It's time someone cherished you properly." In his mind, Tony Stark was already dead. The rush of power swelled until it drowned him. Pepper's scream brought the nearby SHIELD agents running. They opened fire at once, sparks danced in the darkness, but it might as well have been scratching an itch. In a few brutal moves, Ironmonger sent several agents to their deaths. The thrill of ending lives so easily made Obadiah sink deeper into himself. He charged after Pepper again. Pepper, light on her feet and running for her life, reached the lab's outer door. Just as she thought she'd made it, the ground ahead split open. A massive bulk surged up from below Ironmonger, right in her path. The arms swung up, a black barrel leveled at her. A webline snapped across the dark and smacked Ironmonger's arm aside. Two figures dropped in beside Pepper, Garfield Spidey and Holland Spidey. Lucky break for Pepper. They'd happened to pass by, spotted Ironmonger about to execute her, and rushed in. Garfield pulled Pepper away to safety, while Holland moved to contain the suit's movements. The two launched their attack together. Their strength was impressive, but against a suit weighing several tons, they couldn't gain a clear edge. Even so, with speed and agility far beyond Ironmonger's, they pressed it into a temporary disadvantage, just not enough to finish it. Garfield suddenly remembered what Maguire had told him. "If you hit something big, call me." He dialed. Maguire picked up fast. "Yeah, what's up, Garfield?" Garfield spilled the situation in a rush. Maguire had been at home chatting with Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Excitement flashed across his face. "Nice, work to do, I live for this. Gotta move before Tony steals my gig." He excused himself to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, slipped into a nearby alley, and the symbiote suit flowed over him. Watching Maguire practically vibrate with anticipation, the symbiote muttered in the back of his mind. "Great. Which poor soul is he going to fixate on now? Hope they at least get a body to bury." Under Maguire, even dying in one piece is asking a lot. At the secret facility entrance, Garfield and Holland were still tangled up with Ironmonger. Obadiah, rattled by their slipperiness, snarled to himself. He couldn't land a clean hit. Jets roared from his feet and the big frame blasted skyward. He looked down at the two spiders and smirked. "Too bad you don't fly." A streak knifed across the sky, trailing a long white tail. Tony in the Iron Man armor, powered by the older arc reactor he'd just retrieved, slamming straight in at Ironmonger. Chapter 83. Tony, in the Iron Man suit, slammed straight into the airborne Ironmonger. A heartbeat later, the two armored figures crashed hard onto the street. Bystanders scattered in panic. Garfield and Holland arrived just then. Seeing Iron Man, they hesitated, unsure what to do. Iron Man spotted them and shouted, "This is between him and me. You two stay out of it." The two spiders froze. Seriously, he won't let us help. Pepper Potts pulled up in her car, saw Iron Man and Ironmonger at a distance, and went pale. She knew Tony was running an older arc reactor with little juice left, while Ironmonger had a second-generation core. Tony wasn't a match right now. Ironmonger pushed himself up, turned toward Iron Man, and Obadiah seethed. That bastard Tony? Can't believe he still made it here alive. Tony rushed him again. And a black shape dropped from a nearby rooftop and landed lightly. Maguire in the black suit. A moment ago the crowd had been murmuring, now it was as if someone hit mute. Every face turned toward Maguire in terror, a single thought flashing through their minds. Oh God, it's the Hellblood demon, he actually came. If that monster is here, please, don't let there be a massacre. Maguire's power was the stuff of nightmares. Garfield and Holland exhaled in relief. That tin can's finished. Pepper's eyes lit up when she saw the Hellblood demon descend. She didn't know the demon was Maguire, but as long as the Hellblood demon was here, Obadiah Stane was no longer a problem. Tony looked at Maguire, emotions mixed. Great, the guy who slapped me is back. This is my fight, he shouldn't interfere. Ironmonger stared, dumbfounded. Through his visor, Obadiah looked at Maguire, and warm liquid collected somewhere inside the suit. Yes, he'd peed himself. The instant Maguire appeared, Obadiah saw a vision of his own body torn to pieces. I'm done for, my God. I've got nothing to do with this guy, why's he coming for me? Tony turned to Maguire. Hellblood demon, this is personal, stay out of it. Smack. The crack rang out. Iron Man ate another ringing slap, the force blasting him tens of meters away. Tony lay there, stunned. Is he insane? Do we actually have a grudge? Pepper's face went white. Is the Hellblood demon here to take Tony down? What do we do? Obadiah, meanwhile, just stared. Wait, was this guy here to save him? Maybe he wanted Obadiah to serve him. Relief washed over Obadiah. Being someone's underling was nothing if it kept him alive. He boomed over the external speakers. Honored demon, I am willing to be your servant and serve you. He started toward Maguire, heart pounding with hope. Looked like he'd guessed right. Time to latch onto a truly thick thigh. Smack. Maguire's hand flashed out. Even in that massive frame, Ironmonger went skidding dozens of meters like an ant swatted by a giant. Be my flunky, you don't even qualify, Maguire said, bored. Everyone gaped. What kind of move is that? He hit both of them. Tony edged up to Maguire, this time keeping his mouth shut. One more slap and he'd be airborne again. Hatred twisted in Obadiah's chest. Then a thought hit him. During that massacre, Maguire hadn't flown. If he just took off, the guy couldn't follow. And Tony was low on power. He could escape. Obadiah slammed his thrusters to maximum and shot for the sky. Move, he's getting away, Garfield and Holland urged. Tony read the plan and fired his own thrusters, only for them to flare and sputter out. No more power to fly. Maguire looked up at Obadiah, unimpressed. With a flick of his wrist, a cigar appeared. He lit it with a lazy motion and took a slow drag. Is he flying, or crawling like a turtle? Everyone stared at Maguire's deadpan taunt, especially Garfield and Holland. Are you serious, man? He's flying away and you're smoking a cigar? We're Spidermen, not Batman, or some grandpa vigilante. 100 meters up, Obadiah glanced down and grinned. Knew it, he really can't fly, ha ha ha. Chapter 84. Iron Man and the others, Garfield and Holland, watched Maguire with mounting anxiety. The next second, Maguire lowered his cigar. A gust swept past, and he vanished before their eyes. People stared, stunned. What just happened? Where did Maguire go? High above, Obadiah soared along, feeling smug, until a figure appeared right in front of him, Maguire in the black battle suit. Obadiah nearly felt his heart leap out of his chest. An overwhelming force slammed into him like a collapsing mountain. Before he could react, his body was hurled straight down toward the ground. Boom! On the street, Iron Man and the others gaped at the sight. A massive shape fell from the sky, kicked up a cloud of dust, and hit like a meteor. When the air cleared, they finally saw what it was, Ironmonger. The once imposing suit now looked like a pile of mangled scrap. Obadiah lay inside, groaning nonstop. What on earth happened? Why did he just drop out of nowhere? And where's Maguire? They looked around, then saw a lone figure hovering in midair. It was Maguire, suspended above them in the Venom suit. Jaws dropped. Think we can find that spider and have it bite me too. Holland and Garfield were shocked he could fly at all. Tony, inside the armor, was shocked by how fast it had just been. In barely 2 or 3 seconds, Obadiah had been driven into the pavement. Tony hurriedly pinged his AI. JARVIS, compute that guy's movement speed. JARVIS replied at once. Estimated velocity, approximately 1,100 meters per second, about 3 times the speed of sound. Tony reeled, Mach 3, terrifying. Maguire gazed down coldly at the wailing Obadiah and drifted closer. Thanks to the suit's impact dampening, Obadiah was hurt but not dead. Seeing Maguire approach, he panicked, picturing his own execution. The way you were flying just now, not bad, Maguire said, voice flat. F-fly, my suit's totaled, I can't fly, Obadiah stammered. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Why aren't you flying? Maguire's brow creased. My lord demon, my armor's broken, I can't. Oh, that's so, well, I'm the helpful sort. If you can't fly, I'll help you. Terror washed over Obadiah's face. Maguire flashed forward, and the symbiote cheered in his head. Another pitiful worm. Time to watch a beautiful blood-red firework. Obadiah shrieked, as Maguire lifted him one-handed. Why are you screaming? I'm helping you, Maguire frowned. Obadiah clamped his mouth shut. Maguire smiled. That's better, I'm helping. Iron Man immediately realized what Maguire meant to do and quickly covered Pepper's eyes with his gauntlet. Garfield and Holland traded a look, same thought in both minds. He's done for. Maguire's arm snapped upward. Whoosh! Obadiah shot skyward like an artillery shell. Driven by monstrous strength, his acceleration spiked into the horrific range. Air friction shredded his suit in an instant, even his skin cracked and split under the blistering heat. In barely a second or two, he cleared 1,000 meters, blacked out, then began to fall. Splat! A crimson firework burst on the ground. Blood spread across the pavement like paint. Bystanders stared, petrified. Some with weaker stomachs fainted on the spot. Pepper pushed Tony's hand away and glanced at the ground. Her face went bloodless, sick to her core. Maguire looked at the gore, satisfied. A proper send-off is an art. Iron Man, Garfield, and Holland all felt their guts twist. Don't provoke this guy. Actually, even if you don't provoke him, he might not spare you. The meat on the pavement was proof enough. Chapter 85. Just then, a voice rang out in Maguire's mind from the bully system. Congratulations, host, bully points plus 100. Villain plot character bonus plus 100. Total gain plus 200. Current bully points, 730. Hearing the sweetest chime in the world, he smirked. All right, time to clock out. In the next instant, he vanished before the crowd's stunned eyes. His flight speed was long past what the human eye could track. Seeing Maguire leave, Garfield and Holland swung off on their webs as well, leaving only Iron Man and Pepper. They shared a look and departed, too. All that remained was a blood-red smear on the street, and bystanders shaken to their core. Maguire headed downstairs and out. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were on the living room sofa, a newspaper spread across it. The headline splashed last night's events. Spider-Man roster gains a new member. Hellblood Demon. A madman who knows only slaughter. The article beneath hammered the Hellblood Demon for brutal methods. Maguire cocked an eyebrow. He glanced at the masthead, the Daily Bugle. A slow, wicked smile touched his lips. The Bugle, of course they dare. He sat beside Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben, what do you think of this Hellblood Demon? What kind of person is he? That night, Uncle Ben and Aunt May had wanted to join those fighting the lizard men. Uncle Ben frowned and answered slowly. Hellblood Demon? That's a truly evil-sounding name. Power like that, he might as well be a spirit of vengeance. His methods are cruel and violent, but he is protecting civilians. Aunt May added, exactly. That paper will do anything for clicks. They've been smearing the Spidermen nonstop to chase heat. Garbage people. Maguire stood. I'm stepping out for a bit, Uncle Ben. He left the house, ducked into an empty alley, and shot into the sky, straight toward the Daily Bugle. At the Daily Bugle. Half a month ago, Scorpion Mac Gargan had turned on J. Jonah Jameson and thrown in with Oscorp, falling under Oscorp's control. Losing Gargan's lead sent Jameson into a rage. Just when he was about to give up, the cataclysm at Oscorp Tower hit. Jameson recognized the giant scorpion as Gargan. Luckily for him, Norman took the fall alone. S.H.I.E.L.D. never discovered that Jameson had bankrolled the scorpion research. Now Jameson looked over today's sales report. One reason, a feature on the Hellblood demon, had made the day's circulation spike. Convinced he'd found a cash cow, he chuckled to himself. Ha, reporting on this Hellblood demon really sells. Maybe he's not completely useless after all. Maguire wore a mask, and in Jameson's eyes he was still just another vigilante. Naturally, Maguire had become Jameson's favorite target. Smug, Jameson muttered, "People who put themselves above the law always get what's coming. I don't know if you'll live to see that day, but I know you won't." A voice sounded behind him. Jameson's brows knit, he spun his chair around. A man in a black Venom suit stood there, Maguire, fresh from home. Jameson didn't show surprise or fear. He eyed Maguire with a kind of amused interest, lifted his cigar, and drew on it. Inwardly he scoffed, God, is this guy really that bold? Smoking a cigar and putting on airs right in front of this thug. Doesn't he know cigars and acting tough are this psycho's trademark? Maguire stared at him cold. Jameson spoke first. "You masked butcher, what are you doing here? Come to beg me to retract the story." The symbiote roared with laughter in Maguire's head. Maguire's hand shot out, seized Jameson, and with the slightest flick tossed him across the desk. Then Maguire took the boss's chair, set both boots on the desk, and thumbed a lighter. Flame flared, smoke curled. "Not gonna lie, you're the first guy who's tried to act cool in front of me." Jameson snorted, climbed to his knees, and almost theatrically, knelt as if in supplication. Maguire looked down at him, bored. "I can't tell, is it your courage that's stupid, or your backbone that's soft?" Chapter 86. Hearing that unfamiliar name, J. Jonah Jameson looked puzzled, then his face twisted with scorn. "What? You, some so-called superhero, picking on an ordinary citizen like me?" "Relax, I'll make sure today's little episode hits the paper. Soon all of New York will see your true face." Inside, the symbiote was howling. "My God, you're the boldest man I've ever seen. You're actually threatening this guy. You're a real tough one." Maguire chuckled. "I wouldn't be so sure." Jameson blinked, then snorted. "I know your type. You wear a mask because you don't dare face people. You pull stunts you call justice to feed that tiny ego. You think folks worship you, think you're their hero. You naively believe you're saving the world. In truth, you're just a bunch of clowns in masks." Maguire stood, smiling wider, almost pleased. Good, keep going, I like people who don't shut up." Jameson sneered and pressed on. "You only say that to pretend you don't care, but my words got under your skin, you're afraid. Even with your power, deep down you're a coward who can't face himself." Maguire burst out laughing. "Excellent, say it again." Watching him light up at the abuse, Jameson hesitated. Is he insane? Does he like being lectured? What is this, missing a father's love? Self-satisfied, he said, "If you're so keen on being taught, I'll do you the favor." And he launched into a sermon, Maguire contemptuous of law, a butcher who only knows killing, phrases tumbled out one after another. For a newspaperman, the patter was top tier. He went on and on like the Yangtze in flood, like the Yellow River unbound. But even a silver tongue runs dry. After half an hour straight, Jameson's throat burned, his knees ached from kneeling, and the pain crawled up his spine. He finally stopped. Maguire's smile thinned. He leaned forward, grinning with too many teeth. "Why'd you stop? Keep talking. I'm not finished listening." A prickle of fear finally ran through Jameson. "You're a lunatic. You don't deserve the word superhero." Maguire kept the same mild smile. "Good, keep going, I like it." Jameson felt like a monkey being toyed with. Rage boiled up. He glared at Maguire. Maguire flipped a cigar into his hand, lit it with an easy motion, then rose and strolled toward the kneeling publisher. "Why aren't you talking? Go on." Jameson spat at him. In the back of Maguire's mind, the symbiote whispered, "I've only ever respected two people in my life. and right now both of them are in front of me. Two people who aren't afraid to die, though only one of them can't die. Maguire's brow twitched. Why aren't you talking? His boot came down on Jameson's hand. Bones popped. Jameson screamed. Under that crushing strength, the hand turned to pulp. Cold sweat ran down his face as he sucked air through his teeth. He stared in horror. He really hurt me. He's not afraid I'll expose him on the front page. Jameson had assumed Maguire cared about public opinion, about pressure, like Garfield or Holland did. He did not. Maguire smiled, unchanged. Keep going, I like listening. Jameson's fury flared. He cursed Maguire out, details omitted, fill in your favorite adjectives. But blood loss, exhaustion, and thirst soon shredded his voice. He fell silent again. Maguire set down an empty coffee cup, frowned. Keep talking. Hatred burned in Jameson's eyes. In a mosquito-thin rasp, he hissed, You piece of trash, I'll ruin you. You don't deserve to be called a superhero. Maguire stepped close, crouched, and beamed. You're right, I don't deserve to be called a superhero. I've never claimed to be one. I'm just a villain. Smack. Like a watermelon bursting, blood-red fireworks, the headless body stayed kneeling on the carpet. Even at the end, Jameson never imagined Maguire would actually kill him. A man truly and utterly unchained from the law. Maguire walked over to the sink, washed his hands, and glanced back at the corpse with a sigh. Wasn't living good enough for you? People who don't cherish life, what a pity. Even the symbiote shivered. I want to go home. Woo-woo-woo. Chapter 87. The next second, Maguire walked to the window and looked at his hand. Gotta admit, handing out slaps feels pretty great. No wonder certain clowns never get tired of it. Then he shot up into the sky. An hour later, a woman in a business suit entered Jameson's office and found his corpse still kneeling on the floor. Jameson disliked noise. His office used special soundproof glass, so no one outside had heard his screams. Night fell. Maguire stepped into a small pizza shop. It wasn't big, but the old-fashioned Daker gave it a distinct charm. Back in the day, Peter used to come here for coffee. The hand-brewed stuff really was rich. Today, Maguire didn't feel like a noisy bar, so he came here instead. As he savored the coffee, his phone rang. A sly smile touched his lips and he answered. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Egghead Nick Fury watched Black Widow Natasha. Minutes earlier, word of Daily Bugle owner Jameson's murder had reached them. Given Jameson's profile and the strangeness of the case, very likely a superhuman, S.H.I.E.L.D. took it. That same morning, the Bugle had run a smear on Maguire, so they suspected he might have done it. Fury told Natasha to call and confirm. When the call connected, Natasha hurried before he could say anything reckless. It's Natasha. Maguire, does the death of the Bugle's owner, Jameson, have anything to do with you? Maguire's tone was blasé. If it does, it means I killed him. Do I need to explain myself to you? Fury's brow nodded. He gestured for Natasha to cut the line. Worried he'd drop a quote for the ages, she hung up at once. Director, should we initiate an arrest op? Natasha asked. Arrest who? Are you kidding me? Fury sighed. You know how to handle this, and give Maguire a warning, don't let this happen again. Seeing Fury forced to swallow that, Natasha couldn't help a flicker of amusement. He didn't get humbled often. Back in the pizza shop, Maguire stared at his ended call, a spark of irritation in his eyes. Well, aren't you bold, hanging up on me? Fine, we'll see how I handle you next time. Just then, a loving couple walked in. The woman had long brown hair and a tall frame, nothing else remarkable at a glance. They ordered at the counter and sat, by chance, right behind Maguire. The owner was an elderly, white-haired man named Stanley. The name had a certain ring to it, looked like the old guy might dabble in other business someday. He gave the couple a tense, unnatural look. The back door swung open. A young man dressed like a delivery boy came in. Another coffee, Maguire said. The pizza was nothing special, but the coffee hit the spot. Rare mood today, he'd have a second cup. The youth jogged to the bar to make it. Stanley frowned, clearly torn. A moment later, the youth carried the cup over to Maguire, head down, weighed by thoughts. The brunette woman in the couple suddenly noticed him and shot to her feet. At the sound of her voice, Maguire looked up. The young man, Bruce, lifted his head toward her. Shock flashed across his face, followed by a surge of barely contained emotion, and then deep, stinging despair. His hand slackened and the cup fell. Crack, the mug shattered. Bruce turned away, trying to leave in a hurry, when a big hand clamped around his wrist. "You spilled my coffee. Aren't you going to buy me another?" Maguire said. Bruce yanked hard, but the grip was like an iron vice. The woman reached him, voice trembling. "Bruce, it's me, Betty. Why are you running?" Bruce glanced at Maguire. The next moment, Maguire said, "No can do. Sit with me and have a cup. I feel like we'll get along." Bruce looked back at him, puzzled. Chapter 88. Betty rushed up to Bruce, face flushed. "Bruce, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? It's me, Betty." Bruce glanced at her and spoke softly. "Of course I recognize you. I wish you happiness." Betty understood then. Bruce had seen she had a new boyfriend. Her new boyfriend, a psychiatrist named Samson, stood as well, frowning at the scene. "Betty, what's going on?" He was starting to suspect who Bruce really was. Betty's heart twisted. She loved Bruce, but Samson had good qualities: smart, funny, attentive. Torn, she didn't know what to say. Maguire let go of Bruce's wrist. "Sit, have a coffee. There's very little a cup of coffee can't solve." "Bruce, sit first. Let's talk," Betty pleaded. A moment later, the owner, Stan Lee, set 2 coffees on the table in front of Maguire, then nodded toward Bruce. Bruce hesitated, then sat. Samson had basically put it together. With a polite smile, he said, "You must be Betty's ex, Mr. Bruce." A needle under velvet. The message was clear. "Betty is with me now, give it up." Betty shot Bruce an apologetic look. "Bruce, I couldn't find you so." "It's fine, I understand. I wish you happiness," Bruce said. His cool tone stabbed at her. Compared to Samson, she still preferred Bruce. She ignored Samson's feelings and blurted, "Bruce, can we start over?" Samson's face changed. "So I'm the spare tire, you're dumping me now." He stood, staring at her. "Betty, was everything you said to me last night a lie?" Anyone could hear what he was implying. Bruce's brows knotted, his fists clenched. A faint green crept into his face. Betty swung on Samson, furious. "What are you saying? Samson, we're done. Get out." Samson snorted. "Fine, in that case I wish you two all the best." He turned and left. Maguire took a delicate sip of coffee, like watching a live, melodramatic soap opera. Betty looked at Bruce, eyes red. "Bruce, believe me, you're the only one I love. When I heard anything about you, I went crazy looking, but I couldn't do anything. If you were here, I would never have done this. Please, can you forgive me?" Seeing her like that, poor Bruce's heart ached. He wanted to forgive her. Maguire spoke first. "So you really are the Hulk. Now I know how you got green. In a scene like this, you can still swallow it. Respect." Bruce and Betty both stared, stunned. "How do you know I'm the Hulk? Who are you?" Bruce asked. "Who I am doesn't matter," Maguire said, smiling coldly. "What matters is, are you going to keep being the big green guy, or let love make you even greener? If this woman truly loved you, you've been gone not even a year, and she's already moved on. Some epic romance." Bruce's heart thudded. He thought of what Samson had just implied. Breath quickened. He could feel the change looming. He forced deep breaths, trying to hold it back. When he looked at Betty again, anger flickered in his eyes. Betty snapped at Maguire. "Who are you to judge us? You have no right." "Do I?" Maguire snorted. "Couldn't care less. I just don't want to watch a man play the simp." Bruce turned to him. He'd never heard the term simp, but the meaning wasn't hard to guess. He drew himself up and said firmly, "I won't be a simp anymore." Betty's face crumpled, her hatred for Maguire spiked. "If you've got the guts, stay right here." "Oh, I've got plenty," Maguire said with a lazy grin. "I'll be right here. Go fetch your dear daddy." Chapter 89. Hearing that her threat had no effect on Maguire, Betty snorted and walked out. Her father, General Ross, had always been dead set against her relationship with Bruce. She wasn't about to sick Maguire on him over this. Bruce looked at Maguire, puzzled. "How do you know I'm the Hulk? Who are you?" Maguire only smiled, said nothing, stood up and left. At General Ross's secret base, a bearded man strode in, anger in his voice. He was the former ace of an elite commando unit, a participant in a super soldier program whose physique had been greatly enhanced, Emil Blonsky. Ross's face hardened as he laid it out. Bruce Banner had once worked on the super soldier program. An accident during an experiment mutated him. When his emotions hit a threshold, he transformed into a giant monster. Blonsky was proud and stubborn, convinced no one could be stronger than he was. Meeting the Hulk had changed that. There had to be a way to become even stronger. A soldier burst in, excited. "General, we found Banner's trail." Ross brightened. "Where? Move, bring him in." Blonsky headed out at once. As Ross's daughter, Betty was always under discreet watch. Bruce's appearance near her wouldn't go unnoticed. After Maguire left the pizzeria, Bruce Banner went to see a friend, one of the few who knew his secret and had been trying to restore him to normal. Over the past year, Banner had mailed him many blood samples. The research had made major progress. There might finally be a cure. Bruce arrived at a nondescript apartment and rang. A man in a lab coat opened the door. Dr. Samuel Stearns, the man Bruce had been contacting. He wasn't the big-brained menace he'd later become, not yet. Seeing Bruce, Stearns looked thrilled and ushered him inside. On a workbench, rows of vials, blood, a lot of it. Bruce frowned. "All of these, my samples." Stearns nodded. "Right, everything you've sent." "That's too dangerous to keep around. We need to destroy them," Bruce said. Stearns's expression flickered, then he smiled. "Of course, after I fix you, we'll dispose of them." Bruce didn't catch the off note and agreed. 10-odd minutes later, after Stearns's procedure, the green gamma signatures in Bruce's blood had vanished. Bruce felt normal. A dart clacked through the window and buried itself in his neck. The anesthetic hit hard. Bruce collapsed. Stearns startled, and the door exploded inward. A fully armed special operations team poured in, led by Blonsky. Blonsky smiled thinly at the unconscious Banner. "Take him, deliver to General Ross." The squad hauled Banner away, leaving Blonsky alone with Stearns. Blonsky raised his rifle and walked toward the scientist. "What do you want?" Stearns blurted. "What do I want?" Blonsky grinned. "I want you to make me a monster as strong as him. Don't tell me you can't. My gun doesn't care who it hits." For his own safety, Stearns nodded. Blonsky lay back on the table, keeping the pistol trained on Stearns the whole time. "You know what happens if you lie to me." Stearns turned to the racks of vials, Banner's blood. Yes, he was going to inject Banner's sample into Blonsky. A minute later, Blonsky's face twisted. He roared, muscles swelling, skin flushing green. His spine arched up like bony ridges along a dragon's back. The sheer mass crushed the table beneath him. A flying shard nicked Stearns's forehead. When he straightened, Blonsky was nearly 3 meters tall, a hulking green monstrosity, corded with jagged bone. He had become the abomination. Power flooded his body, enough to tear the world apart. He threw back his head and screamed at the ceiling. Chapter 90. The next instant, Abomination vaulted straight out into the street. In the face of that raw power, reinforced concrete was a joke. He smashed through it in a single charge. The impact jolted one of the lab rigs, and a splash of green blood dripped from a reservoir, falling right into the cut on Samuel Stearns's forehead. Meanwhile, now that Blonsky had seized his new strength, what was our villain Maguire up to? A cafe, not the kind common folks could afford. Gilded Daker, lights glittering everywhere, the most upscale coffee house in New York, where even a plain cup ran dozens of dollars. At a corner table, Maguire sat in a black suit, smiling faintly toward the entrance. A statuesque blonde stepped in, her figure carried with easy grace. A fire-red, form-fitting dress traced a perfect S-curve like a moving flame. Golden hair spilled down her back. People all over the cafe stopped to stare. A few wore knowing smiles. Under that envy, the blonde walked to Maguire's table. She smiled, and the room felt like a breeze in spring, stunning. It was Holland Spidey's Aunt May. "Maguire, what do you think of this dress?" she asked. He gave a light clap, a sight fit for heaven, rarely seen on Earth. May blushed. For a moment, she looked less like a 28-year-old woman and more like a girl in her teens. She sat, the lavish space, the clearly well-heeled crowd. Despite knowing she wasn't plain, her background made her self-conscious. If Maguire hadn't invited her, she'd never have come. He'd asked her out for coffee. She told herself that was all, though in her heart a little voice kept whispering, I want to go. When the prices on the menu hit her, she froze. Those numbers were astronomical to her. She set the menu down, nervous. This place is too expensive, Maguire. We could go somewhere else, couldn't we? Maguire just looked at her, heat in his eyes. May glanced up, then away, like a startled kitten. If it's you, he said, tone sober, no amount of money is wasted. Color rose in her cheeks. She ordered the cheapest set, he ordered the same. Dishes arrived. Maguire's silver tongue kept her laughing. She found him gentlemanly, gentle, quick with a joke. Soon the late supper was done, and they stepped to the cafe doors. I'll see you home, Maguire said softly. A tiny pang of disappointment pricked at her. Just see me home. He read the conflict in her eyes and added, how about a walk, burn off the calories? Surprise brightened her face. She nodded fast. Okay, I don't want to put on weight anyway. Maguire's heart kicked. Was tonight. A roar and the thunder of feet cut through the night. Crowds sprinted past, panic on their faces. In the distance, a massive green shape loomed into view. The Hulk banner, Maguire muttered. Breaking up you and Betty put you in a mood to crash my evening. A second look and he frowned. Abomination? Well, bully points delivered to my door. He glanced at May and felt a tug of war. Fish or bear's paw, you can't have both. May clutched his arm, terrified. We have to go, it's too dangerous. So be it, Maguire thought. Fate made the choice for me. Abomination, lucky you. No polite conversation tonight. I've got a better companion to talk to. May tugged him toward a side alley, and he went with her. As they slipped into the narrow passage, several tall, burly men peeled off from the street and followed them in. Chapter 91. Up in midair, an armed helicopter was circling above the street. Inside the chopper, General Ross, in uniform, was facing off against his daughter, Betty. The cause of the standoff was obvious. Bruce Banner, strapped to a gurney. Ross's face was tight with anger. Betty, you're not with this kid anymore. Why are you still protecting him? And the danger he poses, I'm done trying to keep that under control. Ross had been committed to the super soldier program for years. Just then the pilot shouted, General Ross, what is that thing up ahead? Ross looked out at the street. A massive green monster was rampaging, plowing through everything. With terrifying strength, it flipped cars like toys. Frowning, Ross muttered, where did this one come from, and why does it look like Bruce? Ross still didn't know Emil Blonsky had already turned into the abomination. He immediately tried to hail Blonsky, but there was no way Blonsky was answering now. With no reply coming in, a wild thought flashed through Ross's mind. Don't tell me that green giant down there is Blonsky. Return to base, now, Ross ordered. Banner had already come to and had seen the abomination tearing up the avenue. He immediately thought of the blood samples left with Stearns. Obviously, this green giant wasn't Stearns, but it had everything to do with him. Banner spoke up quickly. My blood was at that place just now. This green monster has to be something Stearns created. Blonsky took people to grab me and never came back. That thing down there must be Blonsky. Ross's voice dropped. That bastard down there is definitely Blonsky. Banner hurried on. Conventional weapons won't hurt him. I know that better than anyone. Unless I can transform, no one can stand against him. Resolve flashed in Ross's eyes. He shouted to the flight crew, best speed to the military base. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York office, reports of a green monster on the streets had already come in. The man in charge, Coulson, immediately contacted Director Nick Fury at HQ. After getting the intel, Fury pulled traffic cam feeds from nearby streets. At first, Fury assumed it was the Hulk, but once he saw the green figure on the screen, he knew this wasn't the Hulk. This was another green monster altogether. Fury dialed Tony Stark. Just yesterday, Iron Man Tony Stark had agreed to join the Avengers. Inside Stark's place, Tony was working on a new suit. Mr. Stark, Director Fury is calling. Tony took the call. Fury quickly briefed him on the abomination's appearance. Tony pulled the satellite feed at once. As soon as he saw the creature's raw power on the street, he told Fury, this guy's strength is off the charts. I can't handle this alone. Get in touch with the Spider Alliance, see if that Hellblood demon can step in. Tony still didn't know that the Hellblood demon was Maguire. Fury agreed. After hanging up, Tony suited up as Iron Man and blasted into the sky. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury rang Natasha and brought her up to speed. Elsewhere, in a shadowed alley, Aunt May was tugging Maguire along at a run. In moments, they'd put some distance between themselves and the Abomination's path of destruction. Aunt May was breathing hard. Maguire looked at her, panting, and a faintly mischievous smile touched his lips. "This should be safe," Aunt May said quickly. "What was that thing? That was terrifying." Maguire gently patted her back. He didn't realize the plot wasn't following what he remembered. Banner truly thought he couldn't turn into the Hulk and hadn't jumped out of the helicopter. It was already 11 at night. Maguire looked at Aunt May and said something that made her face flush in an instant. She fidgeted, not knowing how to respond. Seeing that, Maguire realized he couldn't rush this. "I mean, it's late. Let me take you home." Aunt May nodded. She was no youngster, but she was conservative by nature. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone without a boyfriend all these years. Looking at the gentle warmth on Maguire's face, a sudden impulse stirred in her. She stepped closer to him. Maguire's heart leapt. Guess tonight won't be a total loss after all. Just as he opened his arms to her, a grating voice cut in. "Kid, you really landed yourself a prize, but you're a bit young, doubt you can handle it. How about we big brothers show you how it's done? No need to thank us, it's our pleasure." Maguire's eyes went cold, rage surged up. "Are you f***ing kidding me? You trash really have a death wish. If I end this too fast, that's on me." He had no intention of letting Venom stand by and spectate while he was in the middle of other business. Chapter 92. When Aunt May saw several burly men suddenly step out of the shadows, panic swept across her face. The men sized her up from head to toe, grinning lewdly. "Now that's nice. Look at that figure, that waist. I noticed her earlier, she's." Before they could finish, Maguire pulled Aunt May behind him. His expression went cold as he stared the thugs down. "What kid you going to play hero?" one of them sneered. Maguire thought to himself, "If I go all out here, it'll be too brutal. Aunt May might not be able to accept it." One thug strode up and swung a heavy fist at Maguire. Before the man could react, Maguire's own fist smashed into his skull. He kept the blood-red fireworks from bursting, but the fruit's power still pulverized bone. The thug crumpled to the pavement. Seeing this, the others hesitated, frowning and trading uneasy looks. Aunt May gasped, "They have guns." Maguire shook his head. Is staying alive really that hard? He could no longer suppress the killing urge. A white orb formed over his fist. He punched, triggering the fruit's power. The thugs yanked their triggers. Bullets screamed toward Maguire, but under the Quake fruit's force, the rounds were batted aside. Vibrational shock tore into the men. Under Maguire's control, the force only shattered their organs, no blood spray fireworks to ruin the moment for himself and Aunt May. Aunt May stared, stunned, especially at the white glow that had just flared around his fist. Maguire turned back to her. Before she could speak, he said softly, "No questions, don't say anything, I'll take you home." She nodded, still shaken. He led her to where he'd parked. In the car, she kept staring at him, unable to shake off the fright. Just as she was about to say something, Maguire's phone rang, Natasha. He had no mood to deal with her. He set the phone aside. "Why not pick up?" Aunt May asked haltingly. Maguire smiled. "Just an annoying person. Don't say anything now, let me get you home first." He muttered, "First the abomination, then a few small fries? Damn it. If the tiger doesn't bare its fangs, you take me for some cutesy mascot." Aunt May nodded obediently. Maguire drove to the Holland kid's house. The place was dark, looked like he wasn't home. "We're here, head in," Maguire said with a gentle smile. Aunt May leaned toward his face, then hurriedly popped the door and ran inside. Feeling the warmth left on his cheek, Maguire allowed himself a satisfied smile. Once she vanished into the house, the smile faded. Abomination, the Hulk, their strength is at least S-grade, maybe SS grade, he thought. To make our friendly exchange go smoother, let's see what's in the prize pool. He opened the bully system interface. A shimmering golden roulette appeared in his mind. S-grade item, sheep talisman from the 12 talismans. A grade item, paramecia-type devil fruit, bomb fruit. B-grade ability, head flame. Common item, emperor armor summoner toy. B-grade ability, X-ray vision. S-grade summon, Godzilla. He glanced at his 730 bully points and spun again. Congratulations to the host, S-grade item obtained, the Sheep Talisman. The Sheep Talisman grants astral projection. The host can also force others' souls to leave their bodies, so long as the target is S-grade or below. Maguire's pulse quickened. This Sheep Talisman is that strong, can even rip the soul from an S-grade. Without a soul, what use is a powerful body? He drove a short distance, got out, and opened the trunk. Inside lay the Venom spider suit. Seeing Maguire's grim expression, the symbiote fell silent. A heartbeat later, the black suit surged over him. Hellblood Demon. Meanwhile, at the military base, an old, sealed lab blazed with light. On the table lay General Ross. "General, are you sure about gamma irradiation? It could kill you," a lab tech warned. Ross's expression was unwavering. "Do it. If we don't, there won't be time." High-frequency gamma rays flooded Ross's body. He howled in agony. The techs killed the power. Ross had passed out. They rushed to the pod, just as Ross's eyes snapped open. A sinister red light burned in both pupils. Chapter 93. Inside a cell at the military base, Bruce Banner was being held. After General Ross brought Bruce Banner and Betty to the base, he locked Banner up. Betty was sent by Ross to a secure location. Thinking of the abomination wreaking havoc outside, Banner felt a deep guilt. No one knew better than him how terrifying the abomination was. And the abomination had been created using his own serum. He remembered the massive damage from his first transformation. The nightmares returned. The green factor in his blood seemed to be surfacing again. A possibility struck him. Simply purging the green factor from his blood could never restore him to normal. The green factor had already fused into his bone marrow. As long as he didn't die, it would keep producing more. That was why his anger made him grow stronger and larger. It felt like fate was giving him a chance, both to subdue the abomination and to atone. Under the wide-eyed stare of the guard nearby, Banner slammed his head into the wall. Seeing this, the guard thought Banner was trying to kill himself and rushed to the bars to check. The next second, Banner's body surged, skin flushing green. The guard instantly understood. Banner could still turn into the Hulk. But as he sprinted out of the cell, he saw something unbelievable. A towering, crimson giant was already springing away into the distance. Aside from the color, it looked almost identical to the Hulk. A thunderous crash sounded behind him. The Hulk burst out as well. But the red giant had already gone, and the Hulk didn't notice anything like himself nearby. He vaulted toward downtown New York. New York City, on an unmarked street. The abomination, brimming with terrifying power, was tearing through the avenue. The FBI had already arrived. Bullets raked the monster, but to the abomination they were little more than an itch. He grabbed a compact car and hurled it like a toy into a cluster of FBI agents. Several died on the spot. Leering, the abomination turned toward the survivors. He was nothing but a creature of destruction now. Just as he lunged, a beam lanced down from above and struck him, halting his next blow. A red and gold figure came into view, Iron Man, fresh from Stark Tower. Cheers and tears broke out around them. "Iron Man's here, thank goodness. Take this monster down, he's a demon, my son." After nearly an hour of rampage, the abomination had killed at least 100 and injured nearly 1,000. Iron Man looked over the ruined street and grimaced. "This casualty count is catastrophic. I've got to draw him somewhere empty." But even after taking the hit, the abomination seemed unharmed. He glared up at Iron Man, eyes wild, then used a monstrous leap to rocket toward him. Tony juked aside, and the abomination crashed down onto a van, stomping it flat. The shockwave blasted cars in every direction. A few pedestrians were crushed before they could flee. Two figures dropped from the sky, the two spidermen in their suits, Garfield and Holland. The crowd erupted again. "Spider-Man, thank goodness. What if the Hellblood Demon showed up?" Silence fell at that name. For all the terror of the green monster compared to the Hellblood Demon. Garfield and Holland heaved a car up, rescuing the trapped. They hurried to the injured. The abomination couldn't land a blow on the airborne and agile Iron Man, but Tony's own attacks weren't doing much either. and every one of the abomination's swings inflicted more collateral damage. From a distance, Garfield and Holland traded a look. Garfield said, "Can't get Maguire on the phone. Where did this green freak come from? He's insanely strong." "Feels like he might be even stronger than Maguire. That defense is basically impenetrable," Holland said, jaw tight. "We have to stop him. The destruction's out of control. Go." They sprinted at the abomination. In moments they were on him, twin web lines snapped out and glued to the monster. They braced and hauled, trying to bind him, but how could their strength match the abomination's? He swept his arms, and a crushing force blasted them away. They righted themselves midair and landed, skidding on the asphalt. Chapter 94. Garfield and Holland stared at the abomination in disbelief. "This guy's power is terrifying. Up against him, the two of us might as well be kids. It feels even scarier than Maguire." The onlookers around them were stunned as well. "My God, that green monster is too strong. Spider-Man isn't his match at all." The abomination kept rampaging through the avenue. Even Iron Man Tony couldn't deal any meaningful damage. Tony, anxious, hailed Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. "What is it, Tony?" Fury's voice came through. Firing as he spoke, Tony yelled, "Get the Hellblood demon. Only he can subdue this thing." "I already sent people to contact him," Fury answered, "but we can't get through." Tony's worry spiked. At a time like this, and we can't reach him. Just then, a towering crimson figure slammed down onto the street. A hulking body, identical in build to the abomination. Red Hulk General Ross. The sudden arrival of the Red Hulk left Tony, Garfield, and Holland all slackjawed. "Another one of these monsters. What are we supposed to do now? Even if Maguire shows up, he might not be able to handle this." The abomination spotted the Red Hulk and was just as shaken. "Red Hulk? Is that Bruce? What did he turn into?" He still thought the Red Giant was Banner, never imagining it was his own commanding officer, General Ross. The Red Hulk roared and launched himself at the abomination. Their collision blasted the abomination back dozens of meters. Both bodies smashed into a nearby building. The structure couldn't withstand force like that. People still inside were doomed. A heartbeat later, the Red Hulk came hurtling out of the ruin, knocked flying. The abomination vaulted after him and drove a punch into the Red Hulk, sending him skidding. Iron Man took in the devastation and grimaced. "I can't let these two keep fighting in the city." The Red Hulk and the abomination traded savage blows. The damage mounted. Just when Tony's nerves were fraying, a green shape dropped from above, Hulk, Banner himself. The sight froze Tony, Garfield, and Holland. Two of them were already about to erase this whole block. Add a third and we're done. Even if Maguire comes, he'll get steamrolled. The abomination and the Red Hulk noticed the Hulk's arrival, and, as if by unspoken agreement, paused with equally puzzled looks. The Red Hulk thought, so Banner didn't have the green factor purged after all, he can still transform. Perfect. With the two of us, taking down this monster should be no problem. By now Ross knew he couldn't beat the abomination alone. His Red Hulk power came from gamma radiation. He could absorb radiation and grow stronger, but he didn't get the Hulk's, the matter, the stronger trait. The abomination, for his part, was rattled. Hulk eyed the crimson behemoth. "Who is that red giant?" "Ross." He didn't dwell on it. Power surged off the Hulk, and the Red Hulk dove back in. Flanked by the two Hulks, the abomination was quickly driven onto the back foot. But his stamina and defense were monstrous. Even disadvantaged, killing or restraining him was anything but easy. Every swing leveled more of the city. Buildings fell like dominoes. Iron Man, Garfield, and Holland were reduced to running rescue, dragging people from wrecked cars, hauling the injured to safety, hearts burning as they watched three Titans tear the district apart. By now, nearly 100 were dead, and hundreds more injured. The abomination bellowed and blasted the Hulk away with a single blow. The Red Hulk lunged in, fist cocked. And a figure dropped from the sky, landing between him and his target. Smaller by far than the Red Hulk, the newcomer's punch smashed straight into the Red Giant's head. Boom! The impact howled across the street. Glass blew out of every window, a tight little whirlwind spun up at ground zero. As the dust thinned, a black silhouette stepped into view, streamlined frame, a body-hugging suit as dark as night, like a ghost in the dark. It was our bully Maguire. Chapter 95. Seeing Maguire drop from the sky and send the Red Hulk flying with one punch, Garfield and Holland lit up. Maguire finally made it. He launched that red giant with a single hit. Maguire's power really is monstrous. Iron Man, though, involuntarily took 2 steps back the moment Maguire appeared. Abomination stared at the newcomer, puzzled. Who is this? He looks so small, yet he just knocked that big red one away with a single punch. Fresh out of the unit, Blonsky didn't know Maguire's name, nor the terror he was facing. Perfect, I'm in a good mood tonight, Maguire said lightly. Let's have ourselves a proper exchange, the 3 of you and me. From that first clash, he'd already gauged the Red Hulk, S-grade power for sure, but still a gulf below his own. His own destructive output sat at the peak of S-grade. Hulk Banner eyed Maguire, equally confused. Having just returned from overseas, he hadn't heard about Maguire at all. Seeing Maguire blast the Red Hulk, Banner actually thought the man had come to help the abomination and charged straight at him. Right on time, Maguire grinned. I needed somewhere to vent. Before the stunned Hulk could swing, the venom suit over Maguire's hand flowed into a massive round warhammer. Armament hacky-coated it in an instant. One earth-shaking smash, Hulk rocketed hundreds of meters away. The Red Hulk bounded back. Isn't that the Hellblood demon? Why is he helping the green one? Ross knew who Maguire was, but hadn't realized that earlier punch had been his. Now it clicked, he'd been the one to deck him. Even with questions churning, the Red Hulk dove at the abomination again. Maguire blurred, and without warning caved the Red Hulk's guard with another hammer blow, swatting him away a second time. Abomination's eyes gleamed. Whoever he is, he's on my side. Great, ha-ha-ha. You laugh like trash, Maguire snapped. The hammer crashed down, Abomination pinwheeled into the distance. The Red Hulk and the Hulk, just getting to their feet, gaped at Maguire. What is happening? Wasn't he helping that guy? Why attack him now? On the sidelines, the crowd buzzed. What kind of play is this? He's going 1 versus 3? Maguire's brutal. Tony kept his distance, grimacing. Better stay way back, no way I'm catching another backhand tonight. The bystanders only etched the impression deeper. The Hellblood demon is terrifying. He just stomped all 3 monsters on sight. No questions asked, only fists. Hellblood demon, the Red Hulk, General Ross called out, turning to the Hulk banner. I'm with the military. I came with him to stop that thing. He alone, among the 3 giants, retained his original intellect and memories. He rushed to explain. I don't care, Maguire snarled at the trio. Here's what I know, either you kill me or I kill you. Hulk, unstable, roared and lunged. Maguire slipped beneath him. A Skybreaker hammer uppercut detonated on Hulk's jaw. The overwhelming force blasted him upward like a shell. Maguire vanished from the street, streaking into the sky, then reappeared over Hulk's crown. The mall fell like a meteor. Boom! Hulk's massive body shot back down toward the city like a falling star. Before he hit, a black blur flashed beneath him, another hammer strike, batting him skyward again. Maguire ignored the airborne Hulk and ghosted in front of the Red Hulk. Before Ross could focus the silhouette, a colossal force slammed into him, and his body knifed toward the heavens at terrifying speed. Chapter 96. Abomination stared, dumbstruck at the scene before him. Am I next? Right on cue, Maguire flashed in front of him. A black blur slammed into the Abomination's chest, the monster lifted clean off the ground. Up above, the first one Maguire had swatted, the Hulk, was about to crash when, in the next instant, Maguire appeared beneath him. One hammer strike, and Banner shot skyward again. A body fell, another body rose, over and over. The 3 of them weren't that far off from Maguire in raw power, but in speed, the gap was a canyon. Up in the air with nothing to brace against, they were just kids getting swatted around. Iron Man, Garfield, Holland, their minds went blank watching it. What kind of move is that? My God. That speed is insane. Since when is any spider this fast? Good thing those 3 are built like tanks, or they'd be paced. The pressure in Maguire's chest had finally bled off. He stopped, drifted down to Garfield and Holland, turned his palm, and a cigar appeared between his fingers. He lit up, lounging as he looked toward the street. A green shape crashed down hard, Abomination, dizzy and reeling. A tenth of a second later, two more bodies fell straight onto him, Hulk and the Red Hulk. The three stacked like a piledriver slam, cratering the block. The shock rattled buildings for 100 meters around. The second impact made the Abomination black out, and even the two Hulks were seeing stars. Their defense was monstrous. The force wasn't fatal, but the altitude and the shock had them wobbling. A helicopter swept in and hovered. Three figures dropped to the street: Director Nick Fury, Black Widow Natasha, and Hawkeye. They stared at the toppled three-Buddha stack, faces taut with disbelief. Fury's brow knotted. That tells me one thing: he's still getting stronger. That's a problem. S.H.I.E.L.D. can't contain him anymore. If his power keeps climbing, he'll be the one calling the shots on this planet. He mentally filed Maguire under most dangerous. Humanity's answer to an uncontrollable god is usually just one word: exterminate. Fury, the Red Hulk bellowed. It's Ross. The Hulk and I came to stop that monster. Fury blinked. Ross, what happened to you? Then, dry as sandpaper, friend or not, you just got pounded. Hawkeye and Black Widow hurried toward the Abomination to restrain him when his eyes snapped open. He vaulted away in a single bound. Maguire's brows lowered. He vanished and reappeared in the monster's flight path overhead. Abomination saw him and felt a herd of horses stampede through his skull. What is this thing? This is absurd. Below, a familiar voice and an even more familiar setup made Tony's skin crawl. Dread pooled in his gut. The next instant, a brutal blow detonated across Abomination's face. He plummeted, slammed into the asphalt, and carved a crater. He didn't move. Maguire took a slow drag. Running, you really don't want to live. He faded into the night. Tony finally let out a long breath. Red Hulk and Hulk glared at the pit, ready to go again. Iron Man peered inside, and his face drained. He's dead. That freak is actually dead. Hellblood Demon smacked him once and killed him. One slap, dead. Tony suddenly felt a lot better about himself. At least he'd survived too. His suit's bioscan swept the crater. No heartbeat. The others didn't know yet. They only saw a motionless body. A minute ticked by, still no movement. The Red Hulk crept forward, reached the edge, and finally stood over the Abomination. No breathing, no response. He's dead, Ross stammered. Everyone stared, stunned, then terror crept in at the edges. Chapter 97. Garfield and Holland shouted the moment they heard General Ross. What? He's dead. He died from one slap. Nick Fury and Natasha headed to the crater. Sure enough, the Abomination didn't move, no vital signs at all. That hulking body showed not the slightest twitch. Only then did Fury, Black Widow, and the others accept it. The thing that had been destroying the city moments ago had really been killed by one slap from Maguire. A heavy, nagging dread settled over Fury's heart. Meanwhile, our bully Maguire had already gone home. He took a cold shower to bleed off the pent-up adrenaline. The moment he stepped out of the bathroom, the voice he liked most chimed in his head. Congratulations, host. Bully points plus 300. Villain bonus plus 100. Plot character, bonus plus 200. Current bully points, 1130. This sheep talisman is absurd. One slap and I knock the Abomination's soul right out of his body. I could use the sheep talisman to shove his soul back in. I can see his soul, others can't. Well, maybe Doctor Strange and that crowd can. Whatever. As Maguire got dressed, Natasha and the others loaded the Abomination's body onto a Quinjet. Hovering beside the corpse, a translucent soul floated in midair. Blonsky had realized he'd become a spirit. Panic-stricken, he dove for his body, but some unseen force barred him. He couldn't get back in. Can you see me? He yelled at Fury and the others. Of course, no one heard a thing. He couldn't touch anyone either. As the reality sank in, despair twisted Blonsky's face. Not far away, Iron Man walked over to the Red Hulk and the Hulk. Banner and Ross had both reverted to their normal forms. Ross eyed Iron Man, puzzled. He didn't know Iron Man was Tony Stark. Tony lifted his faceplate. "It's you, Tony," Ross blurted, surprised. Business ties had made them friends long ago. Tony smiled. Didn't expect to see you like this, old friend. Banner cut in, urgent. Stearns still has my blood samples at his place. We need to arrest him now. Fury frowned and immediately sent Black Widow and Hawkeye to Dr. Stearns' home. On the flight line, Fury stepped up to Banner and Ross. You two interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.'s special unit, the Avengers? Banner and Ross exchanged a look. What are the Avengers? Tony strolled over. I'm already in. He sketched out the Avengers for them. Ross, career military, agreed on the spot. Banner stayed quiet. What do you say, Banner? Fury asked. I don't object, Banner said at last. The Avengers just got a lot stronger. Ross glanced at Tony. Is the Hellblood demon an Avenger, too? Tony's mouth twitched. He shook his head. No, not an Avenger. Call him a partner. Partner with what logic? Ross asked, baffled. Fury sighed. Hellblood Demon and the Spidermen are members of the Spider Alliance. Hellblood Demon leads them. With the Avengers, it's cooperation. Ross nodded. The memory of Maguire's power had left both him and the Hulk more than a little rattled. He's terrifying. Fury's phone rang. He answered. Black Widow's voice came through. Stearns is gone. Everything here's been cleaned out. If he could build that thing once, he can do it again. We have to bring him in. Elsewhere, on a rooftop, Garfield and Holland stared at each other. How many powers does Maguire have? Garfield muttered. Is he really not human but a spirit out of hell like people say? Holland whispered. They agreed. They needed to ask Maguire themselves. The next morning, warm sunlight spilled over Maguire as he stretched and got out of bed. Downstairs, Aunt May's voice called, Peter, breakfast. Coming, he answered. His phone rang. Holland, his favorite nephew. Maguire, Holland said, come over for lunch. Aunt May made a lot of food. She wants you to come eat. Chapter 98. Hearing Holland's invite, Maguire said, all right then, I'll be there before noon. Gotta give other people some face, and my favorite nephew too. At Holland's place, Aunt May watched Peter with hopeful eyes. Peter grinned, confident. He's coming, of course. He's one of my best friends. A hint of hesitation flashed through Aunt May's gaze. Doesn't he seem different from ordinary people? Things like being unusually strong. Has Aunt May figured out that Maguire is the Hellblood demon? No way. How would she know? Did Maguire tell her? Impossible. If he told her, why ask me? Peter shook his head. Aunt May felt a small burst of joy. Peter doesn't know, but Maguire showed me what he can do. Warmth bloomed in her chest. Back at Maguire's home, after breakfast, he returned to his room to do his favorite thing, draw from the bully system. Eyeing the fat stack of 1,130 bully points, Maguire decided to upgrade his fruit. Then his face fell. To push it to SS grade still needs 3,500 bully points. That's a fortune. Without a major incident, who knows when I'll hit 3,500. After purchases, he only had 630 points left, enough for 3 pulls. He opened the diamond roulette and scanned the pool. S-grade item, Rumble fruit, 60% developed, current tier S. S-grade item, Dragon Talisman. A-grade ability, Flame Power. B-grade item, Demon Sword Apophis DFO. Common item, Konoha Forehead Protector. B-grade ability, Demon Back. Seeing the Rumble fruit, he froze. Even at 60% development, it's S-grade, and it can be pushed to SS. Heart-thumping, he tapped Draw. The diamond wheel spun. A few seconds later, the pointer stopped right between Rumble and Dragon Talisman. The system chimed. Congratulations, host S-grade item acquired, Dragon Talisman. Grants Dragon's Breath, searing temperature plus crushing shock force, can melt anything up to S-grade. Terrifying, Maguire murmured. His Devil Fruit and Raw Strength were already S-grade, and his speed was S-grade as well. He could crush the Red Hulk and the Abomination. As for the Hulk, once his rage hit a certain level. Even so, aside from using the Sheep Talisman to rip out a soul, he couldn't easily land a killing blow. With the Dragon Talisman, he finally could. He still couldn't let go of the Rumble fruit. He checked his points, 430 left, 2 more draws. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, again. Spin. Congratulations, host, common item acquired, Konoha Forehead Protector. You've got to be kidding me. At least give me demon back. He glared at the Rumble icon and roared, "Screw it, win or lose right here." He hit draw again, eyes locked on the spinning diamond wheel. The pointer slowed between rumble and flame power. His hands trembled. Congratulations, host SS grade item acquired. Rumble fruit, 60% developed. Current tier S you can elementally transform into electricity, nullifying physical attacks and most energy attacks. Freely emit blue high-voltage lightning, generate electromagnetic waves, travel via electricity, unleash tremendous destructive power, and perform electrotherapy. Maguire jumped to his feet, thrilled. It's a complete kit, more destructive power, terrifying speed, though with the rabbit talisman my speed won't climb much more. Most importantly, elementalization. He pictured a body of living lightning and grinned. Who's stronger, my thunder or the thunder gods? He popped open his status. Host, Maguire. Strength, S. Speed, S+. Stamina, A. Reflexes, S. Defense, a elementalization S. Special abilities, SS grade Devil Fruit, 65% developed, current tier S. Self-draining or bully points can advance development. SS grade Devil Fruit, Rumble Fruit, 60% developed, current tier S. Spider Sense A. Webbing A. 12 Talismans, Dragon Talisman S+. 12 Talismans, Sheep Talisman S. 12 Talismans, Rabbit Talisman S. Special Gear, Black Suit, Sunglasses, Cigars. Composite Battle Power, SS. Chapter 99. Looking over his status screen, Maguire thought to himself, his power had already surpassed S-grade. Unreal. Just then his phone rang. Harry was calling. Maguire picked up. "Peter, can you come over? I've got something important to discuss." "Of course." Soon, Maguire was at Harry's door. Harry answered the bell, no longer the wreck he'd been, sharper, steadier, like he'd stepped out of the shadows. They sat in the living room. "What is it?" Maguire asked. "I want to join the Spider Alliance." "Why?" "You know what my father did. A lot of people died. I want to join the Spider Alliance and use my strength to protect people, to atone for my father." The words hit like a struck bell. Of course. Maguire had people he wanted to protect, Uncle Ben, Aunt May. Then a thought landed hard. If he was here in this world, he was a living person in it. Without anything to protect, no matter how strong he became, he'd be nothing but a killing machine. At that moment, he finally settled into this world. If he was going to be here, he'd live with some flavor. He nodded heavily. "Since you've decided that, I'll help you. We're still best friends, aren't we, Harry?" Harry smiled and nodded. "Then please show me the ropes." "In that case, I've got a task for you. Our Spider Alliance still doesn't have a proper base. That should be right up your alley. With Obadiah's death and Kingpin not getting involved, Oscorp still ended up in Harry's hands. Right now, Harry was a bona fide multi-billionaire. "No problem. I'll build the Spider Alliance a headquarters." It was already close to 11, lunchtime was near. Thinking of Aunt May waiting, Maguire stood. "I'll arrange a meeting with the other Spider Alliance members." Harry, excited, nodded. A perfect base, that was the plan. Maguire left Harry's and headed for Holland's place. Inside, Aunt May kept glancing toward the door. Why isn't Maguire here yet? Did something come up? Is he not coming? A black Bentley rolled into view. Aunt May brightened. "He's here." Maguire finally came. A moment later, a motorcycle pulled up Garfield. Aunt May blinked. "Garfield? I didn't ask Holland to invite him." Holland stepped out from behind the door, saw Garfield and Maguire, and waved. Aunt May turned to him, mock-aggrieved. "Holland, did you call Garfield?" "He's a good friend, too. Of course I invited him." Aunt May sighed. "Holland, are you trying to make sure you never get an uncle?" Maguire and Garfield reached the door. Aunt May smiled politely. "Come in, the food's ready." The table was loaded with dishes. Garfield sprinted for the spread. Holland chased after him. As they passed Aunt May, a hand lightly tapped her on a certain spot. She started, color rushed to her cheeks. She shot Maguire a look. They gathered at the table. Holland and Garfield ate like a storm until Maguire raised a hand. "Garfield, Holland, hold up, I need to say something. May, brace yourself, this might be a lot to take in." Aunt May looked at him, heart thumping. Was Maguire about to confess, with Holland right here? She nodded shyly. Garfield and Holland traded a startled glance. Was he going to tell Aunt May who we are? May, Maguire said, Garfield and Holland are both Spider-Man. Aunt May froze, so not a confession, then stared at the two boys, stunned. As for me, Maguire went on, that so-called Hellblood demon, that's me. Chapter 100. Hearing what Maguire said next, Aunt May, already shocked, slipped into outright fright. Not just shock, but a threat of fear. The name Hellblood demon echoed through all of New York, enough to make children cry at night. She'd imagined Maguire might be some kind of superhero, but powerful, terrifying, ruthless, ferocious, every adjective people pinned on the Hellblood demon now sat squarely on him. Realizing Maguire was the very devil people whispered about left her speechless. Garfield and Holland, too, stared at Maguire, bewildered that he'd tell Aunt May something like this. Maguire said calmly, May, since you already know, it's best not to tell anyone. Aunt May, still drowning in shock, nodded blankly. And one more thing, our Spider Alliance gained a new member today. You both know him, Maguire added, glancing at Garfield and Holland. Our classmate, Harry Osborn. What Harry? The two blurted at once. Maguire nodded. Yeah, and he's already arranging construction for our Spider Alliance base. With his resources, it shouldn't take long. Garfield and Holland traded a look, then leapt up, thrilled. Awesome, that's so cool. We're going to have a base like Stark Tower, right? Woo, what do we call it, Maguire? We'll talk names after the site passes inspection, Maguire said. They both nodded, still buzzing. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ, inside the Triskelions conference room, Tony Stark, Nick Fury, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Red Hulk Ross, and Hulk Banner had gathered. Fury stood. We're up to 5 Avengers. That's enough to justify a proper meeting, to align on missions and goals. Tony leaned back, unimpressed. What's there to talk about? The Avengers are strong enough now, unless it's aliens. Aliens aren't out of the question, Fury replied. And we already have someone right in front of us we need to prepare for. Everyone frowned. Who? Ross's brow twitched, he'd guessed. A general knows how great powers work. Anything that can threaten you either gets recruited or erased. And the only power that fit the bill was the Hellblood demon. Spider Alliance, especially their leader, the Hellblood demon Maguire, Fury said. Eyes swung toward him. But the Spider Alliance is our ally, right? Someone asked. He handles messes we can't. Sure, his methods are brutal. Hawkeye and Natasha said nothing. They understood. Banner and Tony looked unconvinced. Fury continued. Here's what we do know from digging around. Parents deceased, just an Uncle Ben and Aunt May. We also have reason to suspect Maguire is the shadow behind the Fisk group. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reach was scary. Their profile on Maguire was almost complete. We still haven't found the source of his powers, Fury said. But we have one conclusion. After every battle he appears in, he's stronger than before. They weren't idiots. Missed the pattern once, fine. Twice, maybe. A third time and you weren't protecting Earth, you were guarding a bathroom stall. So, Fury said, with our power leveled up, anything we can control, we handle ourselves. We won't loop in the Spider Alliance. And, be ready. If the Hellblood demon loses control and starts destroying things, he becomes our most formidable enemy. Tony snorted. Got it, because you can't control him, we have to prepare to fight him. Even so, Tony thought, as ugly as that sounds, you plan for the worst. If he really goes on a killing spree, could we stop him? A concept for counter-Hellblood gear was already forming in his mind. Fury wrapped up. Normally S.H.I.E.L.D. won't interfere with your freedom. We'll call only when needed. Meeting adjourned. Natasha. Everyone glanced at Natasha, then filed out, leaving only Fury and her. Natasha, Fury began. If Maguire really starts slaughtering and walks the villain's path, I'll oppose him, she said, firm. Then she turned and left. Chapter 101. Watching Black Widow Natasha's back as she left, Nick Fury nodded solemnly. Half a month later, in New York, Midtown High was holding its graduation ceremony. Maguire stood there smiling at Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Their faces were full of pride. The reason was simple. Maguire had been admitted to a prestigious university. As for how he'd gotten in, well, by whatever means it took. Uncle Ben patted Maguire's shoulder and said, Peter, from this moment on, you're a man who stands on his own 2 feet. You've grown up and you have your own ideas. Your aunt and I are proud of you, but I want to tell you a few things. You've got some money now, and you've gotten into a prestigious university. If you have the ability, help others as much as you can. Remember, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Hearing the words he'd long known, Maguire felt a different kind of understanding. Yeah, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Then I'll be a bully with a sense of responsibility. Just then, a pleasant voice rang out. Maguire, there you are. Maguire turned toward the voice. It was the blonde Gwen. Because they'd been preparing for exams, she and Maguire hadn't spent much time together lately. Seeing him now, she was extra affectionate. If Aunt May and Uncle Ben and Gwen's own parents hadn't been right there, she would have thrown herself into his arms. Gwen's parents, George and Helen, had finally accepted Maguire. Spotting their soon-to-be in-laws, they hurried over to greet Uncle Ben and Aunt May. At that moment, Garfield and Holland came over with 2 other students. Soon they were standing in front of Maguire. Holland hurried to introduce them. Maguire, let me introduce you. These are my 2 good friends. This chubby guy is Ned, and this. Maguire said with a teasing look, I know, this is your girlfriend, right? Holland flushed bright red. Don't talk nonsense, Maguire. She's my friend too. Her name is Michelle Jones. Michelle Jones smiled at Maguire. Just call me Jones from now on, and I'm not Holland's girlfriend. Only for now, Maguire quipped. Just then, another young man approached Harry. The gloom on his face had completely lifted. He'd recovered his old ease and nonchalance. He walked up to Maguire and said, Congratulations, Peter. Harry, call me Maguire from now on, Maguire replied. That's what everyone calls me. Harry smiled and nodded. All right then, Maguire. The graduation ceremony ended in a cheerful mood, and the group headed into their vacation. Early the next morning, Maguire was jolted awake by a ringing phone. It was Harry. He picked up. Harry's excited voice came through the line. Our Spider Alliance base is finished. You can bring Garfield and Holland over to check it out. Maguire shot upright in bed in an instant. No problem. Thanks, Harry. I'll call Garfield and Holland right now. The 2 of them were just as thrilled. After washing up, Maguire drove to pick up Garfield and Holland. Soon both were in the car, buzzing with excitement and peppering Maguire with questions about the base. I didn't really take part, Maguire shrugged. You'll see when we get there. Harry sent Maguire the location. Turns out, it was at the old Oscorp site. Maguire drove toward it, and soon they were on the Brooklyn Bridge. I remember running into the lizard here, Holland said, a little nostalgic. That was my first fight. Garfield and Maguire both cracked a grin. Up ahead, cars had piled into a chain reaction crash, and screams were rising from the front. Something's wrong. Let's check it out, Garfield and Holland said, frowning. Maguire glanced in the rear view. Traffic already boxed them in. He sighed. All right, I'll go with you too. Garfield and Holland went to suit up in their spider suits right there. Maguire deadpanned. It's not like it's a monster or aliens. Do you really need to change? The 2 blinked. Right, it's just a crash. The 3 got out and walked forward. A few hundred meters ahead on the Brooklyn Bridge stood a towering, 3-meter-tall figure of living rock, the thing planted in the middle of the span. In front of him sat a large truck with a totaled cab. Its sudden stop had triggered the pileup behind it. Not far away, a gas canister toppled off a vehicle and clanged onto the pavement, right beside a little girl. A second later, it exploded, a sheet of flame surging toward her. In that instant, a young man flashed to her side and used his own body to shield her from the blast. Maguire and the other 2 arrived just in time to see it. Taking in the sudden scene, Maguire thought to himself, Don't tell me, the Human Torch. Chapter 102. Seeing that scene, Garfield and Holland both looked shocked. Does that guy have superpowers too? Even the flames can't hurt him. And it looks like he can absorb the fire. Just then, a man and a woman ran up to Maguire. The man wore a gray suit, slim and long-limbed. Maguire thought to himself, Don't tell me these 2 are Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman. Gotta say, the Invisible Woman really is stunning. The flames were about to ignite a nearby tanker truck. Garfield and Holland glanced at Maguire, meaning for him to do something. Maguire didn't move. he knew exactly what the Invisible Woman could do. Searing flames surged toward the crowd. At that moment, the Invisible Woman thrust out her hands. An unseen wall snapped into place before everyone, sealing the fire out. Garfield and Holland were dumbfounded. What kind of power is that? Who are these people, really? A massive blast hurled a car through the air, tumbling straight toward Maguire and the others. At the last second, the Invisible Woman projected her force field and arrested the car mid-flight over their heads. Garfield and Holland had already poised themselves to make a move, hands outstretched to catch it, only for the car to stop, hovering right in front of them. The two traded a look. Didn't expect we'd be the ones getting protected for once. The Invisible Woman's face tightened with strain. She shouted down at Maguire and the others beneath the car, "Get clear now." Garfield and Holland hurriedly pulled Maguire out from under it. A moment later, they shot him a mischievous look. "So, Maguire, how does it feel to be rescued? By a gorgeous woman, no less." "In that case," Maguire said, "why don't you two go ask this gorgeous woman for her number?" "You go ask," Garfield and Holland said, deadpan. "We're not that kind of guys." Maguire snorted. "You two really have no game. Watch and learn." He walked straight over to the Invisible Woman. She eyed him curiously. Maguire smiled. "Could I get your contact? I'd like to buy you dinner to say thanks. Also, with someone as beautiful as you, I'd really like to be friends." Before she could answer, Mr. Fantastic's face darkened. He shot Maguire a glare. "This is dangerous, kid, not the place to flirt." Garfield and Holland froze. "Dude, do you even know who you're talking to?" Turns out Mr. Fantastic was also pursuing the Invisible Woman, unsuccessfully so far. Seeing Maguire chat her up put him in a foul mood. But the Invisible Woman's lips curled in amusement. She looked at Maguire. "Nice to meet you. I'm Susan. Here's my number." She rattled it off, and Maguire saved it on the spot. Mr. Fantastic shot Maguire a cold look, but held his tongue. Just then, a car pitched off the bridge toward the river below. Mr. Fantastic sprinted to the railing, his whole body stretched like rubber. His arms elongated to snare the falling car while his legs coiled around the railing, suspending the vehicle in midair. He even cut a glance at Maguire as if to say, "See, I've got powers." Maguire watched him and thought, "That car just saved you." By now, the thing had lumbered over as well. Order gradually returned to the bridge. Onlookers burst into cheers at the sight of the superheroes. Maguire glanced at Garfield and Holland. "All right, we're out. Looks like they've got plenty of capes on scene." Garfield and Holland followed Maguire back to the car. Soon the three arrived at the former Oscorp site, only Oscorp was long gone. In its place rose a colossal complex that from above formed the shape of a spider. Parks and a swimming pool ringed the grounds. Staring at the brand new Spider HQ, Garfield and Holland whooped. "This is insane. Harry is unbelievable." Harry was already waiting outside the perimeter. Spotting the trio, he rushed over, excited. Chapter 103. Harry walked straight up to Maguire with a smile. "So, how's the spider tower? I designed it myself." Maguire nodded with an easy grin. "Looks great." Garfield and Holland didn't even try to play it cool. They swarmed Harry. "It's insane, too cool." "Come on, let's head in," Harry said. "There are also gifts Maguire arranged for you too." Garfield and Holland both swung their eyes toward Maguire, thrilled. "You got gifts for us." They entered the spider tower. The first area was a parking level, and several supercars sat gleaming under the lights. Garfield and Holland's eyes practically popped out. "Oh my God, I can't handle this. Maguire, I love you, man." "Cut it out," Maguire said, amused. He pointed to a red Ferrari. "Garfield, that one's yours. Keys are in the car. Go take it for a feel." Then he looked at Holland. "And that black Lamborghini Aventador is yours." Holland whooped and sprinted toward the car. Harry drifted over to Maguire and reported, "Per your plan, I installed the security system and linked it to all of Oscorp's satellites." He lowered his voice, excited. "Don't tell me Thor's already on Earth. I kinda want to visit Asgard." With this setup, we should be able to monitor most of the planet. Leaving the two kids to their excitement, Harry led them into a main hall. Walls of displays flickered with feeds. In the middle stood two glass pods, each housing a spider suit. They stepped closer. The new suits had a sleek profile, reinforced with additional metal ribbing, defense clearly upgraded, and outfitted with cutting-edge gear. These two sets were Harry's gifts to Garfield and Holland. As for Maguire, he'd already told Harry not to prepare one for him. Right then the two finally caught up and froze at the sight of the suits. A beat later, they shrieked in unison. "For us! Harry, we love you." Harry just stared, speechless, then explained. These use expandable composites. They compress down to briefcase size, much easier to wear. But the two weren't listening. They were already pounding on the glass, begging to try them. Harry sighed and popped the cases. Garfield and Holland dashed to their new gear, giddy. Maguire's gaze snagged on a live feed playing across one of the screens. Night sky. A bolt of lightning ripped the darkness, and something slammed into the ground, throwing up earth. He frowned and asked Harry, "Where is that?" Harry checked. New Mexico, a place called Rosa. That cinched it. Thor had arrived on Earth. Maguire thought, satisfied, my bully points are about to spike again. 2 hours later, at SHIELD HQ, Hawkeye Barton stepped into Nick Fury's office. "What's going on?" Fury asked. "In Rosa, New Mexico, a lightning strike came down out of nowhere," Barton said. "A hammer fell from the sky, left a massive crater." Fury nodded. "You and General Ross go take a look." "Good thing I'm not being sent with Banner," Barton muttered. "I'd die of boredom." Back in New York at the Spider Tower, Maguire turned to the others. "We're on break now anyway. How about a trip?" Garfield and Holland were all in. Harry nodded. "I've got time. Let's get out of the city." "Even superheroes need vacations," Garfield and Holland said. "On this trip, we're just normal people. No powers unless it's absolutely necessary, deal? Human-only travel." "Works for me," Maguire said. "But just the few of us would be dull. I'll invite Gwen, call whoever you want." "This one's on me." Garfield and Holland whooped, "Let's go." Holland yelled, "Yes." Garfield blushed. "There's someone I want to invite." Maguire glanced over, thinking, so Garfield's got someone he likes. "Who is it?" "Where are we going?" Harry asked. "Rosa," Maguire said. "Fine by us," the other two replied. "You're paying." They set the departure for 3 days later. Maguire headed home and immediately called Gwen to tell her the plan. 2 hours later, Gwen rang back, excited. "My parents agreed, I can go with you." Chapter 104. Time slipped to the next day. Bored, Maguire suddenly remembered he'd gotten Invisible Woman Sue's number yesterday. Since he had nothing better to do, he figured he'd find someone to pass the time with. He pulled out his phone and dialed Sue. In New York, inside a large building, Mr. Fantastic Reed, Johnny, and Invisible Woman Sue were together. The thing wasn't there. Reed glanced at Sue. "Sue, are you free tonight? Dinner." Sue did have some feelings for Reed, but he'd been getting a little too friendly with another woman lately, so she'd been mad at him these past few days. Her phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she arched a brow. "Hello, who is this?" A smooth, magnetic male voice came on the line. "We just met yesterday. Already forgot? I've heard that big shots are forgetful, but I didn't know beautiful women could be too." The moment she heard the familiar voice, a figure rose in Sue's mind. That cheeky kid who'd flirted with her yesterday. Still peeved at Reed, Sue let a playful smile show. "So it's you, Maguire, right? What's up?" Reed's face had already darkened. Maguire's voice came again. "Miss Sue, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner to thank you." Sue thought, "See that, Reed? I've still got it. You flirt with other women, watch me get even." "All right, I'm free." She hung up and with a teasing look at Reed said, "You heard me, I've got dinner plans tonight. We'll talk later." Then she turned and left. Reed snorted. "A kid in a black suit doesn't look like anything good. What if Sue gets hurt? No, I'm following them." With Sue's powers, Reed didn't really need to worry. Mostly, he wanted to warn that cocky kid. Back at Maguire's home, Uncle Ben sat in the living room reading the paper, headlines about those superheroes. He smiled at Maguire. "Maguire, what these superpowered folks do is good. They protect the city. But danger's getting more common. Be careful when you go out." Maguire nodded, then headed out. In a deserted alley, he looked up at the cloudless sky. He'd never actually used his rumble-rumble fruit powers since getting them. Nothing urgent going on, time to get a feel for them. He willed it, and his whole body became blue lightning, blasting into the sky. From a distance, a lance of azure thunder shot upward. In the blink of an eye, he was 10,000 meters up. The speed thrilled him. This is even faster than the rabbit talisman, not quite light speed though. He shifted into full elementization. His body turned completely into blue lightning. In that instant, he felt like the master of electricity. Tiny motions discharged massive current, and he could generate thunder out of nothing, drawing in energy at will. He reached out and seized the electrons in the air. A clear sky turned black in a heartbeat. Clouds boiled up, blue arcs leaping within. On the ground, pedestrians stared at the horizon, puzzled. Didn't the forecast say sunny? Is it going to rain? Inside the storm bank, power flooded Maguire's body. As he'd suspected, conjuring thunderheads amped the rumble fruit even further. He raised both hands, and a lightning pillar as thick as a water barrel pierced the sky, blasting through Earth's atmosphere and into space. A thought struck him. In element form, he didn't even need to breathe. He moved at once, a blue bolt knifing toward outer space. In under a minute, he'd punched out of the atmosphere. The moon hung ahead, the sun blazed. Maguire's heart pounded. From now on, I can roam the Starsea too. After one lap in space, he returned home. S.H.I.E.L.D., meanwhile, was in a flurry. Find the cause, what triggered that violent energy spike in the atmosphere, and who was that lightning figure in orbit? As a massive apparatus, S.H.I.E.L.D. had flagged the anomaly immediately. Their satellites even caught Maguire's silhouette lingering in space. Nick Fury frowned. What's going on? Why are so many terrifying players showing up lately? Chapter 105. Night fell. On the bright, crowded street, a young woman stood at the curb, slender, curvy, light-wash pencil jeans paired with a fitted tee, a clean, fresh look. It was the Invisible Woman, Sue Storm. Not far away, a black car idled beside the curb. Inside sat Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. Staring at the beautiful Sue, Reed felt a surge of jealousy. I was finally about to smooth things over with her, and now this punk shows up. If he lays a hand on Sue, I'll make him regret it. A jet-black supercar slid toward the curb, lines sleek, paint swallowing the city's glow like a predator in the dark. It was the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. The fabled one-off drew every eye on the street, Sue's included. Wait, wasn't there only one of those in the world? How is it here? Whose car is that? The window lowered. Maguire's roguish face appeared, the same signature black suit, now perfectly matched to the Noire's menace. Maguire looked at the radiant Sue. Hop in, dinner's on me. Sue glanced toward where Reed was lurking, then smiled and slipped into the car. She dressed this nicely so Reed would see, yet she didn't realize Maguire wasn't anyone's obedient tool. Eyeing her long legs as she settled in, Maguire said lightly, "A beauty like you must get this kind of attention all the time." Sue answered with a small smile. Maguire went on, mock serious. "I'm not sure what you're hinting at, Miss Sue. Honestly, I don't even keep track of whether I have money. Money doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't make me happy. I was happiest when I worked part-time at a burger joint." "You're funny, Mr. Maguire," Sue said, amused. Down the block, Reed saw Sue climb into Maguire's car, his expression darkening. "This kid is no good. I'd better follow. No way I'm letting Sue get hurt." He pulled out and tailed them. Maguire parked in front of a Chinese restaurant. "Didn't have you pegged as a fan of Chinese food, Miss Sue." Sue grinned. "I love it. It's delicious and surprisingly refined." They sat. A young waiter with a Chinese face approached. "What can I get you?" he asked in English. Maguire replied in fluent Mandarin with a hint of Beijing lilt. "What are your signature dishes?" Hearing proper Mandarin, the waiter blinked, then answered in kind. "Sir, your Mandarin is excellent. Did you study in China?" Across from him, Sue stared. "Mr. Maguire, was that Chinese? You speak Chinese too? That's amazing." Maguire nodded with a smile and ordered several house specialties. Being Chinese, he knew exactly which dishes would suit a Western palate. Each one made Sue glow with praise. If she weren't still a bit reserved around him, she would have dug in with abandon. A shadow flickered past the restaurant window, Reed peeking in. Sue had already noticed. "HMPH, you flirt with other women, Reed? watch me drive you crazy. She turned back to Maguire. I don't just love Chinese food, I also love Baijiu. Think you can handle it? Sue's mind was already working. Before the cosmic rays, my limit was 1 bottle of strong Baijiu. After the accident, 3 bottles, easy. I'll drink him under the table, drag him to a hotel, and make Reed furious. To her, Maguire was just a tool, rich, convenient, someone to get drunk and make a scene. Of course, Maguire said with an easy smile. No problem. Sue signaled the waiter. Please bring a few bottles of your strongest Maodai. That's my favorite. Then to Maguire, you don't mind, do you? Not at all, he said, still smiling, while thinking something very different. 6 bottles of Maodai arrived. They drank cup after cup until both faces flushed. Bottles dwindled. Sue eyed him, surprised, didn't expect his tolerance to be this high. What if I can't outdrink him? Maguire swayed, playing it up. I'm at my limit, Miss Sue. Your tolerance is something else. I can usually only do a gin and a half, and we've already done 2. 1.5 gin, approximately 750 ml. 2 gin, approximately 1 liter. Sue's heart leapt. By my test, I can do 3 bottles now. He's about to fold. Once he's drunk, I'll have my fun, then dump him on the street. She still thought she was doing the public a favor, unaware she had already fallen into the palm of evil. Chapter 106. Thinking that, Sue slowly turned her body, the motion tracing out alluring lines. Her apricot eyes turned hazy as she looked at Maguire. In a soft, teasing voice she said, Mr. Maguire, don't tell me you can't even outdrink a small woman like me. Can you do it or not? She even deliberately changed her tone on the last line. Hearing the challenge, Maguire put on a stubborn, prideful face. Come on, drink. How can a man not be up to it? He leered at her like a shameless hound. Seeing his act, Sue became even more convinced he was a playboy. Her sense of justice flared. This kind of guy has probably hurt who knows how many girls. I can't let him get away with it. Once he's wasted, I'll strip him and dump him on the street. They kept drinking. At last, all 6 bottles of Maodai lay empty, bottoms up. Maguire slumped face first onto the table. Looking at the dead-drunk Maguire, Sue allowed herself a triumphant smile, but her own face was already flushed, her head spinning. Fighting through the dizziness, she asked, Mr. Maguire, another round. Maguire only snored, out cold like a dead pig. No response at all. Good thing he left his wallet on the table, Sue thought. Otherwise, I'd have to make him pay. She settled the bill, then hauled the sodden Maguire toward the door. Let's see what you're trying to pull, sweetheart, Maguire thought. Of course he wasn't drunk. With his monstrous physiology, there was no way Sue could drink him under. They grabbed a cab and sped off. In a nearby car, Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, watched Sue supporting the drunk Maguire out of the restaurant and nearly lost it. Arg, that kid is faking it. How could a grown man lose to a woman at drinking? He stamped the gas and tailed their taxi. A few minutes later, the cab stopped at a hotel. Sue guided Maguire inside. Seeing this, Reed felt his whole world go green. Should I just stand here and watch? If she wants this, what do I do? No, if it really gets to that point, I have to stop it, or I'll regret it for life. At the front desk, the receptionist blinked at the scene. I've seen drunk women brought in by men. A drunk man and the woman getting the room? First time. Sue used Maguire's wallet to book the most expensive room, then shepherded him toward the elevators. As soon as their elevator rose, Reed hurried in from outside and rushed to the front desk. Which room did that man and woman just take? Eyeing Reed's furious face, the receptionist thought, looks like a cheater getting caught. Poor guy, his girl brings a drunk man to a hotel. Tragic. But she said, professionally, sorry sir, we can't disclose guest information. Seething, Reed spun away, stepped back outside, and stretched himself up the facade, climbing to the upper floors and slipping into the hotel. Meanwhile, Sue had got Maguire into the room and dumped him onto the bed with a thud. What's this girl trying to do? Maguire wondered. Sue looked down at him and muttered, Scumbag, watch how I deal with you. Once I've got photos of you sprawled out on the street. She'd specifically asked for a first-floor room near the road, to make her plan easier. Chivalry demands sacrifices, she told herself, glancing at the unconscious Maguire. Then she shut her eyes and reached toward him. So that's your game, huh? Maguire thought, Too bad you picked the wrong mark tonight. Suddenly Sue's head reeled violently. The delayed kick of strong Beiju hit hard. She could usually handle 3 bottles, but that was with lower proof spirits. Tonight, to really take Maguire down, she'd ordered the top shelf stuff. Now the backlash hit and she could barely stand. She pitched forward onto Maguire's chest. A few seconds later, Maguire slowly opened his eyes and looked at her. Flushed cheeks, golden hair, a dangerously pretty picture. He smiled. I'd planned to teach you a lesson, but you did it to yourself. He sat up carefully and laid the passed-out Sue on the bed. Gazing at that nearly flawless figure, he told himself, I'm not the kind who takes advantage. And besides, a dead fish routine isn't my thing. But you tried to play me, I'm not letting you off that easily. He reached a hand toward her, intending to cool her down a little. Right then, at the window, Reed happened to see the scene. His eyes went bloodshot, his arm shot out, stretching to punch at Maguire. In the next instant, Maguire caught Reed's elongated arm in one hand. A playful smile tugged at his lips. I noticed you ages ago. Couldn't hold it in anymore, huh? Fuming, Reed glared at him. Beat it, kid, or I won't be polite. Maguire snorted. The ignorant are fearless. Chapter 107. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning flashed. Maguire vanished before Reed's eyes. A voice sounded behind Reed. How about I take you for a spin? Before Reed could react, his body was already rocketing into the sky, the terrifying acceleration yanking his elastic frame long. Scenes whipped past so fast he couldn't tell what was happening. When his vision settled, everything was pitch black. He seemed to be stuffed into some sealed container, and the stench made his stomach churn. Maguire looked at the oversized trash bin and smiled. I'll spare your mangy hide, spend the night in there. He raised his hand. A concentrated beam seared the rim, welding the lid shut. Inside, Mr. Fantastic realized where he was and tried to shove the lid open, only to yank his hands back at the scorching heat. When he braced and pushed again, he found it wouldn't budge at all. He called for help, but the dumpster sat in a deserted alley. No one was likely to hear. Maguire returned to the hotel room. Sue was still sprawled on the bed, snoring softly, no sign she'd moved an inch. So she's really out cold, he thought, and began to set his plan in motion, cool her down a bit, admire the view with a wicked grin, then duck into the bathroom. He splashed water onto a specific patch of the bedsheet. For insurance, he bit his fingertip and smeared a couple drops of blood there, even if someone tried to explain it away, say she wasn't a virgin or chalk it up to hemorrhoids, there'd still be evidence. He tossed the room a little, took a shower, then pulled up the quilt and drifted off beside Sue. Morning. Sue opened her eyes to a room that felt both strange and familiar, snatches of last night flashing back. I was just about to deal with that guy. Then I blacked out. Did that jerk sleep here all night? She turned her head in dread. Maguire was still sleeping, breathing deep. Her eyes went wide. No way we really slept together. Did anything actually happen? Hands shaking, she lifted the quilt. Oh no, naked. And what's with that wet patch on the sheet? Then she saw the bright red. That settled it in her mind. She'd always kept herself, never crossed the line. Her face flamed scarlet. A strangled little scream escaped her. Ah, what happened? Her expression made it look like Maguire had been the one wronged. She glared at him, furious. I actually did this with him, and he's acting like he got taken advantage of. Maguire sat up, all confusion. Sue, what happened? I thought I was smashed. Sue wanted to crawl into a hole. Great. So now I'm the one who took advantage. She yanked on her clothes, ignored him completely, flung the door open, and left. Maguire replayed the scene in his head and chuckled. Out in the street, Sue was a storm of feelings. Her first time given to a scoundrel. She'd meant to save it for marriage. That Beiju, why was it so strong, so different from before? How am I supposed to face Reed now? Meanwhile, 2 sanitation workers came to a dumpster. One heaved on the handle, no movement. Ha! From inside, Reed heard them and shouted, someone's in here. Soon after, a couple of FBI agents tried to get the story. Reed had zero patience for it and left at once. Maguire had already gone home. Tomorrow was the day everyone was leaving on their trip. His phone rang, he stiffened. Don't tell me it's Sue. He checked and answered. Maguire, situation, 12th District. Some guy's tearing up the street. I sent you the location. With Spider Tower monitoring the whole city, Harry was on duty. Maguire had told him, "If anything pops, call me." Which little cutie is it this time? Maguire thought. Didn't expect a friendly bout right now. 12th District, street level. A black-robed figure glared up at a human-shaped flame in the sky. "Tell me where Reed is." The burning figure, Johnny Storm of the Fantastic Four, snorted. "Not happening." "Then I'll start killing these ants," the robed man said coldly. "We'll see if Reed comes out." Chapter 108. On the street, the Human Torch, Johnny, thought, "I couldn't reach Sue or Reed at all last night. Don't tell me those two were off doing something they shouldn't." Ahead, the black-robed Dr. Doom was wrecking everything in sight. Johnny's flames roared higher, and he hurled a barrage of fireballs. Doom glanced at the incoming blasts with disdain. A heartbeat later, they struck him head-on. Johnny grinned, his heat was already near the sun's surface temperature. "Arrogant punk, take my hit and you'll be charcoal." But when the flames burned the robe away, the figure beneath gleamed darkly. Doom's whole body had become some unknown alloy, a metal man. Johnny's proud heat barely did a thing. It couldn't inflict any meaningful damage. "Is that all you've got?" Doom said coolly. "You little firebug." Meanwhile, Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, had returned to the Fantastic Four's HQ. On the big screen, a live feed showed Doom trading blows with Johnny. Reed frowned. Who is that metal guy, and why is he fighting Johnny? Reed hadn't yet realized that Dr. Doom was Victor, the head of their space probe project. When Reed and the others went into space, the solar radiation gave them powers, but it also destroyed a lot of equipment. The consortium funding the project pulled out, and Victor, furious and humiliated, blamed the Fantastic Four for everything. Discovering he'd gained tremendous power and a metallic form, he went looking for revenge. When he didn't find them, he turned to trashing the streets. As Reed watched the screen, Sue hurried in from outside, fresh from the hotel. She looked at him, awkward, at a loss for words. Reed, still angry but focused on the crisis, said coldly, "Johnny's fighting a metal man in the street. We need to go. Now." He ran for the exit, and Sue followed at once. Next door, a huge device filled a room, Reed's solar radiation reversal machine. The thing, Ben Grimm, had suffered a complete change in body and appearance. His wife had left him over it. Heartbroken, Ben had begged Reed to build a machine to turn him back. After long work, Reed succeeded. Now, restored to human form, Ben stepped out and headed toward the adjacent room. Out on the street, Johnny strafed Doom again and again, but the searing flames still couldn't harm that hardened body. A helicopter circled above. S.H.I.E.L.D. had, of course, noticed Doom's rampage. To stop him, they dispatched the Hulk and Natasha. "Big guy, this one's yours," Natasha told Banner. "Show him what you can do." Banner's face didn't change. "It's not really me you need, just the Hulk." He stepped toward the open door. On the ground, Doom slammed a fist into a parked car. The vehicle detonated, fire and shrapnel fanning in all directions. Suddenly, a figure tumbled from the sky and crashed onto the pavement in an awkward heap. Doom glanced at the newcomer, puzzled. "Seriously? If you're going to jump, why right in front of me?" He dismissed the crumpled form and kept striding down the street. Reed and Sue arrived and shouted up to the flaming figure, "Johnny, what happened? Who is that metal man?" Doom turned toward the voices, saw Reed and Sue, and his face twisted. "Reed, you finally came. That one beside you is the woman you love, right? Good. I'll send you both to hell together." "He's Victor, how did he end up like this?" Reed breathed. Before he could say more, a thunderous roar erupted behind Doom. He started to turn too slow. An enormous force hammered into him and blasted him dozens of meters away. A towering green figure loomed into view, the Hulk. Natasha stepped forward and flashed her credentials. "S.H.I.E.L.D. were here to take him in. You can help the big guy subdue him." The Fantastic Four had previously refused S.H.I.E.L.D.'s invitation, too independent by half, but hearing Natasha, they understood the green brute was an ally. Doom got to his feet again, unfazed. He eyed the Hulk with contempt. Strength's too small, hardly any bite at all. Chapter 109. Seeing Dr. Doom's taunt in the distance, the Hulk let out a roar and leapt at him. Doom drove a fist up to meet the airborne Hulk, and the two collided midair. The concussion cracked like thunder, a shockwave ripping outward and flipping cars along the street. Doom's entire body had become some kind of cosmic metal, Density spiked, mass multiplied, strength pushed to a terrifying level. He still lagged behind the Hulk, but not by so much that he couldn't trade blows. The two powerhouses hammered each other without pause. High above, the Human Torch wanted to help, but the melee below was too tight. Worried he'd hit the Hulk, he could only circle. Mr. Fantastic charged in, trying to tie Doom down, and was flung away by the backwash the moment he neared. There was no way for him to join a fight at this tier. The battle dragged on. The Hulk's strength climbed with his rage, and Doom began to fall behind, but every exchange powdered more walls and pavement. The kill zone ballooned block by block. Watching, Black Widow thought, if this keeps up, I'll have to call Tony in the suit. Per Nick Fury's orders, they would only call the Spider Alliance if absolutely nothing else worked. Just as Natasha prepared to ping Iron Man, a massive figure came barreling in from afar the thing. On the monitors, Ben Grimm had seen the situation. He decided that choosing to be normal was just cowardice. He'd stepped back into the reversal rig and made himself the thing again. He rushed Doom and smashed him, sending Doom flying. Cheers broke out. Doom only laughed. "Tickling me, is that all?" His body was preternaturally hard. Whatever had changed him had burned out his pain response. He barely felt anything, and his stamina seemed bottomless. The three-way brawl turned even more brutal. Towers and streets took hit after hit. Reed grew frantic, mind racing. He shouted to the sky, "Johnny, superheat him, then quench with water. Rapid heat and rapid cool should make him seize up." Natasha caught on at once. She yelled toward the melee, "Banner, you and the rock guy, hold him down." The Hulk and the Thing traded a glance and lunged, clamping onto Doom's arms. Johnny banked to dive, when a voice tore across the sky. Natasha's and Banner's hearts sank at the sound. He's here, great, there goes Fury's plan." Sue heard it too and frowned. Why does that voice sound so familiar? A figure speared down from the clouds at terrifying speed, snapping into view, black spider suit, a presence like a demon walking out of hell. Gasps rippled through the crowd. "It's him, the Hellblood demon. Victor's done for." Even so, can even the Hellblood demon break that defense? Reed looked over urgent. "Sir, please restrain this one, his defense is..." "Correct." The slap sent Reed skimming through the air. He hit a wall with a wet smack and hung there like a flattened poster. Maguire's face curled in displeasure. "Cut the buddy-buddy talk. Do I know you? Spare me the nonsense." Everyone on scene went cold. As the rumors said, he didn't play by any rules. A real villain, you never knew what he would do next. Maguire's mouth twitched in a secretive smile. In the next instant, he stood before Doom. The Hulk and the Thing stared, rattled. "You two big oafs," Maguire said, voice like ice. "Get out of my way, you sticking around here looking to die." They remembered what had just happened to Reed, and their own past run-ins with Iron Man. Faces blanching, they let go of Doom and backed off fast. Maguire faced Doom. With a flick, a cigar appeared between his fingers. He lit up with lazy flair, took a pull, and let the smoke roll. "I know you've got little schemes cooking elsewhere. Make sure I don't catch you at it, or, well, you get it." Chapter 110. Hearing Maguire's cryptic line, Dr. Doom's face flickered with surprise. In the next second, he lunged straight at him, only for Maguire's figure to blur, reappearing a few meters away and slipping past the strike. Maguire eyed him, bored. "Impressive. Now make your speed 100 times faster, your strength 100 times higher, and give yourself a better weapon. Maybe then I'd almost get hurt. So scary." He slowly raised his right hand. A blazing crimson pillar of fire lanced at Doom's head. Doom sneered. "Is that it? Heat near the sun's surface can't melt my body. And you." A headless corpse stood where Doom had been. The beam's unimaginable heat and impact had vaporized his head to gas in an instant. The body remained upright for a beat, then wavered. Everyone stared, dumbstruck. Natasha's brow tightened. "Just like Nick Fury said, he keeps getting stronger. He's using a heat ray now. I've never seen him do that before." Up in the sky, the Human Torch gaped. "My flames measure at the sun's surface, and they couldn't touch that guy." The Hellblood demon decapitated him with one column of fire. Terrifying. Fear curled through every heart on the scene. Maguire spoke as if to himself. Dr. Doom shouldn't be some small fry, At least a mid-boss, right? Turns out you're a puppet. The moment he arrived, he'd noticed. This Doom had no soul. Doom, in his last life's memory, was on par with Thanos, no way he'd die so easily. This one had only been a remotely controlled shell. Elsewhere, in a hidden mountain, a dim chamber flickered. A figure in a black robe rose. He's stronger than I expected. He even sensed me, and that the Doom here was just a puppet. Interesting. Back in New York, Maguire glanced at the corpse. Thought I'd farm a big wave of bully points, just a small fry after all. His gaze slid to Sue and Natasha, an idea popped. He vanished. Hey, both women flinched with a sharp gasp. Sue scowled. What the who just touched me there? Natasha muttered inwardly, you two take forever. I've wrapped it up and come back already. Pack your things, don't forget the time tomorrow. What an incorrigible man. Less than a minute later, Maguire was home. His phone rang. Garfield. Hey, Maguire, incident in the 12th district. You going? Expressionless, Maguire said nothing and hung up. Night fell. At S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ, in a large briefing room, Nick Fury faced Natasha, face grave. So the Hellblood demon showed a new ability. Natasha nodded. A heat ray extremely powerful, far hotter than ordinary flame. Fury's frown deepened. He's growing without stopping, and his methods, if I had to put it in one line, he's an evil with terrifying power. Elsewhere in Stark Tower, Tony tinkered with his armor. Pepper hurried in. Tony, the Hellblood demon, moved again today. Tony's eyebrow ticked. What happened? Any new abilities? Pepper brought up the surveillance. On the hollow screen, Johnny's solar-level flames left the metal man untouched. Tony thought, that's not ordinary metal. Then the clip of Maguire's heat ray decapitation rolled. Tony immediately called Nick Fury. What is it, Tony? Fury's voice was calm. That metal body, S.H.I.E.L.D. has it right. Yes, you want it. We've started studying it, but nothing can cut it. Then send it to me. They hung up. On Tony's side screen, a project folder glowed, Anti-Demon Armor Project. Maguire sprawled on his bed, checking his newly earned 400 bully points. Looks like it's time to start the Asgard plan. Plenty of frost giants there, prime for harvesting a big wave of points. By the next day, it was time to set out on the trip. Chapter 111. Early the next morning, a stretch limo pulled up at Maguire's door, Harry's family's Lincoln. After saying goodbye to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Maguire got in. Harry glanced at him. It's been forever since we took a trip, Maguire. That tugged at Maguire a little. He'd already been in this world for half a year now, either fighting or on the way to a fight. This time they were still heading out because of a villain-related matter in Mexico. Honestly, he wasn't worried. The bad guy only had a single suit of destroyer armor. The bully points Maguire could harvest off one suit wouldn't be huge. He didn't yet know this trip wouldn't be as simple as he imagined. They drove straight to Garfield's place. Holland and the others had already gone on ahead to Garfield's home, so Maguire and Harry pulled up to the door. Garfield and the rest were waiting there. Seeing the long limo, the group couldn't help cheering. So that's why Garfield said there was someone he wanted to invite, someone joked. Turns out it's her, Hannah, the girl always hanging around the basketball court. They piled into the car, then boarded the Osborn family's private jet and flew toward Mexico. That afternoon, they reached a small town called Rosa. On the outskirts was a road touted as the most beautiful drive in Mexico, grasslands stretching on either side thanks to the terrain, drawing tourists and making the town lively and prosperous. 2 nights earlier, something strange had happened near the town. The sky had been packed with thunderclouds, lightning booming. A massive bolt dropped straight from the heavens and struck the ground, blowing out a giant crater. Lying at the center was a hammer. Weirder still, no one could lift it. Even trucks couldn't drag it an inch. Now a few big SUVs were parked along the street, Maguire's group, here to sightsee. Garfield, the foodie, eyed the others. Since we're in Mexico, we have to try the chicken tacos, see if they beat the ones back home. Everyone agreed and headed to a restaurant in town. It wasn't a mealtime rush, so there were only a few tables occupied. They found seats and were about to order when the smash of a glass rang out. Then came a voice, overwrought, dramatic. They looked over. A tall, broad-shouldered blonde man stood there, eyes bright with excitement. Big frame, medium-length gold hair, a scruffy beard. Gotta admit, the guy looked like he'd walked out of a saga. "Sorry," someone nearby said quickly. "We're from the States. We have nothing to do with whatever Asgard you're talking about." Maguire felt a headache coming on. Could this not be so coincidental? He'd wanted 2 days to relax, and now this idiot shows up. Fine, ignore him for now. Garfield and the others took one look and didn't comment. But the blonde had already noticed Maguire's group and, for some reason, felt an odd sense of closeness when his eyes landed on Maguire. He kept glancing over. Opposite him stood a tall, sharp-featured woman, physicist Jane Foster, along with her assistant, Darcy Lewis. Jane studied the puzzled blonde. "What is it? Something wrong?" The blunt blonde blurted out, "That man over there feels familiar. Could he be my brother Loki in disguise?" Jane and Darcy were speechless. This guy's head clearly hadn't recovered, still acting like he was Thor. Hot-tempered as ever, the blonde stood and strode toward Maguire's table. Jane and Darcy hurried after him. He stopped in front of them, looking Maguire up and down. Maguire frowned. Garfield and the others stared, baffled. The blonde spoke first. "It's you, isn't it, Loki? My brother. Don't think changing your appearance can fool me. How is our father, Odin?" Jane and Darcy rushed to explain to Maguire's group, "Sorry, our friend suffered a head injury. He's not quite himself." The blonde shook them off and leaned toward Maguire again. Maguire sighed inwardly. What was this? Mistaking him for Loki now, because of devil fruit resonance or something? No way. Out loud he said, "I'm not Loki." The blonde shook his head. "No, even if you're not Loki, I've seen you before, you're familiar. Are you a child of Asgard?" Before Maguire could answer, Garfield and the others cut in, explaining they were just tourists from the US. The blonde could only nod helplessly and turn away. Just then, a stunning figure stepped through the door. Hot didn't even begin to cover it, more like out of this world. A mane of long, flame-red hair streamed behind her. In Maguire's head, a line of song rose up unbidden, mountains upon mountains, ranges linked end to end. And for a moment, that was all he could think about. Chapter 112. The blonde's entrance snapped every gaze in the restaurant to the doorway. Men and women alike stared. Even Thor's face went slack with a goofy grin. Not bad, only a beauty like this is fit to be Asgard's future queen. He strode straight for the door. Garfield, Holland, and Harry all wore love-struck expressions. Jones and Hans shot them a glare. "Pretty, isn't she?" they asked through clenched teeth. Garfield and Holland bobbed their heads before they even thought, and the next second both yelped, clutching their waists. Maguire only gave the blonde a glance, then lowered his head and kept eating. Gwen saw and felt a warm sweetness rise in her chest. Maguire really wasn't like Garfield and the others. By then Thor had reached the blonde. "Miss, here to eat? I'm Thor. Care to share a drink?" She smiled faintly, voice cool. "All right, but I only drink hard liquor." Thor nodded like an eager pup. Jane huffed, marching up to him. "Do you even have money, honestly?" Thor's face went awkward. The blonde laughed. "In that case, I'll buy you a drink." "That's wonderful." Seeing the scene, Jane snorted. "Fine, then don't hang around with us anymore. Go wherever you want." She stomped back to their table. But next to this mesmerizing blonde, a woman he'd only known 3 days didn't hold much pull for Thor. He followed the blonde to a table and sat. Maguire and the others finished their meal and left the restaurant. As the blonde clinked glasses with Thor, a shadow crossed her face. "Why is he here? Looks like this operation won't be so simple." Out on the street, Garfield said, "Locals say a hammer fell from the sky 2 days ago, and no matter what they try, it won't budge." Everyone agreed they should take a look. They piled into 3 big Suburbans and drove east of town. There, a gaping crater split the ground. In its center lay the thunder god's hammer, Mjolnir. Crowds milled around, a few stubborn types were still trying to lift it. Just then several black Chevy Suburbans rolled up. A dozen men in black suits stepped out. Leading them were General Ross and Hawkeye. In short order, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents cleared the civilians away. Meanwhile, after Maguire's group left the restaurant, the blonde said to Thor, "No matter what methods they've tried, no one can pick up this hammer." Thor's eyes widened, a grin breaking across his face. "A hammer? Ha ha ha, excellent. We'll talk later, I'm going to see it." He shot to his feet and hurried out. The blonde rose as well and headed for the door. Not far behind, Jane snorted but followed. The blonde slipped into a nearby alley, just as a girl in a blue t-shirt walked by in the opposite direction. By now Maguire's group had reached the crater. Parked nearby were the black Suburbans and a cordon of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, General Ross and Hawkeye among them. Garfield and Holland glanced at Maguire. Gwen and the other women said, "Looks sealed off. We should probably keep our distance." Garfield and Holland looked to Maguire for a call. He smiled. "Since we're here, we might as well take a look. I'll go with Garfield and Holland." They headed toward the pit. Ross and Hawkeye spotted them immediately. "Damn, the Hellblood demon showed up here," Hawkeye muttered. "S.H.I.E.L.D. never informed the Spider Alliance. All three of them came. What now? Whatever you do, don't cross the Hellblood demon." He leaned toward General Ross. "Those three are spidermen of the Spider Alliance. The one in the black suit is the Hellblood demon. Do not provoke him." Ross frowned. A soldier to the bone, he didn't brook being ordered around, but faced with Maguire's terrifying power, he nodded. Maguire and the others stopped before Ross and Hawkeye. A few agents moved to question them, but Hawkeye waved them back from their own deaths. Hawkeye addressed them. "Maguire, what brings you three here?" Before Maguire could answer, Garfield said, "We're just tourists. Ran into this by chance. What are you doing here? Is there some danger?" Hawkeye weighed his words. Director Fury had said to keep the Spider Alliance out of S.H.I.E.L.D. business. Best to keep it vague. "No danger, just a strange hammer that turned up here." Maguire nodded. "In that case, my friends are interested in the hammer. I'll have them come take a look. No problem, right?" Hawkeye felt a bead of sweat. Could he say no? He had no desire to eat a slap. Ross said stiffly, "This is a special situation. It's not suitable for civilians to enter." Hawkeye panicked and jumped in. "It's fine. Plenty of civilians have been here already." Maguire shot Ross a cool look. Inwardly, "Old man, you're not convinced, huh? Fine, we'll have a friendly talk later." He went to fetch Gwen and the others. Outside town, Thor was hurrying along when a figure appeared in his path. Green attire, twin long golden horns crowning his head, Loki, the trickster. Chapter 113. Seeing Loki appear out of nowhere, Thor's face lit up with excitement. He moved to embrace him, but Loki's expression held only sorrow. Thor's hands froze midair. "What happened, brother?" Thor asked, confused. At the question, Loki's eyes reddened. He let out a heavy sigh. "Father, he's gone." Thor stared, shaken. Impossible. How could father just die like that? Loki quickly told him the fabricated news of Odin's death, and that it was caused by Thor's disobedience, that Odin had been angered to death. Thor was forbidden to return to Asgard. Loki himself was now the new king of Asgard. Hearing this, Thor stood there, mind blank at a total loss. Loki shook his head, then vanished on the spot. Thor's legs gave out and he sank to the ground. A voice drifted over, soft and inviting. "What's wrong, Thor? Bad news? Come, have a few drinks with me." Thor looked up. It was the blonde from the restaurant. Heart heavy with grief, he needed anyone to talk to, and went off with her. Not far away, in a car, Jane Foster watched Thor leave and snorted, furious. "Heartless jerk, I'm done with you." She drove off. By then, Maguire and his group had reached the crater. They stared, astonished, at the thunder god's hammer Mjolnir. Garfield frowned. "So this is the hammer nobody can lift. Doesn't look that special." Before he finished, Garfield grabbed the handle and heaved until his face turned red. Mjolnir didn't budge. Holland hurried over. "No way, you can't lift it." Garfield let go, panting, and looked at him. "You're stronger than me, your turn." Holland tried with everything he had, not a millimeter. Harry wanted to go, too, with the same result. The three of them turned expectantly to Maguire. General Ross and Hawkeye also watched, curious. They knew Maguire's identity as the Hellblood demon, and when it came to his power, there was only one verdict, beyond imagination. Both men thought the same thing: he can probably lift it. Gwen, Jones, and Hannah chimed in, smiling. "Maguire, you try. Maybe you really can pick it up." Maguire eyed the hammer, thinking, this isn't about raw strength. Either your power is at Odin's level, or your heart is pure and righteous. As for the first, he was strong SS- class by his own measure, but not at the Allfather's tier. The second, best not to comment. He reached for the handle. The moment his fingers touched it, a jolt ran through him, some kind of connection. He realized he could lift it, but he didn't feel the power of Thor flowing into him. Understanding clicked. Because of his devil fruit-like ability, Mjolnir recognized him as a type of thunder itself. The hammer would allow him to move it, but treated him as an element, not a worthy bearer, so it would not grant him Thor's power. That being the case, it wasn't that interesting. He'd hoped to see whether he could gain the thunder's might. Since he couldn't, he'd leave some face for Garfield and the others. He released the handle and said, "I can't lift it either." Ross and Hawkeye both exhaled in relief. Jones, Hannah, and Gwen grew eager. "Can we try?" Maguire and Garfield nodded. "Sure, go for it." Jones, the impulsive sort, ran up first and gripped the handle with both hands. No movement at all. Hannah tried, same result. Last was Gwen. Seeing everyone else fail, she smiled. "I'll pass, if you all couldn't." "Try it," Maguire said gently. "We're here already." Gwen set her small hand on the handle, and her face suddenly changed. Maguire's heart jumped. No way, Gwen, is she about to lift it? The sky darkened. Thick clouds rolled and writhed overhead. Lightning flickered across their bellies. A heartbeat later, everyone stared. Stunned, Gwen had raised Mjolnir off the ground. Thunder crashed from the sky, spearing into the hammer in her hand. A blaze of white lit the world. When the light faded, Gwen stood before them clad in the Thunder God's armor. Everyone around the crater gaped. What is happening? What is that thing? How did Gwen become like this? This is unbelievable, and so strong." Maguire was just as shocked. No way, she really did it. Gwen's heart is truly pure. The thought left him more than satisfied. After all, she was his girlfriend. "Didn't expect this trip to net me a goddess of thunder for a girlfriend. Jackpot." Chapter 114. Meanwhile, in the far-off realm of Asgard, a sealed chamber held a massive glass coffin at its center. Inside lay a white-haired old man, eyes closed, his face almost gentle. But one must not be fooled by appearances. This was the king of the Aesir, the Allfather, Odin. Odin's body slept, yet his spirit still sensed what transpired beyond. The instant Mjolnir was raised by Gwen far away, Odin felt it in Asgard. The hammer has been lifted. By whom? Thor. Perhaps Thor had finally awakened to his path. The thought warmed the old father's heart. He did not know it was not his good son who had taken up the hammer. Earth, Mexico, Rosa. Thor and the blonde woman were drinking themselves numb at a bar. "What's your name?" Thor asked. The blonde was about to answer when a deafening peal of thunder tore across the sky. Thor's expression changed. Someone else had lifted Mjolnir? No, he had to see for himself. Whoever raised the hammer would have power equal to his own. The blonde's eyes also tightened. Thor sprang up and rushed outside. Watching his back, she murmured, puzzled, "Then this guy isn't Thor? What's going on?" She hurried after him. Not far from Rosa, a massive steel shipping container had been parked and left under guard. Inside, a hulking figure crouched. Even kneeling, he stood over 2 meters tall. Muscles bulged like a prehistoric beast. A huge round helmet covered his head. In front of him, a man in a black leather coat drew on a cigarette. A phone began to ring. A cold voice came through the speaker. "I'm en route to the hammer's location. Get the big guy over there now. We can't let Thor or any other organization get it. Also, tell him something he'll care about. That black-suited punk he hates is here." The call cut off. Hearing the message, the man in the black coat frowned. The giant rumbled from the container, voice buzzing like an engine. "Victor, I'll help you. I'll tear that brat in half." Back in Asgard, Loki had also sensed Mjolnir being drawn from the earth. "The hammer's been taken. Has my brother regained his power? No, I have to move now." He headed down toward Asgard's underground vault. At the crater, Gwen, armored in thunder, stared at herself in disbelief. "What's happening? How did I become like this? Maguire, what is going on?" Panicked by the world turned upside down, she trembled. Maguire's voice was gentle. "Don't be afraid, Gwen. You've simply received the power of the Thunder God. You can feel it, right? The hammer answers you, and so does the lightning." The others were slack-jawed. Gwen's a superhero now. General Ross and Hawkeye, though, looked grim. By regulation, someone who'd awakened power like this had to be brought back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for evaluation. Mishandle this, and Maguire might just kill them both. A figure came running Thor. He reached the rim, saw Gwen in the thunder armor and froze, his hammer, lifted by a young woman, who had become the thunder god. "That's my hammer," he blurted. "Could you return it to me?" Gwen glanced at Maguire. Maguire snorted. "Because you say it's yours, beat it." Thor flushed with anger, but without his powers he wasn't Gwen's match. He swallowed his temper. A rainbow pillar crashed from the heavens. Thor's eyes lit up. "The Bifrost, someone from Asgard, they're here for me." What strode out was a towering body of dark, gleaming metal, a blank faceplate with narrow islets. The Destroyer. Maguire's eyes narrowed. So Loki had made his move, but the hammer had already chosen its bearer. Everyone around the pit tensed. Maguire shouted to Garfield and Holland, "We're getting Jones and Hannah out of here first." He turned to Gwen. "We're pulling back to town. Move." They sprinted for the vehicles. The Destroyer's head turned, fixing on Maguire's group. General Ross, ever the brawler, had already transformed, now the Red Hulk. He hurled his massive frame straight at the automaton. Seeing the Destroyer arrive, Thor understood. Someone wanted him dead. Otherwise, the Destroyer would never have come. He stared, stunned, as Ross changed from an ordinary man into a giant monster. Maguire and the others gunned the engines toward town. From far off, a colossal figure charged at full tilt, bearing down on their convoy and slamming toward the lead car. Chapter 115. A towering figure, well over 3 meters, burst into view. It was the Brute from the steel container. The instant Maguire saw that hulking form, he recognized him. "Juggernaut? What's he doing here?" "Great. So much for keeping my identity under wraps. This one isn't someone you can play nice with." Juggernaut barreled straight for their car. A flash of lightning, Maguire was already outside. The black venom suit swept over his body like ink. Gwen, Jones, and Hannah all froze, stunned. That's the Hellblood demon. Maguire is the Hellblood, no way." Gwen went blank. "I'm dating the Hellblood demon. Oh my god." Maguire smashed headlong into Juggernaut. Their bodies collided, a shockwave flattening the dirt around them. Maguire skidded back, step after step. Garfield, Holland, and Harry stared. "Who is that guy? He's overpowering Maguire in raw strength." A figure lunged from the side, black leather, feral grin, Sabretooth, Victor Creed. He sprinted at Garfield and Holland's car. Garfield snorted. "Think we're made of paper? Holland, keep the wheel steady, I'll handle him." He yanked a mask from his pack, shrugged off his jacket. New Spider, Garfield on stage. In the back seat, Hannah and Jones gaped. Maguire's the Hellblood demon, Garfield is New Spider, which means Holland is the Blue Spider. Holland scratched his cheek, awkward but admitting it with a nod. Garfield dove at Sabretooth and immediately felt it. Sabretooth hit harder, moved faster. Garfield fell into pure defense. Maguire shifted to help, but the sky blackened and a blue-white bolt crashed down, slamming into Sabretooth. He froze mid-motion, then crumpled, skin charred, a bitter smell rising. Not far off, Gwen raised Mjolnir, thunder still crawling along the head. "Gwen," Maguire called, "you can't kill him, his regeneration is insane, but if he twitches, blast him again, keep him pinned." Garfield glanced toward Gwen and swallowed a feeling he couldn't name. He needed Gwen's help now. Juggernaut roared. The dragon talisman's fire could hurt him, but not end him. His power came from Sidorak. His durability had already surpassed S-Class. Maguire drew a slow breath, then launched. He hammered a straight right. Juggernaut threw one of his own. The air boomed. Juggernaut went flying. This wasn't his unstoppable charge, just trading blows, and in absolute power he still wasn't Maguire's match. Armament Hacky swept over Maguire's frame. He lifted a heavy warhammer and swatted Juggernaut hundreds of meters away. With the rabbit talisman's speed stacked on, Maguire blinked to a point beneath the tumbling brute. Hidden in the shadows, the blonde woman stared, stunned. Good lord, that power, even Juggernaut's getting tossed, and Sabretooth's down, and that girl controls lightning. Off to the side, Red Hulk and the Destroyer were brawling too. A single blast from Red Hulk sent the automaton skidding, closer and closer to Maguire's battlefield. Thor watched all of it and felt his scalp go numb. What is even happening? Why are there so many monsters? In Asgard, Loki peered through the Destroyer's sight. A woman lifted Mjolnir and bears Thor's power? Unacceptable. She dies. And that red monster. How is it overpowering the destroyer? Maguire rose into the air. Juggernaut, now nothing more than a punching bag, was swatted back and forth. Onlookers gaped. Didn't he just shove Maguire around in raw strength? How is he a ragdoll now? Thor looked at Gwen, who kept lancing Sabretooth with lightning whenever he twitched, and wanted to weep. That's my hammer. A titanic figure suddenly barreled toward them, the destroyer charging straight in. Chapter 116. Gwen's focus was fixed on Sabretooth on the ground, and she didn't notice the destroyer's attack from not far away. A heartbeat later, a pillar of scarlet energy howled out to meet the destroyer's blast midair. The counterstrike came from Maguire, who had rushed in to intercept. Red Hulk and the others arrived as well. Thor looked at the lineup of superpowered beings and felt his mind go blank. Since when did Midgard have so many monsters? Juggernaut and the freshly regenerated Sabretooth took one look at the scene and knew recruiting Thor had fallen through. They turned to bolt. Maguire's brow knit. Run, none of your getting away today. Elementalization thunders advent. He drove his thunder fruit ability to the limit. In the next instant, his entire body transformed into blue lightning. For 100 miles around, the sky blackened, thunderheads boiling, lightning raging, the clouds pressing low like a lid. His form swelled and warped, climbing to a colossal several hundred-meter silhouette wreathed in crackling blue bolts. A roaring electromagnetic field snuffed every signal for hundreds of miles. Everyone stared up at the thunder giant in shock. What power is that? Lightning itself? That boundless force? This is the true god of thunder. Thor stood there, stunned, eyes wide. What is this? How can he command so much lightning? Even at my peak, I could never draw that much. Watching through the destroyer's sight from Asgard, Loki's eyes bulged. How is this possible? How can that man control thunder? Garfield and Holland were amazed that Maguire now wielded thunder as well, but by this point, they'd grown used to Maguire's abyss-deep bag of tricks. They grabbed the goddess of thunder, Gwen, and ran for distance. Maguire's body was simply too large. Seeing the sky-filling storm, Juggernaut and Sabretooth panicked. Sabretooth shouted to his partner, and both tore off at full speed. High above, the thunder giant smiled coldly. Run, are you faster than me? Heavenly thunder, world's end. The heavens strobed. A blue beam meters thick slammed down from the clouds, spearing the earth where Juggernaut and Sabretooth fled. There was no escaping that speed. The torrent of lightning swallowed them whole. When the glare faded, the ground had gone pitch black, soil vitrified and carbonized, its structure cooked and ruined by the heat and force. The air held a sickly sweet roast meat smell. Near Juggernaut's body lay a scatter of metal gleaming dully, fragments of adamantium. That was what remained of Sabretooth. For all his near-immortal regeneration, the thunder's onslaught and unimaginable heat had flash-boiled his blood to vapor. This level of damage was beyond any healing. Sabretooth dead. Maguire's gaze slid to the destroyer. You can die too. Power gathered. Endless thunder roared down. A crater hundreds of meters across bloomed in the earth. The destroyer was left a heap of scrap and slag. Seeing Maguire erase every enemy in just a couple of moves, Red Hulk and Hawkeye both went pale. He's too terrifying. We need to pull out before he decides to deal with us next. They retreated in a hurry. The battle over, Thor slumped to the ground, hollowed out. Father dead, his brother hunting him, his own power gone. I'm trash, he whispered, drowning in guilt for the man he'd been. Maguire shrank back down to human shape and headed toward Garfield and the others. When a column of rainbow light crashed down from the sky, Maguire frowned. More idiots lining up to die. The light faded, and a few figures stepped into view, the Warriors 3. Thor lurched to his feet, and the three lit up to see him. He strode toward them, excited. Thor, thank the gods, Asgard. But Thor only spread his hands helplessly. The Allfather isn't dead, they said, baffled. And he never forbade you from returning. Thor, did Loki tell you that? Thinking of the destroyer that had tried to kill him, realization hit Thor. This was all Loki's plan. What's happened in Asgard? The frost giants are invading in force. We came to find you to lead us against them. the warriors three said. Their eyes flicked to Mjolnir in Gwen's hand, a shadow of disappointment crossing their faces. But duty outweighed pride. Thor squared himself and walked up to Maguire's group, stopping before Gwen. "Miss, would you return my hammer? I need to defend my home. If possible, once I'm done, I." Chapter 117. Hearing Thor's request, Gwen immediately looked to Maguire. "Maguire, is this hammer really his?" Maguire nodded. "It's his, but if you like it, you can keep it." Gwen's expression softened. He must have something important he needs to do. She glanced back at Thor. "Since it's yours, I'll return it to you." She handed Mjolnir to Thor. Recognized by the hammer as well, Gwen's heart, pure and kind, would never hoard it. Thor's emotions tangled, but for Asgard's sake he had to try. He took the hammer with both hands. Lightning split the sky. A bolt plunged into Thor. In a flash, the god of thunder's armor returned to him. The warriors three cheered. Thor, elated, bowed to Gwen and the others. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Maguire said. "How about you take us to Asgard?" Thor's heart surged. Asgard was under attack by frost giants, and this man's power far outstripped his own. If they came along, the war might be won faster. He nodded hard. "Of course." Just then, a chime rang in Maguire's head. "Congratulations to the host. Bully points plus 400. Villain bonus plus 400. Total gained plus 800. Current bully points, 1230. Maguire's pulse quickened, back to 4 digits at last. Far away in Asgard, thousands of blue-skinned frost giants massed on the border. In the royal palace, Loki listened to the Einherjar's report in disbelief. "What? The frost giants are invading in force. Damn it, Laufey tricked me." Panic scrawled across Loki's face. At the frontier, the frost giants glared toward Asgard's shining realm. At their head stood their king, Laufey. A cold smile tugged at his mouth. "That little Loki is still too naive. With Odin comatose, my centuries-long plan finally begins." To claim Asgard's throne and prove himself to Odin, Loki had attempted a scheme. Pretend to defect to the frost giants, use his true heritage to gain their trust, coax Laufey into assassinating Odin, then heroically slay Laufey before the Allfather and win favor. But Laufey wasn't a fool. When he learned Odin slept, he chose open war. After Loki opened a path into Asgard, Laufey used sorcery to secure it and led in the prepared frost giant army. Along the border, Asgard's Einherjar had already formed ranks. The shield maiden Sif tightened her grip, ready to meet the charge. In the palace, Queen Frigga watched the distant sky, worry shadowing her eyes. Loki hurried in. "Mother, the frost giants are at our gates. It isn't safe here. Take the Bifrost and leave." Frigga shook her head gently. "I will stand and defend Asgard." Loki's face tightened with grief. This was all his fault. All those years overlooked while Thor blazed like the sun, and he, the Aesir's prince, was in truth an adopted child from Jotunheim. The assault began. Thousands of frost giants crashed into the Einherjar. Brave as they were, Asgard's guards faltered before Laufey's legion. Every sweep of Laufey's arm reaped lives. Flames rose, blood sprayed. Frigga's hands clenched at the window. "Thor, my son, will you not return?" On the Bifrost, a beam of light flared. Heimdall saw Thor and lit up. "You've returned, and these are your friends?" He bowed toward Maguire and the others. "Thank you for aiding Asgard." He had seen the Thunder Colossus earlier. Thor didn't wait. "Heimdall, send us to the outer palace lines. The frost giants are already there." Heimdall nodded. Thor turned to Maguire and the others. "My friends, Asgard is under attack. I won't impose, please wait here while I drive them back." "I'm idle anyway," Maguire said. "I'll give you a hand." Garfield and Holland nodded. Thor's relief showed plain. "If you're willing to help us, thank you." Chapter 118. The frost giant army had already pressed up to the outer courts of Asgard's palace. Staring at the royal halls so close at hand, King Laufey grinned. "After all these years, this is the first time I've reached Asgard's throne." A bolt split the sky. At the sight of that lightning, the Einherjar's spirits surged. "Our thunder god Thor has returned. These frost giants are about to be crushed." In the sealed chamber, Odin sensed it as well. "My son, you have found your purpose at last. Now you can be a true king." Maguire stepped out before the frost giants. To the dozens of giants who saw only a puny, human, their faces twisted into cruel smiles. Maguire looked past them at the thousands massed behind and bared his teeth. So many little snacks, bully points glittering everywhere. I feel a windfall coming. Elementalization on, giant form. Blue lightning swallowed the sky. Arcs danced around Maguire as his form ballooned. What had been a small figure became a thunder colossus hundreds of meters tall. What is that monster? How can it be this strong? Which one's the real god of thunder? Laufey stood dumbstruck. What is that thing, some kind of lightning giant? Did they lure us here to wipe us out? Lady Sif froze mid-swing, staring at the towering figure in the distance. What is that? Such a vast power. Is that Thor's new ability? In the secret chamber, Odin's eyes snapped open. Skyfather class, or slightly short of it? Who is this that commands the lightning between heaven and earth as though he were thunder made flesh? Thor, how did you bring such a being to Asgard? Maguire gazed over the thousands of frost giants. Myriad thunders, crowning peaks. Cloud banks hundreds of miles wide rolled into place. Despair filled frost giant eyes as blue-white lances fell like a river turned upside down. Bolts hammered into the ranks. In an instant, that impossible force and heat seared through them. In the space of a breath, thousands of frost giants collapsed where they stood, blue flesh charred to black. A sweet, roasted smell wafting on the wind like grilled wings. Thor lifted his hammer to strike, then lowered it again. There was no one left to fight. On the Bifrost, a lone figure appeared at the control dais. Loki, knowing the frost giants were no match, had cloaked himself to trick Laufey, then slipped here. He split the bridge and jumped into the beam. Thor spotted the distant rainbow flare and frowned. Loki's running, brother, why? Mopping up fell to the Einherjar. Soon, at Thor's invitation, Maguire and company entered Asgard's great hall. A feast was laid, faces shone with respect and awe. Gwen glowed with pride. After all, that overwhelming powerhouse was her man. As they took their seats, Queen Frigga approached to greet them. Maguire smiled. It was nothing, just lending a hand. They drank and celebrated. A calm, resonant voice touched Maguire's mind. Young one, I am Odin. You have done well, and you are strong. So the old man can speak mind to mind, Maguire thought. Impressive. Odin's voice again. Accept Asgard's friendship. If ever you have need, come to us. Maguire nodded, and the familiar chime rang in his head. Congratulations, host. Bully points plus 2,000. Villain bonus plus 2,000. Current bully points, 5230. 5,000 plus bully points. A harvest, not bad at all. They made ready to leave. Thor clasped Maguire's arm. From this day, you are Asgard's truest friend. In high spirits and rich in bully points, Maguire agreed. The group crossed the Bifrost and returned to Rosa, Mexico. Their luggage and cars were still there. In a restaurant, they crowded a table. Garfield was buzzing. Best trip ever. We actually went to the realm of gods and met the real god of thunder. Ha ha ha. Holland and Harry nodded along. Gwen and the other girls were just as excited. Only Maguire was a bit sulky. These past days all the girls had huddled together, ruining certain plans. Still, the massive bully point hall had him grinning inside. Outside the window, a very ordinary-looking middle-aged woman watched the group in silence, her gaze cold. Chapter 119. The ordinary, middle-aged woman outside let a glint slip through her eyes, then lowered her gaze again. After a brief rest, Maguire and the others set out for New York. They didn't go home, though they headed straight to the Spider Tower. Seeing the imposing headquarters, Gwen, Jones, and Hannah all froze in awe. So this is your base? That's amazing. Can't believe you're actually Spider-Men. Even so, Hannah and Jones still looked at Maguire with a hint of fear. His notoriety preceded him. Only Gwen, though she'd learned his true identity, never wavered. She liked Maguire for who he was. Whether he was a hero or something darker didn't matter. This is the Spider Alliance HQ, Maguire said. Since you know who we are now, why not join us, help out on logistics? He and Harry led the three through the tower on a tour. When they finished, Harry arranged escorts to see Gwen and the others home. Maguire, Garfield, Holland, and Harry stayed behind. Garfield and Holland looked like they had something on their minds. "What's with you two?" Maguire asked. "You've been off ever since we got back from Asgard." They sighed in unison and shook their heads. "It's nothing, Maguire." "Obvious lie," Maguire frowned. "Out with it, don't dither like a pair of grandmas." Garfield finally muttered, "We feel weak, useless next to you, we can't really help." Holland looked just as helpless. Harry's brow creased too. In this world he hadn't inherited armor or anything, just a normal guy. Maguire nodded. "You're not wrong. You can handle a fight solo, but the enemies ahead won't be something two A-tier at best can resolve." He just hauled in a mountain of bully points, and his own strength was more than enough for now. Might as well see if the bully system shop has anything that fits you. He opened the shop. Super Saiyan, 100,000 bully points. Emperor rank cultivation, 50,000 bully points. Perfect desolate ancient sacred body, 100,000 bully points. Yeah, let's check the budget aisle. S-rank devil fruit, Logia rumble rumble, 1000 BP. SS rank devil fruit, Logia magma magma, 1500 BP. SS rank devil fruit, Logia ice ice, 1500 BP. SS rank devil fruit, Logia glint glint, 1500 BP. Cheap enough, but they came with only 10% development to start. And unlike Maguire, they didn't have talisman protections. The devil fruit seawater weakness would still apply. And there's no shortage of seawater on Earth. An idea sparked. Build his own 3 admirals for the sea world. 3 Logias would cost 4,500 bully points. He had 5,230. If he bought them, he'd drop close to where he started. But with Loki already stirring the pot, the big Avengers-level clash was inevitable anyway. Decision made, he purchased 3 devil fruits. Shop items didn't auto-apply, they were stored in the system's space. Maguire faced the trio, expression turning serious. "I've got 3 fruits. Eat one and you'll gain tremendous power, but there's a fatal weakness. No contact with seawater, want them or not." Garfield, Holland, and Harry lit up. "We do, of course we do, but these are priceless. You sure you'll give them to us?" "Quit fussing. If you don't want them, I'll take them back. I've only got 3. They cracked grins. "We want them." This yellow, banana-looking one grants the power of light. The blue one grants ice. The red one grants magma. After some thought, Garfield chose the magma fruit, Holland chose the glint fruit, the cooler-headed Harry chose the ice fruit. They each bit down. "Bleh, this tastes awful. Worse than garbage." "If you want power," Maguire said, smiling, "not a single bite can be left." Grimacing, they forced the rest down. While they choked the fruits down, Maguire opened his lottery. "Congrats, host. Your first major purchase in the bully system shop earns you 1 guaranteed SS rank draw." He eyed the diamond prize wheel. SS rank item, Divine Radiance Dark, single use. S rank item, 12 talismans, Tiger Talisman. S rank ability, 1,000-mile eyes and following wind ears, clairvoyance and clairaudience. A rank item, Sword Pifeyes. Talisman, 12 talismans, Pig Talisman. Ordinary item, $1 trillion US. Chapter 120. What? The Dark Spark Lens Dark Tiga? TN. For those unfamiliar with Ultraman, it's a very old Japanese TV series. Ultraman himself is a gigantic, humanoid extraterrestrial being. There's actually something like this. This really is an SS rank item. Even if it's single-use, who could say no to turning into an Ultraman? Maguire's heart was already surging like a storm. A 50-50 chance to pull the Dark Spark Lens, he couldn't resist. He started the draw. The diamond wheel spun, and a pleasant chime sounded in his head. Host consumes 200 bully points. Congratulations, ordinary item acquired, $1 trillion USD. Title granted, Earth's richest. Funds have been deposited into your account by special means. Seeing all those zeros, Maguire could only stare. Money meant nothing to him now. Still, Earth's richest had a nice ring to it. The wheel ticked to the next prize slot. B-rank item, 9-turn strength pill. His remaining bully points were down to 530, just enough for 2 more pulls. He spun again. Congratulations, S-rank item acquired, Pig Talisman of the 12 Talismans. Ability granted, laser vision. The pig talisman isn't bad, but compared to the spark lens, who could refuse becoming an Ultraman? Back to the wall, he went all in on the final pull. He fixed his eyes on the diamond wheel. Congratulations, SS rank item acquired, Dark Spark Lens single use. Consumable. The user may transform into Dark Tiga and wield all Dark Tiga's abilities. Maguire grinned from ear to ear. Dark Tiga, now that's insane. His bully points were bottomed out, only 130 left, nowhere near enough for another draw. Meanwhile, at the Fantastic Four HQ, the Invisible Woman, Susan, simmered. Unbelievable. He just took advantage of me and vanished? Irresponsible jerk. I'm not letting that slide. Fuming, she pulled up the number Maguire left the last time they ate together and called. At Maguire's villa, his phone vibrated. An unknown number. He frowned and picked up. Hello, who is this? A furious female voice blasted through. You've got a lot of nerve asking who I am. Ah, Invisible Woman, Susan. Maguire couldn't help the smile that tugged his lips as he remembered the prank he'd pulled on her last time. Oh, it's you. What's up? HMPH, don't think you can hit and run, Susan snapped. I'm not that kind of girl. Anyway, I'm hungry. I want a big dinner. Arrange it now. Come pick me up at the Baxter Building. The line went dead. Maguire rubbed his temple. Seriously, she's so earnest. But a man couldn't lounge around while his bros hustled. He stood, heading downstairs. Uncle Ben and Aunt May looked up from the living room, faces hesitant but warm. Peter, don't you already have a girlfriend? When are you bringing her by? So even Uncle Ben and Aunt May were this gossipy. He couldn't exactly bring Susan, her identity was public. Better to bring Gwen by when there was time. No problem, Uncle Ben, I'll bring her over in a couple of days. The old couple nodded, satisfied. Soon after, Maguire left the villa. Far away in London. In a seemingly ordinary school hallway, a man in a brown leather jacket walked alone, until a figure rolled toward him in a wheelchair. Logan, you're back. You didn't run into Sabretooth, did you? It was Wolverine, Logan. The bald man in the chair was Professor Charles Xavier, and this was his school for mutants. Logan's jaw clenched. Victor is dead. How? Xavier blinked. Impossible. With Victor's regeneration, killing him shouldn't be feasible. Logan relayed what he'd learned. Not just Victor. Juggernaut, the terrifying one, got smashed to within an inch of his life. I crossed paths with that man in New York, Logan added. Back then he wasn't this monstrous. Half a year later and he's become this. It's hard to believe. Xavier sighed. There are too many wild cards in this world now, with so many superpowered beings appearing. I fear the day when mutants and other superhumans rule Earth isn't far off. Chapter 121. At that moment in New York, at the foot of the Baxter Building, a young woman in a black bodycon skirt was standing by the curb. Black high heels set off her curvy, voluptuous figure. She was a striking sight on the street. Just then, a Bugatti La Voiture Noire rolled up from the distance and eased to a stop right in front of her. It was Maguire, who'd rushed over from home. Invisible Woman, Susan, glanced haughtily at the luxury car in front of her. What's wrong? Aren't you getting in? Not hungry. If you're not hungry, I'm leaving. Hearing that, Susan glared at Maguire in the driver's seat. That's your attitude. You're bullying me. As she spoke, her eyes went red. She felt miserably wronged. She'd muddle-headedly given her body to the jerk in front of her, and he hadn't contacted her for so long. She'd finally worked up the courage, as a girl, to call him and ask him to have dinner. The hint couldn't have been more obvious. And this bad guy still talked to her like that. HMPH. Thinking of this, Susan's tears spilled over. Did I push the joke too far? Why is this girl crying? Maguire hurriedly said to her, Okay, my attitude was bad. I'm sorry, all right? Come on, I'll take you to something good. Only then did the grievance in Susan's chest start to ease. HMPH. Her face was full of pride as she said it. Ever since last time, when Mr. Fantastic discovered what was going on between Susan and Maguire, he hadn't said a single word to her. So right now Susan had no idea that the Maguire in front of her was also a superpowered person. And in her eyes, the fact that Maguire had gotten her first time ought to make him proud. Maguire looked helplessly at Susan outside the car. Are we going to eat or not? Can we hurry up, oh great invisible woman Susan? Hearing that, a smile tugged at Susan's lips, and she got into Maguire's car. Let's go, I want Chinese food today, but not that same place. Sure, whatever you say. Before long, the two of them arrived at a Chinese restaurant. Maguire started ordering. As he was ordering, Susan quickly cut in to speak up from across the table. Maguire couldn't help laughing. All right, everything's up to you, you little housekeeper. At that, a blush crept over Susan's face. Don't talk nonsense. Who's your little housekeeper? I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend. But her eyes had already betrayed her thoughts. Looking at the adorable Susan in front of him, Maguire couldn't help thinking. She's really not bad. And her personality isn't like the usual girls from the big, pretty country. She's a bit more like a girl from China. He had to admit he was a little moved by her. Noticing Maguire gazing at her so gently, Susan blushed again and lowered her head, letting out a soft, shy hum. What are you staring at? Don't you recognize me? Maguire chuckled. You look especially beautiful today. Honestly, I really like you. Happiness bloomed in Susan's heart, but at the same time, she raised the bar for him. I won't agree to be your girlfriend so easily. The next second, she put on a serious face and looked at him. What's it to me that you like me? Let me tell you, men chasing after Miss Me line up from New York all the way to Paris. Maguire, however, answered her seriously. Hearing that, Susan's face reddened again. Shameless, so if you say I'm your girlfriend, that makes me your girlfriend? Honestly. Maguire just smiled and said nothing. They soon finished their meal. When they walked out of the restaurant, Susan lowered her head and stayed silent. I'll take you home, Maguire said. Where do you live? I don't need you to take me home. Maguire walked straight to his car. Are you getting in or not? Come on. Susan huffed but still got into the car. Maguire drove toward the place Susan had given him. What are you New York superheroes busy with every day? Catching pickpockets. I haven't agreed yet, she shot back. Then the shyness from before vanished and pride returned to Susan's face. We superheroes are superheroes, not the FBI. Our opponents are all kinds of monsters. Very powerful monsters, you know. I know. You have no idea how powerful and terrifying those monsters are. Maguire snickered. Seeing him ask, Susan's face lit up with delight. HMPH, so now you know I'm a superhero, huh? Let me tell you about those powerful monsters. You know the green goblin Osborn, and that terrifying army of lizardmen, right? Maguire nodded. And that huge green monster. He nodded again. Then you must know the metal man from a few days ago. Maguire nodded once more. I know them all. Chapter 122. Hearing Maguire, Susan froze. Yeah, what do those powerful guys have to do with us? The only one who had anything to do with me, Dr. Doom, died at the hands of the Hellblood demon. Thinking of that, an awkward look crossed Susan's face. HMPH, is this guy mocking me? HMPH. Annoyed, she decided to tell a little lie. This guy must know the Hellblood demon. I'll just say the Hellblood demon is my friend. Compared to the Hellblood demon's reputation, that should scare this jerk straight. With that thought, Susan let out a cold snort. You've heard of the Hellblood demon, right, Maguire? Maguire's lips curled into a strange smile. Seeing his look, Susan lifted her chin proudly. I'm a superhero. How could I not know the Hellblood demon? And I'll tell you this, I don't just know him, I'm his friend. Inside, she added, let's see if you still dare act like that with me. The Hellblood demon is my friend. Even if I don't dare kill you, that guy does whatever he wants. Maguire chuckled. Friends with the Hellblood demon? Sounds more like you're his girlfriend. Susan's face showed a flicker of panic. Idiot, don't joke about that. If the Hellblood demon hears, he'll kill us both. Maguire felt speechless. Am I really that terrifying? He sighed helplessly. How could that be? Even if he's strong, how could he hear what we're saying? SHH, be careful, Susan said, sitting up straight. The Hellblood demon isn't a superhero like me, he's a true spirit. Who knows if he has eyes that see 1,000 miles and ears that hear the wind. Her fear was adorable, round, wide eyes, and those red, pouty lips. Maguire tapped the brakes and pulled over. Before Susan could react, his face filled her vision. 10 minutes later, Susan, cheeks burning, glared at Maguire from up close. You, HMPH, you're infuriating. Maguire grinned wickedly. So, you think that Hellblood demon can tell what we just did? Susan snorted and turned her head away. Soon, they arrived beneath a high-rise. Looking up at the building, Maguire realized Susan's finances probably weren't great. Places like this were what junior white-collar workers rented. Not going to invite me up, he asked. Susan rolled her eyes. How about no, you rogue, who knows what you'd try to do? She popped the door and stepped out. Watching her graceful back, Maguire thought, so this is the sour-sweet taste of love. He had to admit, being with Susan felt completely different from being with Gwen. Gwen was gentle, virtuous, calm. Susan, though, was sweet, cute, even a little silly. Still, he understood now, Susan had fallen for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let him get that close just now. As for why, probably because of that night. Turned out Susan was very conservative. Washington. SHIELD headquarters. One-eyed Nick Fury stared grimly at the image on the screen. On it, Maguire was wreathed in thunder, taking on his god of thunder form. Natasha, Dr. Banner, Hawkeye, and General Ross all looked on in shock. This guy can even wield lightning. And that hammer, it's the legendary Mjolnir. That man named Thor is really the god of thunder, so Asgard truly exists. Then the Allfather Odin must be real too. Hearing Fury's words, everyone fell silent. Maguire's power was hard to process. If none of you have anything to add, Fury said, then you're dismissed. Grateful for the reprieve, the group filed out. Next, see if Tony Stark can develop armor that can counter Maguire. New York. Inside Stark Tower. Iron Man, Tony, and Pepper Potts stared at the holographic screen, which was replaying Maguire's God of Thunder form. Tony shot to his feet. Geez, this is insane. The guy can use lightning now. How am I supposed to build anti-Maguire armor when he gets new powers faster than I can prototype? How am I supposed to play this game? Don't rush it, Tony, Pepper said. Honestly, I don't think Director Fury is necessarily right. The Hellblood demon hasn't gone on a killing spree. That means he isn't some mindless butcher. We don't need to be so paranoid. Tony exhaled. I can't afford to rush, but I also don't believe his power is limitless. The next day, at the Spider Alliance headquarters, inside the Spider Tower. Garfield, Holland, and Harry were already gathered there. Maguire's figure approached from afar. Chapter 123. Seeing Maguire walking toward them, Garfield, Holland, and Harry could barely contain their excitement. Ever since yesterday, when Maguire handed them 3 devil fruits, they'd been completely captivated by the power of those fruits. Maguire stopped in front of them and said, "So, you've had time to get familiar with them." "I have," Garfield blurted, thrilled. "These devil fruits are insane. I almost feel like my spider powers don't even matter anymore." Maguire nodded. "Then today I'll give you a primer on how to develop them." He turned to Garfield. "Magma fruit, you can launch pillars of magma straight into the sky, then guide those pillars back down to strike the ground. With friction and gravity both working for you, the destructive force is way bigger. That move is called Meteor Volcano. The magma fruit can be used like this too." Maguire went on, outlining the broad development directions for all 3 fruits. The 3 listened, feeling they'd learned a ton. "Once you develop your fruits far enough," Maguire continued, "you'll gain something called elementalization. You can turn your whole body into your element, not only to unleash terrifying attacks, but to become immune to almost all attacks. Of course, counters can still hurt you. Magma and ice, for example, directly oppose each other." "What? We can elementalize, turn our whole bodies into elements?" One of them gasped. "Maguire, when you turn into that giant of thunder, is that elementalization too?" Seeing their excitement, Maguire nodded. "If you push your devil fruits hard enough, even transforming into a giant isn't out of the question." "Haha, that's awesome. Becoming a giant would be epic." "I'm thinking your Spider Duo title won't really fit anymore," Maguire added. "How about Lava Spider and Flash Spider?" "Since we've got new powers anyway, the Spider-Man label doesn't matter so much," Harry said. "I'm thinking I'll call myself the Ice Hellblood Demon. Kinda fitting, right?" Yes, Harry had clearly been infected by the legend of the Hellblood Demon. Magma Hellblood Demon and Light Hellblood Demon wouldn't be bad names either. Someone laughed. Just then Maguire's phone rang. It was Natasha. Natasha hadn't reached out in a long time. Why now? He picked up, her familiar voice came through. Got time, I'm in New York, can we meet? No problem, I'll come get you, Maguire said, then turned to the trio. Don't rush off to play hero. Focus on developing your devil fruits. The three nodded, and Maguire headed out. Soon he reached the spot he and Natasha had agreed on, the pizzeria where he'd once run into the Hulk. He walked in. Natasha was at a table by the window. Grinning, he strolled over. What's this? Missed me after so long. Natasha, unfazed by his clowning, spoke seriously. We've known each other a while, Maguire. I have a question, and I want a straight answer. Seeing her uncharacteristically earnest face, Maguire nodded. Ask. You and I aren't exactly strangers. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Of course, if she asked where his superpowers came from, he'd have to dodge it. Being a devil fruit user and all, that wasn't exactly a small problem. All right, Natasha said. Then tell me, why are your powers so overwhelming, or rather, how do you intend to treat this world? Maguire smiled. From that, he understood what she meant. Looks like S.H.I.E.L.D. is on guard because of me. That's why she's asking. He sipped his coffee and said slowly, Me? I don't have some grand dream, no interest in ruling the world. I just want to live how I want and be happy every day. As for great ambitions, they can take a hike. Carpe diem, that's my attitude. Got it, Natasha said, and stood as if to leave. Since you've come all this way, Maguire said with a wicked smile, don't go just yet. She shot him a long, slow side-eye. The next morning, sunlight spilled across the wide bed. Natasha's silhouette was already gone. Maguire looked out toward the sky. If I'm this strong already, what should I be aiming for? A thought flashed across his mind. I could conquer the vast ocean of stars. Chapter 124. Maguire rose slowly, got dressed, and headed out the door. At the same time, inside a S.H.I.E.L.D. research facility, a blue cube was pulsing with a faint azure glow. Several figures stood around it. One of them was S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury. The blue cube placed here was the Tesseract. A man in a white lab coat spoke up. Director Fury, the energy contained in this thing is, frankly, terrifying. Fury nodded. Ever since traces of the Thunder God's hammer were found in New Mexico, it had been clear that Asgard truly existed. And more than a decade ago, Fury had already learned that humanity was not alone beneath the vast starry sky. In recent times especially, superhumans had been emerging on Earth in wave after wave. The undercurrents were surging. Which was why developing more powerful weapons had become S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top priority. Fury glanced at Dr. Selvig, ready to say more, when the Tesseract suddenly flared with violent light. When the glare faded, a figure stood before them in a green robe and a horned helm. Loki. His sudden appearance sent the researchers into a panic. Several trained agents yanked pistols from their belts. Under their disbelieving gazes, the bullets passed straight through Loki's body. An instant later, another Loki appeared to the side. The scepter in his hand loosed a blast of blue energy, and several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents went down for good. The next instant, Loki's silhouette was in front of Hawkeye. He tapped the scepter to Clint's chest. I have a feeling, you'll follow me, Loki said with disdain. A faint blue light flickered in Clint's eyes. He went rigid. In the shadows, Nick Fury quietly took aim at Loki, ready to ambush him, when Clint loosed a specially made arrow straight at Fury. Fury dove aside as the arrow detonated, barely escaping the blast, worthy of the Spymaster moniker. By then Loki had already used the same method to enthrall Dr. Eric Selvig. He glanced at Clint. Our goal's achieved. We're leaving. Meanwhile, our Maguire was driving his Bugatti toward Holland's house. A call had pulled him out of his place moments ago, not from Holland, but from Holland's Aunt May. Peter had gone to his friend Ned's place today, so Aunt May had prepared a hearty dinner and specially invited Maguire over as her guest. Maguire smiled to himself. Tonight we're definitely going to enjoy something good. He arrived at Holland's doorstep and knocked. The door swung open, and the sight before him made his eyes light up. Aunt May in a black lace dress paired with wine-colored heels. Under the warm lights, she looked even more alluring. A few teasing glimpses of scenery made the view irresistible. It was clearly the first time she'd worn something this bold in front of a young man she liked. A blush spread over her face. She was stunning. "Hurry in," she said shyly. "I made a lot of dishes." "You're gorgeous tonight," Maguire said with a grin. "You outshine the scattered stars and the clear moon itself." Her blush deepened, and they moved to the dining table. Several beautifully prepared dishes were set out in perfect order, as if tempting them to dig in at once. The meal was inviting, and so was the company. They sat. Aunt May looked at the young man who had tangled up her heart and spoke softly. "Maguire, I really like you, but I know there's an age gap between us. I know when you went traveling with Holland last time there was a girl named Gwen. She must like you a lot, maybe you like her too. I can understand. For someone like you, these things aren't unusual. I only hope there's a place for me in your heart. I don't dare ask for more. Can you tell me? Have you truly fallen for me?" In the next second, Maguire was at her side. His strong arms lifted her, and he carried her upstairs to her room. Moonlight shone bright outside the window. Inside, the delicacies on the table were just as tempting, but neither of tonight's leads wanted to eat them. The feast was left to grow cold. 2 hours later, even Maguire couldn't help thinking, I didn't expect that, at Aunt May's age, she'd still be untouched. No wonder she was so shy and clumsy. Aunt May's eyes shone like autumn water. "I'm afraid you won't accept me." "I do," Maguire said with a gentle nod. She rose slowly, brows knitting for a moment. After all, Maguire's strength was godlike now. His power had soared on every front. "Get some rest, May," he said tenderly. She shot him a sultry side-eye. "Shameless, you don't know the first thing about pitying fragrant jade." It was only 10 o'clock. The night was long, with many things left to do. For some reason, even the moon hid behind the clouds. Perhaps it, too, felt shy tonight. Chapter 125. Early the next morning, 7:00 a.m. Maguire rose slowly. Aunt May was still lost in sweet dreams. He dressed, moved on tiptoe, and slipped out of Holland's house. Moments after he left, Aunt May on the bed blinked open her sleepy eyes. What a bad boy. Meanwhile, at a hidden shield base, a vast hangar held 3 colossal constructs. They're in development helicarriers. Nick Fury's figure approached from the distance. The agent in charge of the helicarrier program, Agent Hill, hurried up to meet him. Seeing Fury's grim face, Hill asked, "What happened, Director Fury?" Fury glanced around and said nothing until they were inside an office. His voice was low and heavy. "War has begun." "What exactly happened?" Hill pressed. Fury quickly explained that the Tesseract had been stolen by a sudden intruder, Loki, and that Hawkeye had been mind-controlled. Hill's expression hardened. "Given his attire, he's likely from Asgard," Fury said. "So this may be an Asgard-sanctioned operation. We have to be ready to go to war with Asgard. Accelerate construction on the 3 helicarriers." Fury departed. An hour later, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the director's office was packed. Tony Stark, General Ross, Dr. Banner, and Black Widow Natasha sat waiting, wearing various shades of confusion. The door opened. A man in a blue and white uniform walked in. Everyone stared, stunned. A single name flashed through their minds: Captain America. The legend who once saved the United States was known to nearly all. Seeing him appear so suddenly left them incredulous. Fury entered behind him. "I don't need to introduce the captain, do I?" Natasha's eyes showed frank respect. Tony, however, drawled, "You dragged us all here for what, Fury? If it's nothing, I'm leaving." Steve Rogers frowned, but held his tongue. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been developing a project that could provide a vast new energy source and push science forward, Fury said. Yesterday, it was stolen by an unexpected visitor. The room stiffened. "Judging from his getup," Fury went on, "he's almost certainly from Asgard, which means war between humanity and Asgard is on the table." The seriousness sank in. "If it really comes to a large-scale fight with Asgard," Tony said, "we should consider whether to inform the Spider Alliance." Fury had already filled Steve in on the Avengers present, but not on the Spider Alliance. Steve spoke up. "If it's going to be a full-scale war, we have to unite every force we can. Lately, the Spider Alliance has been unusual. Spider-Man hasn't appeared publicly in a long time, and they've established their own tower and headquarters. Oscorp Industries and the Fisk Group are both subsidiaries of the Spider Alliance. Their strength is already frightening. Furthermore, not long ago, their core members all went to Asgard. It's very likely they've established contact there. So it's entirely possible the Spider Alliance is already allied with Asgard. Tony cut in. Steve then asked, puzzled, Director Fury, who is this Hellblood demon? Fury sighed. To be precise, I don't think he's human at all. He feels like a true spirit. On the big screen, footage began to play. At Oscorp Tower, Maguire single-handedly slaughtering hundreds in a lizardman army. A 4.1-second execution of a giant lizard and a giant scorpion. On the streets of New York, one blow felling the abomination. In outer space, elementalizing, taking on his god of thunder form, descending like a spirit to shatter heaven and earth. In New Mexico, thunder roared as he assumed the thunder god shape, the sky itself changing color. Everyone gaped, a single thought flashing through their minds. Can we really win against someone like that? Steve's brows knit in thought. He's beyond anything we imagined, but from these clips, he's protecting civilians. His methods are brutal, yes, but... Chapter 126. Hearing Captain Steve's words, everyone fell into thoughtful silence. Yeah, the captain's right. The Hellblood demon's methods are vicious and hard to stomach, and he acts outrageously, but he's never slaughtered civilians. At that moment, Captain Steve looked to Nick Fury and spoke. He would go. The room erupted in shock. What? Captain, you're going yourself. Do you not understand how terrifying the Hellblood demon is? If you say the wrong thing and he slaps you into next week, you'll need to be rebuilt from scratch. Tony shot Steve a wicked grin. Honestly, the captain's the perfect pick for this. Righteous words on his lips, Tony was cackling inside. Steve, go sample one of the Hellblood demon's famous slaps for us. Captain, the Hellblood demon is extremely difficult to deal with, someone added. I'm afraid if you go, something might happen. Steve smiled faintly. Director, the moment I put on a uniform, I put life and death aside. Even if the worst happens, we'll at least learn more about the Hellblood demon, and I'll have merely died sooner rather than later. The important thing is buying time for everyone else. A respectful hush settled over the room. Nick Fury finally sighed. Since you've decided, I'll give you the Hellblood demon's address. He also has an uncle and an aunt. Steve nodded and left. By noon, Maguire was at home wrapping dumplings for Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Ever since the last time, pork with scallion, and a vegetarian three-delicacy filling, they'd become die-hard fans of Chinese food. The doorbell rang. A moment later, Uncle Ben's puzzled voice drifted over. You are. Hello, sir, I'm Peter's friend. I'm here to see him. Come in, come in. Peter's wrapping dumplings. Stay for lunch with us. Is it Harry or Garfield? Maguire called from the kitchen. Hello, it's me. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Maguire turned and froze. The captain, Steve Rogers, what's he doing here? He didn't want Uncle Ben and Aunt May learning who he really was. Hopefully Steve wouldn't say anything he shouldn't. Do you need me for something? Maguire said evenly. Let's talk upstairs. Steve nodded. They went up. Maguire's gaze went cool. Are you here on behalf of the Avengers? No, just on my own behalf. Sit, Maguire said with a faint smile. How long have you been keeping tabs on me? A month, Steve answered, taking a seat. I came to tell you something. No need, Maguire replied. I already know, the cosmic cube was stolen, right? Steve startled. How does he know that? Is he really a spirit? He quickly steadied himself. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. suspects it's tied to Asgard. A war between humanity and Asgard is possible. Maguire couldn't help laughing. Ha, that's what Fury thinks. Asgard go to war with humans? He really doesn't understand Asgard. Steve nodded slightly. In that case, I have nothing else. Then go, I won't see you out, Maguire said, dismissive. Steve took no offense. He turned to leave, and Maguire followed, no need to act too strange in front of his family. Downstairs, Aunt May had already boiled the dumplings and set them on the table. Seeing the two come down, warm-hearted Aunt May waved them over. Dinner's ready, come eat. What's your name, by the way? The dumplings Peter wrapped are fantastic. Try them. Steve was about to refuse when Maguire shot him a look. Given he was a friend, Skipping the meal would only sour Uncle Ben and Aunt May, so Steve sat. Urged on by Aunt May, he scooped up a dumpling with a spoon and popped it into his mouth. His eyes lit. This kind of food is incredible. After the meal, Steve said polite goodbyes to Uncle Ben and Aunt May and left McGuire's home. Thousands of kilometers away, in the boundless Pacific, a colossal shape cruised beneath the waves, blue light pulsing along its back as it headed toward the United States. An hour later, Steve returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the Triskelion. The Avengers had waited for his return. The door opened, Steve walked in, and Tony looked him over from every angle, muttering under his breath, not even red. Chapter 127. Nick Fury looked at Steve and asked, "Captain, how did it go?" "Facing everyone," Steve said. "I don't think the Hellblood demon is as terrifying as you say. I just met his uncle and aunt. From the way he treats them, it's clear that although he's incredibly powerful, he doesn't see himself as some god above all." The others nodded, expressions mixed. Just then the phone on Fury's desk rang. He picked up. "Director, something's happened. In a plaza in Paris, that guy in green showed up again." Everyone's face tightened. An instant later, the hollow screen showed the scene at the Paris square. A figure in green armor, Loki, standing with scepter in hand, looking down at the crowd in disdain. Fury immediately ordered the team to move out and capture Loki. Meanwhile, our Maguire had arrived at the Spider Tower. In the training arena, 3 terrifying auras weaved and crashed, biting cold, searing magma, and flickers of golden light across the air. A Flash and Maguire appeared in the arena. "Not bad, you managed elementalization in such a short time." With physiques far beyond ordinary, Garfield, Holland, and Harry didn't need long to unlock elementalization. The 3 looked at Maguire, exhilarated. The ever-lively Garfield burst out. "Maguire, elementalization is insane. I really feel like some kind of spirit." "That freedom to change at will and control ice," another started. "All right, don't get carried away," Maguire cut in. "You'll have your chance to shine very soon." The 3 dropped elementalization and came over. Harry asked calmly, "What happened?" "If I'm not wrong," Maguire said, "aliens will invade Earth soon." "Aliens? You mean actual aliens? They're real." The 3 were stunned. "The universe is too big for there not to be aliens," Maguire said, deadpan. Harry pressed, "Where did you get this intel?" Maguire smiled, "Don't worry about that." Night fell. With no unexpected accidents, Loki's plan still succeeded. The unsuspecting Avengers captured him. But while they were transporting him back to S.H.I.E.L.D. by air, a streak of lightning crashed down onto the Quinjet. Thor, armored and thunder-wreathed, dropped in. Not knowing the whole story, the Avengers fought him on sight. Thankfully, under Captain Steve's mediation, they calmed enough to talk. The next day at noon, 10,000 meters up, a massive helicarrier hovered cloaked above the clouds. The Avengers were gathered aboard. Under the influence of the Mind Stone, Tony, already prideful, sniped at Steve's outdated ideas until the two exploded into a shouting match. Thor and General Ross, still sore over last night's scuffle, started arguing too. Right then, a craft appeared near the helicarrier. On its deck, a man in a black tactical suit, Hawkeye under Loki's control, drew his bow. An arrow screamed away and slammed into a helicarrier engine. A violent explosion tore through the airframe, sending the quarreling heroes flying. In his glass cell, Loki smiled, satisfied. Only then did the team realize someone had found the helicarrier's position and was here to break Loki out. They scrambled to locate the attackers. The blast slammed Dr. Banner to the deck. Black Widow Natasha fixed her eyes on him. His control over the Hulk was far from perfect, and a fright like this could force a transformation. Before her fearful gaze, Banner's body swelled. His skin flushed green. Natasha sprinted away as the Hulk erupted and charged after her, smashing everything in his path, until Thor intercepted him, hammer raised, and the two titans collided. Meanwhile, in New York, a blue pillar lanced skyward from the top of Stark Tower. Through the wormhole beyond, the dark void of deep space seethed with the Chitauri army. Dozens of massive biomechanical leviathans drifted closer to the gate, bearing down on the city. Chapter 128. Meanwhile, above a building in Washington, D.C., a blue pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky. A matching wormhole blossomed overhead. Citizens in both cities stared at the gaping rifts and panicked. My God, what is that? Is that a wormhole? Are aliens invading Earth? At the same time, aboard the helicarrier, under the combined efforts of General Ross and the God of Thunder Thor, the Hulk finally calmed and reverted to Dr. Banner. Just then, an urgent alert flashed across a nearby screen. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? While the others looked confused, Thor spoke up at once. It's Loki's scheme. I'm going to ask him to his face. He strode off. Nick Fury turned to the team. Tony, take General Ross and Natasha and get to New York. Captain, you and the Hulk head for Washington. Find out what's happening there. Thor reached Loki's holding area. Loki was already stepping out of the glass cell. Thor lunged, only for Loki's figure to blur. Thor charged straight into the cell himself. Glaring at the furious Thor, Loki sneered. This trick always works on you, brother. What are you trying to do? Thor growled. What's with that wormhole in the sky? Loki smiled. Do I owe you an explanation? Either way, Midgard will soon be mine. He turned and left. A few minutes later, Agent Coulson quietly approached, saw Thor trapped, and hurried to release him. Meanwhile, at the Spider Tower, Maguire and the others also spotted the wormhole high overhead. Seeing the feed on the hollow screen, Maguire's heart leapt. His evil value was about to jump in a huge wave. Then the display showed Washington, D.C. There was a wormhole there too. What's going on? Why are there two? He wondered. Looks like we'll have to split up. He turned to Garfield and the others. Garfield, Harry's control is steadier. You two stay in New York. There are a lot of aliens coming through that hole. Make sure you keep yourselves safe. Got it, they answered. Maguire looked to Holland. Holland, you and I are faster. We're heading for D.C. Holland nodded. Maguire didn't say that the main battleground for the Avengers would be New York, and he didn't want his hard-earned evil value getting divided up. After all, our Maguire is a thrifty, family-minded man. Two streaks of light flashed away. Maguire and Holland vanished from Garfield and Harry's sight. Over New York, Chitauri soldiers poured from the massive wormhole like a swarm, blotting out the sky. A Quinjet swept into the airspace. Natasha was aboard with a freed Hawkeye and General Ross. Tony had already arrived in the city. Staring up at the teeming Chitauri, everyone's faces tightened. There are too many, someone said. We have to find a way to destroy the wormhole. But for now, we need to stop these aliens. When the people downtown saw the Chitauri pouring out, they grasped the truth at once. Curiosity flipped to terror. They scattered and ran. Heavens, aliens really are invading Earth. Run, stay safe. General Ross leapt from the aircraft. Iron Man shot skyward. Shells and repulsor blasts ripped into the Chitauri in midair. Hawkeye and Natasha maneuvered the Quinjet to strafe the attackers. Then a colossal shape slid out of the rift, a biomechanical behemoth 100 meters long. A leviathan. Seeing the monster, New Yorkers fell into despair. What is that thing? It's enormous. The power of this alien civilization is terrifying. Can we really defend Earth? Where are the Avengers when we need them most? Where's the Hellblood demon? He could destroy these aliens, right? Not necessarily. Their numbers are insane. Worse followed. More Leviathans surged toward the city. My God, there are so many. We're only seeing 5. Who knows how many are behind them? Hulk, Iron Man, and the others were already in dire straits. The Chitauri couldn't match them one-on-one, but there were too many. More and more reached the ground. Just when all seemed hopeless, a figure swung in from afar, Garfield in his spider suit. He landed beside Iron Man. Where's the Hellblood demon? Tony demanded. Why isn't he out here fighting? Garfield answered him. As he spoke, Harry swept in on a goblin glider. Tony looked from one to the other and sighed. Even with you two, it won't be enough. There are too many enemies. Garfield smiled. Not necessarily. The next second, something that made Tony's jaw drop happened. Chapter 129. In the next second, right before Tony's disbelieving eyes, Garfield's forearms turned into magma. Searing flames roared up, warping the air. What ability is that? Tony blurted. And then something even crazier happened. Garfield's entire body shifted into living magma. He became a blazing, molten magma hellblood demon and shot into the sky. Tony stood there dumbfounded. What is even going on? Isn't he Spider-Man? How is he magma? Seeing Garfield enter elementalization, Harry followed suit, his whole body turned to biting ice. A thin frost sheeted over the ground around him. What is this, and who's this ice guy now? Tony sputtered. Harry ignored him and rocketed upward. Tony shook his stunned head and launched after them. Garfield and Harry hung in the air. In the distance, Red Hulk, General Ross, Natasha, Hawkeye and the others also spotted the two figures. One a furnace of heat that twisted the air, the other exuding killing cold, two demons of fire and ice standing in the sky. A figure of living flame streaked in Human Torch Johnny. As expected, the Fantastic Four had joined the fight. Down below, the Thing had already engaged a Leviathan behemoth, tangling with it head-on. His strength was a notch below the Hulk's, so bringing the monster down would take time. Garfield noticed the Leviathan wrestling with the Thing and arrowed toward it. The Thing heaved with all his might and stalled the behemoth, stalemate. Garfield arrived, looked at the hulking mass, and sneered. He recalled a move Maguire had taught him. Let this big oaf witness the terror of the magma hellblood demon. Heat howled off him as he blasted straight at the Leviathan. With a shout, Garfield bored through its skull. Molten rock seared through its body, melting the mechanical innards within. The beast let out a dying wail as Garfield burst from its head, and the Leviathan crashed to the street. Watching this, Human Torch's face twisted with a grieved disbelief. We're both guys who can go in head first. How are you that strong? Another Leviathan had locked up with Red Hulk. Harry tore across the sky toward it. Red Hulk hammered the behemoth and left it battered, but it still wouldn't fall. Then Harry arrived, elementalized into pure ice. He frowned, and from beneath his feet waves of cold rippled outward. The Leviathan's expression, impossibly, took on a human hint of fear, then its whole body flashed white and froze solid, plummeting like a glacier. The instant it struck the ground, the deep chill shattered it from the inside out into frozen rubble. Red Hulk stared stunned. Garfield and Harry surged toward the remaining Leviathans. Under their overwhelming power, the monsters didn't last long. They were wiped out one by one. The two then fixed their sights on the wormhole overhead. The Fantastic Four and Tony noticed them streaking upward and exchanged baffled looks. What are they trying to do? More and more Chitauri spilled from the portal. Garfield and Harry met each other's eyes. Come on, let's show these aliens what real terror looks like. Garfield thrust out both arms, fire detonated anew. Beside him, Harry swept his hand, conjuring countless spears of ice in the air. Full barrage. From Garfield's arms, a storm of colossal magma globes geysered skyward. Harry's ice lances rained alongside them, ripping into the Chitauri ranks above. The sky went dark beneath the deluge. On the ground, everyone could only gape. Terrifying, just like true spirits. Chapter 130. In an instant, countless magma globes and ice lances hammered the Chitauri around the portal, an apocalyptic tableau. Lava burst, ice shards fanned out. Before this overwhelming force of nature, the Chitauri were like clay chickens and straw dogs, crushed in a blink. Are they spirits sent by Asgard? But I've never heard of a fire god or an ice god from Asgard. How can there be monsters this terrifying on Earth? Meanwhile, Washington, D.C. From the black maw hanging in the sky, wave after wave of Chitauri plunged toward the city. Several Leviathan war beasts heaved through the portal, their titanic bodies swaying as they descended upon Earth. A Quinjet knifed into DC's airspace. Dr. Banner, there are too many of them. We need reinforcements. A figure dropped from above, the god of thunder, Thor. This is the critical moment. We must stand united. Thor, said the captain, eyes on the yawning portal and the endless Chitauri. Your attacks cover more ground. Get up near the gate and unleash lightning. Thin their numbers as much as possible. Thor nodded, swung Mjolnir and surged skyward. The captain glanced toward several Leviathans. Dr. Banner, those giant beasts are yours. No problem. Banner vaulted out of the Quinjet. By the time he hit the street, he was the Hulk, launching himself back up at the nearest Leviathan and swatting Chitauri from the air with raw power. On a nearby rooftop, Loki watched the Chitauri, countless as flies, flood the sky. A feverish grin spread across his face. Ha ha ha, I've done it. I'll be master of Earth, Earth's king. On the ground, the captain was mired in a brutal fight. Even with Thor lashing the swarm with thunder, the effect was limited. More and more Chitauri were overrunning DC. His brows knit. This is Washington. With so many civilians below, deploying large-area weapons is too costly. A face flashed in his mind. The Hellblood demon, why not call him? With his power, he could swing the battle. Then he reconsidered. There are portals over both New York and D.C. The Hellblood demon is probably already fighting in New York. Just then 2 streaks ripped the sky, a silver-white flare and a spear of gold. Maguire and Holland arrived from New York, and both were already elementalized. Frostbright radiance, dazzling gold. Thor recognized Maguire at a glance. With Mr. Maguire here, these enemies won't be a problem. The captain recognized him, too, though he stared, puzzled, at the golden figure beside him. A humanoid made entirely of light, a friend of the Hellblood demon. On a tower rooftop, Loki looked down at the two, scorn curling his lip. You think the 2 of you can stand against my vast army? Delusional. Maguire, eyes on the unending tide of Chitauri overhead, felt a thrill. So much evil value, jackpot. He glanced at Holland. Our cue, go. Holland nodded. In the next heartbeat, he became a golden star, flashing to the portal's rim. He looked coldly upon the Chitauri pouring from the gate. Feel the power of light. He turned into a blazing orb. Countless rays speared upward into the portal, weaving a radiant net across the sky. Chitauri soldiers were punched through mid-flight, hundreds at a time. Seeing the heavens alight, the captain and the god of thunder both gaped. Terrifying. Is he a spirit like Maguire? Light Hellblood demon. Maguire's gaze dropped to the Leviathans. A crooked smile bent his mouth. Come, let me show you what a fruit can really do. A thunderflash, Maguire appeared beside a Leviathan that the Hulk was pummeling. The Hulk glanced his way, instinctively uneasy. Cracked. A ringing slap from Maguire sent the Hulk hurtling into the sky. Chapter 131. Seeing what's happening in the distance, Captain America is completely stunned. What the hell is going on? He didn't even go for the enemy, and he just sent the Hulk flying. Obviously, right now Cap still has no idea what Maguire's style is like. Maguire glances at the Hulk, he just swatted away. Getting in my way. After all this time, you still haven't taken down a single Leviathan. What are you even good for? The next second, Maguire looks down at the Leviathan behemoth beneath him. His right fist clenches. A white orb of light suddenly condenses in Maguire's hand. The space around it simply can't withstand the immense power, letting out a strained, cracking sound as if it's about to shatter. In the next instant, Maguire hurls the orb straight at the Leviathan below. At this moment, the Leviathan's face actually shows a disturbingly human look of fear. But before it can even react, its colossal body is crushed by the terrifying impact and blows apart outright. The massive carcass sends waves of shock through the air, then turns into a rain of shredded flesh. Does he really need to fight like this? This is way too brutal. It's terrifying. Before the voice has even faded, Maguire's figure flashes next to another Leviathan. Once again, the same white orb of light. One punch out. A force that could crush mountains erupts in an instant. Yet another Leviathan explodes like a blood-red firework. That steel-like body is completely meaningless before the Quake fruit's terrifying penetrating power. In just a short while, Maguire repeats the process again and again, turning the Leviathans on the ground into nothing but scraps. At this moment, Thor and Holland are also working together, resisting the endless Chitauri soldiers pouring out of the wormhole and flying down toward the city. For the time being, they manage to hold back the Chitauri assault. The next second, a flash of lightning streaks past, and Maguire's figure appears high in the sky. He glances at Holland beside him and Thor off to the side, then says, "You two dare to go into that wormhole with me. Let's head in there and have a real war." Hearing Maguire's borderline insane idea, Thor and Holland are both startled, but their fighting spirit ignites. Thor immediately speaks up. "What's there to be afraid of? As long as Mr. Maguire dares to go, I'll definitely accompany you. Holland also nods at once. Yeah, let that bunch of freaks see how scary we really are. The next moment, 3 figures shoot straight toward the wormhole in the sky. Down on the ground, Captain America and all the civilians are utterly dumbfounded. Those 3 actually went straight into outer space. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a skyscraper, Loki is staring at what's happening in the sky, completely stunned. How can those guys be that terrifying? This is infuriating. But seeing that the tide has completely turned, Loki just slumps down on the rooftop in defeat. At the same time, thousands of miles away over New York, 2 godlike figures in the sky are launching fierce attacks toward the wormhole. Endless meteor-like volcanic blasts and dense ice lances quickly suppress the Chitauri charge. Garfield and Harry exchange a glance, then dive down toward the ground. By now, Iron Man and the others have already wiped out the remaining Chitauri soldiers on the streets. Garfield and Harry land in front of Iron Man's group. Looking at the familiar, yet somehow different Garfield in front of them, Black Widow Natasha and the others can hardly believe their eyes. Garfield, what's going on, and who's this next to you? Because she'd worked quite closely with Garfield before, Natasha is the first to ask. Garfield answers immediately. This is a member of our Spider Alliance, Harry Osborn. Hearing that, Natasha quickly asks, then where did Hellblood Demon go? Harry, who's more observant, speaks up at once. Just now, when we were up in the sky, we saw 3 streaks of light appear out in space. If nothing unexpected happened, Hellblood Demon and Holland have already gone up there into space. As for Garfield and me, our devil fruit powers would be heavily restricted in outer space, so we didn't follow them up. Hearing this, everyone around them is shocked. Ordinary flesh and blood, able to survive directly in space, that's way too terrifying. No, at this point, Maguire and Holland, and even Garfield and Harry standing right here, have already gone beyond the definition of human. They're gods walking the earth. Meanwhile, on the Pacific coast not far from New York, the sea suddenly heaves with violent waves. Tourists vacationing nearby are alarmed by the sudden towering surf, panic written all over their faces. The next second, something that drives their fear to the extreme happens. A row of black dorsal plates suddenly emerges from the surface of the sea. Just the visible plates are nearly 10 meters high. Then the seawater around those plates surges outward in all directions as an enormous figure rises into view. Its silhouette is like some primordial tyrannosaur, over 100 meters tall. A massive tail trails behind it, and its entire body shimmers with a dark aura, brimming with a terrifying power. It's actually the king of monsters, Godzilla. The next moment, Godzilla heaves its colossal body around and starts moving toward New York. At the same time, out in space, 3 streaks of light shoot out of the wormhole. It's Maguire and the other 2. They've already stepped into the vacuum of outer space. Staring at the endless masses of Chitauri soldiers and Leviathan war beasts ahead of them, a feral grin creeps onto Maguire's face. Come on, let this bunch of guys experience just how terrifying we are. Elementalization, giant god form. In the next instant, Maguire's body starts to swell continuously. In no time at all, a several 100-meter-tall elemental god is standing in the void of space. Even though the god of thunder, Thor, has seen this form before, seeing it again still leaves him deeply shaken. Elementalization, giant of light form. Holland's entire body turns into golden light, and a giant of light over 100 meters tall appears in front of Thor. Standing before these 2 colossal beings, the god of thunder suddenly feels just how small he is. Are you kidding me? Am I supposed to be the god here, or are the 2 of you the gods? Chapter 132. Garfield and Holland didn't pay any attention to Thor beside them. They shot straight toward the Chitauri Legion in space, unleashing a barrage as they went. Even though both of their bodies were enormous now, it didn't affect their speed in the slightest. After all, in theory, both of their devil fruit abilities could reach the speed of light. Seeing the 2 colossal giants suddenly appear in the void of space, the Chitauri commander and all the soldiers stared in horrified disbelief. Dear God, what are those things? I've never seen this kind of life form before. What a terrifying presence. Blue Star is supposed to be a backward planet. How can it have beings this horrifying? But in the very next second, the two elemental giants moved at a speed too fast for the eye to follow, plunging right into the middle of the Chitauri Legion. Endless shockwaves erupted out of thin air, blasting out in all directions. Countless beams of light also lanced out from the body of the Giant of Light, streaking toward the surrounding space warships. Explosions bloomed one after another in the dark of space. Under the terrifying onslaught of the two, the Chitauri Legion were like lambs led to the slaughter, utterly incapable of resisting. Inside one enormous warship, the commander of this Chitauri operation stared grimly at the two elemental giants rampaging in the distance. He then turned to the soldiers around him and barked. "Fire, open fire, their bodies might be huge." At his order, the main cannons of several nearby space warships all locked onto the two giants. In the next moment, torrents of laser fire roared toward the two elemental giants in the distance. Meanwhile, Thor, who was off a ways away wiping out the stragglers, noticed the lasers streaking through space toward Maguire and the others. An anxious look flashed across his face. Even though they've turned into those giant forms, and their power and destructive force have skyrocketed, their weakness is just as obvious. Those massive bodies are basically the biggest targets you could ask for. The next second, the streams of laser fire slammed directly into Garfield and Maguire as they continued their massacre. As the blasts engulfed them, the warship commander's face lit up with excitement. "Keep firing, there's no way those two can dodge our attacks." They actually dared to come challenge our entire legion with just the two of them. I'd say they're tired of living. With the commander's orders, the bombardment from the ships grew even denser. A dense web of lasers shot out again, raining down on the two in the distance. Maguire took one look at the lasers flying toward him and snorted in open disdain. This kind of attack doesn't do a thing to a Logia-type devil fruit user. But for Holland, who has the Flash fruit, it actually works great. It's just more energy for him. This kind of light element attack, for Holland, who can freely control light itself, is nothing more than constant logistical resupply. The warships kept pouring fire at Maguire and Holland, lasers streaking endlessly across the void. Not far away, Thor was so anxious he could hardly stand it, but more and more Chitauri soldiers were swarming around him. No matter how much he wanted to rush over and destroy those warships, he simply couldn't break away. A few minutes later, on board the massive flagship, a Chitauri soldier turned to the commander. "Sir, the bombardment has already been going on for several minutes, but..." Hearing that, the commander hurriedly looked back out into space. Maguire was still unleashing quake attacks, without the slightest sign of weakening. And when the commander looked at the Giant of Light beside him, he couldn't help showing a confused expression. "Why do I feel like that guy's gotten even bigger than before?" Only at that moment did the commander finally realize the truth. The warship's laser attacks were doing absolutely nothing to these two giants. By now, the Chitauri Legion had already been slaughtered by Maguire's trio until barely half remained. Seeing this, the commander hastily shouted, "Retreat, those two are too terrifying, we're no match for them at all." At his order, the few remaining warships immediately began to pull back. Maguire noticed their movement at once. He turned into a gigantic quake wave and shot toward the retreating Chitauri warships in the distance. In just a single second, he seemed to ignore distance altogether and appeared right beside the fleeing ships. Maguire gave a small grin. "Trying to run, did you even ask for my opinion?" The next moment, countless quakes coiled around his body. A colossal pillar of seismic force blasted out from him, slamming into the cluster of space warships not far away. A series of violent explosions blossomed in the dark of space. A few minutes later, the Chitauri Legion that had invaded this time had been completely wiped out by Maguire and the other two. At the same time, down on Blue Star in New York City, Iron Man and the others were busy cleaning up the battlefield. Black Widow Natasha was also rushing around dealing with the aftermath. Dozens of kilometers away, on a small town by the coast, a gigantic shadow had appeared. It was the king of monsters, already come ashore from the sea, Godzilla. At that moment, in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, aboard the helicarrier, Nick Fury stared in shock at the image on the holographic screen in front of him. On the screen, clear as day, was Godzilla striding toward New York. What the hell is that thing? How did a monster like that suddenly show up here? Not long after, the military also picked up the gigantic creature on their systems. They immediately scrambled several squadrons of supersonic fighter jets to fly toward Godzilla's position. At the same time, Nick Fury ordered the helicarrier to head for the target zone at full speed. In no time, the fighters had arrived in front of Godzilla. Having received clearance to fire, the pilots wasted no time. They launched the heavy ordnance they were carrying straight at the towering monster ahead. Several shells, each trailing a long tongue of fire, streaked toward Godzilla in the distance. Deafening explosions boomed as raging fireballs blossomed across Godzilla's torso. From inside their cockpits, the fighter pilots stared nervously at the massive silhouette in the distance. When the smoke finally dispersed, a thunderous roar split the sky. Godzilla's colossal body stood there completely unscathed. But that little bit of pain had clearly pissed him off. His massive tail slammed furiously into the ground. The next second, the dorsal fins along Godzilla's back suddenly began to glow with a pulsing blue light. Chapter 133. The next second, the dorsal plates on Godzilla's back suddenly burst into blue light, a glowing line of energy running all the way up to the top of his head. In the fighter jets overhead, all the pilots stared at Godzilla in confusion. Suddenly, Godzilla's massive jaws yawned open. A lance of blue energy shot out from his blood-filled maw, streaking straight toward the jets in the sky. Its target, those very same fighters. It was Godzilla's special move, atomic breath. The speed of the atomic breath was far beyond what the jets could ever react to. Even though the pilots in the air did everything they could to dodge, two of the fighters were still struck by the beam and exploded midair. Seeing that terrifying scene, Godzilla, however, seemed to have little interest in the two iron birds in the sky. He just kept lumbering forward on his own, heading straight for New York. Very soon, Godzilla was getting closer and closer to the city. High above, a gigantic helicarrier appeared amid the clouds. Nick Fury stared at the enormous creature on the holographic screen, his face dark. Where the hell did this monster crawl out from? We absolutely cannot let it reach downtown New York. Launch an immediate attack. At his order, all the high-end weapon systems on the helicarrier locked onto the king of monsters below, Godzilla. The next instant, round after round of shells blasted out from the helicarrier, raining down toward Godzilla beneath them. Explosions thundered through the clouds as shell after shell slammed directly into Godzilla. Seeing this, the agents aboard the helicarrier let out excited cheers. Only director Nick Fury, looking at the situation below, frowned even deeper. A heartbeat later, a horrifying roar split the sky. When the smoke cleared, Godzilla's figure reappeared in Fury's field of view. That entire wave of artillery fire hadn't managed to injure Godzilla at all. On the contrary, it only provoked his wrath. Once again, the dorsal plates on Godzilla's back began to pulse with blue light. Inside the helicarrier, an agent hurriedly turned to Fury. "Director, we've detected a violent energy fluctuation inside the monster's body. It's very likely it's charging up some kind of devastating attack." Nick Fury could already smell the danger. He immediately gave the order. "Get this helicarrier climbing now. And activate the cloaking system fast." At the director's command, the agents moved at once. A moment later, the massive helicarrier surged upward into the higher atmosphere. The camouflage panels on its underside deployed at the same time. Very quickly, the helicarrier blended in completely with the blue sky and white clouds around it. Right then, the king of monsters below, Godzilla, finished charging up. He looked up, only to find that the helicarrier above had suddenly vanished. A hint of confusion flashed through Godzilla's eyes. The blue light on his dorsal plates gradually faded, and he simply continued trudging toward New York. On the helicarrier, Nick Fury hurried to contact Natasha and the others who were still cleaning up the battlefield in New York. By now, Godzilla had already reached the outskirts of the city. In the center of New York, Natasha's comm device suddenly crackled with Fury's voice. "Natasha, there's a giant monster over 100 meters tall heading straight for downtown New York. This thing is unbelievably dangerous. The military has already tried every weapon short of doomsday-level ordnance. And nothing has been able to hurt it. You all need to find a way to stop it, no matter what." Hearing this, Natasha immediately understood how serious the situation was. She quickly called in Iron Man Tony and the others nearby. Before long, Red Hulk General Ross, Iron Man, Garfield, Harry, Hawkeye Barton, and the rest had all gathered in front of her. Natasha briefed everyone on what was happening from beginning to end. When they finished listening, everyone's expression changed. How could something that terrifying just show up out of nowhere? Even the helicarrier's weapons couldn't so much as scratch it. You had to know, the helicarrier's weapon system was designed by Iron Man Tony himself. Just then, Tony's voice came from above. "Look, that monster is about to hit downtown New York." Hearing Tony, everyone quickly looked off into the distance. There, the king of monsters, Godzilla, over 100 meters tall, was stomping straight toward them. The group exchanged glances. In the next second, all of them sprang into action, charging toward Godzilla. Garfield and Harry also shared a look, then immediately shifted into their elemental forms and flew toward Godzilla in the distance. Staring at the colossal body in front of him, Garfield let out a cold snort. "It's just an oversized dinosaur. Let's see how you handle molten lava." The next moment, Garfield's entire body turned into magma, transforming into a blazing pillar of fire as he slammed himself toward Godzilla. It was his signature technique. By the time everyone else arrived, Garfield had already unleashed Netherhound. They all watched with bated breath. They'd seen it before. Garfield's Netherhound had punched straight through a Chitauri Leviathan's massive body. But in the very next instant, something happened that none of them could believe. The pillar of fire struck Godzilla's body. A burst of white steam rose up, carrying a choking stench. Then the pillar of fire recoiled as if it had hit solid steel, shrinking back and reforming into Garfield's human shape. Godzilla let out an enraged roar, his huge eyes locking onto Garfield and the others in front of him. On his enormous body, there was only a pit about 3 meters across where the magma attack had landed. Compared to Godzilla's colossal size, it was basically nothing more than a scratch. Garfield was completely stunned. This thing's defense is way too insane. At that, Red Hulk, General Ross, suddenly leapt into the air. In a single bound, he reached Godzilla's head height and drove a punch straight into the monster. The blow landed solidly, a punch with force calculated in the tens of thousands of tons. Yet Godzilla didn't budge an inch. He didn't even sway. Everyone's faces turned grim. This gigantic monster is on a completely different level from those Leviathan war beasts. Chapter 134. "Let me try," Harry said from the side. "Let's see if I can pin him down." As soon as he finished, Harry went fully elemental. Bone-deep cold surged off his body. In his elemental state, Harry flew straight toward Godzilla in the distance and dropped down onto the monster's massive torso. Ice Age. Harry unleashed his strongest move without holding anything back. In an instant, endless frost spread out from beneath his feet, racing across Godzilla's body in all directions. In just a few seconds, Godzilla's entire form was encased in terrifying, absolute ice. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help themselves. "Awesome, Harry, that move is insane." He actually froze that gigantic monster solid. Garfield hurriedly added, "Looks like this guy's resistance to fire is ridiculously high, but he still can't completely shrug off ice." The Godzilla that had been frozen stiff suddenly began steaming, white vapor rising thickly from its body. The ice covering him started to crack apart inch by inch. Iron Man Tony and the others stared at Godzilla in horror. In the blink of an eye, all the massive ice that had buried Godzilla's entire body shattered and fell away. A deafening roar shook the sky. Under the terrifying heat churning inside Godzilla, trying to freeze him solid was basically impossible. And now, Godzilla was clearly furious at Garfield and Harry for hitting him one after another. The blue glow along the dorsal plates on his back began to pulse again. Inside the Iron Man armor, Jarvis spoke quickly. Mr. Stark, detecting an intense energy reaction inside the giant lifeform ahead. Recommend immediate retreat. Tony snapped back. Jarvis analyzed the energy output. When he heard that terrifying figure from Jarvis, Iron Man yelled toward the others in front of him. Run, that monster's about to unleash a devastating energy blast. Hearing this, Garfield and the others immediately scattered to the sides. Down below, Godzilla had already opened his enormous jaws. A blinding blue light gathered within his mouth. The next second, a colossal pillar of blue energy blasted toward downtown New York. The terrifying beam tore through everything in its path, annihilating every building along its trajectory. When the light finally faded, Iron Man, Garfield and the rest stared in horror at the sight before them. On the ground, a vacuum strip several kilometers long and dozens of meters wide had appeared. Everything within it had been vaporized, leaving only a charred black scar etched into the earth. Seeing this, everyone was plunged into despair. What kind of nightmare did this thing crawl out of? Iron Man quickly turned to Garfield. This is impossible. Where's Hellblood Demon? A monster on this level is way beyond what we can handle. Garfield could only give a bitter, speechless smile. Hellblood Demon already went into outer space with Thor and the others. We've got no way to contact them. Hearing that, everyone's expressions grew even darker. Garfield and Harry exchanged a look. At this point, we've got no choice but to use that move. Hearing them say that, the others watched in shock as the two immediately shifted into elemental form again. Endless magma and freezing power exploded out from their bodies. Right before everyone's disbelieving eyes, two terrifying giants nearly 100 meters tall appeared. One was a giant forged entirely of molten rock. Everything beneath his feet was instantly vaporized. The other giant was wreathed in biting, murderous cold, his whole body built of ice. The ground under his feet froze solid into a sheet of ice the moment he stepped. They can still do this. What incredible power, and what massive bodies. Now in their giant forms, Garfield and Harry looked at each other, their enormous faces showing unmistakable excitement. Truth was, the two of them had been training their elementalization nonstop lately. But they'd never completely mastered scaling their elements into full giant forms. Only under the crushing pressure of Godzilla had they finally forced this ability out. Godzilla had already noticed the two giants that had suddenly appeared. He lumbered forward, heading straight for Garfield and Harry. Their fighting spirit surged in response, and they charged right back at Godzilla. Very quickly, the three behemoths were tangled together in a brutal melee. Garfield's magma-wreathed head smashed forward, ramming straight into Godzilla. Seeing the opening, Harry swung his own massive, ice-covered head toward Godzilla as well. Boom! Garfield's head slammed into Godzilla's body, making the monster's massive frame rock slightly. Then Godzilla twisted, and his huge tail whipped around, smashing directly into Harry's body. With a series of cracking sounds, deep fissures split across Harry's giant ice form. The next second, Godzilla suddenly lowered his head and charged, ramming Garfield hard and slamming him down into the ground. Chunks of molten rock broke off Garfield's giant body, tumbling away in slabs. Behind them, Godzilla's dorsal plates once again began to glow with blue light. Seeing that, Harry roared. If we keep fighting like this, we're just going to make things worse. We need to drop these forms now. On the ground, Red Hulk General Ross and the others stared at Godzilla in horror. This thing is beyond insane. Even with Garfield and Harry in those gigantic forms, they still can't beat it. Garfield and Harry immediately released their giant elemental forms and reverted to normal. Losing his immediate targets, Godzilla's dorsal glow faded away. He simply resumed his thunderous march toward downtown New York. Watching this, everyone was utterly crushed. How are we supposed to stop a monster like this? Chapter 135. All of them stared in utter despair at the king of monsters, Godzilla, looming in the distance. It was as if something were guiding Godzilla, driving him straight toward the heart of New York City. Godzilla hauled his colossal body forward, step by step, continuing his relentless advance. Iron Man Tony spoke up, his voice tight with urgency. Even if we can't beat this thing, we've got to do everything we can to at least slow it down. Hearing that, a look of grim resolve appeared on everyone's faces. In truth, they were all asking themselves the same question in their hearts. Was Hellblood Demon really guaranteed to beat a monster like this? The power Godzilla had shown just moments ago was enough to plunge anyone into despair. But for the tens of millions of civilians in New York, they had no other choice. The next second, attacks rained out from every direction, all blasting toward Godzilla. He had already reached the city limits. Every step he took came with the collapse of yet another cluster of buildings. Because they'd seen just how terrifying Godzilla's atomic breath was, no one dared to get too close. All they could do was buy whatever time they could and try to slow his march. The people of New York looked on in hopeless terror at Godzilla drawing nearer. Is that a monster sent by God or something? So many superheroes, and not a single one can beat this thing. Is today really the end of New York? Yet in the minds of most of the citizens, a single name surfaced. Where's Hellblood Demon? Why isn't he here saving New York? We need you. With Hellblood Demon still nowhere to be seen, some people started to lose control of their emotions. Hellblood Demon isn't a hero at all. He's scared, that's what it is. He doesn't dare come out and fight this monster. Accusations and frantic speculations spread through the crowds like wildfire. Just then, Godzilla's massive figure suddenly stopped. He turned his head toward a skyscraper off to the side. It was none other than the Stark Tower of Stark Industries. Seeing this, Iron Man frowned, staring at the scene before him. And then a terrifying idea hit him. We can move the Tesseract and lure him somewhere else, Tony said. That way, the casualties will be much, much lower. At that, Black Widow Natasha shouted, unable to hold back. We can't move the Tesseract yet. If we take it away, the wormhole above us will close. Hellblood Demon and the others are still out there in space. If we pull the Tesseract now, they'll never make it back. On one side were the tens of millions of civilians in New York. On the other were the lives of Maguire, Holland, and Thor. For a moment, no one knew what to do. Meanwhile, Godzilla was already lumbering closer to Stark Tower, his gigantic body swaying with each step. Seeing how dire things had become, Tony shouted, "We can't hesitate any longer. We have to take the Tesseract now. And draw this monster away from here." The next instant, Tony's armored figure shot toward the top of Stark Tower. Godzilla's bloody maw was already open, just about to swallow the Tesseract in front of him. At that critical moment, a figure flashed past. The Tesseract atop the tower vanished, and Godzilla's massive jaws snapped down on empty air. A moment later, his enormous eyes locked onto Iron Man Tony, floating in midair with the cube in his hands. Right then, the wormhole in the sky suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Natasha's heart clenched painfully. Tears slid down her cheeks. So this is what helplessness feels like. It's been a long time since I felt this way. Beside her, Garfield and Harry both wore the same grief-stricken expression. No matter how terrifying Maguire's power was. Lost out there in the depths of space, trying to find his way back through the infinite cosmos. It was almost impossible. Harry's eyes reddened despite himself. Garfield gently patted him on the shoulder. Maguire is a real hero. High above, Iron Man Tony hovered with the Tesseract in his hands. A voice came through his comms. "Tony, get to the plains out west immediately. The higher-ups have decided to deploy a strategic-class weapon to wipe out this monster." Hearing that, Tony understood exactly what they meant. He turned and shot off toward the distant horizon at full speed. Behind him, Godzilla's massive frame moved across the ground, each step sending tremors through the city. Out in deep space, Maguire, Holland, and Thor had just finished annihilating the entire Chitauri Legion. They looked out at the countless Chitauri corpses drifting in the vacuum. Thor's eyes were filled with shock. In less than an hour, this enormous Chitauri army had been completely wiped out by just 3 people. And Thor knew perfectly well that he'd spent most of the time coasting. All he'd really done was clean up a few stragglers. Maguire and Holland floated over to him. Since it's done, let's head back. Just then, the wormhole out in the distance blinked out of existence. Holland and Thor both froze, staring blankly. Why did the wormhole suddenly disappear? This wasn't just low orbit above Blue Star. They were somewhere in the boundless void, an unnamed patch of deep space. Holland and Thor both turned to Maguire. What do we do now? We don't even have Blue Star's coordinates, and even if we did with our speed, trying to get back there would be basically impossible. Thor's expression turned bleak. This isn't anywhere in the 9 realms. The Bifrost can't help us here. Even if the 3 of us can reach the speed of light, trying to get back to the 9 realms, even the rest of my thousands of years of life wouldn't be enough. Maguire, too, felt a wave of helplessness. He might be able to briefly approach light speed, but crossing the cosmos like this was something he simply couldn't do. Chapter 136. Thinking of the dark sparklets sitting in the bully system's inventory, Maguire could only feel a wave of speechlessness. You've got to be kidding me. Which genius went and shut my wormhole? Don't tell me my dark sparklets is only gonna get used for commuting now. Beside him, Holland looked over at Maguire and said softly, I don't think I can hold on much longer, Maguire. Only then did Maguire realize something important. Holland's stamina was on a completely different level from his own. Right now, Holland was already struggling just to maintain his elemental form. On his face, twisted with exhaustion and worry, he forced out a tiny smile and said slowly, Maguire, I'm about to hit my limit. There's something I've always wanted to ask you. Can you give me a straight, definite answer? Seeing Holland like this, Maguire already had a pretty good idea what he wanted to ask. Hearing those words, Thor at their side also looked stricken. They hadn't spent that long together, but they had fought side by side. Even Thor's eyes couldn't help but turn a bit red. Maguire, however, just stared at the two of them, completely deadpan. Can you two not act like we're having some tragic final farewell? I never said I didn't have a way out of this. At that, Thor and Holland both lit up, staring at Maguire with pure surprise. Maguire, you mean? You do have a way? That's great. Hearing Holland say that, Maguire gave him a profoundly mocking look. You really think so little of me. You think I can't even handle something this small. Holland looked away, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. Thor spoke up as well, half anxious, half hopeful. So, what method do you have to get us back? Maguire just sighed helplessly. The next second, he flipped his hand, and something that looked like a kid's toy appeared in his palm. Thor and Holland both stared, baffled. What is that thing? You expect that little toy to send us back to Blue Star? Maguire looked at the two of them with open contempt. You pair of country bumpkins, this is the famous dark sparklets. He added, You'd better brace yourselves, don't go getting scared. In the next instant, Maguire raised the dark sparklets high in his hand. He let out a loud shout. Countless streams of purple energy erupted from the dark sparklets in his grip. The terrifying energy surge made the entire region of outer space tremble. A second later, a sinister aura spread outward. Light flared. Its radiance flooded the pitch-black void. When the light finally faded, Thor and Holland could at last see what had appeared in front of them. A giant tens of meters tall now loomed before their eyes. Black, vein-like markings crawled all across its body. Its streamlined frame exuded pure physical power, a brutal beauty. Menacing, yet strangely elegant. It was none other than the ancient Dark King, Dark Tiga. Seeing this, Thor and Holland were both utterly stunned. How did this giant show up? Did Maguire turn into that? This guy, his body isn't as gigantic as your elemental form was, Maguire, but it looks solid. It doesn't look like an elemental body at all, nothing hazy or unreal about it. It feels like a living, breathing being. Even so, Thor and Holland were still totally confused. Is this giant form really enough to take us back to Blue Star? Right then, Maguire's voice suddenly rang out beside them. Get into my palm, I'll take you on a little trip through time and space. At that point, Thor and Holland were beyond words. Shock was all they had left. Down on Blue Star, Godzilla's colossal body was still lumbering after Iron Man Tony ahead of him. Having received his orders from above, Tony now knew a nuclear warhead was going to be used to destroy this terrifying monster. And he also knew full well that meant dying together with it. At 10,000 meters up, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, all of the Avengers, along with that other masked vigilante, Garfield and Harry, all wore equally grim expressions. They all knew Tony had already made up his mind to sacrifice himself. Even Captain America Steve, who'd had plenty of disagreements with Tony, now felt genuine respect for this playboy in armor. Behind them, Godzilla glared furiously at Iron Man, hovering not far off in the sky. Tony's solemn voice echoed through the helicarrier. "Do it." Nick Fury's face was dark, no one could tell what he was thinking. A moment later, he slowly uttered 2 words. "Launch it." With Fury's order, a fighter jet that had been standing by rocketed off the deck of the helicarrier, banking toward Godzilla and Iron Man below. Down beneath the clouds, Tony was still dodging around Godzilla, buying every last second he could. High above at 10,000 meters, the jet's bomb bay slowly opened. A massive warhead dropped toward the ground. Inside the helicarrier, Natasha and the others could barely hide their grief. The huge warhead fell, streaking down. A second sun bloomed in the sky. Tony's face was calm. He just whispered one line, softly. "Jarvis, tell Pepper I love her, a million times over." Up on the helicarrier, no one could bear to keep watching the images on the screen anymore. Just then, an excited shout broke the silence. "Look, what's that?" They stared upward. There were 3 suns in the sky now. A third, blazing sphere of light had appeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell is that? At that exact moment, Maguire and the others had just emerged from the time-space tunnel, only to see a miniature sun hanging right above them. A terrifying realization flashed through all of their minds at once. That's a goddamn nuke. Chapter 137. Now transformed into Dark Tiga, Maguire stood there with Holland and Thor still in his hand. They too had noticed the miniature sun that had appeared right in front of them. "Are you freaking kidding me? This is how they welcome us back. With that thing," Holland cursed. The next second, Maguire activated one of Dark Tiga's abilities. Spacetime transfer. In an instant, he shifted the already detonating nuke completely into outer space. The tiny sun hanging in the sky suddenly vanished. Up at 10,000 meters, aboard the helicarrier, Natasha and the others also saw that blazing sphere of light disappear. A giant no one had ever seen before appeared in their field of view. Everyone stared in shock. What just happened? Where did that nuke that was about to go off go? And where did this giant come from? Did he make the nuke disappear? Speculation exploded among the crowd. Hovering in midair, Iron Man Tony stared at the suddenly vanished warhead, deeply confused. What the hell's going on, and what's the deal with this giant that just showed up? The next second, Holland and Thor flew out of Maguire's massive palm. Seeing Thor and Holland, everyone suddenly had a wild but obvious answer. Once the truth sank in, Natasha, Harry and Garfield all shouted excitedly. "I knew it, he'd find a way." But even though Maguire and the others were now safe, everyone was still extremely worried about the giant monster Godzilla. Maguire, meanwhile, had already spotted the behemoth not far away. "Huh, isn't that Big G? What's he doing all the way over here?" "Ha ha ha, this is perfect. I thought I'd wasted my dark sparklets just for a round trip. Didn't expect Big G to show up and hand me a pile of bully points. I'll make sure we have a nice long talk, you and I." Godzilla also noticed Maguire down below. The problem was, even now Maguire was only about 50-odd meters tall. In front of the over 100-meter-tall Godzilla, he still looked a bit small. Just then, a crazy idea flashed through Maguire's mind. And the Venom symbiote sealed away in the bully system space completely lost it. What a powerful body. Let me bond with it. Let me feel what it's like to be truly invincible. Boss, big bro, my dear ancestor, let me out just this once. Ever since Maguire got the Quake fruit, Venom hadn't been able to add much to that power. But Dark Tiga, for all his strength, was still a living being, which meant Venom could coexist with Dark Tiga's body. Godzilla glared furiously at the suddenly appearing Maguire. Right now, that relatively large frame of Maguire's was, in his eyes, just some upstart trying to steal his prey. With a roar, Godzilla charged straight at Maguire. On the helicarrier, everyone watched in nervous dread. Judging by size alone, the gap between the two was still huge. But then, a stream of black liquid suddenly oozed into Maguire's palm. Finally released, Venom couldn't hold back its excitement. Fantastic, this body is insanely strong. This kind of strength is supposed to be beyond me. How can something this powerful even exist? Dark Tiga's frame began to swell again. 100 meters, 120. His size finally stabilized at 120 meters tall. Now Dark Tiga looked as if he were wearing a suit of black armor. Aside from the head, every part of him was covered in living black bioarmor. He felt like he could literally punch holes in space itself. Well, at least that's what the massive jump in strength felt like. Seeing what had just happened, everyone on the helicarrier was overjoyed. This is it, now we can definitely take down that monster. In Natasha's eyes, there was a complicated emotion she couldn't quite put into words. Godzilla looked at the little guy who had just been in front of him, and who had now turned into a hulking giant on his own level. Even he seemed a bit confused. But after only a moment, he roared again and charged straight at Maguire. Maguire slipped aside in a blur, easily dodging the tackle. When it came to agility, the gap between Godzilla and Dark Tiga was enormous. The two giants brushed past each other. Maguire seized the opening, unleashing a peerless surge of power. He grabbed Godzilla's whole body and heaved him up, spinning him a few times in midair. Then hurled him toward a small mountain in the distance. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Godzilla's massive body slammed into the mountainside, shattering it completely. He shook his huge head, clearly dazed. That bone-crushing throw had rattled even Godzilla's brain. He roared again. The dorsal plates on his back lit up with that familiar blue glow. Seeing that, everyone aboard the helicarrier tensed up. They all knew exactly how terrifying that atomic breath was. Maguire just eyed Godzilla calmly. Atomic breath, huh? He thought, utterly unimpressed. You're going to play beam spam in front of me. Who do you think you are, Ace the Little Prince of Light Beams? Chapter 138. The next second, Godzilla's massive jaws were already wide open. A surge of blue energy gathered in his mouth. But not far away, Maguire moved faster than Godzilla could ever react. He brought his hands together with all his strength and actually grabbed Godzilla's head, forcibly clamping that enormous maw shut. What a move, grabbing fate by the throat. Enraged, Godzilla thrashed his gigantic body, struggling wildly. He tried to charge, to shake off the restraint, but against Dark Tiga boosted by Venom, his strength just wasn't enough anymore. No matter how he writhed and fought, those two huge hands clamped around his jaw were like divine shackles, completely unshakable. Wait, he can do that. In this giant form, Hellblood Demon is way too terrifying. On the helicarrier, though, Nick Fury's face showed not the slightest hint of joy. Maguire still had Godzilla's huge head in his grip. At this point, Godzilla simply couldn't match his raw power. The monster could already feel the absolute gap between himself and the giant in front of him. Instinct screaming, he actually tried to pull back and flee. But there was no way Godzilla was getting away from Maguire's hands. In the next moment, Maguire leapt, appearing right in front of Godzilla. On that terrifying reptilian face, a distinctly human-like trace of fear actually appeared. Maguire drove a brutal uppercut straight into his jaw, sending Godzilla flying up into the air. He jumped after him, following with a crushing kick, booting Godzilla's enormous body back down toward the ground. Right now, facing Maguire, Godzilla had only one fate, being beaten into the dirt. On the helicarrier, everyone stared at the live feed of Maguire pummeling Godzilla. The same thought flashed through all their minds at once. He really hasn't changed at all. 10 minutes later, Godzilla was covered in bruises and wounds from head to toe. Even his massive tail had been ripped clean off by Maguire's monstrous strength. The king of monsters had sunk into utter despair. In his heart, he couldn't help wondering how he'd ended up running into such a brutal lunatic. Just then, the energy indicator on Maguire's chest suddenly lit up. Only then did he remember. As powerful as the bully system's Dark Tiga summoner was, it still had a time limit. The 30 minutes were almost up. It was time to send Big G on his way. In the next instant, Maguire hoisted Godzilla up and hurled him into the sky with a tremendous heave. The monster's body shot upward. Maguire raised his head to look at Godzilla hanging in midair, then stretched his arms out, striking an incredibly chuny pose. What is he doing? At a time like this, he's pulling weird poses. What came next made everyone start doubting their own sanity. Maguire slowly brought his outstretched hands together. The moment his arms crossed in front of him, a dark purple beam of light blasted toward Godzilla in the sky. Dark Sapirian beam. The dark violet ray, carrying unimaginable power, tore through the heavens and slammed into Godzilla. Blinding light and the fireball from the explosion lit up the sky, and a deafening roar of destruction shook the air. The Godzilla, who had seemed almost invincible in everyone's eyes, split apart in an instant, disintegrating into dust that scattered on the wind. Seeing this, everyone aboard the helicarrier was stunned. So it was some kind of beam attack. That's insane. Every weapon we tried couldn't do anything to that monster. And Hellblood Demon just erased him with one beam. Cheers and shouts erupted from the assembled crowd. In the next second, the towering giant in front of them suddenly leapt and flew off into the distance. Before long, Maguire had reverted to human form and returned home. Seeing that his neighborhood was basically untouched, he finally relaxed. He knocked on the front door. When Uncle Ben saw him, he was so emotional he almost choked up. "Peter, it's so dangerous out there. Thank God you're back. I was worried sick." Maguire nodded. "I'm fine, Uncle Ben. See, I came back, didn't I?" Meanwhile, at Holland's place, Aunt May sat on the couch, face full of worry. She had no idea what kind of situation Maguire and Holland were in. But that only made her even more anxious. Just then, the doorbell rang. Aunt May ran to the door, heart pounding. When she opened it, Holland's figure filled the doorway. She immediately pulled him into a tight hug. "Thank goodness, Holland, you're okay. You're all okay, right?" At her question, Holland's expression turned a little strange. He could only answer helplessly. "Everyone's fine, nothing happened to us." Hearing that, Aunt May finally broke into a relieved smile. Back at Maguire's house, after chatting a bit with Uncle Ben and Aunt May, he went back to his room. He suddenly noticed there were dozens of missed calls on his phone. And all of them were from just two people. Susan, of all people. Maguire wasn't in a hurry to call them back. Instead, he frowned to himself. "It's been this long already. Why haven't my bully points hit my account yet?" Speak of the devil. Right then, his favorite mechanical voice echoed in his head. "Congratulations to the host on obtaining 8,000 bully points. Villain bonus, 8,000 points. Current bully points, 16,030. At last, my bully points have broken into 5 digits." In that moment, Maguire felt like he'd finally made it to the big leagues. The system voice chimed again. "Congratulations, host. Your bully points balance has exceeded 10,000. Unlocking Amethyst Lottery Wheel. Prize range, S rank to SSS rank. Cost per spin, 1,000 bully points." Maguire was dumbfounded. From 200 points, a spin straight up to 1,000, you daylight robber. Even so, he couldn't help feeling excited. This time, he'd really struck it rich. And just then, his phone started ringing again. Chapter 139. Seeing Gwen's name on the screen, Maguire answered the call right away. On the other end, Gwen's almost hysterical voice exploded out. "Why are you only picking up now? Do you have any idea how worried I was? I thought you. Woo, woo." At that point, Gwen completely lost control of her emotions and broke down, sobbing. Maguire's voice came through, calm as ever. "You thought I was stuck in space forever and never coming back, didn't you? Idiot, I was literally in outer space. How was I supposed to get a signal, huh? Are you dumb?" Hearing that, Gwen finally burst into teary laughter. "Haha, I was just too worried. I was so scared I even forgot something that obvious." Maguire went on. "Silly girl, What could possibly happen to me? Even if I wanted to go see God, that old man probably wouldn't dare meet me. Gwen sighed on the other end, still a bit choked up. Fine, as long as you're okay. I was really, really scared you'd leave me. Maguire smiled faintly. No one's ever going to separate us. After talking for a while longer, they finally hung up. The moment the call ended, Maguire's phone started ringing again. This time, the caller ID showed Susan. He couldn't help feeling a bit puzzled, but still picked up her call. Why are you only answering now? What is wrong with you? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Susan's excited voice rushed out immediately. Maguire replied, totally deadpan. I went to bed late last night, so I just woke up. What's wrong? What are you so worried about? On the other end, Susan almost shouted. You never told me your address. I don't even know what neighborhood you're in. And you're sleeping. Aliens are literally attacking New York and you're at home taking a nap. I thought you'd already been taken by aliens. Maguire chuckled. Oh, and why exactly are you so worried about me? What's our relationship again? You said I was your girlfriend. What, now you're just going to use me up and pretend you don't know me? I can't believe you're that kind of guy. My eyes must have been blind, woo. Seeing Susan about to break out the ultimate feminine combo, cry, yell, and threaten, Maguire rushed to patch things up. Of course we're together, my bad, okay. Are you all right? You didn't get hurt, did you? I'm fine. It's all thanks to Hellblood Demon this time, haha. Let me tell you, from now on I'm someone who's fought side by side with Hellblood Demon. Right now Susan was like a completely devoted little fangirl. Maguire spoke to her in a doting tone. All right, I get it. You're the coolest one, okay? As an apology. On the other end, Susan huffed, pretending to be reluctant. Since you sound so sincere, I guess I'll give you this chance. Tonight you're treating me to dinner. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters aboard the helicarrier. In the office, only the Avengers and Thor were still present. It seemed Nick Fury was trying to persuade Thor to officially join the Avengers. After all, Thor really trusted Maguire. After politely turning Fury down, Thor left the room. Once Thor was gone, Captain America Steve came back. By then, he'd already learned from Natasha and the others everything that had happened in New York. This battle had once again completely shattered everyone's understanding of Maguire's power. Time-space travel, something that should have existed only in science fiction, had just happened right in front of their eyes. And that giant monster the military and everyone else were utterly helpless against. In front of Maguire, it had been beat and humiliated like a ragdoll. It wasn't just Maguire either. In this battle, Garfield, Holland, and Harry had also shown terrifying strength. The three of them were honestly at a level you could call godlike. News of this entire war had spread across the United States almost immediately. Steve looked over at Nick Fury and said, I think this battle proved that Hellblood Demon isn't our enemy. Hearing that, the rest of the Avengers couldn't help nodding. It was true. Without Maguire and the Spider Alliance, whether the Avengers and that other masked hero alone could have gotten through this crisis was a big question mark. Especially that giant monster at the end, its power was flat out absurd. Only Iron Man stood off to the side, lost in thought. Nick Fury finally said, Since it's over, everyone should head back. Iron Man returned to Stark Tower. No sooner had he stepped into his office than a familiar, graceful figure appeared in front of him. Pepper Potts, who had been waiting there this whole time. The moment she saw him, Pepper flew into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Tony was still a bit dazed, not even reacting at first. A second later, he suddenly remembered the last message he'd left for Jarvis. He wrapped his arms tightly around Pepper. After a brush with death, there was nothing better to do than something meaningful. 3 minutes later, Pepper glanced at Tony lying beside her and said, So, that anti-Hellblood armor of yours probably isn't worth developing anymore, huh? Tony let out a helpless sigh. When someone can actually pull off time-space travel, something that was purely theoretical before, what's the point of an anti-Hellblood suit? Anyway, I think Hellblood Demon's a hero. There shouldn't be any danger. He smiled faintly. But that's not necessarily how everyone's going to see it. Pepper looked puzzled. Tony pointed upward. At that moment, Maguire was lying on his bed at home, thinking hard about how he should spend all his freshly earned bully points. Chapter 140. Looking at the bully points total, now up to 16,000. Maguire felt it was time to push his strength up to an even higher tier. By now, he already had a general plan in mind for how he was going to spend his first few years of college. At the moment, my first devil fruit is developed to 65%. With just 3,500 bully points, I can push that fruit's power up to SS rank. And my Quake fruit, because I use it all the time, is already at 70% development. I only need 3,000 bully points to raise the Quake fruit to SS rank as well. And in my next phase of planning, the Quake fruit's potential is way more important to me than the first fruit. With that thought, Maguire spent 3,000 bully points and pushed his Quake fruit's development all the way up to 100%. In the next second, he felt his understanding of the Quake fruit reach a level that was hard to even put into words. The shockwave attacks he could unleash were no longer limited to ordinary tremors. At this point, his Quake fruit had reached the level where it could permanently reshape the terrain itself. He still had 13,000 bully points left. Maguire opened up the bully shop, wanting to see if there was anything that really caught his eye. S-rank starship, Galaxy. Capable of space jump maneuvers and able to cruise freely within a star system. Cannot perform intergalactic space jumps. Price, 2,000 bully points. SS rank starship, Crimson. Hull constructed from ultra-high-strength space metal, crimson copper alloy. The entire ship is shaped like a triangular wedge, its outer edges extremely sharp. At sufficient speed, it can slice through the vast majority of matter in space, including comets in flight. Capable of using wormholes to perform jump travel. Price, 8,000 bully points. Seeing this, Maguire muttered to himself. Since I'm planning to use my college years to take a trip into space anyway. These starships are ridiculously expensive, though. If I'm going to travel the cosmos, that's no small thing. I'd better buy something reliable. Gritting his teeth, Maguire bought the SS rank starship, the Crimson. His bully points instantly shrank to 5,000. At the same time, the lottery screen had upgraded again. The entire interface had turned into transparent amethyst crystal. Now, a single draw cost 1,000 bully points. Maguire opened the lottery system to see what treasures the amethyst lottery had to offer. S-rank item, Tiger Talisman of the 12 Talismans. S-rank item, Snake Talisman of the 12 Talismans. S-rank item, Energy Accumulation Cannon. SS rank item, Chu-Shi Ancient Emperor Flame. S-rank item, Rao Rao no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit. Looking at this, Maguire couldn't help thinking. Sure, the cost per draw went way up, but the prize pool also took a massive leap. Under his excited gaze, the pointer on the amethyst wheel finally slowed, then stopped. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one of the 12 talismans. S-rank item, Tiger Talisman. With the Tiger Talisman, the host can balance all talisman powers within the body. The host also gains the ability to use clone technique, creating one clone body. The clone possesses all of the host's strength. Maguire's heart gave a jolt. A clone, so the Tiger Talisman actually has that ability. And what's even scarier is that the clone has exactly the same power as the original body. By now, it was already 6 in the evening. Maguire had promised to have dinner with Susan at 7. With that in mind, he closed the lottery interface and headed downstairs. At the front gate of the building, a young woman in a business suit was standing by the side of the street. Her long, shapely legs paired with seductive black stockings made her look even more breathtaking. It was none other than Susan, the invisible woman of the Fantastic Four. A Bugatti rolled slowly toward the curb. The car eased to a stop, the window lowering to reveal Maguire's handsome face. Seeing how stunningly dressed Susan was today, Maguire couldn't help a knowing smile. Soon, Susan had slid into the passenger seat. Catching a glimpse of those dazzling long legs right next to him, Maguire chuckled and asked, "What's going on today? Why are you dressed like this?" Susan pouted, lips pushing out adorably. "What, you don't like how I look today?" Maguire smiled and shook his head. Of course not, you look good no matter what you wear. Satisfied, Susan nodded. I want hot pot tonight. Let me tell you properly what happened yesterday. Maguire nodded in return and started the car, heading toward a hot pot place he knew. All the way there, Susan kept talking about Hellblood Demon, her face full of pure adoration the whole time. Maguire couldn't help teasing her. If you worship Hellblood Demon that much, why aren't you chasing him and asking him to be your boyfriend? What, are you jealous now, dummy? You kidding? I might have a few powers of my own, but compared to Hellblood Demon, I'm already sure of it, he's basically a god. I'm just a normal person, you are more than enough for me. Susan had never said something so soft and earnest before. Maguire only smiled faintly and didn't push it any further. Very soon, the two of them arrived at the hot pot restaurant and found a table by the window. Just then, two familiar figures walked in from outside. Garfield and Hannah. By now, Susan already knew that Garfield was Spider-Man. After all, the two of them had fought side by side in New York. Seeing Garfield come in, the contrast with the usual image in her mind really was like night and day. Chapter 141. At that moment, Garfield and Hannah had also noticed Maguire and Susan sitting by the window. Hannah glanced at Garfield beside her and whispered, "Why is Maguire out eating with another girl? If Gwen found out, wouldn't she be heartbroken?" Hearing that, Garfield thought to himself, Maguire already has some messy stuff going on with Holland's Aunt May. Thinking of this, Garfield looked at Hannah in front of him and said, "All right, that's not something you and I need to worry about. Not to exaggerate, but if Maguire wanted to wipe out Blue Star, it really wouldn't be impossible." Hearing Garfield's words, Hannah understood what he was hinting at. The two of them then walked over toward Maguire. Seeing this, Susan, who was sitting next to Maguire, was already overjoyed inside. I never thought Garfield would actually come over and say hi to me. Looks like I'm already one of the superheroes now. After all, in that Battle of New York, this whole group of superpowered people had already stopped calling Garfield and Holland Spider-Man. Instead, they called the two of them Molten Spider-Man and Light Spider-Man. And by now, Harry was also a household name as Frost Spider-Man. Very soon, Garfield and Hannah walked up to Maguire. Susan looked at Garfield in front of her, excited. "You're here to eat too." Hearing Susan's words, Garfield's face showed a slightly puzzled look. "Do I know this person? Why is she greeting me?" he wondered silently. When he focused and took a good look at the person in front of him, he realized, oh, she's the invisible woman from the Fantastic Four, right? What was her name again? I can't remember. Garfield nodded politely, then looked over at Maguire and said, "What a coincidence, Maguire, you're eating here too." Maguire gave a faint smile. "All right, go eat. I won't get in the way of you two lovebirds." "No need to pay the bill, I'll cover it." Hearing that, Garfield nodded and said, "Maguire, swing by Spider Tower tomorrow. Thor showed up over at our place." Right now, Garfield assumed Susan already knew Maguire's identity, so he just said it straight out. Hearing this, Maguire simply nodded. Garfield and Hannah then turned around and left. At this moment, Susan was staring at Maguire, completely stunned. How does Maguire know Molten Spider-Man Garfield? And the two of them look really familiar with each other. Garfield even asked Maguire to go to Spider Tower to meet Thor. In the Spider Alliance, I know everyone except Hellblood Spider-Man. Oh my god, could Maguire actually be Hellblood Spider-Man? Maguire glanced at Susan's dumbstruck expression beside him and asked, "What's wrong with you? What's with that look?" Thinking about her own crazy guess, Susan felt like shocked, didn't even begin to cover it. Her boyfriend was actually Hellblood Spider-Man. Oh my god, I've already eaten together with Hellblood Spider-Man. And Hellblood Spider-Man has actually slept with me. I even kept telling him, right to his face, how much I worship Hellblood Spider-Man. No, wait, it's also possible Maguire just works for the Spider Alliance. He might not necessarily be Hellblood Spider-Man. Unwilling to let it go, Susan hurriedly asked, Do you work at Spider Tower?" Maguire chuckled. "I don't work there, I just drop by every now and then." Hearing that only made Susan even more confused. What is going on? I should just ask him directly, she thought. So she gathered her courage, looked at Maguire and said, "Tell me the truth, are you Hellblood Spider-Man?" Hearing Susan's question, Maguire smiled faintly. "Yeah, what's wrong? Got a problem with that?" "Oh my god, it's actually true. Maguire really is Hellblood Spider-Man." Susan was so shocked she couldn't even speak. Looking at Susan, who was completely frozen in shock, Maguire couldn't help saying, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Did you get dumbstruck?" "And no, I'm just too shocked. Why did you never tell me?" she stammered. Hearing that, Maguire let out a helpless little laugh. "You never asked me either, did you?" Soon, amidst the shock and awkwardness, Susan finally finished the hot pot. The two of them went over to the sports car. Right now, Susan still looked at Maguire, at a complete loss. "I'm just so shocked. I never would have thought you're actually Hellblood Spider-Man." Maguire smiled slightly. "It's getting late, let me take you somewhere." Hearing that, Susan's thoughts jumped wildly. Is he asking me to go get a room with him? Even though we've already done that before, going now is still kind of fast, right? But if I turn him down, will he be upset? What if he gets mad and just blows up all of Blue Star? I'd go down in history as a sinner. Of course, Susan would never admit that deep down, she actually wanted to say yes to Maguire. She shyly nodded. Maguire started the car and drove off. Very soon, the two of them arrived at a villa district, not far from the Baxter building. Looking at the villas in front of her, Susan thought to herself, "You bad guy, you actually brought me back to your own place. But that at least means you really care about me." By now, Maguire had already driven into the residential area. Soon, the car stopped in front of a standalone villa. Behind the gates of the villa, there was also a navy blue Aston Martin parked. Seeing this, Susan quickly asked, "Is this your place?" Maguire smiled. "No, this is your home." Chapter 142. Hearing what Maguire said, Susan, standing beside him, showed an expression of utter disbelief. Her whole heart was pounding wildly in her chest. What did he mean by that? Was this his roundabout way of proposing to her? "In the future, his place will be my home too. Isn't that way too fast?" "I don't know if I can handle that. The real question is, do I say yes or not?" While Susan was completely tangled up in these thoughts, Maguire suddenly reached into his pocket and took out a key. He looked at Susan in front of him and said, "This is your key. I bought this house for you. I noticed the place you're living at now is pretty far from the Baxter building, and it's really small." "Ugh, I'm so embarrassed. I was totally overthinking it. I really thought he was. Hey, this is so embarrassing. But he's way too good to me, just straight up giving me a huge house like this. And it turns out he's actually such a considerate guy." Maguire looked at Susan, who was frozen there in front of him, and said, "What are you daydreaming about? Don't want it. If you don't want the key, I'll just put it away." Hearing that, Susan blurted out excitedly, "Who said I don't want it? I do." Maguire handed the key in his hand to Susan, then gave her a wicked grin. "You want it? What is it you want? I'll give it to you." Susan, of course, understood the meaning behind his words. She rolled her eyes at him in a teasing, sultry way. "All you know how to do is say these bullyish, teasing things to me. You're so annoying." "Annoying, huh? Then I guess I'll head out." Hearing that, Susan hurriedly protested in a half-coquettish tone. "Oh, come on, don't be so petty. I won't call you annoying, okay? I really, really like you." Seeing Susan acting all shy and girlish like that, Maguire couldn't help but laugh. "All right then, how about giving me a tour of your new home?" Susan nodded shyly. "Okay, then let's go take a look at the house you bought me." The next second, Susan walked toward the villa in front of her with light, happy steps. She opened the front door. "Dear, sweet Miss Sue, welcome home." As the voice sounded, all the lights in the house suddenly came on. The warm, cozy, adorable decor style instantly won Susan over. She looked around the villa's interior with curiosity all over her face. "The decoration in here looks so warm and cute. This is exactly my style." Hearing that, Maguire nodded. "Of course, I specifically hired people to design and decorate it for you. And all the smart home systems in the place were custom built for you by Harry, at my request." Hearing this, Susan's face was filled with joy. You're really too good to me. Do you always treat other girls like this? Maguire just smiled without answering. Think whatever you like. In her heart, Susan actually understood. With a man like Maguire, someone who could practically be described as a god now, wanting to completely have him all to herself was basically impossible. Ever since she learned who Maguire really was, she had already tried to give herself a mental buffer. The next moment, Maguire looked at Susan and said, "All right, since we've finished looking around the villa. It's getting late, you should get some rest. I'll head out first." After saying that, he turned around, ready to leave. Susan quickly called out to him, her face flushed red. "It's already so late. Why, you should just stay here for the night. I live here by myself and I'm scared." Her voice got softer and softer, barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. In the next second, Maguire simply scooped Susan up in his arms, and in a blink they were at the bedroom door upstairs. Cradled shyly in his arms, Susan didn't even dare look at his face anymore. Time flashed forward to the next day. Morning sunlight spilled over the bed where Maguire was lying. He slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at Susan still sleeping soundly beside him, he quietly got up and headed toward the bathroom. While Maguire was washing up, Susan slowly sat up. Last night had been a little intense. The soreness she had never felt before made her feel a bit strange. She lifted the blanket. A faint red stain appeared before her eyes. After confirming she wasn't on her period, Susan arrived at a conclusion she could hardly believe. Last time, nothing actually happened between me and Maguire. That means whatever was on the bed that day was completely fake. Maguire was just messing with me. But then she remembered that she'd also been trying to tease and prank Maguire that day. And Maguire hadn't taken advantage of her, especially when he possessed such terrifying power. He hadn't forced himself on her at all. That really showed what a genuinely good man he was. Maguire came back into the bedroom. Susan pointed at the red stain on the sheets and said, "Care to give me an explanation for this?" Seeing that, Maguire couldn't help but laugh. "So you found out, huh? Yeah, nothing happened that day. In any case, what's coming next is going to be a big war." At that moment, over in Spider Tower, Garfield, Holland, Harry, and the God of Thunder, Thor, were all gathered there. Thor spoke up. "Why isn't Mr. Maguire here yet? Garfield, did you tell him?" Hearing that, Garfield hurriedly said, "Of course I told him. I even bumped into him at dinner last night. Just wait a bit, he should be here soon." Right then, a flash of lightning streaked across the room, and a figure suddenly appeared in everyone's view. It was Maguire, wearing a black suit. Seeing this unique entrance, everyone was taken aback for a moment, then quickly rushed forward to greet him. Thor spoke up again. "Mr. Maguire, you're here. There's something I'd like to ask your advice on." Maguire nodded. With a casual flip of his hand, a few cigars appeared in front of them. "Anyone want one?" This time, they actually all took one of Maguire's cigars. But it was Garfield who lit them. After all, with the molten fruit, starting a fire was fast work for him. Chapter 143. Very soon, the whole room was filled with curling cigar smoke. The few of them were slouched on the sofa, sampling Maguire's premium cigars. Thor was instantly conquered by the cigar's rich aroma and mellow taste. "Mr. Maguire, with something this good, why didn't you bring it out earlier and share it with us?" Harry and the others at the side couldn't help chiming in. "If we'd known your cigars were this good, we would have begged you for some ages ago." Hearing that, Maguire smiled faintly. "All right, enough, let's talk business. Thor, what did you actually come to me for? And another thing, hearing you call me Mr. Maguire makes me really uncomfortable. Just call me Maguire." At Maguire's question, Thor straightened up, pretending to be serious. "To be honest with you, Maguire, the Avengers once invited me to join them. I was wondering what you think about that." Hearing this, Maguire couldn't help saying, "As for that, I'm planning to just sit here and watch from the sidelines." He continued, "Whether you join the Avengers or not has nothing to do with me. That's completely up to you." Thor mumbled something shyly under his breath at Maguire's words. Whatever he said made everyone burst into loud laughter. "So that's all you came to us for, huh?" Such a tiny matter, and you even came in person, someone teased. Thor bantered back with a deliberately exaggerated tone, keeping the mood light. At that, Garfield, Harry, and the others all turned their eyes toward Maguire. After all, they had long tacitly acknowledged Maguire as the leader of the Spider Alliance. Maguire smiled. "This is just a trivial thing. If you want to join, of course you're welcome." Thor said excitedly. "That's fantastic. Once I join, what will I need to do?" Everyone burst out laughing again. "Thor, you're really something. We don't have any assigned chores for you here." Right then, Harry suddenly spoke up. "Maybe we'll have to change our name in the future. Spider Alliance might not be fitting for us anymore. Also, there's something I think you'll all be interested in." Harry waved his hand. A huge holographic screen appeared before everyone's eyes. On the holographic screen, crowds of citizens filled the streets. Many of them were holding signs with Spider Church written on them. A lot of the signs were covered with drawings of various strange humanoid figures. Even so, it was easy to tell they were depicting Maguire and the others. Seeing this, Harry quickly explained. "As you can see from those drawings, it's obvious these citizens already see us as real gods. They've even spontaneously formed a church. We've become their faith." Hearing that, Maguire and the others were all stunned, almost unable to believe it. "What? We've actually become someone else's faith?" Maguire then said, "Let's leave that matter alone for now. There is something else I need to say to everyone." Everyone quickly looked over at him. "As you all know, thanks to my arrangements, the three of us are all attending the same university. So, I want to start an interstellar trip during our university years." At Maguire's words, everyone present was dumbfounded. "What, an interstellar trip?" The always excitable Garfield immediately said, thrilled. "That's amazing, an interstellar trip." Harry, however, couldn't help speaking up. "It's a good idea, but none of us have the ability to survive long-term in outer space." Maguire smiled. "Who says we have to rely on ourselves to head into space? We can take a spaceship." Harry's expression turned troubled. With Oscorp Industries' current capabilities, it's really unrealistic to build a spaceship that can travel through space. Maguire chuckled. "Who said I was asking you to build a spaceship, Harry? I've already taken care of the spaceship problem." Everyone stared at Maguire in disbelief. "Oh my God, that's insanely cool." Maguire nodded. "What's so surprising about that? I've already arranged everything. All you three need to do is tell me where you want to go." After thinking it over, Holland also raised his hand to join in. Harry, however, could only shake his head helplessly. "You three go have fun. There's too much going on at Oscorp Industries. I'll stay on Blue Star." The three of them turned to look at the god of thunder, Thor. Thor said with a helpless sigh, "Honestly, I really do want to go, but Asgard needs me as well. Maybe next time, when I have the time, I'll definitely go." Time jumped forward to that night. Maguire returned home. There was still a month to go before university started. He and the others planned to wait until the semester began, then head into outer space. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow would be the day Maguire started university. Uncle Ben and Aunt May looked at Maguire with relieved, gratified smiles. "Peter, we're proud of you." Maguire nodded with a warm smile. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from Gwen. She had chosen her own university based purely on her personal interests. Seeing her name, Maguire quickly picked up. Gwen's gentle voice came from the other end of the line. "Are you free tonight, Maguire? I'd like to have dinner together." Hearing that, Maguire thought for a moment, then replied, "Of course I'm free. I'll come pick you up." After hanging up, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Tomorrow's the first day of college. Gwen and I will be apart for a while. Her asking me out to dinner at a time like this, even an idiot could tell what it means." Chapter 144. Night fell quickly. Maguire drove his newly bought custom G-Wagon, heading toward Gwen's house. Before long, he arrived at Gwen's doorstep. Gwen was already waiting at the door, and through the window, you could see the silhouettes of George and Helen watching them. Even though they had already agreed to let Maguire and Gwen date, they still cared a great deal about their one and only precious daughter. Seeing Maguire's car pull up, Gwen hurried over with a light jog and got in. Tonight, Gwen was dressed in a very fresh, innocent style. A super short skirt paired with little sneakers further accentuated her long, slender legs. Her pure, sweet look gave off the feeling of the girl next door. Feeling Maguire's burning gaze from the driver's seat, a faint blush crept onto Gwen's face. She quickly said, "Classes start tomorrow. I heard from Jones that you and Garfield want to go into space." Maguire didn't deny it. "Yeah, why don't you come with us?" Gwen could only shake her head helplessly. "Sorry, I can't go with you this time. I still need to focus on my classes at university. My mom and dad are really strict about that." Hearing Gwen's apologetic tone, Maguire said gently, "There's nothing to apologize for, really. It's not like we'll be gone that long anyway. We're just going out for a little spin." At that, Gwen nodded, tension easing from her shoulders. After they finished dinner, Maguire looked at Gwen and said, "Gwen, it's already getting late. I should take you home. Otherwise your uncle and aunt will start worrying." "I don't want to go home yet. Can't we go back a bit later?" One look at her, and Maguire already understood what Gwen meant. He turned the wheel and drove toward a high-end hotel. 2 hours later, Maguire and Gwen walked out of the hotel. Only now, Gwen's steps were a little unsteady and strange. Very soon, the two of them were back in the car. Gwen shot Maguire a soft, coquettish glare. Time flashed by, and it was the next day. After saying goodbye to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Maguire got in the car and drove to Holland's house. That's right, the three of them had already agreed to drive to their new university together. At that moment, Holland and Aunt May were already waiting at the door. When she saw Maguire, Aunt May's eyes showed a deep reluctance to part with him. But with Holland standing right there, she couldn't say too much. Soon, after picking up Holland and Garfield, Maguire and the others arrived at Spider Tower. On the university's side, Maguire had already asked Kingpin to make all the arrangements. After saying goodbye to their families, the three of them headed inside Spider Tower. Harry had already prepared all the supplies the three of them would need for the journey. Garfield and the others all stared at Maguire with eager anticipation. "Maguire, where's that spaceship you were talking about? Where is it?" Maguire smiled. "Something this important, I'd never leave it lying around at Spider Tower. I usually just carry it with me." At that, the three of them were stunned. "A spaceship? A spaceship? Don't tell me it's just palm-sized." Maguire gave a mysterious smile. "Come on, let's go to the rooftop. I'll show you our spaceship." Still confused, Garfield and the others followed him up. They soon reached the rooftop. Garfield and the rest stared at Maguire, eyes wide and expectant. They wanted to see just how Maguire was supposedly carrying a spaceship on him. The next second, Maguire looked up at the sky and took the crimson out of his system space. Under their collectively dumbstruck gaze, a massive triangular object suddenly appeared in the once empty sky. Its length and width were each nearly 1,000 meters. Its whole body was crimson, with light pulsing along its edges. It looked incredibly imposing. From the thrusters below, blue flames roared out. Everyone was completely stunned. They all turned to stare at Maguire in shock. "Maguire, be honest, are you actually an alien? Don't tell me a spaceship like that can be built." Maguire just smiled. "You can guess for yourselves. Enough talk, get on the ship. I can't wait to start our space trip." In the next moment, an entrance opened up on the Crimson's hull. Garfield and Holland exchanged a glance, then jumped straight up onto the ship. Maguire looked at Harry beside him and said, "While I'm away, Uncle Ben and Aunt May are in your hands. You must keep them safe." Harry nodded immediately. The next second, there was a flash of electricity, and Maguire was aboard the Crimson as well. Once aboard, Maguire and the others were stunned all over again. Inside the colossal Crimson, there wasn't just a control deck. There was also a lavishly decorated lounge area. Every kind of drink and food was available. There was even a billiards room and a karaoke room fully set up. Just then, a voice sounded in their ears. "Welcome, Master. I am your flight assistant, Barbara. Very pleased to meet you. The ship supports full autopilot." Oh my god, it even supports autopilot. This ship is way too cool. Under the Crimson's terrifying thrust, Maguire and the others blasted out of the atmosphere and into the vast expanse of outer space. Chapter 145. Just as Maguire and the others entered outer space. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, aboard the flying helicarrier, Agent Coulson looked at Nick Fury with a grave expression. According to our latest intel, a spaceship just launched from New York and has already flown into outer space. Hearing that, Fury's one eye narrowed. What the hell is going on? How did a spaceship suddenly appear? Where did it launch from? At Fury's question, Coulson hurriedly answered. That ship appeared out of nowhere above Spider Tower. And then it blasted off toward space at an extremely high speed. At that speed, it's already beyond any aircraft we currently know. And it's highly likely Maguire, Garfield and Holland have already left Earth. Hearing this, Fury felt a mix of joy and worry. With Maguire leaving, it was as if a mountain pressing on his head had finally been lifted. But Maguire and the others being gone also meant that one of the strongest forces protecting Earth had vanished. As for everything that would come next, it no longer had anything to do with their troublesome Maguire. Out in the vastness of space, Maguire and the other two were sitting inside the Crimson, happily admiring the view. Garfield glanced at Maguire. So boss, what's our first stop? Holland, sitting to the side, couldn't help saying. But space is so huge, where exactly are we even going? Maguire smiled. Barbara, report our current position. Barbara's voice echoed from all directions. Report, Master. Our current location is within the Star Sector, in the territory of the Nova Empire. Garfield and Holland were both stunned. What, the Nova Empire? There are actual empires out here in this galaxy. You're telling me there are countries in space. You two didn't seriously think that in this whole vast, boundless universe, Earth was the only planet with life on it, right? Maguire said. Just then, Barbara's voice sounded again. Report, Master. Unknown spaceships detected ahead. At Barbara's report, Maguire and the others quickly turned their eyes to the holographic display beside them. Out in the space ahead of the Crimson, 3 spaceships were flying straight toward them. Seeing this, Garfield and Holland both looked excited. I didn't expect we'd run into other life forms right after leaving Earth. This is awesome. I've always wanted to see what all kinds of aliens look like. Maguire, however, couldn't help saying. Garfield, don't think it's that simple. Out here in deep space, not every species is friendly. At his words, Garfield and Holland quickly turned their attention back to the approaching ships. Just then, Barbara's voice sounded again. Dear Master, the ships ahead are requesting to open a communication channel with us. Shall I connect? Garfield and Holland immediately said. Looks like we've run into peace-loving types this time. That's not necessarily true, Maguire replied calmly. The next second, a strange voice came through the comms. After listening for a moment, Garfield and Holland both looked awkward. Yeah, looks like we jinxed it. Barbara's voice came again. Detected that the ships ahead intend to attack us. Shall I activate the weapons system and engage? This spaceship actually has a full weapon system. That's insanely cool, Garfield blurted out. But Maguire said slowly. No need to use the weapon system. Just ram those 3 ships in front of us and smash them to pieces. Garfield and Holland stared at Maguire in shock. Seriously? Seeing the worry on their faces, Maguire said calmly. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let me show you just how terrifying this ship really is. The next moment, Barbara's voice sounded once more. Order received, executing now. In just an instant, the 3 spaceships in front of them were reduced to drifting space junk. Chapter 146. Even though the ship's cruising speed had reached a level that was hard to even imagine. As an SS-class spaceship, Garfield and Holland inside the vessel didn't feel anything unusual at all. When they looked back out at where those 3 alien ships had been in space, the 2 of them wore looks of pure disbelief. Those chunks of debris drifting out there, are they really the 3 ships from just now? Maguire smiled faintly at their question. In less than a second, we rammed those 3 ships into scrap. This ship is insane, it didn't even take a scratch. Maguire lounged back on a recliner to the side. All right, let's get our space trip started. The capital of the Nova Empire. Xandar. A dark red spaceship appeared near the planet Xandar. It was the Crimson, the ship Maguire and the others were riding in. Whoa, we finally found a life-bearing planet out here. Maguire, let's hurry up and see what other space life forms look like, Garfield shouted. Maguire was speechless for a moment. It's not like you two haven't seen the Chitauri before. What's so special about aliens? Maguire, don't tell me every alien in the universe is as ugly as the Chitauri. Maguire smiled. Why don't we go down and take a look? In the next second, the massive Crimson streaked toward the nearby blue planet. At the same time, high in the outer atmosphere of Xandar, two Nova Corps warships were patrolling through the sky. Suddenly, a crimson streak of light flashed past in the distance. A Nova Corps soldier aboard one of the warships stared, stunned. Something just flew past us, didn't it? Another Nova Corps soldier quickly said. Seems like it, but the speed was insane. They immediately brought up the warship's radar and sensor functions. What they saw left every Nova Corps soldier dumbfounded. What in the world is that thing? How can it be moving that fast? Hurry up and report this to headquarters. It's gotta be some terrifyingly advanced civilization. Very soon, the intel was sent to Xandar's military command. What? A speed of 100,000 kilometers per hour? What the hell? It's already closing in on Xandar. The speaker was a tall man whose appearance wasn't much different from a human's. He was Lucas, the senior military commander stationed on Xandar. Lucas turned to the soldiers around him and ordered, "Pull the atmospheric recording feeds right now. Find out what that insanely fast object actually is." The soldiers around him answered at once. At this moment, in the capital city on Xandar, a spaceship slowly descended toward the ground. It was the Crimson, piloted by Maguire and his crew. The hatch slowly opened. Garfield's figure shot out in a blur. He looked around at the surroundings, so completely different from Earth. "Hello, alien planet, how are you?" Beside him, Holland wore the wide-eyed expression of a tourist seeing a grand spectacle for the first time. Seeing the two of them like that, Maguire felt a wave of helplessness. How had he ended up with two pig-headed teammates like this? He quickly spoke up. "All right, the entertainment district is just up ahead. Let's go check it out." At Maguire's words, Garfield and Holland followed along excitedly. 10 minutes later, the three of them came upon a gigantic city. Almost all of the buildings were done in a white base tone. The architectural style was completely different from that on Earth, filled with a strong, futuristic sci-fi vibe. Seeing this, Garfield and Holland couldn't help shouting. "So this is alien architecture, that's so cool." Holland muttered to himself on the side. "I wonder what the food on an alien world tastes like." Looking at the Chunabiu youth on one side and the foodie on the other, Maguire suddenly raised his voice. "All right, boys. Let's have a real strongman's revelry." Garfield and Holland's eyes lit up at once. After all, this wasn't Earth. Nobody here knew who the three of them were. Here, there were no moral codes or legal restraints tying them down. Though in the end, things would never be quite as free as they imagined. The boundless sea of stars, that was the true playground of the strong. Right now, Garfield and Holland still had no idea that by following Maguire, they were already stepping onto a road of no return. Garfield and Holland both nodded hard. "Let's go, time to relax a little." And with that, the three of them headed toward the city ahead. Chapter 147. Very soon, a huge plaza appeared before their eyes. All kinds of strange beings were gathered there. Most of the alien life forms didn't look all that different from humans in terms of appearance. Seeing all this in front of them, Garfield and Holland instantly turned into a pair of bumpkins who had just entered the big city for the first time, running here and there to gawk at everything. They drew puzzled looks from the surrounding aliens, who all glanced at the two of them with confused expressions. Seeing this, Maguire was once again speechless. Did I seriously bring two idiots along with me? But Xandar really is just like it was described in the movies. That idiot Star-Lord Quill sold the Power Stone here, didn't he? Since they were already on Xandar, Maguire figured he might as well test his luck and see if he could find the Power Stone. With that in mind, he began scanning the plaza around them, searching for any sign of Quill. Who knew what kind of sparks would fly when their god of spirits, Maguire, ran into that clown Star-Lord. Just then, a stunningly built alien beauty walked by. Her skin was pink, something you'd never see back on Earth. Her features were similar to an elf princess straight out of a fantasy story, with a tall, voluptuous figure. It was just that her height was a bit much, probably close to 2 meters. Garfield and Holland were both staring, utterly entranced by the pink-skinned elf girl. Seeing their pathetic expressions, Maguire felt another wave of helplessness. At that moment, a tall, burly blue-skinned man was staring hungrily at the same pink elf girl. The next second, his nearly 3-meter-tall body lumbered toward her. "Hey, sweetheart, let's be friends. How about a drink together?" The blue alien's buzzing voice rumbled out. From the looks of it, this blue guy was a pretty notorious figure in this part of the universe. The pink elf girl shrank back and said timidly, "I'm only 50 years old. I'm not allowed to drink." Hearing that, the blue giant showed a playful grin. "Only 50, huh? That's real young. You're fresh, little girl, come on, have some fun." At his words, the pink girl went pale with fright, completely speechless, her eyes full of fear. Right then, Garfield and Holland were both stunned. Before they could say anything, Maguire smacked each of them on the head with a heavy slap. "You two idiots. Did you really think every life form in the universe has a lifespan of 80 years like humans? For all you know, her species might live to 300. In that case, 50 is still very young." Garfield and Holland suddenly understood. Rubbing their heads, they said, "Right, I totally forgot, this isn't Earth." Garfield quickly turned to Maguire. "Look at that blue guy, he's clearly harassing that pink girl." "I mean, just look." "So what, you want to play the hero and save the beauty?" Maguire asked. Garfield chuckled. "You got me there." Maguire's exasperated voice rang out. "Don't tell me you've fallen for her." Garfield panicked. "In no way, how could I already have Hannah." "In that case, we'll just ignore it," Maguire said flatly. "Wait, don't be like that. I do kinda like that pink girl," Garfield admitted. At that, Maguire's expression turned angry. "Then why the hell aren't you over there turning that blue bastard into minced meat instead of standing here babbling at me? I honestly feel bad for the molten fruit. How did it end up with a user like you? Isn't that a bit much? I mean, this planet obviously has its own authorities. If we start killing people here, won't we cause unnecessary trouble?" Maguire looked at the two of them like they were hopeless cases and snapped. "Have your powers turned you both into idiots? You've got strength like this, and you still can't follow your own hearts. Then, what the hell do you need such overwhelming power for? Spit out the molten fruit and the glint fruit right now, you two morons." Garfield's eyes turned serious at those words. Chapter 148. At that moment, the blue giant was staring at the pink girl's alluring figure, undisguised desire burning in his eyes. Facing the towering blue giant like a living mountain, the girl said in terror, "This is Xandar. If you dare do anything, the Nova Corps won't let you go." Hearing the words Nova Corps, a trace of hesitation flashed across the blue giant's face. But in the next instant, it turned into open contempt. "So what if it's the Nova Corps? I'm a subordinate of Lord Thanos. A mere Nova Corps isn't even worth my attention." That name was like some terrifying curse. The people around them, upon hearing Thanos, all stared at the blue giant in horror and began whispering nonstop. "Oh my god, he's one of Thanos' men, cosmic warlord Thanos. No wonder he's so arrogant if he works for Thanos. If Thanos' subordinate has shown up here, Xandar must have caught Thanos' eye. This is bad, we need to find a way to get out of here." Not far away, Garfield and Holland had clearly heard everything as well. Just from the crowd's reaction, they could tell this Thanos wasn't some nobody. The two of them turned to Maguire. "Big bro, who exactly is this Thanos? Why is everyone so terrified the moment they hear his name?" Maguire smiled faintly. In his heart, he thought, even if Thanos himself came here without the Infinity Gauntlet, I could still make him kneel and call me daddy. The pink girl, hearing the name Thanos, had the last bit of hope in her eyes completely extinguished. She looked at the blue giant in front of her with utter despair, as if she could already see her own fate. Seeing the desperation in her eyes, the blue giant burst into wild, triumphant laughter. Haha, now you understand how awesome I am, right? Hurry up and come with me, I'll take real good care of you. He already had an impatient, ravenous look on his face. Just then, a squad of uniformed Nova Corps soldiers came striding over from the distance. Seeing them, the pink girl immediately shouted at the top of her lungs. At her cry, the blue giant glanced toward them. When he saw the Nova Corps soldiers approaching, his face showed nothing but scorn. HMPH, mere Nova Corps. Just with Lord Thanos' name alone, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. The soldiers, hearing someone call for help, quickly ran over. The pink girl also hurried toward the Nova Corps squad. The blue giant followed unhurriedly behind her. Face full of hope, the pink girl pleaded with the soldiers. Please help me, I'm begging you, you have to save me. One of the soldiers said at once. Don't be afraid, tell us exactly what happened. This is Xandar, the Nova Corps will protect you. The pink girl tearfully explained the situation to them. But she did not mention that the blue giant was a subordinate of Thanos. After all, no one wanted to become an enemy of Thanos. Once she finished, the soldiers all turned solemnly to the blue giant. Is what she said true? At their questioning, the blue giant replied with utter disdain. If you lot know what's good for you, once I've had my fun, I can let you have a turn too. Hearing his outrageously arrogant words, the soldiers exchanged glances, then said coldly, Arrest this arrogant bastard. Two of them stepped toward the blue giant. The blue giant looked at them with utter contempt. You dare try to arrest me, do you even know who I am? A soldier, who seemed to be the captain, snorted. I don't care who you are, there's no place for your arrogance on Xandar. Take him down. There wasn't the slightest hint of fear on the blue giant's face. As he watched the two soldiers approach, he said slowly, Is that so? Then what if I tell you I'm one of Lord Thanos' men? The two soldiers immediately stopped in their tracks, staring at the blue giant in horror. Even the captain wore a panicked expression. The squad looked at each other, an indescribable heaviness in their eyes. Beside them, the pink girl watched the soldiers nervously. This was her last strand of hope. Chapter 149. The Nova Corps soldiers all looked at the blue giant with grim faces the moment they heard the name, Thanos. Seeing the soldiers' reaction, the bystanders around them started whispering among themselves. That's Thanos we're talking about. If the Nova Corps offends him, it could bring ruin down on the entire Nova Empire. Exactly. I heard Thanos has already wiped out nearly half the worlds in the universe. Sigh, that poor Babylon girl, looks like she's doomed. The blue giant threw his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha, what's wrong? Are you all scared stiff just from hearing Lord Thanos' name? Weren't you just about to arrest me? Go on then, I'll stand right here and won't move a muscle. Let's see if you've got the guts to lay a hand on me. At that, the Nova Corps soldiers all turned to their captain. The pink girl looked at the captain too, her big, beautiful eyes filled with desperate hope. Seeing that, the captain let out a long sigh. Let's go, he said to his men. Hearing that, it was as if all the strength had been sucked out of the pink girl's body. The onlookers sighed in secret as well. Man, this girl is really unlucky, running into one of Thanos' underlings. Yeah, if it were anyone else it'd be fine, but Thanos is just too terrifying. The Nova Corps has to protect the entire Nova Empire. They've got no choice. Even if you gave the Nova Empire 10 times its courage, they still wouldn't dare provoke Lord Thanos. In the next second, the blue giant looked down at the pink girl with an evil grin. Ha 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 ha, no one's going to save you. Be a good girl and behave. Looking up at his nearly 3-meter-tall frame, the pink girl could already picture her fate. The blue giant's massive hand reached out toward her. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, 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 blue boy, aren't you getting a little too full of yourself? Who's that? He actually dares to mess with one of Thanos' men. Does he have a death wish? Whether he wants to die or not is one thing. If he pisses off Thanos, our lives might not be guaranteed either. Seriously, I don't know where this hot-headed idiot crawled out from, but he's way too reckless. The blue giant's face twisted with rage at the words, "Blue boy." He turned in the direction of the voice and saw Garfield striding toward him, his steps dripping with arrogance. Looking closely, his swaggering gait looked a lot like Maguire's. Maguire felt speechless again. This guy, he even copied my walking style now. The moment everyone saw Garfield, the whole place erupted. Is he insane? He's so small and he actually dares provoke that big lug. Even if that guy wasn't one of Thanos' underlings, he's not someone some little weakling can afford to offend. This is bad. That kid wants to play hero, but if he drags Thanos' wrath down on us, we're all going to suffer. Exactly, that brat is asking for it, if Thanos shows up here because of this. He has no idea how terrifying the thing he's provoking actually is. Hearing all the muttering around him, a somewhat awkward look crossed Garfield's face. He couldn't help feeling a little puzzled in his heart. At the same time, Maguire glanced at the distant crowd, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Holland saw Maguire's expression and had already started silently praying for the people nearby. The towering blue giant glared furiously at Garfield. "You brat, did you just call me blue boy? Sounds like you're tired of living. I'll rip your head off and crush it in my hand." Garfield let out a cold laugh. "Rip my head off? That depends on whether you've actually got what it takes. You're asking for death, kid." The blue giant's massive body thundered forward, charging straight at Garfield. The pink elf girl on the ground watched Garfield with a worried expression. With his smaller build, he didn't look like he could possibly match that huge blue brute. Even so, there was still a faint spark of hope flickering in her eyes. The hope that a miracle might happen. The surrounding bystanders, however, felt no concern at all. In their eyes, there was only hatred. Even if Garfield could defeat the blue giant, that would mean provoking Thanos, and might bring total disaster down on all of them. To them, Garfield wasn't some brave soul standing up for justice. He was the sinner who was about to bring calamity down upon their heads. Chapter 150. In the very next instant, the blue giant was already right in front of Garfield. His massive fist howled through the air, smashing straight toward Garfield's face. With a single leap, Garfield's figure flashed and appeared behind the blue giant. He looked at the big blue brute with a playful expression. The blue giant immediately realized Garfield was behind him. He spun around, swinging his huge arm in a wide arc, hurling immense force at Garfield. A second later, Garfield swung his own fist to meet the incoming arm. Bang! A deafening impact rang out. Both of them were forced back a few steps. Seeing this, Maguire, standing not far away, couldn't help thinking to himself, "This blue guy's strength is no joke, even though Garfield's physical power is the weakest of the three of us. It still reaches several tons, and this giant actually matched him blow for blow. Looks like this universe has more bite than I thought." The blue giant was also staring at Garfield with a serious expression now. He had realized Garfield's strength was in no way inferior to his own. And in several aspects, there seemed to be an uncrossable gulf between them. Thinking that, the blue giant spoke up. "Kid, I admit you're pretty strong, but let me remind you, I'm one of Lord Thanos' men. If you piss me off, you'd better be ready for the consequences of offending Thanos." Hearing that, Garfield's troll nature was instantly triggered. Consequences? The consequences of offending Thanos. What, that I have to eat him? I don't like purple sweet potatoes. The blue giant froze for a second. He didn't know exactly what a purple sweet potato was, but he could tell from Garfield's tone it was some sort of food, and definitely not a compliment. Rage twisted across the blue giant's face. "Fine, just you wait, I'm not done with you." He tossed out that threat, then turned and stalked away. Garfield just smiled. "HMPH, you think I'm afraid of you? I'd love to see what you can actually do." Is Garfield an idiot? This is literally letting the tiger back into the mountain, Maguire muttered inwardly. The onlookers around them all glared at Garfield with hatred. "Damn offworlder, now you've gone and offended Thanos. Thanos' army will probably be here soon. This guy is the sinner who'll doom all of Xandar." "Exactly, we should grab him and hand him over to Lord Thanos. That way we might still have a chance." Hearing all those malicious comments, Garfield felt dazed. What the hell? I was doing a good deed, wasn't I? Why are they all talking about me like this? Aliens of all different species began slowly closing in around Garfield. The blue giant couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, you really have no idea how powerful Lord Thanos is. If you did, you'd never have done something this stupid. He turned to the crowd and shouted. You can protect your precious Xandar too, you know. The bystanders looked at Garfield like they wanted to tear him apart. Seeing this, Garfield's heart trembled. He could hardly believe it. He turned to look at the pink elf girl in the distance. After all, he'd stepped in to save her. Surely she wouldn't just abandon him, right? But what happened next completely shattered Garfield's worldview. The pink girl glanced nervously at the crowd around her. Then, without even looking in Garfield's direction, turned around and hurried away. The blue giant's mocking voice was still echoing in the air. Ha ha ha, kid. Offending Lord Thanos will be the biggest regret of your entire life. No one dares defy. Crack. A sharp, sickening sound cut him off. The blue giant's massive body crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. His proud head was nowhere to be seen. Only bright splashes of blood and mangled scraps of flesh stained the ground. A solitary figure stood where the blue giant had just been. It was our troublesome Maguire. He calmly pulled out a wet wipe and began cleaning the blood off his right hand. Clearly, the arrogant, smug blue giant from just moments ago had been one-punched into oblivion by Maguire. Seeing this horrifying scene, the dozens of bystanders all stared at Maguire in panic. Doubly what is he? He just killed that giant in a single blow. What a monster, but now Thanos is going to be completely enraged. He's definitely that guy's accomplice. Damn it, they've brought disaster down on all of Xandar. Right then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Run, get out of here." Seeing the blue giant drop dead, the pink elf girl stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were full of fear as she looked over at Garfield in the distance. Garfield walked up to Maguire, face full of dejection. Maguire glanced at him. Looks like the folks around here don't like us very much. In that case, why don't we just slaughter them all? Chapter 151. Hearing what Maguire said, Garfield beside him stared at him in utter disbelief. The pedestrians who had been shouting a moment ago were all struck dumb when they heard this, their faces twisting with fear. What, this guy actually wants to kill us too? He's insane. Where did this lunatic crawl out from, with such terrifying power? That blue giant was so strong, and he killed him with a single blow. HMPH, just look at these two and you can tell they're desperados. They've brought disaster down on our Xandar. A few soldiers came over again. Seeing this, the surrounding pedestrians hurriedly pointed at Maguire and the others and said to the soldiers, "That guy is a complete madman, arrest him." That's right, it's him, he actually tried to kill us. Hearing the people around him, Maguire just wore a look of utter disdain. Garfield, however, could hardly believe what he was seeing as he looked around at the crowd. How can this be? We were clearly protecting them, and now they actually want to arrest us. Not far away, Holland was also glaring angrily at the people around them. He raised the weapon in his hand and aimed it at Maguire. "In the name of endangering public safety, I hereby place you under arrest. Surrender now." Hearing that, Garfield's anger flared up. He rounded on the crowd in front of him and roared, "What the hell is wrong with you people? We were clearly protecting you. Why didn't you arrest that guy just now instead? Just because he's one of Thanos' men, is that it? You really are a bunch of cowards who only bully the weak and fear the strong." Garfield then turned, face full of fury, to glare at the pink-haired girl beside him. "I was clearly helping you just now. Why aren't you saying anything now?" Yet she only lowered her head and kept silent. Seeing that, Garfield grew even more furious. "I'm talking to you, why won't you say anything?" At his questioning, a trace of displeasure flashed in the pink-haired girl's eyes. She raised her head to look at Garfield and said coldly, "I did ask you to save me, but I never said you could kill him." Hearing that unreasonable line, Garfield was so angry he felt like he was going to explode. He glared hatefully at the people in front of him. Despite the raging anger in his heart, there were just too many civilians gathered here. Even for Garfield, the thought of personally attacking these people still carried a heavy psychological burden. Just then, the Nova Corps captain spoke up sternly. "You'd better surrender without a fight, unless you want to suffer." In pure firepower, the weapons of these few Nova Corps soldiers would not have been a big problem even against that blue giant. The real issue was that blue giant's identity. Hearing this, Maguire looked over at Garfield with a helpless expression, then shouted at him like a disappointed teacher. "What are you still waiting for, Garfield? Hurry up and swat these disgusting flies for me." Hearing that, the Nova Corps soldiers immediately prepared to pull their triggers. But before Garfield could make a move, several streaks of golden light flashed. The laser rifles in the Nova Corps soldiers' hands were knocked heavily to the ground. A moment later, their bodies also slowly collapsed. When everyone looked over, they saw that each soldier now had a finger-sized hole in his skull. Wisps of smoke curled up from the wounds. It was Holland, standing to the side, who had taken the shot and killed these soldiers. Holland spoke in a low, solemn voice. "The moment they pointed their guns at us, they'd already chosen the path of death." Seeing this, Maguire smiled faintly. Witnessing the scene before them, everyone around them was completely panicked. They stared at Maguire and the other two in terror. What the hell are these monsters? How can the three of them be this powerful? "They're nothing but bloodthirsty killers. Run." In an instant, the pedestrians around them scattered like frightened birds and beasts. Maguire turned to look at Garfield. "What are you still dazing out for?" Hearing Maguire's reprimand, Garfield frowned. Streams of molten rock shot out, streaking toward the fleeing civilians. Under the terrifying heat, their bodies were like tofu. They were directly melted by the lava-hot chunks of stone. Shrill, miserable screams rang out one after another. Those who were not hit could only look at Maguire, and the others with faces full of utter despair. Chapter 152. Looking at the three monstrously powerful figures in front of them, the dozen or so survivors around them dropped straight to their knees. "Honored mighty ones, we were blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare us." "Yeah, we know we were wrong. We apologize, don't lower yourselves to our level. We truly understand now, it was our fault. Please spare us like the dogs we are." One after another, they scrambled onto their knees, kowtowing and begging Maguire and the other two for mercy. A foul stench spread through the air. Looking around at the bisected corpses and severed limbs scattered everywhere, some of them actually lost control and wet themselves. Seeing this, the pink-haired girl at the side was also scared half to death. She collapsed to the ground, eyes wide as she stared at Garfield in front of her. Hearing these people grovel, a playful smile tugged at the corners of Maguire's lips. He turned his head to Garfield beside him and said casually, "How to deal with them is up to you." Just then, in the sky not far away, several drones suddenly shot toward the area. They were Nova Corps recon drones. And in the distance, dozens of fully armed Nova Corps soldiers were rushing toward them at high speed. Seeing this, a crafty gleam flashed across the eyes of a few of the kneeling cowards. Taking advantage of Garfield's momentary distraction, several of them suddenly sprang to their feet and sprinted toward the incoming Nova Corps troops. But the very next second, just as they rose to run, thunder crashed down from the heavens. Arcs of blue lightning appeared out of thin air in front of the fleeing cowards, moving at unimaginable speed as they blasted toward them. In the blink of an eye, nothing but charred husks remained on the ground. With Maguire's lightning powers having already reached SS class at this point, the thunder he unleashed was more than enough to erase these people in an instant. Seeing this scene, the surrounding onlookers screamed at the top of their lungs. "Allah, please, I'm begging you, don't kill me. I really know I was wrong. I didn't try to run, please, just spare my pathetic little life." The dozen or so remaining people had been scared completely out of their minds. Meanwhile, the fully armed Nova Corps squad had already arrived in front of Maguire and the others. Taking in the corpses strewn across the ground, they immediately raised their heavy weapons and aimed them at Maguire's group. The drones in the sky also locked onto the three of them. The next second, the drones suddenly released golden light from above. Beams of brilliance poured down, crashing straight toward Maguire and the other two. Maguire only snorted dismissively. Several streaks of golden radiance wrapped around the three of them in an instant. Maguire felt a force trying to restrain his movements. But against his terrifying strength, it was nothing more than a mayfly trying to shake a great tree. Garfield and Holland, however, were both stunned. With their level of power, breaking free from this golden energy was simply not realistic. Seeing that the three of them were already restrained, the people still kneeling on the ground wiped the pleading looks from their faces. Hatred twisted their features as they glared at Maguire and the others. Hurry up and kill them. Every last one of these bastards deserves to die. They're just lunatics, kill them. Hearing that, the dozen fully armed Nova Corps soldiers also lifted their weapons, preparing to fire. But in the very next instant, a single bolt of lightning ripped across the sky. The drones overhead exploded in an instant. Countless bolts of lightning then crashed down from the heavens, striking straight toward the Nova Corps soldiers below. 1 second later, the soldiers who had been so aggressive just a moment ago were nothing but charred bodies littering the ground. Garfield, his face twisted with fury, turned his gaze on the distant civilians. With a single wave of his hand, countless chunks of molten rock shot toward the crowd. Before they could even react, those searing masses of lava were already slamming into their bodies. In an instant, screams tore through the air. Under the dense barrage, the dozen or so people were quickly reduced to scattered chunks of charred flesh. Seeing this horrifying scene, the pink-haired girl was scared out of her wits. She hurriedly crawled toward Garfield on all fours. Please don't kill me. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. I'll serve you properly, make you feel really good. Looking at her delicate face, streaked with tears like a pear blossom in the rain, Garfield's lips curled into a faint smile. He slowly reached his hand toward the pink-haired girl's cheek. Seeing this, a hint of hope flashed across her expression. She looked up at the man in front of her with interest. Not bad at all, sigh, but what a pity. Suddenly, a shrill scream split the air. A puff of smoke rose, carrying with it a sickening burnt smell. Garfield's hand, which was gripping the girl's head, had completely turned into magma. The terrifying heat instantly set her cheek ablaze. That lovely face was reduced to an unsightly ruin in a heartbeat. Soon, the girl's screams came to an abrupt stop. Garfield flicked his arm and tossed the melted remains of her head aside. Chapter 153. Meanwhile, in the Nova Empire, at headquarters on Xandar, the Supreme Commander of Xandar was staring in horror at the virtual display before him. On the projection screen was the scene from the plaza, clearly showing the figures of Maguire and the other two. Watching the trio's bizarre and overwhelming abilities, the Nova Corps commander's expression grew increasingly grave, his heart already in turmoil. Just who are these three, and why do they look so strange? I've never seen aliens with appearances like theirs. But the power these three possess is far too terrifying. One of them can control lightning, and the other two can manipulate magma and light. Those are all terrifying abilities. We absolutely cannot act rashly. Right now, that guy Ronan is already eyeing the Nova Empire like a predator. And now Thanos' subordinates have actually shown up here as well. Thinking of this, a heavy haze settled over the Nova Corps commander's heart. At a time like this, adding three unfathomable enemies to the mix is definitely not a wise choice. Back on the plaza, Maguire looked over the corpses around him, his expression eerily calm. Suddenly, the voice of the bully system rang out in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 bully points. Current bully points, 50,000. Seeing this, Maguire muttered inwardly. As expected, alien life forms bring in way more bully points. The current lottery only draws SS-level items. It doesn't do that much for my strength anymore. Only after I upgrade it to SSS level will my power get a truly massive boost. Judging from the bully system's personality, I'll probably have to find a way to rack up at least 100,000 bully points. Garfield and Holland, however, both wore extremely heavy expressions. It seemed that taking action for the first time against people with no superhuman abilities at all was something their minds were struggling to accept. Maguire slowly walked up to the two of them. His face was cold as he barked. "Look at the two of you right now. What the hell is this supposed to be? And what's with that soft look in your eyes? If you can't even handle something on this level, then the two of you can roll back to Earth right now. With this kind of weak chicken mentality, you're only fit to stay on Earth helping your grandma look for her lost cats and dogs. If this is all you amount to, then I must have been blind. We are not the same kind of people. In a world of hundreds of millions, only those with the will of a true warrior deserve to walk this path. If you're going to stay this wishy-washy and soft-hearted, then you'd better go home early and start planting sweet potatoes." After saying that, Maguire turned and strode off to the side. Hearing Maguire's words, Garfield and Holland both couldn't help but tremble. Even though the two of them now possessed great power, deep down they were still those friendly neighborhood spidermen who loved helping people. But in this vast, boundless universe, if they clung to that tiny, small-town mentality, they were destined never to become true powerhouses. At this moment, Maguire's words were like a great bell cast of yellow bronze, shaking the heavens, deafening and awakening them both. They echoed over and over again in their minds. The next second, as they watched Maguire's back receding into the distance, Garfield and Holland exchanged a look. A firm, resolute light appeared in their eyes. "Maguire's right. If we can't even accept something on this level, then we might as well go home right now. Since we've chosen to step into this endless sea of stars, then we have to go all out to become true powerhouses, even if the path ahead is filled with endless slaughter." With that thought, the two of them quickly hurried after Maguire. Only now, the aura coming off the two of them had undergone an earth-shaking change. Seeing the pair in front of him, completely reborn in spirit, Maguire said nothing. Silence said more than words ever could. Maguire already understood that from this moment on, these two had undergone a total transformation, inside and out. After they'd walked through several streets and alleys, it was obvious that what had happened just now had already been handled by the Nova Corps. The residents here, when they saw Maguire and the others, didn't show the slightest hint of panic. Just then, a figure entered Maguire's field of vision. It was Star-Lord Quill. Maybe back on Earth, it wouldn't be easy to pick Star-Lord out from among hundreds of people. But here on Xandar, a human's appearance stood out like a sore thumb. At this moment, Star-Lord was swaggering toward a shop by the edge of the plaza, looking quite pleased with himself. Looks like Star-Lord has already gotten his hands on the Power Stone. Since we've run into him, I might as well take a look for myself at just how powerful the Power Stone really is. When it came to the Power Stone, Maguire could only say he was curious. As for actually claiming it for himself, he wasn't particularly interested. Maguire glanced at Garfield and Holland beside him. "Let's go, I found a fellow countryman, someone from back home. Let's go have a look." Chapter 154. Hearing what Maguire said, Holland and Garfield both nodded. Then the three of them headed toward Star-Lord in the distance. Meanwhile, beside a building not far away, a stunning woman with a killer figure was standing quietly, idly toying with a uniquely shaped dagger in her hand. Her skin was an unmistakable shade of green, clearly announcing that she was no girl from Earth. Her deep green eyes watched Star-Lord in the distance with great interest. The next second, she took a few light, graceful steps and walked in his direction. At the same time, Maguire had also noticed this hot alien beauty. Seeing her, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a playful smile. So it's her, Gamora. Can't deny she's got some exotic charm, but she's really not my type. Since Gamora's shown up here, that cosmic overlord Thanos is probably about to make his move too. Thinking of that being who made countless lives across the universe tremble in fear, Maguire's fighting spirit began to boil. Right now, he very much wanted to see for himself whether a Thanos without any Infinity Stones was even qualified to be his opponent. Very soon, Maguire and the other two had arrived not far from Star-Lord, and Gamora, in the distance, also spotted them. Seeing how Maguire's group and Star-Lord looked almost exactly the same, Gamora raised an eyebrow and thought to herself, "Are these three guys in league with the one who got the Power Stone? No matter what, I have to get that gem. Only then will I have even the slightest chance to take my revenge." At this moment, Star-Lord had also noticed Maguire and the others approaching him. Seeing three people who shared almost identical features with himself, an intense curiosity welled up in his heart. After all, in his short life, aside from the vague memory of his mother in his mind, Star-Lord had never seen any other life form that looked so much like him. With that thought, he hurried toward Maguire and the other two. The next second, just as Maguire's group and Star-Lord were about to come face to face, a green blur suddenly flashed between the two sides. It was Gamora with her green skin. So Gamora's planning to snatch the Power Stone from Star-Lord's hands. Unfortunately for her, today is really not her lucky day. She just had to run into me. Looks like this time she's destined to go home empty-handed. Right now, Gamora still hadn't paid any attention to Maguire and the others at the side. Instead, she rushed straight at Star-Lord. At this moment, all of Star-Lord's attention was focused on Maguire's group. He didn't notice the sudden appearance of Gamora at all. She suddenly sprinted toward him, and before he could react, the orb containing the Power Stone had already been kicked out of his hands and sent spinning into the air. The next second, Gamora leapt upward, body twisting in midair as she reached out toward the orb that held the Power Stone. Just as she and Star-Lord both stared in surprise, a deep, magnetic voice sounded from the side. So this is the legendary Power Stone. Hearing this sudden voice, Star-Lord and Gamora both turned to look. They saw Maguire standing there with a look of utter disdain, the Power Stone now resting in his palm. Garfield and Holland both stared at him in confusion as well. It was obvious they had no idea what this so-called Power Stone in Maguire's hand actually was. Just then, a vast shadow appeared overhead. The people all across the plaza fell into panic. Oh my God, it's Thanos' army. That bastard actually came here himself. Looks like this is the end of the Nova Empire. That damned monster, he's too evil, he's a complete and utter demon. Hearing the screams coming from all directions, Maguire and the others also looked up at the sky. A dense mass of warships had entered everyone's field of view. Seeing this, Gamora's expression changed dramatically. She realized that her adoptive father, Thanos, had already arrived. At this point, the idea of avenging herself by seizing the Power Stone was nothing but a ridiculous fantasy. Maguire, however, wore an amused expression. Didn't expect you to show up in person, Thanos. In that case, today will be the day you die. The next second, Maguire glanced at Garfield and Holland. Since this guy's already here, let's go all out. In the blink of an eye, the three of them shifted into their elemental forms. A colossal magma giant, a giant of light, and a giant of thunder appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, every single person present was stunned to the extreme. The next second, the three giants, each hundreds of meters tall, shot into the sky, their overwhelming elemental power raging through the air. At the same time, Maguire was already engaged in a fierce battle with Thanos. In an instant, endless, terrifying power exploded in the sky. Heaven and earth dimmed as if the world itself were about to collapse. An hour later, everything finally grew calm again. Now, only the three enormous elemental giants still stood proudly in the heavens. That grand fleet of warships had already been reduced to scattered wreckage. Looking down at Thanos' corpse in his hand, Maguire was left momentarily speechless. Never thought Thanos without a single Infinity Stone would be this pathetic. With just my current power, I'm already more than enough to kill him. After slaying Thanos, there was no one left in the universe who could be Maguire's match. Maguire, Garfield, Holland, and the others wandered freely among the stars. From then on, Maguire, his brothers, and his various beloved women lived a free and happy life. At the end,